From childhood to adulthood, Xijin has long been accustomed to the indifference and injustice of life. The food in the orphanage was bland and scarce, and even filling one's stomach was a luxury. When she was in school, she picked up discarded exercise books from others to do her homework. When she grew up, she took the earliest bus and worked in a factory day after day just to save a few $100 more. Life seemed as ordinary as a stagnant pool of water, until one ordinary morning, she was hit by an out-of-control electric car. When I woke up, a cold mechanical voice rang in my ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the casual spending system. Mission released. Spend 2 million within 2 hours, otherwise you will be wiped out. Xijin looked confused. What did you say? It wasn't until a long string of zeros appeared out of nowhere on his bank card that Xijin became completely panicked. She rushed into the nearest shopping mall and bought earrings, bracelets, and bags, but the countdown followed her like a shadow, making her feel breathless. At the last minute, she rushed into the watch counter and, with shaking hands, she paid the last bill heavily. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward 4 million in cash plus Xinyu Villa No. 1. When Xijin stood in front of the luxurious French windows of the villa, almost dazzled by the reward that fell from the sky, the system suddenly threw out a heavy news. The host's biological parents are sending someone to confirm the relationship. Outside of Villa No. 1 in Xinyu, there were knocks on the door one after another, as if the person knocking on the door would not give up until he achieved his goal. Xijin frowned, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. She walked to the door, picked up the baseball bat, and looked out through the peephole. She saw the shadow of a tall man, but the peephole could only see the other person's collarbone, and his face was blocked. Xijin didn't dare to be careless, so he stepped back a few steps, took out his cell phone and called the community security guard. Uncle, there's someone knocking at my door, and they won't leave unless they say anything. Could you please bring a few people over to check it out, and grab some weapons as well? The security guard immediately agreed and started calling people as soon as he hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, the familiar voice of the security guard came from the door. Hello? Who are you? What are you doing here? I'm Xijin, the general manager of Xia Group. I'm here to look for someone. The man's voice was deep and powerful. Who are you looking for? What's the matter? The security guard was obviously not very reassured by the situation. Xijin, personal matters, Xijin said lightly. Personal business? The security guard frowned, but eventually turned around and shouted to Xijin in the room. Girl Xijin, I'm outside the door. Don't be afraid. There's a security guard with you. Come out and take a look. Xijin was slightly relieved when she heard someone familiar was there, but she still held the baseball bat tightly. She took a deep breath, opened the door, and walked out without letting anyone else in. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Xijin looked at the man calmly. I heard that Miss Yun was an orphan, the man asked, but Xijin frowned. What did this question have to do with him? If you have something to say, just say it now. Don't beat around the bush. Her tone was flat, but there was a hint of impatience in it. I suspect that you are my biological sister. So, could you please cooperate with a paternity test? Xijin's tone sounded sincere. Xijin raised her head abruptly and stared at him. It's been 21 years. Is it still necessary? She grew up in an orphanage and hoped that her parents would find her when she was little, but as time went by, she had let it go. Now, she just wants to live a comfortable life. I know you have been donating money to the orphanage, no less than 2,000 yuan every month. But you yourself live a very tight life, with little left after paying the rent, utilities and water. If you are really my biological sister, then you would be the daughter of the Xia family, and all the expenses of the orphanage can be covered by your pocket money in the future, Xijin said calmly. If this was said a few months ago, she might have been impressed. But now she has a balance of 4 million in her mobile phone, and the expenses of the orphanage are no longer a problem. Xijin asked calmly. Why do you suspect that I am your sister? My sister, the daughter of the Xia family, was in a car accident a while ago and needed a blood transfusion, but her blood type didn't match. After an examination, it was discovered that she was not a member of the Xia family at all, Xijin said after a pause. What a joke! This was Xijin's first reaction after hearing this. She curled her lips and said sarcastically, "So you found me?" "Yes," Xijin said coldly. The doorman and the security guards standing by were stunned, thinking this was too explosive. They looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. The rich are different, there are so many dramas. Xijin was silent for a few seconds, then said calmly, "I can cooperate with the appraisal, but let me make it clear first, I have no interest in returning to the Xia family." The bloody, civet cat substitutes for prince. Plot sounded exciting enough, but she didn't want to get involved. She had already imagined the bloody struggle within the Xia family, so it was better not to cause trouble. Xijin's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Just be willing to do a paternity test, and we can talk about the rest later." Seeing that the situation had stabilized, the security guard smiled and said, "Girl Xijin, if it's alright, we'll leave first. Call us if you need anything later." "Thank you, uncle. I'll treat you to a drink some other day," Xijin said with a smile. "Okay, uncle'll be waiting for your wine," the security guard answered enthusiastically. After the doorman and security guards left, Xijin's eyes fell on Xijin again. He looked at this girl wearing ordinary street stall goods and not even doing simple nails, and felt distressed for some reason. Compared with the spoiled daughter of the Xia family, Xijin's life was obviously much more difficult. Xijin caught his gaze and couldn't help but frowning. "Don't look at me like that. It gives me goosebumps. When will the appraisal be done? I have to arrange my time. I have to go to work on weekdays." "That's enough for now. I'll take you back in the evening," Xijin said with a frown. "Okay." Xijin nodded. "Which hospital should we go to?" "Kant Hospital, a private hospital under the Xia family," Xijin responded immediately. Xijin raised her eyebrows. Kanda Hospital was a place with ridiculously high fees. However, since it was he who proposed it, she shouldn't have to pay for it, so she didn't say anything more. When they arrived at Kanda Hospital, Xijin couldn't help but sigh at the luxurious decoration. "This hospital of a wealthy family is really magnificent." The hospital had already made arrangements, and a doctor in a white coat came forward and said, "Please follow me, both of you." Walking into the identification department, Xijin found that there was a middle-aged man waiting. The man was shocked for a moment when he saw her for the first time. Xijin's facial features were exactly like those of the old lady of the Xia family. "Hello, I'm Xijin." As soon as the man said this, Xijin replied, "Hello, uncle." The word uncle directly blocked Xijin's next words. The doctor briefly introduced the identification process. "DNA testing can be done with blood, hair, or oral mucosal cells. Which method do you choose?" "Hair identification?" Xijin raised his eyebrows. "Do you want to pluck it now?" The doctor nodded and explained that hair identification requires a hair sample with hair follicles. Xijin didn't want to have her blood drawn, and didn't want to have her throat poked, so she simply nodded. "Pull it out, come on." The doctor was very skilled and quickly plucked a few strands of hair, and put them into a sample bag. He said, "The test results will be out in half an hour at the earliest. Please wait." After all, it is the Xia family's hospital, so there is no queue and patients are naturally given priority. Xijin breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the two of them calmly. "I have cooperated with the appraisal. If there is nothing else, I will leave first." Xijin looked at her back as she turned and left, wanting to say something but stopping himself, and was finally held down by Xijin's shoulders. "Dad, don't be anxious yet. Xijin still has a gap with us. Let's wait until the results of the tests come out, and give her some time to adapt." Xijin nodded and pondered. "Don't tell your mother and Jiaojiao about this first. Wait until the results come out before considering the follow-up. Jiaojiao has been the apple of the Xia family's eye for 21 years. This sudden reversal of identity is like an earthquake to everyone." Xijin seemed calm, but his heart was in a mess. He just hoped that his two daughters could live in peace and not cause too much trouble. However, Xijin obviously had no intention of participating in this grand drama. After leaving the hospital, she took a taxi directly back to her rented apartment. On the way, I called the landlord's grandmother. "Grandma, I saved some money and bought a house. I will move out this month and will not renew the lease next month." After hearing this, the landlady gave her sincere blessing. "Girl, you have a promising future. May your career go smoothly and everything go well for you." After hanging up the phone, the landlord transferred back the 2,000 yuan deposit. Xijin accepted it with a smile, and went into the kitchen to cook a sumptuous dinner after returning home. After a simple wash, she lay down early to prepare for a new day. At 6 o'clock in the morning, a familiar mechanical voice sounded. "Task release. Please spend 4 million yen before midnight tonight. Task reward, to be unlocked." Xijin stared at the ceiling in a daze, and when he heard the number, 4 million, he suddenly woke up. Spend it as you like. System is really terrible. 2 million the day before yesterday, and it doubled today. However, the deadline for the task is midnight, so she still has enough time to go to work first, and then go to the mall for some shopping in the afternoon. After breakfast, she changed into a proper commuter outfit and walked quickly to the subway station in her white sneakers. Although the balance on her card was good, it was not her style to take a taxi and get stuck in the morning rush hour. On the crowded subway, Xijin felt this social beating. The crowd squeezed her like a pancake. After finally getting out of the station, she breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the dingy building where her company was located. I have just finished clocking in and am sitting down to start my day's work. Knock, knock! The general manager of the company suddenly appeared at the door of the department. Xijin, come to my office. Colleagues all looked over with gossipy eyes. Sangin asked quietly, What happened? Xijin was also confused, but she had no choice but to go to the general manager's office. After knocking on the door and entering, she saw not the general manager, but Xijin sitting on the sofa. Boss Xia is really capable, she sneered. You can find my place of residence and even my workplace. What are you trying to do? Xijin calmly handed over a file bag. The identification results are out, take a look. Xijin opened the file bag, pulled out the appraisal certificate inside, and glanced at it. The possibility of father-daughter blood relationship is 99.99%. She had actually been prepared in her heart, but when she saw the result, she still felt complicated. She raised her head and said calmly, I know the result. But as I said, I don't plan to go back to the Xia family. My life is pretty good, and your appearance is not a happy event for me. Xijin frowned slightly, his tone gradually turned cold. You are a child of the Xia family, there is no doubt about that. The blood of the Xia family cannot be left outside. I will give you a week to adjust your mentality and prepare to go home. His words were filled with unquestionable authority, like a hammer hitting Xijin's independent will. After that, he left the office without looking back, leaving Xijin standing there alone, expressionless. Xiaoyun! The general manager pushed the door open, looked at the dazed Xijin, and coughed lightly. Xijin finally came back to his senses. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. Sorry, general manager, I'll go back now. She hurried back to her workstation, her mind in a mess. Xijin's tough attitude made her feel a little pressured. She knew very well that with her current status, she was no match for the Xia family. She had to find a way to solve it. Sangin came over and said, What's wrong? You don't look right. It's okay, just something is stuck. Xijin smiled and changed the subject. Finally, Xijin waited until the end of the get-off work day. She rejected the invitation of her colleagues to dinner and went straight to Jinxing shopping mall opposite the company. She did not go directly to the luxury floor, but went to the food city on the 12th floor. Only after I fill my stomach can I have the energy to spend money. She found a Chinese restaurant with warm decoration, ordered a few signature dishes, and took a full screen of photos for her moments before she started eating. After finishing the hot pot, Xijin wiped her mouth and walked straight to the luxury goods floor with a relaxed look. As she walked, she muttered to herself, I have been poor since I was a child, and there are only a few ways to spend money in my mind, buying a house, a car, and luxury goods. Buy a house. She already has Villa number 1 in Xinyu, so she doesn't need it for now. Buy a car. The Auto Expo in Imperial Capital is too far away, so she doesn't have time to go there today. Then the only option left is the luxury mall. The atmosphere in front of the Cartier counter was much more lively than usual. Xiaoqing, the salesgirl, had long heard about the deeds of this low-key rich woman. Yesterday, in just a few minutes, she spent 1 million on 2 watches. Yesterday, they felt it was a pity that this woman almost got into Cartier, but was eventually snatched away by the watch shop next door. Today, this woman finally came. Hello, ma'am. I'm Xiaoqing from the Cartier counter. It's my pleasure to serve you. Xiaoqing greeted me with a smile. Xijin nodded without saying anything. She looked around the counters and pointed to a bag in a display case. This bag is nice. Let me see it. Xiaoqing immediately took out the bag and handed it over. This is our Panther Extra Small Chain Handbag, grain calfskin, detachable chain. The design is inspired by the cheetah. Okay, pack it up. Xijin interrupted her introduction and pointed to the rose gold diamond bracelet next to her. This bracelet is also included. 1 bracelet per package, total price 454,350 yen. Xiaoqing smiled from ear to ear and packed up quickly. You really have a unique vision. In fact, Xijin's idea was very simple. She wanted to upgrade her outfits slowly so that others would not find it strange. Now she could start with a few thousand or tens of thousands of equipment, and then after a while, she would upgrade to a full set of equipment worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, and no one would find it strange. After leaving Cartier, she moved to Chanel. There wasn't anything she liked about Chanel's ready-to-wear items recently, but she was so lucky that there happened to be one last gold ball square bag left in the store. Xijin bought the bag and a set of Chanel Chance Encounter perfume, spending a total of 51,960 yen. But she still couldn't spend money fast enough. Her eyes fell on the luxury watch area. When she stepped into Vacheron Constantin, the staff immediately became alert. Xijin's achievements in the past 2 days had already spread among the luxury goods floor, and everyone knew that she was a vigorous buyer. However, Xijin didn't like the crowd surrounding him, so he said directly, "Don't gather around me, let yourself decide who will receive you." After the store clerks had divided their work among themselves, Xijin had already been attracted by a watch with a strong sense of jewelry design. The salesgirl came forward and said, "Madam, this is our brand's Yiling Goddess Series Moon Phase Jewelry Mechanical Women's Watch 8016F, inlaid with 1,377 diamonds and equipped with a moon phase display function. It looks good. I'll pack it." Xijin interrupted her before she could finish. The whole process took less than a minute, and the salesgirl was still sighing that she was the most straightforward customer she had ever met. After paying the bill, Xijin left Vacheron Constantin with satisfaction. Next, she started to sweep the skincare products section, buying several big-name skincare sets and facial masks. She thought to herself that after trying out the products, she would be able to find a brand that suits her best. But she was still a little short of the 4 million yuan spending target. So, Xijin stepped into Hermes for the second time. This time, she was greeted by the same salesgirl Suchin. "Ms. Yun, welcome again. Do you have any specific goals for today?" Xijin said softly. "Kelly Elephant Gray, is there one?" Suchin's smile deepened. "I will contact the warehouse manager to help you check the goods immediately. You can take a look at other products first." Xijin knew that this meant that she was asked to do some shopping, so she cooperated and started to buy small items in the store. Dinner plates, mugs, perfume sets, and anything that caught her eye was packed up by Suchin. Not long after, Suchin brought good news. "Ms. Yun, the warehouse manager replied that there is still one Kelly Gray Elephant left. I will pack it for you right away." Soon, Xijin swiped the card successfully. Ding! Consumption task completed. Task reward 3 times rebate, 12 million yen has been issued to the host savings card. Ownership of Dingxi building, relevant documents have been placed in the system backpack. Seeing this reward, Xijin almost dropped her jaw. Dingxi building? The building where she clocked in every day. This is the landmark building of the Imperial Capital CBD. She couldn't wait to confirm her ID, so she quickly hailed a taxi and headed straight for Xingyu Huafu. Just after getting in the car, Xijin's phone rang again. An unfamiliar number? Out of caution, she was about to reject the call, but after thinking for a moment, she answered it. "Hello?" A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's me, Xijin." Xijin frowned. "What's the matter?" "Jiao Jiao has woken up. She heard from somewhere that she is not a member of the Xia family, and her condition is very unstable now. If you are free, come to Khan Hospital." Although it was a request, Xijin's tone carried a sense of command that could not be refused. Xijin's disgust deepened, and she responded coldly. "I'm very busy and have no time." Then, she directly put Xijin on the blacklist. The atmosphere in Kongda Hospital was somewhat dull. Outside Xia Jiao's ward, Xijin was holding his phone, and heard a notification tone that the call could not be connected. He was stunned for a moment, and then he realized something in his heart. He opened the chat interface and found that his account had been blacklisted by Xijin. "How is it? When will she arrive?" Xia Jingguang beside him couldn't help but urge him when he saw that he was not moving. "She blocked me." Xijin's tone was helpless, but with a hint of complicated emotions. Xia Jingguang was stunned for a moment, then revealed an expression of disbelief. "Blacklisted? You personally invited her over, but she didn't come?" At the same time, the door of the ward was pushed open, and Zhang Yiqin walked out. She looked unhappy and her tone was full of impatience. "Did you call? When will she arrive?" She refused. Xijin simply laid it bare, since he couldn't hide this situation anymore. He couldn't just force Xijin to come over. "Reject?" Zhang Yiqin's face turned even uglier when she heard this. "What does she mean? You, the eldest young master of the Xia family, have asked for it yourself. What else does she want?" Xijin did not respond, but just stood there, frowning slightly. He had tried his best. On the other side, Xijin got out of the taxi and returned to Xingyu Huafu. Not long after she entered the store, the Hermes staff delivered the items she had purchased today. After confirming that they were correct, she finally had time to open the system backpack. The ownership certificate of Dingxi Building was quietly lying in the system backpack, not only the ownership of a single office, but also the ownership of the entire building, as well as the land use right certificate and related information. Xijin looked at these things and was deeply moved. Dingxi Building has 88 floors above ground, 100 office units on each floor, and 3 underground parking lots that can accommodate a large number of vehicles. The efficiency of the system is amazing, and it can do almost anything. After carefully checking the information, she put it back into her backpack and began to sort out the things she had bought in the past 2 days. The kitchen items were put in the kitchen, the cloakroom items were put in the cloakroom, and everything was in order. Halfway through sorting, a familiar system prompt suddenly sounded in my ears. Task release. Please spend 6 million yen before midnight tonight. Requirement. Complete the consumption task in the first Auto Expo city in Xijin. Task reward. To be unlocked. Xijin looked at the numbers on the screen and couldn't help but hold his head. Here it comes again. The key point is that all the Auto Expo cities in the capital are in the suburbs, and her recent frequency of taking leave from work has been so high that it makes people look at her with awe. Thinking of this, she decided to put it aside for the time being, go to the company first, and then see the situation in the afternoon. In the morning, Xijin went out on time and took a taxi to Dingxi Building. When she arrived, she still had half an hour before work started, so she walked leisurely to the employee elevator. As soon as I walked into the lobby of the building, a slightly excited voice came from the front desk. Miss Yun! Xijin turned around and saw that it was Su Yuanfu, the general manager of Dingxi Building Property Management. The slightly fat uncle was running towards her quickly with a smile on his face. Mr. Su, good morning. Xijin understood. As the new owner of the entire building, she should have expected to be recognized as a relative by Su Yuanfu. Miss Yun, I want to talk to you about something. Su Yuanfu was very cautious. After observing your expression, he immediately changed his tone to a low-key one. Last time I asked you if any of your classmates wanted to take on tutoring jobs. How is that going? Xijin smiled slightly, took out her phone and handed over the WeChat QR code. Yes, I'll recommend a few suitable contact methods to you. Su Yuanfu scanned the code, exchanged a few more pleasantries, and stopped pestering her. It was obvious that he respected the young owner very much. Before parting, he whispered, Miss Yun, if you need anything, just tell me. I'm always here for you. Xijin nodded and hurried to his workstation to avoid being late. As soon as she sat down, she received the quarterly financial report of Dingxi Building and the list of tenants sent by Su Yuanfu. In the document, some tenants were specially marked as special treatment, objects rent discounts, deferred rent payment, etc. Oh, the relationship with the original owner? Xijin sneered and replied to Su Yuanfu directly, requiring him to strictly abide by the contract. If the tenant did not cooperate, she had the right to terminate the contract unilaterally. After receiving the order, Su Yuanfu immediately sent a group notification to all tenants, and specifically noted that the Dingxi Building had a new owner. The words were a warning that if the tenants did not follow the rules, they would bear the consequences. Soon it was time to get off work in the morning. Xijin took the leave application and knocked on the door of her supervisor's office. Xiao Yun, you've asked for leave quite a lot recently. The supervisor frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. I just got approved for leave last time, and now you're asking for leave again. If the superiors ask about it, I won't be able to explain it to them. Supervisor, I really have something to do. If you don't approve it, I can only resign. Xijin's face was serious. She had really considered it. After all, the benefits that this job brought her were far less than what she got from doing system tasks. The supervisor's face was full of confusion. Seeing Xijin's serious expression, he finally compromised and said, Okay, I'll approve your leave this time. Think carefully about your resignation and don't be too impulsive. Our company's salary is pretty good in the industry. If you quit, don't regret it if you can't find a better one. Thank you, boss. I will seriously consider it. Xijin took the leave application, smiled politely, then turned and left. Back at the workstation, Senior Sanging poked her head out, looked at the leave application in Xijin's hand, and said in surprise, Approved? You're asking for leave again? People born in the 2000s are really bold. Xijin raised the leave application in his hand and smiled proudly. Of course, there is no leave that I can't take. Sangin gave a thumbs up, half in admiration and half in teasing. You are awesome! It's almost time. I have to go to the administration department to hand in my leave note. Sister Sang, see you tomorrow, Xijin said anxiously. See you tomorrow, be careful on the road, Sangin shouted loudly. After Xijin left the company, she took a taxi directly to the Auto Expo City in the southern suburbs of the capital. The Auto Expo City brought together countless luxury car brands, ranging from affordable models to sky-high supercars. Her mission today was to spend 6 million here, and she had to complete it. In the Auto Expo City, The sales staff immediately noticed Xijin, who came alone. She was dressed simply and low-key, and the only thing that stood out was the Tiffany T1 diamond bracelet on her wrist, but it was hard to tell whether it was real or fake. Her demeanor was confident but not ostentatious, and it was a little hard to understand at first glance. Soon, a Volkswagen salesman, Li Qi, came up to greet him. "Hello, I'm Li Qi, a salesman from the Volkswagen 4S store. Which car are you interested in?" "Volkswagen?" Xijin frowned and quickly filtered through her mind. It seemed that Volkswagen did not have any particularly expensive models. She shook her head and declined politely. "Sorry, I don't plan to buy a Volkswagen for the time being." A trace of embarrassment flashed across Li Qi's face, but he quickly adjusted his tone. "Then can you please tell me your budget? I can recommend other brands for you." 6 million, Xijin said casually. "Okay, 6 million? Li Qi was stunned, his eyes widened. He originally thought that she would have a budget of 200,000 or 300,000 at most, but she asked for 6 million. He himself would never consider Volkswagen if he wanted to buy a car for 6 million. After coming to his senses, Li Qi quickly said, "Wait a moment, I'll call someone to serve you right away. Do you have a favorite brand?" Because sales cannot cross brands, he can only recommend customers to colleagues from other brands. Li Qi quickly sent a message in the sales group. "Who wants to buy a big order with a budget of 6 million? After a while, Hui, a sales trainee of the Rolls-Royce brand, came over. He looked at Xijin, feeling a little nervous, but still politely said, "Hello, I am Hui, a salesperson at the Rolls-Royce 4S store. Do you need me to recommend a car model for you?" "Okay, take me to have a look." Xijin is not picky about the brand. As long as the task can be completed, it doesn't matter what car he chooses. Hui took Xijin on a tour in the Rolls-Royce showroom. He stood next to a Cullinan SUV and introduced it. "This is the Cullinan, which combines business and performance. The price is slightly beyond your budget, but it is very suitable for long-distance driving and city commuting." Xijin took a look at the Cullinan. The car was indeed luxurious and grand, but it seemed too bulky for a young person like her who lived a single life. "Is there a smaller one?" she asked. "Yes, this Phantom may be more suitable for you. It is a two-seater model with a more fashionable appearance, and the price is within your budget." Hui took her to a black Phantom. The body lines were elegant and smooth, and it was full of luxury at first glance. Xijin walked around the car, her eyes brightening. Although she didn't know much about cars, this car was indeed to her liking. "How much is the car? If I pay in full, how long will it take to get it? Can you help me with the license plate and insurance?" Hui's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard this. He quickly replied, "The specific price depends on the configuration, but the general landing price is between 5.8 million and 6 million. It will take about half a month to pick up the car. We can help you with all the formalities, including license plates and insurance." "Okay, then this one," Xijin said straightforwardly. "Pay the full amount and arrange production as soon as possible." Xijin's straightforwardness made Hui stunned for a moment, but he quickly adjusted his state and said, "Okay, I'll go prepare the contract, you take a rest here." Afterwards, Hui took Xijin to the sofa in the store for customers to rest, poured Xijin a cup of warm water, and then hurriedly prepared the contract. Before Xijin picked up the cup, a voice came to her ear. "Hello, I am Wang Jian, the top salesperson in our store. Xiao Hu, who just received you, is busy now and can't leave, so he asked me to come over to receive you." Xijin held her bag in one hand and a water cup in the other. She raised her eyes slightly and calmly looked at Wang Jian, as if she was watching a poor performance. "Oh? You come to help him with the reception, so who will get the sales?" Wang Jian's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered and coughed to cover up. "Well, Xiao Hu is unable to receive you due to personal reasons. In this case, Xiao Hu will naturally bear the consequences." The implication of his words was that his intention to grab the order was obvious. Xijin raised her eyebrows and smiled with an ambiguous smile. "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry, I can wait for him to come back." After that, she picked up the water cup and took a sip, not giving Wang Jian any chance to reply. This posture clearly showed her attitude. "I won't tolerate your little tricks." Seeing this, Wang Jian still did not give up. He quickly pulled out a contract from his briefcase and pushed it in front of Xijin, saying attentively, "Ms. Yun, I know you are a person of taste. Since I am an old employee, I can give you a bigger discount this time." The words sounded tempting, but Xijin was too lazy to even move his fingers. He glanced at the contract and then turned to Wang Jian, saying in a light voice, "Thank you, but it's not necessary." She really didn't need it. The 6 million yuan spending limit was there, and it could be easily completed by just spending a little money. Why would she haggle over a discount and make herself look like she was taking advantage? Wang Jian wanted to say something else, but Xiao Hu happened to run back, panting. He was sweating profusely, and when he saw Wang Jian standing in front of Yun Xijin, his face immediately turned bad. Brother Wang, isn't this my client? Why are you here? Wang Jian smiled awkwardly and made up an excuse. Haha, I saw you were too busy, so I helped you greet people. Now that you're back, I won't be a bother. I'll leave first. After that, he put away the contract, turned around and walked away quickly, as if he was running for his life. Miss Yun, I'm so sorry. My manager just wanted to talk to me about something. I kept you waiting. Xiao Hu apologized and handed over the contract with both hands. This is a car purchase contract in triplicate. You can take a look at it first. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Yun Xijin took the contract and flipped through a few pages at random. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Does the host need to scan the contents of the contract to ensure legality and compliance? Scan it, she answered in her mind. The system quickly gave the result. Scan completed. The contract content is legal and compliant, and there are no hidden clauses. The host can sign with confidence. After getting the confirmation, Yun Xijin smiled with satisfaction, picked up the pen and neatly signed his name at the end of the contract, pressing his fingerprint. No problem, just sign this. Seeing Yun Xijin's quick action, Xiao Hu nodded repeatedly. Okay, Miss Yun, let's go to the cashier to pay first. The landing price of this car is 5.5 million. Yun Xijin looked at the bill and quickly calculated in her mind that she still needed 500,000 yuan to reach her spending target of 6 million yuan today. She raised her head and asked, Xiao Hu, I want to order a car worth about 500,000 yuan. Do you have any recommendations? Xiao Hu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the customer who just bought a Rolls-Royce would turn around and buy a second one. He paused and quickly gave advice. Ms. Yun, I recommend you go to Porsche. They have several models suitable for girls. Among them, the ice plum pink color is very popular, and the price is less than 1 million. Ice plum powder? Yun Xijin's eyes lit up. It sounds good. I'll go check it out. Before she finished her words, she had already picked up her bag, folded the contract worth 5.5 million and stuffed it in, then turned and walked towards the Porsche store. As soon as she stepped into the store, she was greeted by an overly enthusiastic sales scene. It seemed that her purchase record at the Rolls-Royce store had been transmitted here. A saleswoman in a business suit came up to me with a big smile on her face. Hello, ma'am. I'm Lilith, the top salesperson in this store. How can I help you? Yun Xijin glanced across the exhibition hall and was quickly attracted by a unique color. What model is that ice plum pink car? When Lilith heard this, her tone was filled with joy. Ms. Yun, this ice plum pink is one of the best-selling models in our store and is very popular among female customers. Do you need a test drive? I can arrange it for you right away. No need for a test drive. Yun Xijin asked directly. Do you have a car in stock? Or do I need to make a reservation? Lilith smiled brightly. You are so lucky! There is a car available today. If you place an order now, I can apply for it for you right away and sell it to you. Yun Xijin nodded and said cheerfully. Then let's take this one. Bring me the contract. Lilith smiled and handed Yun Xijin a cup of hot water. Please wait a moment, I'll go find the manager. As soon as she finished speaking, she left quickly and her figure disappeared into the depths of the store. Yun Xijin sat down casually and looked around. Her appearance quickly attracted the attention of others. Some were curious about her identity. Some wondered if she could really afford the legendary ice plum powder, and some secretly calculated whether they could strike up a conversation with this lady with outstanding temperament. However, when Yun Xijin raised her hand to fiddle with her mobile phone, the dazzling Tiffany T-Series T1 diamond bracelet on her wrist was exposed to everyone, and the active onlookers instantly died down. Someone who can casually wear a bracelet worth more than 300,000 yuan is not a small character who can be approached casually. After a long time, Lilith came back trotting with a few contracts in her hands. Ms. Yun, the manager agreed. Here are the relevant contracts, you can take a look. She handed over a document with quick movements. Yun Xijin took the contract and gestured to the scanner on him to check the contents. Can you take care of the license plate and insurance? Lilith nodded quickly. Don't worry, we will take care of all this for you. After confirming that everything was correct, Yun Xijin signed his name on the contract without hesitation and stamped his fingerprint. Afterwards, the two came to the cashier. Yun Xijin took out a black gold card and handed it to the cashier. In a moment, the payment was successful. Because the amount of this consumption exceeded 6 million, the system automatically deducted 330,000 from her savings card to cover the difference in the total price of the ice plum powder. Ding! Consumption task completion reminder. Task requirements. Spend 6 million yen in any Auto Expo city in Imperial Capital before midnight. Task completion. Reward. 4 times rebate. 24 million yen has been received. The real estate ownership of the Auto Expo city in the southern suburbs of Imperial Capital is transferred to the host. Hearing the system prompt, Xijin's mouth twitched, and he cursed in his heart. The system wants me to get rich now, right? In just a few minutes, the bank card balance exceeded 100 million yuan. Not to mention that the rent of Dingxi building has not yet been paid. At this rate, the billionaire is sure to become a billionaire. As for the real estate in Auto Expo City, the rent is another huge income. Thinking of this, she suddenly had a strong urge not to go to work. The procedure will take about an hour. Would you like to wait here or should we notify you when we're done? Lilith's sweet voice interrupted her thoughts. Just wait here, an hour will pass quickly. Xijin responded casually, lowered his head, opened his mobile phone and started watching short videos. 1 minute later, the phone rang suddenly and an unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. Xijin frowned and hung up decisively. But the next second, the other party called again persistently. Hello? She picked up the phone impatiently. A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Xijin, where are you? Xijin, this haunting fellow. Xijin was immediately furious. What does it have to do with you where I am? Why are you calling? Jiao fainted. It's all because of you. Don't you feel guilty? She is still lying in the hospital, but you ran out to spend money on wine and women, Xijin said angrily. Xijin looked puzzled. Xijin, are you sick? What does her fainting have to do with me? I have never even appeared in front of her. It's all your fault that she is like this, Xijin said angrily. Stop! Xijin sneered. I advise you to reflect on why you didn't keep the secret. It's your fault that she fainted from being stimulated. Why don't you suspect that she is malnourished and anemic? You have to blame me? Xijin, do you think I'm easy to bully? Xijin's barrage of criticism silenced Xijin. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but he could not find a reason to refute it. Okay, are you done? Don't bother me if there's nothing else to do. Xijin hung up the phone coldly and blocked the number. See how many numbers you can change to harass me. As soon as the phone was hung up, there was a burst of applause. Xijin looked up and saw a boy in flashy clothes standing not far away with a smile on his face. Miss, your performance just now was brilliant. I admire you. Xijin looked him up and down to make sure she had never seen this person before. If she had seen this person before, she would definitely have an impression of him. Hello, my name is Xingyang. What's yours? The boy took 2 steps at a time and sat directly opposite her. Qingqing, she said casually. Qingqing? It's a nice name. I just heard you speak so fluently, and I couldn't help but want to get to know you. Xingyang smiled familiarly. Xijin raised his eyebrows slightly. Years of leveling up is not worth mentioning. Are you here to buy a car? Which model have you chosen? Do you want me to help you decide? Xingyang began to try hard to find a topic. No need, I've already bought it and am just waiting for the formalities. Xijin waved his hand. Oh? What car did you buy? Let me take a look. Xingyang said enthusiastically. Ice plum powder. Xijin said seriously. Xingyang's face froze and he chuckled twice. Ice plum pink is nice, but it's a pity that it's not suitable for me as a grown man. He scratched his head awkwardly, thinking that this young lady's aesthetic taste was indeed extraordinary. But he quickly adjusted his state and continued. By the way, we have a car race on Panshan Road tonight. Are you interested in watching? The atmosphere is great. No, I'm not interested in racing. Xijin refused coldly, with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. No matter how confident she was, she would not easily go to a racing competition with a stranger, let alone someone who was so familiar with her the first time they met. Don't be such a bummer, Xingyang immediately replied with a smile. You don't need to know how to race, just sit in the passenger seat and cheer me on. Don't worry, I'm definitely not a bad person. If it's late, I'll take you home, it's absolutely safe. Xijin raised her eyes and glanced at him lightly, with a hint of sarcasm on her lips. Do you think a normal girl would go to a competition with a stranger she just met? This was so sharp that Xingyang was speechless. He scratched the back of his head and found that what the other party said made sense. This was the first time he was rejected so directly. He was inexplicably more interested in Xijin. Okay, I won't force you not to go racing, but you can at least add WeChat, right? Xingyang immediately changed his position, took out his mobile phone, opened the QR code and handed it over, his face full of anticipation. Xijin was too lazy to talk to him anymore, so he took out his phone and scanned it casually. Okay, I've added you. When Xingyang saw the name, Xijin, on the friend request, he immediately felt better. Next time we meet, maybe you will change your mind and race with me. Xijin ignored him, but sneered in her heart. She would never be interested in this kind of game of showing off one's heartbeat. The two of them were from completely different worlds, and the probability of them meeting in the future was almost zero. After waiting for about 40 minutes, Lilith came back trotting in high heels with a professional smile on her face. Ms. Yun, all the license plates and formalities have been completed. Here are the car keys and spare keys, as well as invoices, maintenance manuals, and other documents. Please confirm. Yun Xijin took the document bag and checked it carefully. After confirming that it was correct, she put the spare key into her bag and took the main key in her hand. She nodded calmly. No problem, thank you for your hard work. I'll leave first. Lilith nodded quickly and watched her leave, keeping a perfect smile on her face. Yun Xijin walked out of the store and was about to get into the car when her cell phone rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, she frowned and instinctively thought that Xijin had changed his number and called. The ringing lasted for a long time, and she didn't answer until it hung up automatically. Lilith, who was standing not far away, seemed to have caught a glimpse of the number, and was thinking about something, but did not dare to say much. When the phone rang for the second time, Yun Xijin finally picked up the phone. Hello? A strange but polite voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Ms. Yun Xijin? Hearing that it wasn't Xijin, Yun Xijin let down his guard a little. It's me, who are you? Hello, Ms. Yun. I am Wu Yutong, the person in charge of the Auto Expo City in the southern suburbs of the imperial capital. I just received news that you have bought the land and real estate of the entire Auto Expo City. Regarding the lease contract. Hearing this, Yun Xijin already understood the other party's intention. She said slowly. Sales do not affect leasing. You should know this, right? The contract has been transferred to my name. Mr. Wu only needs to pay the rent on time according to the requirements of the contract. In addition, I heard that your contract expires at the end of the year. If you need to renew it, you must notify me 1 month in advance. Wu Yutong nodded repeatedly. Of course, Ms. Yun, you are right. I will pay the rent on time, and I will communicate with you in advance about the renewal. Yun Xijin nodded, her tone still cold. The original landlord should have handed over the bank card information to you, right? The third quarter rent needs to be deposited into my account before the 5th. Don't worry, I'll be on time. Wu Yutong was extremely respectful, but he felt a little emotional. The person who could buy the entire Auto Expo City quietly really had a unique aura. After hanging up the phone, Yun Xijin glanced at the time. This call delayed her for another 10 minutes. She shook her head, got in the driver's seat, started the engine, and prepared to go home. The car drove steadily into the underground garage of Villa No. 1 in Shanxingyu Huafu. Yun Xijin reversed into the narrow parking space several times and finally parked it. When she returned to the villa, she turned on her mobile phone and suddenly found that notifications of WeChat, text messages and missed calls were pouring in. The dense messages on the screen made her a little confused. Yun Xijin casually flipped through the missed calls and text messages. When his eyes swept over the text messages from the unfamiliar number, he couldn't help but sneer. The text message was full of resentment, directly accusing her of being unfilial, and trying to ask her to attend the birthday party of the old man of the Xiao family. It even made it clear that it hoped she would cooperate with the performance at the party and disguise herself as an orphan adopted by the Xiao family so that Xia Jiaojiao could continue to maintain her identity as the legitimate daughter. What a shame! Yun Xijin sneered in her heart, quickly deleted the text message, and blocked the other party in one go. The person who had never cared about her for a day now took it for granted and asked her to be grateful. Did he really think she was a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? She couldn't hold back her anger any longer, so she decisively removed Xia Jian's number from the blacklist and dialed the number. As soon as the call was connected, it was not Xia Jian's voice, but Xia Jiaojiao's delicate tone. Yun Xijin? Are you the biological daughter that Mom and Dad found recently? Oh? Are you the delicate girl who faints easily? But listening to your strong voice, why do I feel that you are pretending? Yun Xijin was blunt and sarcastic. You! Xia Jiaojiao's tone paused, and her voice immediately became weak. I was in a car accident, it's normal to faint. I know you don't like me. If you mind, I can tell Mom that I will move out when I am discharged from the hospital. I shouldn't have competed with you for a position. Bang! Xia Jian just walked in from outside. Hearing Xia Jiaojiao's aggrieved voice and seeing her eyes full of tears but trying hard to hold them back, he exploded. Yun Xijin! What did you say to Jiaojiao? Why did she move out? As a sister, it's fine if you don't tolerate your sister, but do you have to force her to leave the Xia family? Yun Xijin almost laughed out of anger. Xia Jian, did your head get caught in the door? I can't stand your sister's dramatic performance. I'm calling you to tell your so-called mother to stop bothering me and stop trying to get me to attend some crappy party. She changed the subject and sneered.
As for Xia Jiao, she is your sister, not my sister. Don't involve me in these messy things. Before she finished her words, she hung up the phone and blacklisted Xia Jian's number again. On the other side, Xia Jian was so angry that his face turned blue. He held the phone for a few seconds and was stunned. When he called again, the call was no longer connected. He rubbed his eyebrows helplessly and looked back at Xia Jiao, who was lying on the bed, looking pitiful. You should take good care of your injuries and stop thinking nonsense. Brother, is it because of me that my sister doesn't want to come back? Xia Jiao's eyes were red, and her voice was soft and low. I know that I am not my parents' biological daughter, but I took my sister's place, and this is my fault. What nonsense! Xia Jian's eyes flashed with pity. You have lived in this family for more than 20 years. Even if we are not related by blood, you are still the eldest daughter of our Xia family, my sister. No one can change this. Xia Jiao lowered her head and sobbed, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and nodded gently. I understand, thank you, brother. Xia Jian sighed and placed the insulated box on the small table on the bed. This is Xijin Pavilion's dinner. Eat it while it's hot. I have a meeting to attend, so I'll leave first. When Xia Jiao heard that the food was from Xijin Pavilion, her eyes lit up, but when her gaze swept over Xia Jian's leaving back, a barely perceptible resentment flashed across her eyes. Task release. Please spend at least 100 million yen at tonight's Lu's charity auction, no upper limit. Task reward, to be unlocked. The auction invitation has been sent to the system backpack, please check it carefully. At 6 in the morning, Xijin was awakened by the system notification sound. When she saw the task amount, she jumped up from the bed in an instant. The minimum consumption is 100 million? You are forcing me to spend money like crazy! Although she was complaining in her heart, she quickly accepted the reality. She took out the invitation letter from her system backpack and carefully looked at the address and time, 9th floor of Jinxing Hotel, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Obviously, a formal dress is needed for an auction, but Xijin has been shopping these days and has never bought a formal dress. Thinking of the formal dress, makeup and even hairstyle, she was in a dilemma. It seems that today she not only needs to buy a formal dress, but also find a stylist. She sat on the bed and pondered for a moment, and suddenly an idea came to her mind, just quit. Not only did she have the generous rewards provided by the system tasks, but she also had the rental income from the Auto Expo city, and she had already achieved financial freedom. The meaning of going to work was just a waste of time. After making this decision, Xijin began to dress herself up. The luxury goods she bought in the past 2 days finally came in handy. At 7:30, she took Bing Mifen's key and drove to Dingxi building. This time, whether it was the security guard at the door or the staff at the front desk, they all smiled when they saw her, and their attitude was so warm that no one could find fault with it. Arriving at the office on the 20th floor, Xijin was in a completely different state than usual. She was full of energy, and even her colleague Sangin couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, what medicine did you take today? You are in such a good state." Xijin curled her lips and smiled. I didn't take the medicine because I want to resign. Resign? Are you serious? Sangin was shocked. She obviously didn't expect Xijin to do this suddenly. Of course I'm serious. Xijin shrugged, saying in a relaxed tone, I'll write my resignation letter right now. As she spoke, she walked straight to her workstation, turned on her computer and began to write her resignation letter. However, I'll hand over all the work I have on hand to you. It's not much anyway. Xijin suggested casually. Sangin was a little embarrassed. This is not good. The work handover still needs to wait for the resignation letter to be approved. The specific assignment depends on the arrangement of the supervisor. If I take on too much, others will have opinions. Xijin nodded. Okay, I'll ask my supervisor. As she spoke, she had already written her resignation letter. In less than 10 minutes, she sent it through the OA system. Not long after, the supervisor called. When Xijin was called to the office, he sorted out a pile of documents and walked in with a relaxed attitude. Didn't I advise you to reconsider it yesterday? Have you made up your mind today? The supervisor frowned, obviously reluctant. Yes, I have thought it over carefully and decided to resign. Xijin looked firm. What's the reason? As far as I know, you get along well with your colleagues and do an excellent job. Why do you suddenly want to resign? Xijin smiled slightly, and then he said something shocking. I saved an old man before, he had no children, and he left all his property to me after he died. Now I can live comfortably by collecting rent, so I want to take some time to get used to the arrival of this huge sum of money. The supervisor was stunned after hearing this, and his face clearly said, Do you think I believe this? Although he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, the supervisor could see that she had made up her mind and could only sigh. Okay, since you insist on resigning, then hand over your work quickly so that I don't feel so upset. Yoon Xijin raised the corner of his mouth. Thank you for your understanding, supervisor. After the handover, I will treat everyone to afternoon tea, and it will be enough. The supervisor waved his hand helplessly. Go ahead and get things done quickly. After coming out of the supervisor's office, Sanging immediately came over to greet him. How's it going? Was it approved? Of course. Yoon Xijin shook the documents in his hand. As long as I hand over the work and get paid, I can leave. She handed the sorted information to Sanging. These are the lists I have on hand, some of which have notes on them. You can pick the ones you like, and help me distribute the rest to others. Also, please organize the afternoon tea. Sanging raised her eyebrows and said, Okay, I'll arrange it. While selecting the order, she started a chain of Ba Wang Cha Ji's ordering in the employee group and soon arranged everything properly. Done! Sanging raised her head. By the way, I really want to ask you, why did you suddenly resign? You have to give me a reasonable explanation, right? If I say I became rich overnight and don't want to go to work anymore, do you believe it? Yoon Xijin smiled and looked very relaxed. Sanging had a look on her face that said, Do you think I'm a fool? Don't tease me, how is that possible? It's true. Yoon Xijin helplessly spread her hands and stretched out her wrist to show Sanging her Piaget diamond watch. How do you think this watch is? It looks good, right? Sanging looked down and praised. It's very nice. What brand is it? Count, I bought it at Xijin department store. Yoon Xijin said calmly. Sanging was about to reply when her mind suddenly came to her senses, and she shut up abruptly. Xijin shopping mall. That's where the top luxury goods are gathered, and she had never even been inside. At this moment, her eyes swept over Yoon Xijin's clothes, Chanel-style suit, Valentino high heels, Hermes scarf, and her bag. Every single item was worth a lot of money. You are really a hidden talent. Sang Ying's eyes widened in shock. With this outfit, you can buy a house here. I've already told you that I've become rich overnight. Yoon Xijin spread his hands, looking helpless. Sang Ying was stunned for a few seconds, and finally chose to surrender. Okay, I'll believe whatever you say from now on. That's right. Yoon Xijin smiled proudly. By the way, what are you going to do after you quit your job? Although Sang Ying was impressed by Yoon Xijin's good fortune, she couldn't help but ask. Women, you have to have a career, you can't just hang around like this. Let's take a break first. Yoon Xijin knew that there were system tasks every day, and she had to stay flexible at all times. As for her career, it was not within her consideration for the time being. Chapter 13 Meeting Xingyang at the auction. Yoon Xijin distributed all the orders she had, and after the delivery man delivered their afternoon tea, she said goodbye to everyone and left the company. After leaving Dingxi building, Yoon Xijin went to Xijin shopping mall again. She remembered seeing the styling studio when she came here 2 days ago. Sure enough, Yoon Xijin finally found a styling studio on the 7th floor of Xijin shopping mall. The decoration looks quite warm and beautiful. Yoon Xijin was amazed by the decoration style as soon as she entered. Hello, welcome to the Wanmei styling studio. What kind of styling transformation would you like to have? Yoon Xijin's outfit today was obviously very much in keeping with the style of a wealthy young lady, and someone came to greet her as she entered the door. I'm going to a charity auction tonight. Do you have a stylist who can do this? The fact that Wanmei Modeling Studio can be opened in Xijin shopping mall proves that it has considerable strength. Yes, our stylist Xia Weining has done a lot of similar ones. However, Master Xia's price is a little bit more expensive than that of ordinary stylists. Yoon Xijin glanced at the other person and said, It doesn't matter. It's expensive for a reason. However, I hope the final result is worth the price, otherwise I will refuse to pay. Yoon Xijin said the ugly words first. Of course, we are building a reputation, not a one-time quick buck. Please sit here and wait. I will call stylist Xia Weining over for you. Yoon Xijin sat on a chair in front of a mirror. You know what, this chair is quite comfortable. The person who went to call the stylist came back soon, but he didn't look very good. Yoon Xijin could more or less guess what had happened, but since the other party didn't bring it up in front of her, Yoon Xijin pretended not to see it. Hello, ma'am. Master Xia is currently working on a styling project for someone else, so I am not available to do it for you right now. You may need to wait, or I can help you find out which stylist is available and call her for you. That's fine, but you need better skills. I won't pay you if it doesn't look good. You're kidding. Our stylists all have good reputations. They won't do anything that would ruin their reputation. After saying that, he went to contact a stylist for Yoon Xijin. Not long after, he came over with a man. Ma'am, this is Eric, the stylist in our store. He is also very experienced in evening party styling. This is Eric's portfolio. You can take a look. Yun Xijin took Eric's portfolio and flipped through it. There were indeed quite a few eye-catching looks. Okay, try to make it simpler, not too complicated. Yun Xijin doesn't like overly complicated styles, as they look messy and, if not careful, can look too tacky. Okay, let's go over here and wash our hair first. Eric brought Yun Xijin to the hair washing area in the store. In order to ensure the customer's privacy, Eric even drew the curtains. It took Yun Xijin a full 4 hours to complete this entire look. The dress and various jewelry she wore were all provided by the styling studio and were included in Yun Xijin's total spending. Because this payment was not made at the auction, Yun Xijin could only pay with his own card. But she has at least tens of millions in her card. It's possible that she can't even afford a hairstyle. However, when Yun Xijin came out of the Wanmei modeling studio, she remembered that she had driven out today and now she was wearing a dress and high heels, so she was completely unable to drive. Finally, Yun Xijin took out his cell phone and booked a designated driver online. Yun Xijin, wearing a white dress and standing next to the ice plum pink Porsche, suddenly became a scenic spot outside Xijin shopping mall. Many people took out their mobile phones and started taking videos of Yun Xijin. Yun Xijin really didn't have a good impression of people who started filming videos without even asking a single question. But now the other party has more people and more power. Yun Xijin can only lower his head silently to prevent them from taking a picture of his face. Fortunately, the designated driver arrived quickly. What surprised Yun Xijin was that the designated driver was actually a girl. Hello, the designated driver's license plate number is 7786. Yun Xijin checked the order information she had placed, and after confirming that there was no problem, she gave her the key and got into the back seat. Go to Xijin Hotel. Okay, fasten your seatbelts, please. Today's traffic rules are quite strict, and seatbelts are required in the back seat as well. Yun Xijin fastened her seatbelt as instructed. Xijin Hotel and Xijin Shopping Mall are not far from each other. Probably because they are both owned by Lu's group, they even have the same name. The car quickly arrived at Xijin Hotel, but it was still early and Yun Xijin didn't want to go out, so he simply booked a room and rested until the time came. At 7:50 in the evening, Yun Xijin came to the 9th floor of Xijin Hotel with her handbag. At this time, quite a few people could be seen in the entire auction venue. Yun Xijin used her handbag as a cover, took out the invitation letter given by the system from the system backpack, and handed it to the staff at the door who was checking the invitation letter. Seeing the invitation letter handed over by Yun Xijin, the staff member paused, then smiled and bowed his head. Good evening, Miss Yun, I will take you to your seat. There were no private rooms at the Lu's charity auction, and everyone was seated in the audience seats on the first floor. It's just that the front space is obviously much more spacious than the back space, and the various configurations are completely on a different level. The staff took Yun Xijin all the way to the front position. Although it was not in the middle, it was definitely not too far away. Yun Xijin could only sigh in his heart at this moment. Sure enough, the system knew whether there was a solution or not as soon as it took action. Ching ching. Yun Xijin. On a whim, she gave herself a pseudonym, never expecting to meet Xingyang again. Yun Xijin turned around and looked at Xingyang. Hee, Mr. Xing, good evening. Xingyang was followed by several people. When they heard Xingyang calling Yun Xijin, everyone looked towards Yun Xijin. Xiaoyang, do you know him? The person who spoke was a man standing next to Xingyang who did not look like a serious person. His style is similar to Xingyang's, but compared to him, Xingyang lacks some sophistication. Yes, the girl I told you about last time who enjoyed swearing at people. It's a pity that she didn't agree to go racing with me at that time. Xingyang showed a regretful expression on his face. Yun Xijin smiled wistfully, nodded slightly at a few people, and sat down in his seat. When the other people saw where Yun Xijin was sitting, they all looked towards Yun Xijin covertly. This location. Everyone take a seat. The auction is about to begin. Feeling that someone was sitting next to him, Yun Xijin looked up subconsciously. He was the one who was obviously the core figure among the people who had just walked with Xingyang. Yun Xijin smiled at Lu Yunk as a greeting, then turned around and tried his best to ignore the people around him. In order to divert attention, Yun Xijin picked up the list of auction items on the table in front and began to look through it. Chapter 14. A new understanding of Yun Xijin's financial resources. Originally, he was just casually browsing, but he didn't expect that Yun Xijin would actually take a fancy to several auction items. Yun Xijin secretly wrote down the auction items and then put the list back on the table. At 8 o'clock, the host announced the official start of the auction, then walked off the stage and replaced him with the auctioneer. The first item to be auctioned today is a set of white jade jewelry, which includes a pair of earrings, a pair of bracelets, a piece locket, and a jade hairpin shaped like a bamboo. However, the jewelry set was provided by a lady and had been worn before, so Yun Xijin had no intention of bidding on it. Xing, do you like this set of jewelry? Do you want me to take a picture of it for you? Xingyang didn't know when he exchanged seats with the person sitting on the other side of Yun Xijin. Seeing that Yun Xijin hadn't moved, he actually wanted to take a picture of the jewelry and give it to Yun Xijin. I appreciate your kindness, but I will take the photos myself if I want them. At best, they had only met twice, and Yun Xijin didn't think they were in a relationship where they could send gifts to each other. After being rejected, Xingyang secretly sighed and could only look for another opportunity to perform. The jewelry set was finally bought back by the lady who provided it for 1.2 million yuan. Yun Xijin didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. However, this auction is for charitable purposes, so there seems to be nothing wrong with the other party doing this. After all, it's someone else's own stuff, and the auction house doesn't have a rule that prevents people from bidding it back. In any case, the money they should pay won't be reduced by a penny. Soon, the staff brought up the second item. It is a piece of jade that has been completely unwrapped and unpolished. This piece of jade is as big as 2 adult men's hands. It has different shades of red all over. From a distance, it looks like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Yun Xijin was attracted by the jade at first sight. When Yun Xijin first saw it on the auction list, he noted it down as one of his targets. But there is still a difference between the picture and the real thing. The real thing is more shocking. The starting price of the red jade stone that has been reborn from the ashes is 500,000. Each bid increase must not be less than 50,000. The bidding begins. 600,000. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, people rushed to call out their prices. Yun Xijin looked at the soaring prices and sighed in his heart. These people really don't take money seriously at all. When the number of people bidding gradually decreased, Yun Xijin began to participate. 3 million. It was 2.8 million just now, but Yun Xijin raised it to 200,000 at once, and another person backed out. Xing, your way of calling. Yun Xijin didn't have time to pay attention to Xingyang. The other side had already called 3.05 million. Yun Xijin pursed his lips and said, 4 million. This time, even Lu Yunk, who had been silent all this time, raised his eyebrows. This way of calling is totally unconventional. 4.5 million! 8 million! 8 million directly defeated the 2 people who were bidding against Yun Xijin. Including her, there were only 3 people left. 10 million! 12 million! Yun Xijin had almost no hesitation, giving people the feeling that as long as the other party dared to bid, she would dare to follow suit. Xing, you are really the best bidder in the next auction. You bid the price without any hesitation. 12 million. The other party hesitated for a long time, but finally did not raise the price. Although the phoenix rising from the ashes is rare, the best way to get it is to have a craftsman polish it into the shape of a phoenix rising from the ashes and use it as a decorative ornament. However, this is difficult to sell and the price cannot be raised. There is absolutely no profit from 12 million. But it would be a pity to cut it directly into jewelry. After weighing the pros and cons, I finally decided to give up. After successfully bidding for this piece of phoenix rising red jadeite, Yun Xijin's mood visibly improved. In the following time, Yun Xijin also bought a violet jade bracelet and a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain vase. Xingyang was sitting next to Yun Xijin and was stunned by Yun Xijin's generous auction style. Xing. Wait a minute, my name is Yun Xijin, you should stop calling me Xing. Yun Xijin never expected that. He just didn't want to reveal his personal information to strangers, but in the end he would shoot himself in the foot. Every time Yun Xijin heard Xingyang calling her Xing, she felt particularly awkward. Xingyang. So I'm the only one who sincerely and seriously wants to make friends. Xijin, the auction isn't even halfway through yet, and you've already spent nearly 100 million. Are you sure your family has no objection? Anyway, Xingyang himself doesn't have that much money to spend. This is all my own money, and no one can say anything if I spend it. Yun Xijin did not say that she was an orphan. Xijin, is your target also the piece of land in the western suburbs? Many people are coming here for that piece of land. Yun Xijin really hadn't paid attention to this. When she was flipping through the list of items for auction just now, she didn't seem to see any land auction. What land? I didn't see any land auction on the auction list just now. Yun Xijin spoke seriously, but she didn't know that when other people heard her words, their eyes changed unpredictably. It's a piece of land in the western suburbs, right next to the resort that Lu is planning to develop. Brother Yunk and his team's target today is this piece of land. From what you said, it seems like this piece of land is a sure win. Yun Xijin was not interested at first, but after Xingyang said that, she suddenly became interested again. Lu Yunk, who listened to the entire conversation between the two, said, When you want to snatch land from me, could you please not do it in front of me? It's not just a sure win, it's a ton of money. If I had money, I would have competed. Xinjiang is still a college student, and the only pocket money he can get every month is a little bit, and the maximum amount will not exceed 20 million. Trying to buy land with 20 million is simply a pipe dream. You have no money, but I have money. Yun Xijin's interest in the piece of land reached its peak at this moment. Miss Yun wants to compete with us for that piece of land? Lu Yong spoke out of the blue, scaring Yun Xijin so much that he stepped back subconsciously. But he quickly realized. It's an auction, the highest bidder wins. Yun Xijin's words made Lu Yong stunned for a moment, then he chuckled. Miss Yun is right, the one with the highest bid wins. After that, the two never spoke again. Yun Xijin spent a huge sum of 3.8 billion to buy a 2,143.56 carat pink diamond, simply because this pink diamond touched Yun Xijin's few girlish hearts. This refreshed Lu Yong and Xing Yang's and others' understanding of Yun Xijin's financial resources. Originally, they thought Yun Xijin was just talking when he said he wanted to bid for the land, but now they had to take Yun Xijin seriously. If Yun Xijin can come up with 3.8 billion or even more cash flow, then she may really be able to buy this piece of land. As time passed, the auction finally came to an end, and the western suburbs land that many people had been looking forward to was finally delivered as the final item. Next, it's time for what everyone is looking forward to. The last lot of the night, the western suburbs land. The total area of this land is 400,000 square meters. The last lot, land in the western suburbs, starting price, 50 million, each bid increment must be no less than 100,000, the bidding begins. 80 million. 90 million. 100 million. Chapter 15. Yun Xijin's financial power is so terrifying. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, bidding sounds began to rise from below. Yun Xijin, Lu Yong and the others have not spoken yet. Those who bid at the front are basically cannon fodder. When the price almost reaches the expected price, the real competition begins. Xijin, how much money have you prepared? Xinjiang listened to the sounds of bidding one after another, and couldn't help but talk to Yun Xijin again. Yun Xijin glanced at Xinjiang. Brain is a good thing, but it's a pity that he doesn't have it. Ahem! Xiaoyang, if you ask this, aren't you just revealing all of Miss Yun's cards? Think before you speak next time. Li Yueqing coughed lightly and kindly reminded Xinjiang. Xinjiang then remembered what question he had just asked Yun Xijin, and his face turned red. Yun Xijin waved his hand, not really caring. Anyway, she can spend as much as she wants, there is no limit to the amount she can spend today. If she wanted, she could buy the entire auction. However, Yun Xijin is not such a greedy person. He will only participate in the auction when he comes across something he likes. The price of the land quickly soared to 1 billion. Li Yueqing, Fu Zhe and Lu Yong were already gearing up for the deal. Yun Xijin also sat up straighter. 2 billion! Li Yueqing added 1 billion yuan as soon as he opened his mouth, and screened out a lot of people. 2.5 billion. Fu Zhe was not willing to be left behind and added another 500 million. Yun Xijin looked at Lu Yong, who hadn't spoken yet. 3 billion. As soon as Lu Yong opened his mouth, another 500 million was asked. 3.5 billion. Yun Xijin is the only girl among all the remaining bidders. Xijin, do you still have money? You just spent 3.8 billion to buy that pink diamond. When Xinjiang heard Yun Xijin say another 3.5 billion, he felt extremely nervous. If you cannot pay for something at the auction held by Lu's company, it is not so easy to get away with it. Moreover, in Xinjiang's opinion, the richest families in Daijing are Lu, Li, Fu and Xing. However, the financial strength displayed by Yun Xijin today is completely comparable to that of their four major families, as if he was a hidden family that appeared out of nowhere. Of course, I'm not stupid. I would bid without money. Yun Xijin certainly knew the consequences of not being able to pay, and the fact that she bid a price proved that she had the ability to pay. 4 billion. Lu Yong followed Yun Xijin and raised the price. 4.1 billion. This time, Li Yueqing only added 100 million as a trial, but this also indirectly indicated that this price was probably his limit. 4.2 billion. The person bidding later was probably the one who thought Li Yueqing was out of money and might be able to get a bargain. 4.5 billion. Fu Zhe didn't give anyone else a chance. 5 billion. Yun Xijin added it very easily. Hearing the price Yun Xijin called out, Lu Yong frowned. This was already beyond their estimated price. 5 billion is just the money to buy the land, and the subsequent development is the big part. However, Lu Yong was not sure whether Yun Xijin had enough financial resources to make subsequent development investments after purchasing the land. If she can't do it, then it would be a waste of money to buy this land. Ms. Yun, have you ever thought about what project you plan to develop after purchasing the land? Subsequent development projects will also be a considerable expense. Ms. Yun can think it through carefully. Lu Young did not bid again. 5 billion was their final reserve price. Any more would not be worth it. The land in the western suburbs was finally successfully acquired by Yun Xijin for 5 billion yuan. Yeah, why do I want this piece of land? Yun Xijin was so happy bidding just now that she hadn't thought about what she was going to do with the item. But after Lu Young's reminder, she suddenly came to her senses. But the auctioneer's hammer had already fallen, and even if Yun Xijin wanted to regret it, there was nothing he could do. Lu Young, who had just walked past Yun Xijin, almost lost his balance when he heard Yun Xijin's muttering. So, they were tricked by Xingyang, right? If Xingyang and Yun Xijin hadn't mentioned the land in the western suburbs, Yun Xijin might not have participated in the auction, and the land would not have been won by a newbie like Yun Xijin. Yun Xijin thought about it for a while and stopped worrying about it. She thought that things would work out when the time comes. She could talk about the future later. The most important thing now was that she had to pay. Yun Xijin came to the payment counter, took out the black gold card that Manhwa had given her, and completed the payment smoothly. Consumption task. Please complete the consumption of 8,894,000,000 yen at the Lu's charity auction tonight. Completed. Mission reward. Triggering 3 times the reward, 26,682,000,000 yen has been issued to the host savings card. Manhwa specially hired a host-exclusive bodyguard group, equipped with a Manhwa brand 7-seater nanny car. When Yun Xijin heard about the reward for today's task, his eyes lit up. It turned out that someone was giving him a pillow just because he was dozing off. She was just thinking about how to bring these things back to Xingyu Huafu safely. Now that she has a bodyguard that she can afford, she feels more at ease. However, where is the bodyguard provided by the system? Just when Yun Xijin was about to ask the system, she saw a group of 7 people, each 1.8 meters tall, walking towards her. There was no need for Manhwa to explain now. Yun Xijin recognized at a glance that this was the bodyguard specially hired for her by Manhwa. Miss! 7 people bowed to Yun Xijin in unison, but Yun Xijin only felt that he had carved out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. Haha, no need to be so pretentious. I just bought these. Just help me load them into the car and escort me home safely. Yun Xijin adhered to the principle that as long as I am not embarrassed, others are embarrassed, and asked 7 bodyguards to help remove things. She held the land ownership documents herself, and asked them to help her get the other vases and diamonds. After Yun Xijin left with his 7 bodyguards, Lu Young and others appeared where Yun Xijin had just stood. Old Lu, what do you think? Yun Xijin's sudden appearance tonight caught them all off guard, and the piece of land in the western suburbs was auctioned off just like that. I don't think much of it. It's her ability that allowed her to bid for the land in the western suburbs. Do you want to take the land from her? Judging from Yun Xijin's performance at the auction tonight, he definitely doesn't seem to be short of the 5 billion. And those bodyguards always made Lu Young feel that they were not just ordinary bodyguards. How could that be possible? I was just thinking about whether I could work with her. Since she is willing to spend 5 billion yuan to buy land, she must have money for investment. Li Weqing had been thinking about the feasibility of this matter since Yun Xijin bought the land in the western suburbs. It has to be said that Li Weqing's words successfully opened up a new idea for Lu Young and others. That's not impossible, but who of us is going to talk to her? Li Weqing looked at Lu Young and the other 2. Chapter 16. What a coincidence. Yun Xijin didn't know that she had just attended an auction and the money in her hands was being targeted. She was now being escorted by 7 bodyguards, cautiously returning to Xingyu Mansion. Fortunately, Villa number 1 is large enough to accommodate a group of 7 bodyguards. Just put your things in my room, and then you can choose any room you want to live in, except the master bedroom. Yes, Mississippi. The leading bodyguard, with 7 other people, held the things Yun Xijin had taken pictures of today, and entered Yun Xijin's bedroom without looking around. After putting the things away, they quickly retreated. Yun Xijin looked at the things on the desk and put all the jewelry into the cloakroom. Yun Xijin placed the red jade phoenix ornament on the desk in the room. Other items like bracelets and jewelry were put into the cloakroom. Task release. Please spend 5 million yen before midnight tonight. Requirements. Use your left hand when swiping the card. Reward to be unlocked. When Yun Xijin woke up in the morning and saw the requirements behind the consumption task, he was silent. Isn't this similar to the joke about taking the left foot first today and then getting dumped? However, Yun Xijin just complained in her heart. No matter what the system task required, she could only complete it obediently according to the requirements even if she had any opinions. Fortunately, you just need to be careful to use your left hand when swiping the card, which is not a difficult requirement to accomplish. Yun Xijin finished her breakfast leisurely at home and drove to the place where she had rented a house before. Although she had moved to Xingyuhuafu these days, there were still many things in the rental house that she had not packed. Now that he has resigned and has 7 bodyguards, Yun Xijin is thinking about moving all his things out as soon as possible, and clearing out the house for the landlady to make it easier to find tenants. Wait here. I'll call you after I finish packing. The 7 bodyguards originally wanted to follow Yun Xijin up, but were stopped by Yun Xijin. It was a small 1-bedroom rental apartment, and it was really crowded with 7 tall and strong bodyguards entering at once. Besides, there are still a lot of her personal belongings in the house, so it would be more reassuring if I clean them up myself. Yes, Mississippi. Their duty is to protect Yun Xijin's safety. On the premise of ensuring Yun Xijin's personal safety, they need to obey any orders from Yun Xijin. Yun Xijin came to the rental house on the 2nd floor and simply packed up her clothes, shoes, and other personal belongings. Then I took some photos in the tenant complex built by the landlord's grandmother. Qingqing Xijin, my dears, I am about to move out. I am here today to move. I cannot take the things in the photos with me. If you need anything, you can come and get it. Actually, there wasn't much, just a small table, stools, hair dryer, clothes hanger, and other things bought during my stay. Yun Xijin thought no one would want her second-hand clothes and shoes, so she packed them into her suitcase and planned to find a place to donate them later. As soon as Yun Xijin appeared, many people in the group started talking. Some asked why Yun Xijin moved away, and some asked where Yun Xijin moved to. Of course, there were also some sarcastic people who asked Yun Xijin if he had become rich and didn't want to have anything to do with poor people like them. Yun Xijin simply ignored the messages. Just say it in the group, she will wait in the rental house for 1 hour, and anyone who wants to get something can come and get it within an hour. After this point, it will not be so easy to move things. After all, the landlady is not always available. Although Yun Xijin didn't have much money before, he compared and selected everything he bought carefully, and the quality was totally worth the price. So when Yun Xijin posted the photo, many people were interested and said they would come back from the company right away. Taking advantage of this time, Yun Xijin called the landlady again. The call was connected quickly. Hey! Little girl! What's the matter with calling me? The landlord's grandmother's kind and energetic voice came from the receiver, and Yun Xijin felt that her mood had improved a lot. Landlord, this is it. Didn't I call you before to tell you about checking out? I'm coming to move in today. When are you free? I'll return the keys to you. Oh. I'm not in Daijing right now, little girl. How about this? My grandson is in Daijing. I'll talk to him. I'll send you his contact information later, and you just give him the key. When Fang Xuxin heard Yun Xijin wanted to return the key, she remembered that she always felt like something was unfinished before she went out for the trip, and it turned out to be about the house key. Okay, then send me your phone number and I'll contact him. Okay, I'll hang up first. Wait a minute and I'll send it to you right away. Yun Xijin didn't have to wait long before Fang Xuxin sent her a phone number. There was also a voice message from the landlord's grandmother. Little girl, this is my grandson's phone number, just call him directly. Yun Xijin sent an okay emoticon to the landlord's grandmother. Yun Xijin directly dialed the phone number sent by the landlord's grandmother. The first call was hung up. Yun Xijin. It's normal to be hung up on calls from strangers. Just call again. Yun Xijin tried to calm herself down and dialed the number again. Fortunately, the second call went through. Hello, I'm Ms. Fang Xuxin's tenant. Your grandmother gave me the number. I'm moving out and need to return the keys, but the landlord's grandmother is not in imperial capital, so she asked me to contact you. Can you tell me how to return the keys to you? Either by mail or in person, it's fine. In order to avoid being hung up again, Yun Xijin immediately stated his identity, and then quickly recounted the whole story. The person on the other end of the phone paused for a long time before speaking. Ms. Yun, I'm Lu Yunk. Chapter 17, Clearing the Rental House and Returning the Keys. What? What the hell is this, Lu Yunk? Lu's auction. Lu's auction. Lu Yunk. Yun Xijin then remembered that no wonder the voice sounded familiar to him. It's Mr. Lu, what a coincidence. So, Mr. Lu, would you rather mail it or give it in person? Mr. Lu has something he wants to talk to Miss Yun about, so let's meet. Lu Yunk did not forget that Yun Xijin still held a piece of land in the western suburbs. Okay, when and where shall we meet? This afternoon, at 3 o'clock, Shiyu Cafe. Yun Xijin had nothing at the moment but plenty of time, so he agreed without hesitation. After hanging up the phone with Lu Yunk, Yun Xijin heard a sound in the stairwell outside. She stuck her head out and saw the neighbor girl across from her. The landlord's grandmother's house is across the street, and the two of them would occasionally make plans to have dinner or go shopping together. After a few visits, we became familiar with each other. Xijin, you don't know, I just saw a Porsche down there. That ice plum pink is so heartwarming, I'm so envious. As Lu Lanqi spoke, she naturally pulled Yun Xijin and looked down towards the window. Yun Xijin, is there a possibility that the car is mine? However, Yun Xijin did not tell this matter. After all, Lu Lanqi probably would not believe it even if she told her. If you envy me, then work hard to make money and strive for the day when you can afford it. How can it be better to have something yourself than to envy others? It's easy to say, but when saving money, buying a house must be the first priority. It is not easy to buy a house in Xijin. Don't think too much. You are the first one to arrive. In this room, apart from the appliances and furniture originally provided by the landlady, you can take whatever you like. Yun Xijin spoke very generously. Are you serious? I remember you spent a long time carefully selecting these things before buying them. I've already been attracted to many of them. Are you moving far away? Don't you want these things anymore? Lu Lanqi naturally thought that Yun Xijin might need to rent a house in another place for work, but it would be really strange if he didn't take anything with him when moving. It's quite far, and these things are hard to move. I've left the links, so you can just buy them later. Hurry up and pick them. I can help you move some while I'm free. Xingyu Huafu is indeed quite far from here. I want this. I've been eyeing your lazy sofa for a long time, and your set of dishes, but when I went to see it, it was out of stock. Lu Lanqi walked around the house with a bunch of things in her hands. Lu Lanqi! I was the first to see that lazy sofa. Yun Xijin and Lu Lanqi had just moved their things to the corridor, and before they had time to move into Lu Lanqi's house, they heard someone calling Lu Lanqi's name. The voice was so sharp that Yun Xijin wanted to cover his ears. Well, first come, first served, I've already said that in the group. There are other ones at home, would you like to take a look? Peng Jingjing is a typical princess with princess syndrome. Yun Xijin and Lu Lanqi don't usually play with her. I didn't hear her say anything in the group just now, so I thought she didn't want the things she left behind, but I didn't expect her to be the second one to come back. Now he is competing with Lu Lanqi for the lazy sofa. Yun Xijin is speechless. But she was going to move away soon, and she didn't want to take the blame on herself for causing Lu Lanqi to fall out with other people in the building. No! I don't like anything else. I just want this lazy sofa. Rather than saying that he despises it, it would be more accurate to say that this lazy sofa is the most expensive of all Yun Xijin's things. If the quality is good, the price will naturally go up. Yun Xijin saved up for a long time before she could afford to buy this. Just for this lazy sofa, Yun Xijin almost had to live on coarse food during that period of time. I've clearly said it in the group, first come first served. And you didn't ask for it in the group, Lanqi was the first one back, so if she wants it, it's hers. My things, I can give them to whomever I want. If you don't like other things, then don't come in and choose. I don't really want to give them to you. Lu Lanqi gave Yun Xijin a manual thumbs up, took out her key to open the door, and moved in all the things she had chosen. She is not a pushover. She would not give things to Peng Jingjing just because of a few words from her. If she wants something, she doesn't take the initiative to fight for it, but waits for others to leave the good things for her. She looks ordinary, but she has beautiful thoughts. You guys! I took leave from the company and rushed back. Do you know that because of this incident, I lost all my salary for today? Peng Jingjing's face was filled with indignation, and she looked at Yun Xijin with unfriendly eyes. If it weren't for this lazy sofa, there's no way she would rather have her salary deducted to come back. It's like everyone came back from leave. Who can you blame for being a step slower? I can tell you, I won't give you the lazy sofa. As soon as Lu Lanqi finished speaking, someone else came back. The person who came back this time was a boy who lived on the floor above Lu Lanqi. When he heard them arguing, he didn't know whether to go upstairs for a moment. The story of these three women, a weak man like him cannot stop them. Deng Ming, you're back? I've packed up all my things. You can take whatever you want except the landlord's furniture and appliances. First come, first served, while stocks last. Although Yun Xijin is a girl, many of the things she bought are simple in style and can be used by boys without any problems. Deng Ming nodded, carefully walked around Peng Jingjing, then quickly slipped into the door and selected what he needed. In the end, Deng Ming took a hair dryer, a small coffee table, and a floor lamp. When Peng Jingjing saw Deng Ming also took out something, she became anxious and ignored the conflict between her, Yun Xijin and Lu Lanqi just now. She rushed into the room and started to clear out the things inside. Yun Xijin was shocked when she saw Peng Jingjing taking whatever she saw at the door. Is this still the princess who is so particular about being exquisite from beginning to end? Over the next hour, people came back one after another, and the things inside were soon cleared out, leaving only a few things. Since everyone had taken leave, they took their things and went back to work. After clearing out the things, Xijin contacted a part-time worker, who cleaned the house from inside to outside, and then took videos and photos before stopping. After finishing all this, it was already noon. Xijin washed his hands, found a restaurant nearby to eat, and then drove back to Xingyuhuafu. Xijin was going to meet Lu Yunk in the afternoon, so she took a shower to wash off the smell of dust on her body from cleaning. We drove off at 1:30. The Shiyu Cafe that Lu Yunk mentioned is near the Lu Group building. When Xijin arrived by car, there were still 30 minutes until 3 o'clock. Xijin did not go to Shiyu Coffee Shop to wait, but got off the car and walked around, trying to find a place where she could spend the 5 million. It was not until 2:50 that Xijin stepped into Shiyu Coffee Shop, and Lu Yunk also arrived at this time. Chapter 18. I prefer to collect rent. Ms. Yun. When they met again, Lu Yunk saw Xijin, who was completely different from the one at yesterday's auction. Good afternoon, Mr. Lu. Good afternoon, let's go in first. Lu Yunk made a please gesture towards Xijin. Xijin smiled slightly and walked into the coffee shop, followed closely by Lu Yunk. Xijin looked around and quickly chose a 4-seater seat by the window. Sit here. Lu Yunk nodded and took a seat in an elegant manner. Xijin followed suit. The waiter, who had noticed the two of them, came over at this time and asked, "What would you like to drink?" "A cup of black coffee." "Cappuccino, thank you." Xijin took a look at the menu and made a decision. "Okay, please wait a moment, both of you." After saying that, he turned and left to place an order for them. After the waiter left, Xijin took out the key to the rental house from her bag and handed it to Lu Yunk. "Here are the keys. Everything inside has been cleared out. I also hired someone to clean the place. Here are the videos and photos I took after the cleaning. If there are no problems, let's sign the lease termination agreement." Lu Yunk was stunned by Xijin's decisiveness in talking about business as soon as he sat down. He thought Xijin would exchange some pleasantries with him before getting down to business. However, he still admired Xijin's style of doing things, and he himself did not like procrastination. "No problem, Miss Yun has tidied it up very neatly. I brought the contract with me, take a look at it." Lu Yunk took out 2 lease termination contracts from the briefcase he brought with him and handed one to Xijin. Xijin herself was not very good at reading contracts, but she had a system. When Manhwa told her that there was no problem with the contract, Xijin signed her name with confidence. Lu Yunk also signed his name in the Party A column and noted that it was a proxy signature. After all, it was Fang Xuxin who rented the house to Xijin, and he was just a person entrusted by Fang Xuxin to sign the lease termination contract with Xijin. After signing the contract, the waiter just brought over the coffee they ordered. "Please enjoy your coffee, both of you." After the waiter left, Xijin spoke up. "Mr. Lu said he wanted to talk to me about something." "What is it?" "Ms. Yun should know that at yesterday's auction, Li Weqing, Fu Zhe and I were only planning to bid for the land in the western suburbs. We didn't expect that Miss Yun would appear out of nowhere and bid for it." Xijin nodded, and she admitted it. "Miss Yun probably bought the land on a whim yesterday. I guess she doesn't have a development plan yet? I have a development plan here. I wonder if Miss Yun is interested in it?" As he spoke, Lu Yunk took out another document from his briefcase. It can be seen that the preparations are very thorough. Xijin opened the project development plan handed over by Lu Yunk. This is a hot spring resort development plan. The piece of land Xijin bought yesterday is exactly where the gap in the land is. Together with that piece of land, it can form a relatively complete circular plot of land. I've looked at the plan, and the location of that piece of land is indeed quite coincidental. But I don't quite understand, how could such a powerful consortium like Lu's miss a piece of land? For development projects like this, shouldn't the land have been prepared long ago? If it weren't for Miss Yun, I believe this land would belong to the Lu family. The original purpose of putting it up for auction was to give the project more exposure. Anyone with a little common sense would not compete with Lu's for it. Who would have known that Xijin, such a fierce girl, would suddenly appear? The key is, I actually took a picture of her. This is very infuriating. Xijin heard 3 parts of sarcasm, 3 parts of gnashing of teeth, and 4 parts of helplessness in Lu Yunk's words. Xijin touched her nose, thinking that she had indeed not thought this matter through carefully enough. That, we can discuss cooperation. At worst, I won't steal things from you next time there's an auction. Miss Yun, do you want to have another chance? Xijin didn't say anything else. She couldn't guarantee that. We are getting off topic. We are talking about the Shijiao Hot Spring Resort. Cooperation. I have no problem with that, but we need to make it clear how to cooperate. Xijin really didn't think too much when she was bidding for the land. If Lu Young hadn't come to her for cooperation, she might have sold the land at some point. But cooperating with Lu's company is also a good choice, as long as she can make money without doing anything. Of course, I have someone draw up a contract. Miss Yun can take a look at it. Yun Xijin put down the project plan and picked up the contract that Lu Young had just taken out. It has to be said that Lu Young's ability to sit firmly on the position of president of Lu Corporation at the age of 25 is beyond doubt. However, Yun Xijin soon discovered that in this contract, she had very little say in this project. Her piece of land occupies at least 10% of the total area of the development project, but she can only get 5% of the project dividend. Moreover, during the project development period, the land development rights of her plot of land will belong entirely to the Lu Group, and she cannot raise any objections to the development plan during this period. To be honest, Yun Xijin felt that Lu Young seemed to be treating her as a sucker. Well, I don't know much about the development of these projects, and I may not be able to find any problems if you guys trick me. But I am very interested in collecting rent. I will not participate in your project. I can find a team to build the resort according to your plan, and you just need to pay me rent every quarter. I believe that Lu's company should be able to afford even this little rent, right? Although investing in land sounds good, before the resort makes a profit, she is essentially giving the land to Lu for nothing, without any income at all. But renting is different. From the moment the lease contract takes effect, Lu has to pay her rent. It doesn't matter how much money she makes, all she wants is a stable income. Lu Young didn't expect that Yun Xijin would actually give him such a proposal, which he couldn't handle. No one would ever make such a proposal. After all, those who choose to cooperate basically have no financial support for development projects. Ms. Yun's proposal is novel. But I don't have the final say on this project alone. I will go back and discuss it with other directors of the company, and then give Miss Yun a reply. You are welcome, I am in no hurry. She doesn't need that little money, and it won't have any impact on Yun Xijin when the project is developed. But for Lu, time is money. Lu Young took a final sip of black coffee and said goodbye to Yun Xijin. As the president of the group, Lu Young's time is counted by seconds. It is already very rare for him to spare so much time to accompany Yun Xijin for coffee. Before leaving, he did not forget to pay the bill. Yun Xijin finished her cappuccino before slowly walking out of the cafe. After taking a walk just now, Yun Xijin discovered that there is a very hidden gem here that sells custom-made traditional clothing. The owner of this store is a well-maintained middle-aged woman named Wang Xuqin. She is wearing a slim-fitting cheongsam and has delicate makeup on her face. If she hadn't revealed to Yun Xijin that she was over 50 years old, Yun Xijin would have thought she was only 30 years old at first. Yun Xijin had no resistance to traditional clothing, so when she saw the place where custom-made clothes were available, she ran over after finishing her coffee. Because she didn't have enough time, she didn't order any clothes. She just chatted with Wang Xuqin for a few minutes and then left. Seeing Yun Xijin coming back again, Wang Xuqin's eyes lit up. Xiaoyun! Have you finished talking to your friends? That's about it. There are still some issues that need to be confirmed. We can only talk about it next time. I'll make custom clothes. Yun Xijin couldn't hide her love for the clothes she saw just by looking at them on display in the store. Okay. This is a style that the store often makes, take a look. Choose a style and we will give you a design. Feel free to ask for anything you want. Wang Xuqin handed Yun Xijin a thick booklet, which contained various traditional clothing styles. Chapter 19. Testing when buying a teapot at Antique Street. Yun Xijin flipped through a few pages and quickly chose a tank-style skirt in a more elegant sky blue color. However, the specific details can only be decided after Wang Xuqin's design drawings come out. Yun Xijin left her phone number and paid a deposit of 50,000 yuan. She also remembered to use her left hand when swiping the card. Although it is a drop in the bucket compared to 5 million, Yun Xijin will certainly not miss the money to spend on consumption tasks. After leaving the tailor shop, Yun Xijin walked towards where she had just parked her car. Yun Xijin? Just as Yun Xijin was about to pick up the car keys to open the door, she heard someone calling her name. When I turned around, I saw Xijin. Yun Xijin, bad luck. Why are you here? What are you doing here? Do you know where this is? This is not the place for you. This is where the Lu Group building is located. There are basically some high-rise buildings nearby, and most of them are filled with white-collar workers who get up early and go to bed late every day. However, Xia's family is not on this street. Just strolling around. She couldn't say that she had just had coffee with President Lu in the cafe because she had checked out. Looking at Xijin's expression, one would probably think that she is just bragging. Xiao will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow will be Grandpa's 80th birthday. If you come with me today, I will have someone prepare a dress for you. You have to attend Grandpa's birthday party too. No. Yun Xijin is not in the habit of asking others to embarrass her. Don't think she doesn't know. In order to take care of Xia Jiao, they plan to announce at the banquet that they will adopt her as their adopted daughter. In this way, she will be considered a member of the Xia family, but as an adopted daughter. Even if she doesn't have any money to spend freely, and doesn't have billions of dollars in assets, she doesn't care. What kind of people are they? Do they think they are RMB and everyone should like them? You are my parents' daughter. If you don't attend Grandpa's birthday party, how do you want the entire upper class of the imperial capital to view us? Xijin frowned, thinking that Yun Xijin was being unreasonable. Grandpa? Go ask around in the entire upper class circle of the imperial capital. Who knows that I, Yun Xijin, am the daughter of your Xia family who was replaced by a cat as the crown prince 21 years ago? You also said that I was the daughter of the Xia family. Since you found me, have you ever given me a penny? Have you ever cared about how I am doing now? How much pocket money does Xia Jiao get every month? How much do you give me? What do you give her as a birthday present every year? And what have you given me? These should have been mine. I was very generous not to ask her for them back. Even if I don't live with you, we are related by blood, so we should treat each other equally, right? I won't talk about other things, just pocket money. I heard that Xia Jiao makes 1 million a month. I am 21 years old, 252 months old, 1 million a month, that is 252 million. As my biological parents and my biological brother, shouldn't you make up for it? Yun Xijin's words blocked Xijin's words. He opened his mouth but said nothing in the end. Even with more than 200 million yuan in pocket money, Xijin didn't dare to accept it. Although the Xia family has some fame in the imperial capital, it is still difficult to come up with so much money at once. After all, a lot of money is in the company's account, and the money in their own accounts is actually not that much. Not everyone is Yun Xijin, who has a rich and inhumane system backing him up. Okay, I've said it many times, I won't go back to the Xia family, so when you see me in the future, just pretend you don't know me. I am also annoyed by your constant scolding. After all, you have never raised me. I don't know what kind of ungrateful people you are scolding me for. Yun Xijin walked around Xijin, got into the driving seat of Bing Meifin's car, stepped on the accelerator, and left. Any random brand nanny car followed closely behind. Looking at the car Yun Xijin was driving, Xijin wondered when Yun Xijin had the money to buy a Porsche? But before he could think about it, his cell phone rang. After answering the phone, Xia Jiao's sweet voice rang in his ears, and Xijin felt a little irritated for the first time. Yun Xijin had no idea about what happened next on Xijin's end. In order to spend money, Yun Xijin drove to the famous antique street in the capital. Regardless of whether the price can go up or not, spending money is her primary goal. Yun Xijin parked the car in a nearby parking lot and walked in with bodyguards Lingy to Lingqi. The vendors on the roadside kept shouting, and all kinds of sounds of soliciting customers were heard everywhere. Yun Xijin's target was directly the antique shop. However, there are many antique shops in the antique street. Yun Xijin compared them back and forth for a long time before finally choosing his target Jubiozai. The name sounds auspicious. There were not many people in the store. Yun Xijin only saw an old man wiping things carefully at the counter. He showed no intention of entertaining her when he saw her come in. However, after a quick look, Yun Xijin felt that this store should still have some heritage. Old man, I want a set of purple clay teapots. There is a tea room in Xinyu No. 1 Villa, but there are no tea sets. Yun Xijin doesn't drink tea much and has never bought any. Just today's consumption task reminded her that the tea room was still short of a set of tea sets, so she came over. After hearing Yun Xijin's words, the old man who was wiping something stopped what he was doing and carefully placed the things on the display case. Little girl knows tea? Although the old man seemed to be indifferent, he still answered every question. I'm not lying to you. I don't know much about tea. It's just that my tea room is missing a set of tea sets. It doesn't matter how much money it is, she just wants to spend it. If you don't know about tea, why buy a purple clay teapot? Just buy a set of modern ceramic tea sets from the outside and that will be enough. This means that you are unwilling to sell. Just tell me what you want in exchange for selling it to me. Price is not an issue. Do you really want to buy it? The old man looked at Yun Xijin. Certainly. As long as you pass my test, I will sell you this set of purple clay tea sets. What test? Yun Xijin looked at the old lady warily. She was not someone who could be easily fooled. Don't worry, this isn't a test that involves murder or arson. You just need to watch me learn how to make tea. If you can successfully make a pot of tea, you'll pass. The old man brought Yun Xijin to the tea room in the store, where a purple clay Pichot teapot was placed. The moment Yun Xijin saw the teapot, her eyes lit up. It was so cute. If I pass the test, in addition to selling me tea sets, I also want a teapot. After buying the tea sets, she went to buy some tea and made tea and raised her tea pet whenever she had time. Okay. I have a little golden pig. If you pass the test, I'll give it to you. It's a deal. The old man started to make tea, and Xijin watched intently. It must be said that even though he sold antiques, he still had a bit of ancient charm. Although Xijin had never been exposed to the art of tea, she had a good memory, and wrote down all of the old man's movements, imitating them one by one. In the end, she successfully brewed a pot of tea. Li Bingjin watched Xijin making tea and nodded secretly in his heart, thinking that the little girl did have some talent. Chapter 20. The system also has 2 days off. I didn't expect you to succeed. I got this set of purple clay tea sets from a friend. It was preserved from the Song dynasty and is like a family heirloom. If the family hadn't fallen on hard times and needed money urgently, they wouldn't have sold it, and I won't cheat you, just take the 2 million. Xijin picked up the set of purple clay tea sets and looked at it carefully for a long time. Although he couldn't tell what was special about it, it did feel very good to the touch. Okay, swipe the card. Xijin handed her black gold card to Li Bingjin with her left hand. Li Bingjin raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the black gold card in Xijin's hand. He didn't expect to meet such a rich man today. Okay, I'll pack your things for you. Be careful on your way back. I won't be responsible if anything gets bumped into or damaged once you leave this store. The unwritten rule of the antique street is that items cannot be returned once they leave the counter. This all depends on the judgment of the buyer and seller. If the judgment is right, then there will be profit. If the judgment is wrong, then you can only admit that you are out of luck. After all, the seller did not force the purchase or sale, and everyone acted on a voluntary basis. Lingqi, who was following behind Xijin, consciously helped Xijin carry things. Li Bingjin saw the bodyguard behind Xijin. Although he was surprised that Xijin actually had a bodyguard with him, he understood when he thought about where this place was. Unexpectedly, young people at such a young age know to protect themselves when they go out. After swiping the card, Li Bingjin returned the card to Xijin. Xijin took the card and continued strolling on the street. He looked left and right along the way, spending a few thousand here and tens of thousands there, and the remaining 2.95 million was spent unknowingly. Consumption task: spend 5 million yen before midnight tonight. Requirements: use your left hand when swiping the card. Completed. Mission reward: triggering 4 times the reward, 20 million yen has been issued to the host savings card, ownership of the Imperial Jade Lakeside community, and related certificates have been issued to the system backpack. Please check for them. When Xijin received the message that the task was completed, he just stopped in front of a small stall selling hand-woven ropes. He turned around and realized that people from Lingi to Lingqi already had a bunch of things in their hands. It seems like we bought a bit too much, so let's stop here for today and go home. The moment Xijin waved her hand and decided to go home, people from 01 to 077 felt relieved. Being assigned to perform tasks beside the system host is not so easy to accomplish. The owner of the hand-woven rope stall, all this wealth and prosperity did not fall on me after all. The news of Xijin's lavish spending in the antique street today had already spread throughout the street, and many people were praying that Xijin would patronize their stalls. It's not that no one wanted to make a move, but when they saw the 7 bodyguards following Xijin, no one had any ideas anymore. I can't beat him. According to the supreme law of the interstellar system, Saturday is a rest day and the host does not need to complete the consumption task. According to the interstellar system and host labor law, the host can use a maximum of 10 million yen in spending on rest days. The use of the amount is not mandatory, it cannot be accumulated, and rebates cannot be triggered, and there are no rewards. As soon as Xijin woke up from his sleep, he heard the system notification. The system actually has rest days, 10 million a day. However, Xijin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the use of the credit limit was not mandatory. You have to rack your brains every day to figure out how to spend your money. It may feel great at first, but you will become numb after a long time. Xijin got up from the bed, brushed her teeth, washed up, walked out of the room, and prepared to make herself breakfast. Good morning, miss! Suddenly a loud voice rang in his ears, scaring Xijin so much that he retreated tactically. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was the bodyguard Lingqi. Good morning! You! Miss, breakfast is ready and you can eat any time. Lingqi was wearing a black suit. He was about 1.8 meters tall, with a golden ratio figure. He was respectful and slightly bent over, looking like a gold medal builder. Can you cook? Aren't they bodyguards? Xijin originally thought that when she was free, she would hire a few chefs so that she wouldn't have to cook by herself. Also, Villa number 1 is too big, so in addition to the chef, we have to hire a few servants and a housekeeper. Yes, I used to be a chef in the gourmet plane. Wow! Yun Xijin looked at Lingqi differently. So Manhwa sent her 7 bodyguards and a chef for free? How come she encountered such a good thing? This is really great. So the dishes you can cook are all from the food plane. Can you cook dishes from Blue Star? Will the ingredients be different? Miss, you will know after trying it. Lingqi didn't want to talk too much about the food plane with Yun Xijin. Yun Xijin didn't ask any further questions, she just asked casually. When Lingqi didn't answer, she didn't ask again. However, when Yun Xijin arrived at the restaurant and saw the dazzling array of breakfasts on the table, she knew that Lingqi's cooking skills were definitely not simple. I can't finish this much, so you can ask others to come and eat together. By the way, do you guys come here without a change of clothes? I happen to be free today, let's go to the mall together and I'll pick out some clothes for you. Yun Xijin swallowed the steamed bun in her mouth, and then noticed that the clothes Lingqi was wearing today were exactly the same as yesterday. Although there is a dryer in the villa and the clothes can definitely dry overnight, we can't really let them wear the same set of clothes all the time. Lingqi really wanted to say that the clothes equipped by the system had an automatic cleaning function, but when he saw Yun Xijin's serious look, he did not say it. Okay miss, I'll notify the others. After having breakfast, Yun Xijin went back to her room to put on makeup and prepare for going out today. After Yun Xijin finished breakfast, people from 01 to 06 appeared from various places in the villa and came to the restaurant to eat. When everyone heard Lingqi say that Yun Xijin was going to buy clothes for them, their expressions changed and the atmosphere fell into a strange silence. However, they finished the breakfast on the table. The appetites of 7 grown men are beyond your imagination. By the time Yun Xijin had packed herself up and was ready to go out, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. On the way to Xijin Shopping Mall, Yun Xijin received several calls from unfamiliar numbers, and Yun Xijin hung up all of them. Arriving at Xijin Shopping Mall, Yun Xijin waved her hand and said, "Today is your home court. If you see anything you like, you can tell me. I'll pay for it." Yun Xijin shook the black gold card in his hand. "Thank you, miss, for your generosity." Yun Xijin. This deafening voice, is he trying to let her live in a 3-bedroom apartment for free? Keep a low profile. Go in and choose your clothes. You can choose any style you like. I am very democratic and will not force you to wear a suit or sunglasses. As soon as Yun Xijin said this, the eyes of the bodyguards behind him lit up. Miss, I like the clothes in that store. Lingqi was the first to speak, and Yun Xijin looked in the direction his finger pointed. Chapter 21 Meeting the Xia family. It turned out to be a cyberpunk-style trendy brand store. To be honest, Yun Xijin is not very fond of this flashy style. However, she had just said that she was a democratic host, so of course she couldn't refuse now. Okay, let's go to that store first. You can all take a look and tell me if there's anything you like. Yun Xijin and his group walked towards the trendy brand store in a mighty procession. Yun Xijin! Seeing this familiar voice and that condescending tone, Yun Xijin really wanted to curse that the voice was haunting her. Brother, is it sister? Yun Xijin knew who the delicate and weak voice belonged to without having to guess. Are you Yun Xijin? What is your relationship with them? Yun Xijin didn't even turn around. As soon as she heard the name, she knew it was her biological mother whom she had never met. When she turned around, she proved that her guess was correct. Today is the day Xia Jiaojiao is discharged from the hospital. After being discharged, she didn't go home to rest, but was in the mood to go shopping in the mall. It seems that her injuries are not serious enough. Anyone help me? What's your attitude? I'm your mother after all, and that's how you talk to me? Zhang Yichun originally had aversion to Yun Xijin, the daughter who suddenly showed up. Now seeing Yun Xijin's bad attitude towards her, her impression of Yun Xijin became even worse. I will talk to you the same way you talk to me. Is there anything you need? If not, I'll leave. I'm busy. She was still waiting to buy clothes for her bodyguards. Every second they delayed might result in her not being able to spend her 10 million daily salary today. Elder sister! Yun Xijin glanced at Xia Jiaojiao, whose eyes had turned red without her knowing, with a slightly cold look in her eyes. I'm an orphan. I don't have the habit of recognizing a sister. Besides, our birthdays are on the same day. It's not certain who was born first on that day. Don't come up and yell before you figure it out. Yun Xijin! Xia Jian didn't expect that Yun Xijin not only had a bad face towards him, but could also be so sarcastic and mean even to his elders and his sister who had just been discharged from the hospital. I can hear you. I've told you so many times that you should just pretend you don't know me when you meet me next time. Master Xia, do you not understand what I'm saying or what? They would quarrel every time they met. Yun Xijin was really annoyed. She glanced coldly at Xia Jian and was about to turn around and leave. Etc. Yun Xijin paused and looked at Xia Jian. If there is anything wrong, please release it. I told you yesterday that tomorrow is Grandpa's birthday party, and as the daughter of our Xia family, you should attend. We came out today to pick out a dress for Jiao Jiao, and since we've met, let's go together. Yun Xijin glanced at Xijin and said, Are you so persistent that you insist that I attend this birthday party? Yes. Yun Xijin smiled slightly, but the smile did not reach her eyes. Okay, then I'll do as you say. I'll choose the dress myself, and you just remember to pay. But I hope you won't regret it. Don't expect her to waste money on unnecessary consumption that is not part of her plan. Yun Xijin glanced at the three people, not intending to say more to them, and turned around to leave. Etc. Yun Xijin closed her eyes and told herself to stay calm. After a while, she turned around again and said, If you have anything else to say, please tell me all at once. You haven't told me what your relationship with them is. Zhang Yichun frowned and spoke impatiently. Sister, don't be angry. Mom cares about you too. After all, you are a girl, shopping in a mall with so many boys. Xia Jiaojiao stopped talking halfway through her sentence, but the remaining half left people with endless reverie. You are who you are, and you judge others by who they are. Look! Wearing a black suit and sunglasses, who would think of him as anything other than a bodyguard? You'd better be quiet and don't force me to do anything to you. Xia Jiaojiao pretended to be frightened, backed away with fear on her face, and hid behind Zhang Yichun. Evil girl! What do you want to do? Jiaojiao has just been discharged from the hospital. Do you want her to be hospitalized again right after being discharged? Yun Xijin. She can be hospitalized just by saying a few words. Is Xia Jiaojiao a paper man? Ms. Zhang Yichun, I hope you understand that you didn't raise me. Every penny I spend now was earned with my own hands. No one in your Xia family has the right to tell me what to do, including you, my biological mother. If there is any debt, it should be your Xia family that owes me. Yun Xijin's words left Xijin and Zhang Yichun speechless. They wanted to refute, but in the end they found that what Yun Xijin said was true. Only Xia Jiaojiao, in the corner where no one could see, had eyes that seemed to be filled with poison, and there was no trace of the little white flower in front of others at all. Okay, stop hanging around me, I'm busy! After saying that, Yun Xijin turned around and took the 7 people from 01 to 07 into the trendy brand store at the back. Yun Xijin is considered a famous wealthy woman in Xijin shopping mall. When people in the trendy brand store saw Yun Xijin, they came up to her enthusiastically. Mom, brother, this store seems to sell men's clothing. Is my sister buying clothes for those boys? After Xia Jiaojiao calmed herself down, she began her performance. Humph! As expected, he grew up outside, and his temperament has become wild. Xian, you should keep an eye on her from now on, don't let her ruin the reputation of our Xia family. Zhang Yichun did not have any motherly sympathy for her daughter at all. Instead, she was always worried about whether Yun Xijin would bring shame to the Xia family. Xia Jian glanced at Xia Jiaojiao with mixed feelings, but finally nodded. I understand. Alright, forget about her. Jiao Jiao's dress hasn't been chosen yet. Don't let irrelevant people ruin our mood. Zhang Yichun took Xia Jiaojiao's hand and led her to the shop where they usually made custom dresses. Xia Jian glanced at Yun Xijin in the trendy brand store and saw her taking clothes from the shelf as if they were free. She even compared the clothes to one of the men next to her. She pursed her lips and left behind Zhang Yichun and Xia Jiaojiao. Inside a trendy brand store. Okay, these are the ones I'll need. Please help me get him a size that he can wear. Yun Xijin didn't let Lingqi try it. After all, they had to buy clothes for 7 people today. It would take too much time if everyone tried it. Okay, wait a moment. When the clerk saw Yun Xijin took several sets at once, he was so happy that he smiled. As expected, she is a wealthy woman famous for her lavish spending in Xijin shopping mall. Just these few sets of clothes represent her sales for several days. Ms. Yun, the clothes you ordered are packed. Please come over here to check out. Yun Xijin nodded, handed the clothing bag to Lingqi, and followed the clerk to check out. Hello, your total spending is 128,000. Would you like to pay by card or cash? Swipe the card. Yun Xijin handed over the black gold card. After the checkout process was completed, Yun Xijin put the receipt into the packaging bag in Lingqi's hand and took them out of the cyberpunk fashion brand store, ready to move to the second store. Chapter 22 Xia Jiaojiao's Plan. In view of Yun Xijin's previous performance in Xijin shopping mall, knowing that Yun Xijin was going to buy clothes for the 7 bodyguards behind her, all the stores selling men's clothing in Xijin shopping mall were looking forward to it today. On the other hand, although Xia Jian and the other 2 were choosing a dress for Xia Jiaojiao, they would occasionally pay attention to Yun Xijin's movements in Xijin shopping mall. When Xijin heard that Xijin actually spent a huge amount of money in Jinxing shopping mall just to buy clothes for those bodyguards, he didn't know why, but he felt a little jealous. As Xijin's blood brother, he had never received any clothes from Xijin, but several bodyguards actually received them. Moreover, he couldn't understand why there would be an employer willing to buy clothes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars for a bodyguard, since Xijin didn't look like the type of person who was irrational because of love. Xian! Xian! Xijin was brought back to reality by Zhang Yichun's voice, and then he realized that his attention was attracted by Xijin again. Mom, what's wrong? Have you picked out your dress? Xijin originally didn't plan to go out shopping with him, but because Xia Jiaojiao pestered him so much, he finally agreed. But now seeing Xia Jiaojiao choosing a dress in the store without any worries and even in a willful and domineering manner, and then thinking about the way Xijin bought clothes for other men. Comparing the two, Xijin always felt a little depressed. But he couldn't tell why he felt uncomfortable. In his opinion, Xijin had indeed gone too far. After all, they were her relatives, but her attitude towards them was too bad. She was not as obedient and sensible as Jijiao. We've chosen it, but time is tight and we don't have time to make it custom-made, so we can only ask them to get a new product that hasn't been released yet. I've communicated with them that after we sell the dress Jiaojiao chose, they can't sell us a second one. What Jiaojiao likes must be unique in the world. Today they will tailor the dress to Jiaojiao's size and deliver it to her home tomorrow. Remember to have someone follow up. Zhang Yichun gave instructions to Xijin as if it was a matter of course. I understand, Mom. Then, anything else? After choosing the dress, Zhang Yichun also planned to take Xia Jiaojiao to buy some jewelry that would match the dress, so she sounded a little impatient when she spoke. Would you like to help take a look at Xijin's dress? Xijin felt that since it was Xijin's first time attending a banquet, she might not know much about dresses, so she wanted Zhang Yichun to help arrange it. Even though she couldn't be as open-hearted to Xijin as she was to Xia Jiaojiao, she was her own daughter after all, so she couldn't really just ignore her. She doesn't like me, so she definitely doesn't like what I choose, so I'd better not try to please her. There are a few more sets over there. You can just buy one according to her size. She doesn't understand these things anyway. Zhang Yichun raised her hand and pointed at several dresses hanging in the corner of the store. Just by looking at their placement, one could tell that these were slow-selling items in the store and their highest price would not exceed 200,000. What Xia Jiaojiao did just now cost them more than 1 million even after the discount for their membership. Xijin looked at Zhang Yichun, and he felt that he seemed to understand why Xijin was unwilling to return to the Xia family. If he were Xijin, he might be even more heartless than her. Xijin didn't say anything else and followed Zhang Yichun and Xia Jiaojiao silently. However, it wasn't long before his assistant called him and said there was something at the company that needed his attention. Mom, I have something to do at the company. I have to go back first. I will be responsible for your and Jiaojiao's spending today. You can just have someone put it on my account. Xijin often buys gifts for Xia Jiaojiao and Zhang Yichun, so he has his own accounts in almost all major brands. I know. Go do whatever you want. Your sister and I will buy some jewelry to match the dress and then we'll be back. Considering that Xia Jiaojiao had just been discharged from the hospital today, Zhang Yichun didn't plan to go shopping for too long today. After Xijin left, Xia Jiaojiao glanced at Zhang Yichun, who was concentrating on picking jewelry for her, and curled her lips. Mom, my sister seems to be always buying clothes for those boys. The things in Jinxing shopping mall are not cheap. Didn't my sister grow up in an orphanage? How can she afford to buy so many? Xia Jiaojiao asked in a puzzled manner. As expected, after hearing her words, Zhang Yichun paused in picking out the jewelry, and then an expression of disgust appeared on her face. Who knows where she gets her money from? Don't learn from her. She's just a shameless vixen. When Zhang Yichun insulted Xijin, her words and actions showed no tolerance of a mother, and she was even more sarcastic and mean than a stranger. Mom, my sister, she probably didn't do it on purpose. It's all my fault. I stole my sister's identity. If it weren't for me, my sister wouldn't. It was another routine of leaving something half-said and not continuing, but it was precisely this routine that caused Xijin's impression in Zhang Yichun's mind to drop significantly. Don't worry about her. Didn't she say she didn't want to go back to the Xia family? If she is so shameless, then don't go back. Although your father and your brother insisted on letting her attend your grandfather's banquet this time, you are the recognized eldest daughter of the Xia family, and no one can surpass you. Don't worry, Mom will always stand by you. Zhang Yichun's impression of Xijin soured, but it also gave Xia Jiaojiao peace of mind. Mom, I actually heard what you and my brother said just now. I know you will never abandon me, but I am your daughter after all. Since I bought a dress, I should have one too. I don't understand these things, so I will help you choose one. Although she was very reluctant to spend the Xia family's money to buy clothes for Yun Xijin, Xia Jiaojia wanted to take this opportunity to create a generous and decent image in front of everyone. So she couldn't just choose the dress for herself, she had to help Yun Xijin choose. As for what kind of choice she made, you can't blame her. Okay. Since you're speaking for her, Mom will join you in helping her choose a dress. Yun Xijin, who was still on her way to buy clothes for her bodyguard, didn't know that what she had said before about choosing the dress herself and letting Xia Jiyun pay for it suddenly became Xia Jiaojiao and Zhang Yichun helping her choose the dress. After entering all kinds of weird clothing stores, when it was Lingyi's turn, Yun Xijin finally saw some slightly normal men's clothing. Yun Xijin's eyes began to light up when he looked at Lingyi. Sure enough, there is a reason why it ranks first. This. Take them all, take his yardage. As soon as Yun Xijin entered the store, she pointed at several simple yet design-rich shirts and t-shirts and asked the clerk to pack them up. Yun Xijin looked at the clothes on the hangers in the store and wanted to pack up all the ones she liked and take them away with her. It is really not easy to have a bodyguard with normal aesthetic taste. However, when he turned around, he saw a very familiar face, and Yun Xijin showed a surprised expression. Miss Yun, we meet again. Lu Yonk had not expected that. When he came to Jinxing shopping mall for an inspection on a whim, he saw Yun Xijin shopping spreely in the mall. However, when Lu Yonk saw the shop where Yun Xijin was waiting, he felt a little confused. Chapter 23 Xia Jiaojiao pesters Lu Yonk. Mr. Lu, what a coincidence. After Yun Xijin finished speaking, he remembered that this seemed to be a shopping mall under the Lu group, so it didn't seem strange that Lu Yonk would appear here. What a coincidence, Miss Yun, are you buying clothes for your boyfriend? When asking this question, Lu Yonk himself did not notice that his hand hanging by his side curled up. No, I bought it for them. Yun Xijin pointed at the 7 bodyguards behind her. They are my bodyguard. Lu Yonk nodded to show that he understood, and he didn't know when he loosened his curled hands. Then I won't bother you, Miss Yun. I wish you a happy shopping. If you encounter any problems here, Miss Yun can call me at any time. Lu Yonk's words further elevated Yun Xijin's status in the hearts of the SAs at Jinxing shopping mall. Okay, Mr. Lu, take care. As soon as Yun Xijin finished speaking, Lu Yonk was about to take his men away, but was stopped by a white figure that suddenly appeared. Brother Yonk! It's really you! Who else could it be but Xia Jiaojiao's voice, which is so sweet that it gives people goosebumps. Yun Xijin was standing in the store and couldn't help but shiver a few times when he heard the voice. He couldn't imagine how uncomfortable Lu Yonk, who was the first to be affected, would feel. But Yun Xijin thought again, maybe Lu Yonk likes this style? Don't many boys nowadays like girls who are coquettish and can arouse their desire to protect them? However, everything was contrary to what Yun Xijin had guessed. When Xia Jiaojia was about to pounce on Lu Yonk quickly stepped back, and the bodyguard following behind him also stopped Xia Jiaojia from rushing forward in time. Throw it out! Lu Yonk rarely gets into an awkward situation, and it was obvious that Xia Jiaojiao had successfully touched Lu Yonk's sore spot. Yes! Mr. Lu! Brother Yonk! Let me go! Wait! Let my daughter go! What did she do to deserve this? You want to take her away in broad daylight? Is there any law? 2 bodyguards held Xia Jiaojiao's arms and wanted to carry her out to the mall entrance, but were blocked by Zhang Yichun, who suddenly ran over. Zhang Yichun was old, and the bodyguards were restrained when they started fighting, so Xia Jiaojiao actually managed to break free from the grip of 2 bodyguards. As soon as she regained her freedom, Xia Jiaojiao didn't even have time to care about Zhang Yichun, and ran towards Lu Yonk persistently. However, he was stopped by the quick-eyed and quick-handed bodyguard 3 meters away from Lu Yonk. Xia Jiaojiao knew that she couldn't get through the wall of bodyguards, but she didn't want to give up this rare opportunity. From a distance of 3 meters, she began to introduce herself in a coquettish voice. Brother Yonk, I'm Jiaojiao. We met at the birthday party of Mr. Li. Don't you remember me? I don't care whether you are a lower or upper Jiaojiao. If you dare to stand in front of me again, I will let you know how the Xia group went bankrupt overnight. Being able to sit firmly on the position of the president of Lu Group at the young age of 25, Lu Yonk has never been a good-for-nothing who indulges in women. Not to mention, he has never been interested in women. Puff! Yun Xijin was watching the show in the men's clothing store. When he heard how Lu Yonk dealt with Xia Jiaojiao in the end, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lu Yonk turned his head to look in the direction of Yun Xijin, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. People who didn't look carefully couldn't tell the difference at all. Miss Yun, are you satisfied with this play? Lu Yonk turned to look at Yun Xijin with a slightly teasing tone in his voice. Yeah, I'm quite satisfied. Yun Xijin nodded seriously. Yun Xijin! You are still laughing here! Don't you see how Jiao Jiao has been bullied? Zhang Yichun only now realized that Yun Xijin was also there. Seeing Xia Jiao Jiao being bullied, instead of helping her family, she actually took advantage of the situation and laughed at her. Ms. Zhang, are you so nosy that you have to control why I laugh? Moreover, it was clearly your daughter who was trying to pounce on Mr. Lu, but Mr. Lu just asked the bodyguard to stop her. He was very generous not to call the police to report her for harassment. If you asked me, Mr. Lu, you are too generous. If I were you, I would have called the police long ago if I had been harassed like this. Elder sister. Hearing Xia Jiaojiao calling Yun Xijin's sister, Lu Yonk raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that there is a story between these people. However, since they were still in a public place, Lu Yonk did not ask. Miss Xiao, your problem of randomly recognizing brothers and sisters is really serious. Lu Yonk nodded. He was indeed seriously ill. Yun Xijin, Jiaojiao has just been discharged from the hospital. Can't you be more accommodating to her? Since you know Mr. Lu, then you can talk to him. Jiaojiao didn't do it on purpose. She just likes Mr. Lu too much, so she lost her sense of proportion for a moment. But I believe that Mr. Lu is magnanimous and will not hold it against Jiaojiao, right? No, I'm a pretty stingy person. Please ask Ms. Zhang to take good care of Ms. Xia and not to appear in front of me again. Otherwise, I might be in a bad mood and want to buy 1 or 2 companies to relax. I know. I will definitely warn her when I get back. I will never appear in front of President Lu again. Previously, Zhang Yichun failed to control her attitude due to her concern. Now that she has calmed down, Zhang Yichun only wants Lu Yong to let them go. After all, the Xia family has absolutely no chance of winning against the Lu family. If Xia Jingguang knew that the Xia family was suppressed by the Lu family because of her and Xia Jiaojiao, they would be kicked out of the house in a short time. After being married for more than 20 years, Zhang Yichun still has some understanding of Xia Jingguang's true face. Mother! How could Xia Jiaojiao agree when she heard Lu Yonk say that he would never let her appear in front of him again? She was still thinking of using her talent and appearance to show off in front of Lu Yonk, and then marry into the Lu family and become the Lu family's young lady. She has always liked Lu Yonk. Her mother knows that. Moreover, now that she knows that she is not the biological daughter of the Xia family, she must of course plan for her future, and Lu Yonk is the best future she can imagine. How could he let her never appear in front of Lu Yonk again? Jiaojiao, Mr. Lu is angry now, let's go home first. Zhang Yichun winked at Xia Jiaojiao. She certainly knew what Xia Jiaojiao felt about Lu Yonk, and she was also very satisfied with Lu Yonk as a son-in-law, but now was not the time to talk about this. Xia Jiaojiao understood Zhang Yichun's eyes. Although she was reluctant, she finally compromised. After the mother and daughter left, Lu Yonk looked at Yun Xijin again and said, I forgot to mention it just now. Regarding the land in the western suburbs, I wonder when Miss Yun is free. Let's sit down and discuss it in detail. Yun Xijin must not give up the piece of land he bought, but how to cooperate is still under discussion. Sure, I'm not going to work right now. Mr. Lu can always contact me when he has time. Yun Xijin was still very willing to cooperate with Lu's company in the development of land in the western suburbs. Then Miss Yun, please come to Lu's to see me at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The project plan I showed you before is just a simplified version. The detailed project plan can only be circulated within the company and cannot be taken out of the Lu's building, so I will trouble Miss Yun to come to Lu's. No problem, I'll be there on time tomorrow. Chapter 24 Talking about cooperation with Lu. After Lu Yonk left, Yun Xijin continued to choose clothes for the 7 bodyguards. In the end, he spent a total of 5 million on buying clothes, shoes, etc. for the bodyguards. Yun Xijin donated the remaining 5 million to the beauty salon. Why do those celebrities who are in their 30s, 40s or even 50s still look like they are in their 20s? The reason is that they spent money on their faces. There is a difference between buying skincare products for daily skincare and deep professional skincare in a beauty salon. Jinxing Shopping Mall is worthy of being the most expensive but most comprehensive shopping mall in Daijing. Yun Xijin found a beauty salon on the 10th floor that has excellent decoration, service attitude and product reputation. Of course, the price is also very beautiful. However, anything that can be solved with money is not a problem for Yun Xijin. Because Yun Xijin recharged 5 million at one time, the owner of Chili Women's Beauty Salon immediately arranged a one-on-one beauty plan for Yun Xijin by a senior beautician. Although Yun Xijin has the advantage of being young and her face is full of collagen, there are still some blemishes if you look closely. For example, some mild red blood streaks, sunspots caused by prolonged sun exposure, and so on. Beauticians will carry out this maintenance and repair plan for Yun Xijin one by one. Of course, this maintenance and repair plan needs to be adhered to for a long time, based on health and environmental protection. In other words, Yun Xijin will be spending her time at this beauty salon for a long time. Although he knew that he was being taken advantage of, Yun Xijin didn't mind. This can be considered as a way for her to spend money for her future consumption tasks. As long as she recharges, the money is considered spent. In the single beauty room, Yun Xijin lay on the bed, enjoying the massage from the beautician comfortably. During this time, Yun Xijin's mobile phone made 2 text message sounds, but Yun Xijin didn't care. The beautician was also focused on the massage and didn't pay much attention to this little thing. 2 hours later. Yun Xijin's first experience at the beauty salon today finally ended. Yun Xijin opened her mobile phone as usual and saw a small red dot with the number 2 on the text message icon. Yun Xijin had an obsessive-compulsive disorder and couldn't stand the sight of small red dots, so she just clicked it. Upon closer inspection, it was a message from the bank. Yun Xijin clicked it calmly. The next second, Xun Zhao's eyes widened. She checked WeChat again and it was true. Su Yuanfu and Wu Yutang had both sent her messages. They had both sent her the rent today. The rent at Nanjiao Auto Expo City is a little less, 500 million yuan a month, and the rent is paid quarterly, which is 1.5 billion yuan. As for the Dingxi building, the whole building has 88 floors and each floor has 100 office units. The monthly rent of one office unit is 300,000, which is 7.92 billion for 3 months. The parking fee is different every month. This time the parking fee in the first quarter is 30 million. This gave Yun Xijin nearly 10 billion yuan. However, Yun Xijin quickly calmed down. As a legal citizen of China, of course he had to pay the taxes. Yun Xijin handed the tax payment task to Ling Lu, who was said to have done all kinds of jobs before being chosen by the system to be a bodyguard. After all, she didn't study accounting. If she missed something and was eventually found out and defined as tax evasion, that would be bad. 6. You have a long way to go. You must not cheat or be cunning. You must pay taxes according to the law, don't you understand? Understood. Don't worry, miss, I won't miss a penny. Hearing Ling Lu's affirmative answer, Yun Xijin finally put his heart at ease. Sunday. During the system weekends, Yun Xijin is still a worker with a daily salary of 10 million yuan who does not need to complete any consumption tasks. Because he had an appointment with Lu Young to discuss the Western Suburbs Development Project at Lu's group at 10 a.m., Yun Xijin set out from Xinyu Huafu at 8:30 and finally arrived downstairs at Lu's group at 9:50. This was Yun Xijin's first time entering the Lu group. If it had been in the past, she would never have dreamed that one day she would step into Lu's company and even discuss a project with the president of Lu's company. Lu Young had already received the news when Yun Xijin arrived at the Lu Group building. In order to successfully sign a cooperation contract with Yun Xijin, Lu Young specially set aside 2 hours today to discuss with Yun Xijin how she could cooperate with Lu's company. Hello, I'm looking for your CEO Lu. Yun Xijin walked to the front desk and politely explained the purpose of his visit. Do you have an appointment? Your CEO Lu and I made an appointment at 10 o'clock yesterday. Hold on. The receptionist picked up the phone and called the president's office to confirm. Hello, Miss Yun. I am Qingqing, the special assistant of Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu told me yesterday that I would come down to pick you up at 10 o'clock today. Please come this way. When the front desk clerk saw Qingqing and heard what Qingqing and Yun Xijin said, she knew that what Yun Xijin had just said was true. It turned out that they were not those rich girls who lied to her that they had an appointment in order to get close to Mr. Lu, thinking they could sneak into the Lu company. The receptionist secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she did not do anything inappropriate because of her preconceived ideas. Otherwise, what would be waiting for her now would probably be a dismissal letter from the Human Resources Department. Qingqing brought Yun Xijin and took Lu Young's exclusive elevator to the small conference room on the top floor of Lu Group. Lu Young was already waiting inside. Ms. Yun, good morning. Please take a seat. Lu Group is indeed worthy of its reputation. Yun Xijin sat down on the chair opposite Lu Young while talking. I don't like to talk nonsense. Here is the detailed plan made by Lu's company for the Shijiao Hot Spring Resort. It contains design drawings, all of which are 3D structural drawings. They will allow Miss Yun to more intuitively feel our design concepts and details. Lu Young turned the laptop in front of him so that the screen was facing Yun Xijin. Yun Xijin adjusted the angle of the computer and began to slide through the project plan. It was indeed much more detailed than what she had shown before at the Shiyu Cafe, and the 3D structural diagram was extremely realistic. If she hadn't known that it was a homemade picture, she would have thought it was an architectural drawing taken at some scenic spot. Just by looking at the project plan, Yun Xijin could feel the huge investment funds for this project and the importance that Lu Group attached to this project. But it's true, if he didn't take it seriously, Lu Young wouldn't have come to her in person to discuss cooperation. Yun Zijin read the entire project plan from beginning to end and had to admit that even though she was a layman, she still felt that the project had very good prospects. This project, as Mr. Lu said, is very worth investing in. Miss Yun, if you have any concerns, please tell me all at once. I will try my best to satisfy you as long as I can. According to the contract you gave me before, not only did I have to provide the land, but I also had to pay for the subsequent development because the land was used as a share. My land accounted for 10% of the total construction area of the project, but I could only get 5% of the project's profit. It was just a dry share, and I couldn't do anything except dividends. Mr. Lu, don't you think that I am too young to understand the contract, and just give me some dividends to get rid of me? Chapter 25 Happy Cooperation. This is just a draft contract, and the final terms of cooperation will of course be implemented based on the terms we finally negotiated. I know what Miss Yun means. 5% of the profit share is indeed a little too little. I can make the decision and give Miss Yun 2 more points. After all, from the design drawings to the construction team, they are all Lu's, and the labor costs are also borne by Lu. The entire project construction is also a considerable expense. I hope Miss Yun can understand. Of course, I understand Mr. Lu's difficulties very well, so I have also proposed another way of cooperation. I will not invest in the company by way of land, but I can develop the business together with the Lu family, and I will bear all the development costs of my land personally. This piece of land and the buildings on it still all belong to me. The Lu family only needs to pay me a certain amount of rent every year, and they can use or transform this land without any worries. I don't even need to be paid dividends. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Hearing Yun Zijin's words, Lu Yong frowned slightly. If they had to pay rent every year, it would mean that they would have one more expense during the project development period. The amount of money Lu has invested in the entire resort is fixed. If there is an additional rent, they will have to re-coordinate the money for project development, which is not a difficult task. What is the rent Miss Yun has in mind? I won't take advantage of you. I also have a piece of land in the southern suburbs, which is about half the size of this piece of land in the western suburbs. The annual rent of that piece of land is 6 billion yuan, and I will give you a rent of 12 billion yuan a year for this piece of land in the western suburbs. Before the project is completed, I will give you a 10% discount, 10.8 billion a year. 10.8 billion is for you to make. This number is auspicious, isn't it generous? Yun Zijin felt that she was a kind and good landlord because she gave them a discount. Wow, he asked for 10 billion right away. Lu Yong had to admire Yun Zijin's way of thinking. She doesn't want shares and only wants to collect rent. Should he praise her and say that she is worthy of being you? Miss Yun, you are so admirable. If I give you the 10 billion, I won't have to develop this project anymore. The project collapsed midway due to lack of funding. It's also possible to collect it once a quarter. 3 billion a quarter, 90% off is 2.7 billion. It shouldn't be impossible to get it out, right? Yun Zijin gave Lu Yong an expression that said, No way, no way. The Lu group can't even come up with 2.7 billion. I've already divided it into 4 installments for you. What else do you want? Let me think about it. Lu Yong began to do a quick calculation in his mind, wondering whether it would be more cost-effective to let Yun Zijin invest in the company with the land, or to pay Yun Zijin rent every year. The most important thing is that if Yun Zijin leases the land to Lu's company, they will have to pay Yun Zijin at least 1 quarter's rent. Even if Yun Zijin gave a 10% discount, 2.7 billion is still not a small amount. However, after conducting a series of analyses and calculations in his brain, Lu Yong finally determined that paying Yun Zijin rent every year was relatively more cost-effective for the Lu family. However, the rental period needs to be carefully discussed. I can agree to your condition, but it must be clearly stated in the contract that the Lu family has the priority right to lease this land. You cannot rent the land to others until Lu has clearly given up the lease. This must be included, otherwise, when the lease contract expires, Yun Zijin will just say, I won't rent it out anymore, and they will suffer a huge loss. Yes, but if you are overdue for 15 days or more when the rent is due, I have the right to take back the land and rent it out again. She could give them the right of priority to lease the land, but there had to be corresponding restrictive conditions. Otherwise, if Lu refused to lease the land and did not clearly state that they gave up the lease, then she couldn't just leave such a large piece of land lying idle. Lu Yong had no objection to Yun Zijin's request. Yun Zijin and Lu Yong argued back and forth over the requirements of the lease contract for more than an hour before it was finally over. Looking at the freshly made lease contract in his hand, Yun Zijin's face showed a very happy expression. It's another day to collect rent. Miss Yun, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Lu Yong stood up and extended his hand to Yun Zijin. It's a pleasure to work with you. Yun Zijin also stood up and raised his hand to hold Lu Yong's hand generously. When Yun Zijin's hand came up, Lu Yong subconsciously clenched it, feeling the soft and boneless touch in the palm of his hand. Lu Yong felt something strange in his heart, but the feeling quickly disappeared without Lu Yong himself noticing. After about a second or two, they let go of each other's hands. It's time to get off work. If Miss Yun doesn't mind, I'll host you to celebrate our successful cooperation. Yun Zijin looked at the time and it was indeed a few minutes past 12 o'clock, just in time for lunch. Then I will respectfully obey your command. Yun Zijin had a pretty good impression of Lu Yong and was not opposed to him treating her to a meal. Moreover, from the few times they spent time together, Yun Zijin could also feel that Lu Yong was a very orderly person. Then, Lucian Pavilion? Their Buddha jumps over the wall is pretty good. When Yun Zijin heard about Buddha jumps over the wall, his eyes lit up. Everyone in China knows Buddha jumps over the wall, but there are very few authentic versions. Since Lu Yong said it was good, it must be the authentic Buddha jumps over the wall. I'm not familiar with this place, I'll listen to you. Then let's go. It's only 10 minutes drive. It's not far. Yun Zijin and Lu Yong took the elevator down to the underground parking lot of Lu's building. I drove here. Mr. Lu, tell me the address and I'll drive over myself. Next to Yun Zijin's car was the Subianhua brand nanny car driven by Ling Yi and his friends, and everyone was in the car. I'll send the location. Oh, I just remembered that I don't have Miss Yun's WeChat yet. It's a bit unreasonable that I don't have Miss Yun's WeChat after meeting her so many times. Yun Zijin laughed, took out his mobile phone, opened his identity QR code, and handed it to Lu Yong. It is an honor for ordinary people like me to be able to add Mr. Lu's WeChat. Yun Zijin agreed to Lu Yong's friend request, and the other party quickly sent a location. Yes, Miss Yun, who could spend 5 billion to snatch the land from me, is quite ordinary. Lu Yong was very good at making this reverse comment. Speaking of the land-grabbing incident, Yun Zijin touched his nose and laughed dryly. Aren't we going to have dinner? I'm going to drive. After saying that, she took small steps and ran towards Bing Meifan, who was still very conspicuous among the luxury cars. Lu Yong waited for Yun Zijin to drive before following Ling Yi and their nanny car out of the parking lot. Lucian Pavilion is considered a time-honored brand in Imperial Capital. Not only the private rooms, but even the seats in the lobby outside must be reserved based on quick hands. Lu Yong was obviously a regular here. As soon as he came in, someone came to greet him and was able to accurately recognize his identity. It was the first time for Yun Zijin to eat in such a high-end place, but she remained calm. After all, she was now a wealthy woman who could afford to eat in high-end restaurants. Chapter 26. There are many industries. Considering that this was their first time to eat alone, Lu Yong specifically asked for a booth in the hall to avoid feeling uncomfortable with Yun Zijin in the enclosed space of the box. The waiter led the two of them and soon they arrived at the booth that Lu Yong had reserved. The waiter picked up the tablet on the table, opened the menu and handed it to the two people. Here is the menu. Would you like to order now? Yes, order now. Lu Yong signaled to the waiter to give the tablet to Yun Zijin and let her order first. This is my first time here, I'm not familiar with it, so I'd better order it, Mr. Lu. Yun Zijin actually doesn't like ordering food when she eats. She prefers someone to help her order, and she can just wait and eat. Okay, is there anything you should avoid eating? Lu Yong asked as he took the tablet in his hands. Don't eat offal. You can have onions, ginger and garlic, but it's best not to have too much. Yun Zijin doesn't reject onions, ginger and garlic, but she doesn't like them either. If there are too many of them, she will most likely refuse to eat the dish. Lu Yong nodded to show that he understood. His hands kept moving and soon he finished ordering. The waiter took the tablet, operated it quickly, and put it back on the table. The menu has been sent to the kitchen. Please wait a moment. After the waiter finished speaking, he turned around to serve other guests. Yun Zijin and Lu Yong sat in their seats, and no one spoke for a long time. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward for a moment. Just like when the clouds are low it rains, when you sing softly I am moved. Yun Zijin's cell phone rang at this time, and they both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The call came at the right time. Let me take a call. Yun Zijin picked up the phone and pointed to the incoming call on the screen. Miss Yun, please feel free to do as you please. Of course Lu Yong would not refuse. He was even grateful for the phone call for easing the awkward atmosphere between them. Yun Zijin swiped the answer button. Hello? Good afternoon, Miss Yun. I'm Wang Zhongxin, the property manager of the Faitsui Lakeside community. I received news yesterday that our community has been bought in full by Miss Yun. I saw that you didn't come yesterday, so I called to ask you if there is a house in the community that needs to be rented out. Our property can fully handle this matter for you. After hearing Wang Zhongxin's self-introduction and the Emerald Lakeside community he mentioned, Yun Xijin remembered that after she spent 5 million on Antique Street yesterday, the system gave her a rebate of 20 million and also rewarded her with a community. Today she was so busy chatting with Lu Yunk at Lu's about cooperation on the West Suburbs project that she forgot about the matter at Emerald Lake. Oh, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Look, the house must be rented out, but I still need to go and see the details. I'll be there at 2 p.m. Please have someone prepare the documents. Emerald Lakeside is a newly completed residential area. I don't know how the system worked, but they actually bought out the entire community. When Yun Xijin thinks about it now, he finds it unbelievable. But none of this matters. Yun Xijin just needs to know that all the procedures are legal and compliant, and she has to pay the taxes. Okay. On behalf of all the property staff, I look forward to your visit. Yun Xijin felt embarrassed after hearing what Wang Xiongxin said, and quickly found an excuse to end the call. Ms. Yun has quite a lot of assets. Not only does she own land in the southern suburbs, but she also owns houses. Lu can't compare to her. Lu Yunk's tone was teasing, and there was a smile in his eyes that he himself was not aware of. Please don't make fun of me, Mr. Lu. My assets are nothing compared to the Lu Group. Although the system gave her a lot of industries, Yun Xijin still had a very clear understanding of her own assets. It is still unknown what will happen in the future, but what she has now, compared with Lu's, is indeed the difference between an ant and a tree. This is different. Lu's is indeed a behemoth, but it is basically a capital chain. With various project investments, the company's account balance may not be that much. Yun Xijin collects rent, and all the money he gets is cash flow. When the critical moment comes, Yun Xijin may be able to come up with more money than him. Yun Xijin did not comment on Lu Young's statement. There is indeed a balance of over 10 billion in her bank card, all thanks to the rewards from collecting rent and spending freely. If you don't mind, the Shijiao project welcomes Miss Yun to invest in it. After talking for so long, Lu Yunk finally revealed his true colors. Knowing that Yun Xijin was a wealthy landlady, he set his sights on her wallet. I just collected your rent, and Mr. Lu wants me to invest in the company. He deserves death. Yun Xijin did not give Lu Yunk a direct answer. Yun Xijin believes that he cannot defeat a behemoth like the Lu family. Unless it is necessary, Yun Xijin does not want to have too much interaction with them. Lu Yunk smiled and did not continue the topic. At this time, several waiters came over with the dishes, and they put the dishes on the table one by one. Yun Xijin asked the waiter for a bowl of white rice. Lu Yunk was somewhat surprised at Yun Xijin's request for white rice. I thought you girls only ate vegetables to avoid getting fat, or even didn't eat meat or carbohydrates for a long time. Then just treat me as if I'm not a girl. If I skip meals, I'll be the one who's hungry and uncomfortable. Why bother? Yun Xijin doesn't like the current aesthetic of fair, young and thin. As long as you don't overeat and have 3 normal meals a day, how can you get fat? This is just to meet the normal nutritional needs of the human body, okay? If so many people really get fat by eating 3 meals a day normally, then the streets would be full of fat girls, wouldn't they? You are right to think so. I really don't understand those who only eat 2 vegetables in 1 meal. Yun Xijin's idea was strongly recognized by Lu Yunk. Right, so I never tried to lose weight on purpose. I can't stand being too thin. Then eat more. If you like it, come back next time. Lu Yunk used the serving chopsticks to pick up a piece of braised pork for Yun Xijin. I heard it's hard to book a seat here. I don't know when I can come next time. After saying that, Yun Xijin picked up the piece of braised pork and took a bite. This place is owned by a friend of mine. If you want to come next time, give me a call and I'll reserve a seat for you. Lu Yunk casually gave Yun Xijin a small privilege. Your friends? Are they the ones I met at the auction last time? Yun Xijin subconsciously thought of the few people who came to the auction with Lu Yunk. No, my friend often has to fly abroad for work, and he opened Lucian Pavilion just because he wanted to eat authentic Chinese food. Except for Tokyo, which is the main store, the other branches are all in places he flies to frequently. Yun Xijin. Sure enough, those who can be friends with Mr. Lu are not ordinary people. Just opening a store can become a global chain and have a hard-to-fill store. This is something that will easily make people lose their defenses. Chapter 27, The Almost Forgotten Xia Family Birthday Banquet. Lu Yunk smiled helplessly. He had no intention of showing off. He was just telling the truth. The meal passed with the two of them chatting casually, and it can be said that both the host and the guests had a great time. As the president of Lu Corporation, Lu Yunk had to rush back to Lu Corporation to continue working after dinner. Yun Xijin drove to the Emerald Lake. Emerald Lake. As soon as Wang Zhongxin hung up the phone, he arranged for people to work overtime to prepare the materials that might be needed, and finally everything was sorted out at 1:30. Yun Xijin arrived exactly 10 minutes after they had sorted out their information. When Wang Zhongxin saw the 7 bodyguards following Yun Xijin, he broke out in a cold sweat. If you didn't know this, you would think he was here to cause trouble. Ms. Yun, these are the information of our property staff, security department, cleaners, etc. They are all here. And these are all the information the development company sent us. Would you like to take a look? The property management company was hired by the development company just to ensure that when new homeowners move in, there will be someone to help solve any problems they encounter. But I didn't expect that the entire community would be bought by the same person in the end, and the developer couldn't even keep 1 or 2 houses for himself. Yun Xijin picked up the property staff information, flipped through it, and after making sure there were no strange positions, he stopped caring about it. Let's go check out the house first. The reason why Emerald Lakeside is called Emerald Lakeside is because there is a lake in the community. Looking down from above, it looks like a very pure imperial green emerald, so the community got its name from this. The houses in the community are planned around this lake. Of course, Wang Zhongxin agreed 100% to Yun Zijin's request, and immediately asked someone to drive a patrol car over. It's quite far from here, and it's not very convenient to drive. Driving this way will give you a wider view, and Miss Yun can also take a look at the greenery in the community. Wang Zhongxin explained why he asked someone to drive the patrol car over. Yun Zijin did not mind and sat on it very generously, while Wang Zhongxin sat next to the driver. The patrol car drove slowly along the path, and Yun Zijin could clearly see the greenery of the community and its various public facilities. I have to say that Manhwa has a good eye. Just by observing the surrounding environment in the patrol car, Yun Zijin felt that this was where she wanted to live. Because the developer wants to market the area by claiming to be quiet in a busy city, our community only has 150,000 square meters of land and 20 buildings, which are located in the center of the community and face each other from afar. If you are not residents of the same building, you may not run into each other even if you live there for 10 years. Because the buildings are far apart, residents usually have their own fixed routes to and from the building. It is not easy for 2 people whose routes do not intersect to meet each other. Also, because there are fewer buildings, there are still many large green spaces and public leisure places in the community. Yun Zijin asked the driver to drive the patrol car around the entire community, and then he randomly chose a building and walked in. A building has 36 floors. There are 8 buildings closest to Emerald Lake. Each of these 8 buildings has 1 household per floor, and there are 36 households in each building. There are 12 buildings in the circle outside, with 2 households per elevator and 72 households per building. There are 2 apartment sizes, and the interior design of each building is different. It can be said that Emerald Lakeside can almost meet the needs of all customers in terms of apartment types and styles. Of course, this does not apply to those who like villas. Yun Zijin roughly checked the decoration of the 20 buildings, the hygiene of the public areas, and the fire escapes and firefighting equipment, and only felt relieved after confirming that there were no problems. After arriving at their temporary office with Wang Zhongxin, he explained his requirements. I will let your property management take charge of the rental of residential buildings in the community. You can just collect the rent according to the normal rent in the vicinity. I will have someone draft a power of attorney agreement tomorrow so that you can have a legitimate interest in it. Oh, by the way, the top 2 floors of Unit 1 are reserved. I might come and live here someday. You must agree with the tenant on the time to pay the rent, otherwise it will be difficult for you to collect the rent, and the information I see is also confusing. Okay, Miss Yun! When Wang Zhongxin heard that Yun Zijin was really going to hand over the rental of the entire community to them, his eyes were so narrow that only a slit remained. After resolving the matter at the Emerald Lake, Yun Zijin remembered that she had promised Xijin today to attend the birthday party of the old man of the Xiao family. She chose the dress herself, and Xijin paid for it. As for the one chosen by the mother and daughter, Yun Zijin didn't even look at it. It's obvious that they won't choose a good dress for her. As for the makeup issue, Yun Zijin called Chili Women's Beauty Salon directly to make an appointment, and then drove directly to Jinxing Shopping Mall. Yes, Chili Woman does have styling services, but not every customer can enjoy this service. As a major customer who made a one-time recharge of 5 million, Yun Zijin is already at the VIC level and of course has this right. Thinking that she had not yet spent her daily salary of 10 million, Yun Zijin asked the stylist who was responsible for her look today that if she couldn't find suitable accessories, she could have someone buy them at Jinxing Shopping Mall, and she would pay for them herself. Xijin only bought her a dress, and she even had to find the shoes herself in the cloakroom at home. As for jewelry, there is no need to mention it. Xijin never mentioned it from beginning to end. I don't know if he really didn't think about it, or if he felt sorry for the money. When the stylist heard Yun Zijin's words and saw the black gold card in Yun Zijin's hand, his breathing suddenly became much faster. Okay, Miss Yun, I will definitely help you make the most suitable look for you in the shortest time. As long as you have money, you don't have to worry about anything. When Yun Xijin's styling was half done, Lingqi finally brought her dress and shoes from Xinyu Huafu to the Chili Women's Beauty Salon. The birthday banquet started at 7 o'clock, but Xijin called Yun Xijin at 5:30 using the maid's cell phone. When she heard the call, she found out that the caller wanted her to go back and have dinner with everyone. Yun Xijin rolled her eyes in an impolite manner. I really don't know what Xijin is thinking. He knows that she doesn't want to return to the Xia family and that the people in the Xia family don't welcome her back, but he is still so persistent in wanting her to have a relationship with the Xia family. Thank you but no thanks. Didn't you ask me to go to the dinner? I haven't finished my makeup yet. I won't break a promise I made. You do your own makeup? We've hired a special stylist to come to our house today. You can come over and do it with us. The makeup you do yourself is a little different from the makeup done by a stylist. Oh, you probably won't believe me if I tell you I have a stylist, so forget it. Your sister and mother probably don't want to share a stylist with me, they're busy. Bye. After saying that, Yun Xijin hung up the phone. Anyway, it wasn't Xijin's phone number, so Yun Xijin didn't bother to block it. The stylist who was doing Yun Xijin's makeup, upon hearing the content of Yun Xijin's phone call, had already ignited a raging fire of gossip in her heart. She didn't expect that the gossip would be cut short before she could hear all of it. She felt very regretful, but still had to work hard. Chapter 28 I Don't Care. Yun Xijin's styling was not completed until 6:30. The Xia family's birthday banquet was held at the Jinxing Hotel, so she would definitely be late if she went there at this time. However, Yun Xijin didn't care. She only agreed reluctantly because Xijin came to her again and again. It's good enough to be there, why bother about being late? Because she was wearing a dress, Yun Xijin asked Lingyi and the other four to go to her Bingmeifen, while she sat in the back seat of the Subianhua brand nanny car. Although it's a bit strange to see Bingmeifen paired with several tall and strong bodyguards, the contrast is also kind of cute. Sure enough, when Yun Xijin and several bodyguards arrived at the Jinxing Hotel, it was already 7:30 in the evening, a full half-hour late. The Xia family's banquet hall was located in Hall 3 on the 5th floor of Jinxing Hotel. Yun Xijin took the elevator upstairs with the 7 people and followed the route signs and soon arrived at Hall 3. Hello, please show me your invitation. Just as Yun Xijin was about to walk in, she was stopped by the person at the door and asked to show her invitation. Yun Xijin, God knows Xijin asked her to attend the birthday party of the old man of the Xia family many times, but he never thought of giving her an invitation. At this moment, Yun Xijin's air pressure dropped and the temperature around him dropped a lot. Yun Xijin's face turned cold. She took out her cell phone from her handbag and released Xijin, who was on the blacklist. Unexpectedly, the phone rang for a long time but no one answered. Yun Xijin hung up the phone and looked at the staff member who had stopped her just now. Tell Xijin that if you are not sincere, then don't invite anyone randomly. Invitation letter? From beginning to end, Xijin never said a word to me about the invitation letter. Do you think I am willing to come? If he hadn't asked me to come several times, I wouldn't even know when his grandfather's birthday is. Yun Xijin threw the birthday gift that Lingyi had prepared for the old man of the Xia family directly into the trash can outside Hall 3. At this time, Yun Xijin's cell phone rang, and the caller ID showed it was Xijin. Yun Xijin directly refused. Let's go. What's Xia family? They think I'm precious. Yun Xijin! Wait! Xijin shouted Yun Xijin's name loudly, but Yun Xijin showed no intention of stopping. However, between high heels and leather shoes, in the end, the leather shoes ran faster, and Yun Xijin was caught up by Xijin and blocked. Master Xia, what do you mean by this? You asked me to attend the birthday party, but you didn't even give me an invitation. I grew up in an orphanage and was just found by you. I don't know that I need an invitation to attend a party. Don't you know that? How many times have you asked me to come to your birthday party? Why didn't you ever think of sending me an invitation? You didn't. I get it. You didn't do this on purpose. Are you afraid that I would cause trouble for Xia Jiaojiao? So you are using this incident to intimidate me and warn me not to go against Xia Jiaojiao? Master Xia, you really have good intentions. Yun Xijin gave Xijin a cold look, and Lingyi stepped forward to stop Xijin. Miss, please go first. I'll be there later. Yun Xijin gave Lingyi an appreciative look, and walked quickly past Xijin with the others and went straight into the elevator. When Xijin ran out, quite a few people followed him. When they heard Yun Xijin scolding Xijin, their eyes lit up. Especially when hearing Yun Xijin say that she was the daughter that the Xia family had just found and compared her to Xia Jiaojiao, many people had already thought of countless secrets of the wealthy family. But the most important thing is that the Xia family actually has a daughter who was only recently found. But Xia Jingguang's wife Zhang Yichun only had 2 pregnancies back then. After all, there is basically no way to hide pregnancy, unless… At this moment, everyone looked at Xia Jingguang and Zhang Yichun with something strange in their eyes. After all, just now at the banquet, Xia Jingguang and Zhang Yichun admitted in person that Xia Jiaojiao was also Xia's biological daughter. The guy outside who was so angry just now couldn't be lying, right? Judging from Xia Jian's behavior, it was initially determined that what he said must be true. Otherwise, how could Xia Jian, the eldest son of the Xia family, be so indulgent to her and not even talk back when he was scolded? The birthday banquet hosted by the Xia family ended with the old man of the Xia family waving his sleeves and leaving the scene. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. But Yun Xijin is not included. Yun Xijin turned her anger into consumption motivation and went to Jinxing shopping mall to spend millions. When she returned to Xingyu at night, her feet were sore. With enough exercise, Yun Xijin had a good night's sleep. It's a new week again. Please spend 3 million yen before midnight tonight. There are no requirements. Mission reward, to be unlocked. The wake-up service is still so punctual. After eating the breakfast made by Lingqi, Yun Xijin went to Dingxi building and asked Su Yuanfu about the situation of several law firms in the building. After comprehensive consideration, we finally selected a law firm called Henchuang and asked them to help draft the contract for the house entrustment lease. Because Su Yuanfu acted as a go-between, the people at Henchuang law firm were very polite to Yun Xijin and offered a very favorable price. Coming out of the law firm, Yun Xijin was holding the freshly prepared authorization agreement in his hand. Miss Yun, it's almost noon now. If you don't mind, I'd like to treat you to a simple meal? Su Yuanfu wanted to invite Yun Xijin to dinner last time, but it was only the first time they met, so he was too embarrassed to mention it. As the saying goes, the first time is strange, the second time is familiar. This is the second time we have met, so we are familiar with each other. It is natural for me to suggest having dinner with you. Next time, I just made an appointment with an ex-colleague. Now that he was here, Yun Xijin sent a message to Sanging while he was still in the law firm. Invite her to have lunch with you. Of course, Sanging responded to Yun Xijin immediately and accepted Yun Xijin's invitation to dinner. Yun Xijin took the elevator down to the 20th floor, and Sanging came out soon after. Xijin! Long time no see, you are getting more and more beautiful. Sanging couldn't help but touch Yun Xijin's face. Her face was full of collagen. No, it's all thanks to my hard work in maintaining my health. Ever since Yun Xijin fell into the trap of the beauty salon, she has never been able to get out. There's nothing we can do about it. They have professional techniques and can customize restoration and maintenance plans. Why do rich people age slower? It's all because of their money. You are still young. At my age, even if I go to the beauty salon every day, I can't get the same results as you. Sanging really envied Yun Xijin's face. To thank you for recognizing my pretty face today, I'll treat you today. Yun Xijin waved her hand and offered to treat everyone. Since you're here, how can I let you treat me? I'll treat you today. One of the main reasons why Sanging and Yun Xijin can get along so well is that neither of them is the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others. You treated me today, so it will be my turn next time. Alright, I'll treat everyone to afternoon tea. It's a rare occasion for you to come here, so it's not too much to treat my former colleague to milk tea. There is a spending task of 3 million today. Yun Xijin must seize the opportunity to spend money. Chapter 29. Anyone want to buy the house by Emerald Lake? Sanging looked at Yun Xijin helplessly. Could this girl be the reincarnation of the boy who gave away money? She treated everyone to afternoon tea on the day she resigned, and now she happened to come here to do some work and she wanted to treat everyone to afternoon tea again. With her salary, I wonder how much she can save. What is she thinking by treating people to afternoon tea every day? Sistering, I really have money. Otherwise I can't quit my job. I came here today to find a lawyer to draft a house rental contract for me. I am now a landlady in the imperial capital. Yun Xijin took out the freshly made contract from her bag and showed Sanging the cover of the contract. Is this true or false? Sanging still couldn't believe it. How did she suddenly become the landlady of the capital? Do you think I would joke about something like this? It's easy to be exposed. Yun Xijin put away the contract and took Sanging straight to their favorite buffet restaurant. Then I'll treat you today? Yun Xijin felt that since it had been proven that she was really rich, it would be okay for her to pay for today's meal. Sanging has children at home, and the expenses are huge. I said it's my treat, even if I'm not as rich as you, a landlady, I can still afford a meal. Sanging pushed Yun Xijin away, quickly opened her payment code, and asked the clerk to scan the code to pay. It's for 2 people. The clerk doesn't care who pays. She will scan the payment code of whoever takes out the payment code first. Let's go, there are seats over there. Go sit down first, I'll get you food. Sangin pointed to a spot against the wall inside. The waiter had just cleaned up and it was their turn. Yun Xijin knew that he couldn't win against Sangin, so he took the initiative to reserve a seat. Sangin and Yun Xijin used to eat together. She knew what Yun Xijin liked and disliked to eat, and she could quickly prepare meals for Yun Xijin. After giving it to Yun Xijin, he went back to get his own food. By the way, after I left, did you find a new dining partner? After leaving his job, Yun Xijin was most concerned about this issue. Yun Xijin would feel guilty if Sangin had to eat alone every day because of her resignation. Of course, who am I, your sistering? I just need to call out to her, and someone will take the initiative to join me. Sangin is indeed very popular in the company. I can't say that everyone in the company knows her, but everyone in the company must know her. Anyway, Yun Xijin still admired her communication skills very much. After all, she thought she couldn't reach that level. After dinner, Yun Xijin took Sangin to order afternoon tea. Last time I treated her to milk tea, this time Yun Xijin ordered a dessert shop. Yun Xijin chose a small mousse cake and first confirmed that there was enough stock before asking Sangin to report the number of people and ordered one for each person. Since he is not in the company now, Yun Xijin did not let everyone order by themselves. Everyone ordered the same mousse cake. There is nothing you can do if you don't like it. There will always be someone you like. Besides, desserts are much more expensive than milk tea. Originally, Yun Xijin wanted Sangin to choose one for herself, but she refused, saying that everyone else's was the same except hers, which would be detrimental to her building her network in the company. With such a reason given, Yun Xijin did not force it. After confirming that the quantity was correct, he placed the order directly. Sangin took a look at the amount Yun Xijin paid and couldn't bear to look any further. You are really a money-spending boy. A small mousse cake costs 40 or 50 yuan, and there are 40 or 50 people in the company. More than 2,000 yuan was lost in one go, which means 1/3 of this month's salary is gone. As expected, she has transformed herself into a landlady, and she is very generous. Money can't buy my willingness, it's just that the atmosphere in our company is pretty good, otherwise you can see if I will buy them afternoon tea. Although her hands are loose now, she is not really naive. If I really don't like her, I'd say she's such a miser. Okay, I've eaten, ordered the cake, and I need to go back for my lunch break. Why are you leaving? I'm going to sign the contract now. I drove here. Don't worry about me. Sangin nodded, picked up her bag and stood up, and the two parted ways at the entrance of the buffet restaurant. Yun Xijin drove to the Faitsui Lakeside community, and Wang Zhongxin came out to greet him immediately. However, when he walked to the door of their temporary office, Wang Zhongxin's face looked a little distressed. Manager Wang, what's wrong? Yun Xijin thought back over what happened during their two meetings. She shouldn't have assigned him any excessive workload, right? She didn't even assign him any work from the beginning to the end, so what did this expression mean? Miss Yun, we have guests here today. Yun Xijin raised her eyebrows. A potential tenant appeared so soon? But hadn't they signed the lease contract yet? What's the meaning? You'll find out when you go in. Let's go. Wang Zhongxin walked in front of Yun Xijin on the left, leading the way for Yun Xijin. I've already told you that I want to buy a house here. In full. I can sign the contract right away if I get the house, but you made me wait here for another 10 minutes. Is this how you treat your customers? As soon as Yun Xijin walked into the door, she heard a sharp voice inside scolding the property staff of the community. I've already bought this place, why is she coming to buy a house? I'm not going to sell the house. Yun Xijin is already worried about how to spend her money every day, so how could she possibly want to sell her house to cash in? We have already explained it to her, but this customer claimed that her daughter will be attending graduate school at Taikyo University this summer, and that our community is only a 20-minute walk from Taikyo University, and a maximum of 5 minutes by car, so she wants to buy a house in our community. A graduate student at Taikyo University, that sounds like an impressive degree. But she still won't sell the house. Let's go in and take a look. Wang Zhongxin and Yun Xijin opened the office door together. The woman's already sharp voice became even more piercing without the barrier of the door. Yun Xijin, why are you here? Yun Xijin didn't expect to meet Zhang Yichun and Xia Jiaojiao, mother and daughter, here. I didn't see them at the door of Hall 3 yesterday. You want to buy the house here, why don't you find out who owns it? Xia Jiaojiao was also a little surprised when she saw Yun Xijin, but she quickly adjusted her expression. Sister, are you here to buy a house too? Brother told you not to give me the money. Sister, you just graduated and you have the money to buy a house here. You are really amazing. Unlike me, I still need my mother to come and help me look after the house. I don't know what I would do without my mother. As Xia Jiaojiao spoke, her eyes seemed to sparkle, and then she looked extremely distressed. You mean to say that I had the money to buy a house right after graduation? I don't even know where the money came from. Maybe I became a mistress and asked an old man to buy the house for me? Then I am quite curious about who can pay the full amount for the entire community for his mistress. How about you tell me more about it so I can see it? Chapter 30, Ms. Dang's Self-Righteousness. You! Sister, I am doing this for your own good. Otherwise, your brother will definitely be disappointed in you if he finds out. Xia Jiaojiao was at a loss for words to refute what Yun Xijin said for a moment, but she quickly changed her thoughts. She only mentioned Xijin to let Yun Xijin understand that in the Xiao family, except Xijin, no one wanted her to return to the Xiao family. You said the entire Emerald Lakeside neighborhood is your house? Zhang Yichun was quiet for a long time and suddenly spoke, but she was not concerned about whether Xia Jiaojiao was bullied by Yun Xijin, but was asking about the affairs of the Emerald Lakeside community. Yun Xijin glanced at Zhang Yichun and smiled slightly. Yes, what's the problem? The news that the Emerald Lakeside community was bought in full by a mysterious wealthy man just after it was launched has spread among the circles in Daijing. Once Wang Zhongxin starts renting out the property, people will soon trace the clues back to her, so Yun Xijin never thought of hiding this matter. Anyway, the fact that the Emerald Lakeside community is under her name has become an established fact, and no one can change it. Your sister will go to Tokyo University for graduate studies this summer. Jiao Jiao is weak and cannot eat food from outside. This place is close to Tokyo University. Since it's under your name, that's perfect. We're all family, so there's no need to divide it so clearly. You can choose a good one and transfer it to your sister, so I can arrange a live-in cook for Jiao Jiao. Yun Xijin was stunned after hearing what Zhang Yichun said. Who gave her the courage to say such things? She was already very generous by not asking them to pay her child support for the 18 years before she came of age, but now she was asking for a house by Emerald Lake. Does she know how much a house on Emerald Lake costs? Ms. Zhang, are you sick? Do you think I have a good relationship with you? Or do you think I am a fool? I won't sell the house by Emerald Lake, and I won't transfer it to Xia Jiaojiao for free. Xia Jiaojiao can live here if she wants. We're just starting to rent it out. Your Xia family is so rich, so you must want the best. So, let's go to the top floor of Building 2, 1 floor per household, 300,000 per month, 3 deposits and 3 payments, a total of 1.8 million. Do you want to pay by card or cash? We can also use Zhifubo and WeChat transfer. Yun Xijin took out his mobile phone, clicked on his payment code, and handed it to Zhang Yichun. She didn't think that Xia Jiaojiao would pay the rent herself after deliberately asking Zhang Yichun to rent a house with her. She just wanted to take advantage of her. You! I'm your mother! What's your attitude? It's just a house. I gave it to Jiao all these years. Yun Xijin looked at Zhang Yichun with a half-smile. Why don't you continue? Oh. I see, you want to say that you have given more than one house to your Jiao Jiao over the years, but what does this have to do with me? You have never given me a house. Come to think of it, if it weren't for all the clothes, bags, jewelry, and the house in her name on your Jiao Jiao's body, all of these would belong to me. You wouldn't let me, who grew up in an orphanage, give a house to someone who has taken over my home, right? You are so good at using the abacus that the beads are falling on my face. Yun Xijin said the most sinister words in the most gentle tone. After hearing this, Zhang Yichun felt that the request she had just made was indeed a bit excessive. But 1.8 million is not a small sum for her, and Zhang Yichun was unwilling to just give it away like that. If you don't want to recognize us, I won't force you. But even if we break bones, we still have tendons. You don't have to transfer the property to Jiao Jiao. Just pick a house with a good view for Jiao Jiao to live in, and waive the rent. This place is close to Tokyo University, so it's more convenient for Jiao Jiao to live here. You're the elder sister, so you should think more about your younger sister. 1.8 million, not a cent less. Yun Xijin is not someone who can be fooled by just a few words. Seeing such obvious PUA, Yun Xijin really wants to roll her eyes. You! 1,800,000, why don't you just go and rob it? Robbery is not as profitable as collecting rent. Are you two going to rent it or not? If not, we have a lot of other things to do here. Just because these two people were making trouble here, the entrusted lease contract she had agreed with the property management had not been signed for so long. Zhang Yichun was so angry at Yun Xijin that she was speechless, and Xia Jiaojiao hurried to calm her down. I can't faint at this moment, otherwise who will pay the rent later? Mom, please take a breath. It's right for my sister not to help me. After all, it's right for my sister to be angry. I shouldn't live at home anymore. Mom, I will pack my things and move out when I get home today. You can take my sister home. I can be alone, I won't miss my parents, and you don't have to come to look for me, When she said this, Xia Jiao's eyes turned red and she looked so pitiful. Why are you moving? The Xia family will always be your home. No one can make you move out without Mom's permission. Don't be afraid, Mom is always by your side. No one will bully you. Yun Xijin couldn't bear to watch the mother and daughter hugging each other. This play is so fake that even she, an outsider, finds it outrageous. Manager Wang, let's go over there and sign the contract. Since she's going to perform, she might as well perform well. Anyway, what happens to them has nothing to do with her. Etc. Seeing that Yun Xijin and Wang Zhongxin were about to turn around and leave, Zhang Yiqin quickly called out to them to stop. Yun Xijin paused for a moment, without even turning his head, and continued walking forward. Yun Xijin and Wang Zhongxin found another table in the office, tidied up the clutter on it, and asked someone to pour Yun Xijin a cup of hot water. After sitting down, Yun Xijin took out the lease agency contract drafted for her by Hinchuan law firm from her bag and handed a copy to Wang Zhongxin. This was the first time that their property had signed this kind of leasing agency contract with anyone, and Wang Zhongxin read it very carefully. It's not that he doesn't trust Yun Xijin, but he wants to understand the terms of the contract better so that he can better understand what he should do in his daily life. Oh, by the way, here is a personal house rental contract given to me by the law firm for your reference. Without an audience, the mother and daughter could no longer continue their drama. Zhang Yichun became furious when she saw Yun Xijin actually signing a lease agency contract with the property company. This Yun Xijin, with so many houses, doesn't think about his own family and actually seeks cooperation with outsiders. I don't agree. You can't sign the contract. Xiao's company has lost many orders due to loose suppression. Xiao's company also has a real estate company that does both sales and leasing, but it has been in a downturn in the past few years. Since Yun Xijin is the landlord of Emerald Lakeside, if he wants to rent out the house, it would of course be more reassuring to hand it over to his own company. Yun Xijin. She hates being interrupted when she is working. Ms. Zhang Yiqin, what's wrong with you? You don't agree? What right do you have to disagree? The house is in my name, and I didn't use a single cent of your money to buy it. Also, I'm an adult, and even if you are my biological mother, you have no reason to interfere with any decision I make. Chapter 31 Zhang Yiqin prevents Yun Xijin from signing the commission contract. The Xia family also has a real estate company. It is said that good things should be kept within the family. If you want to rent out your house, you can hand it over to our own company, so that you can rest assured, right? Zhang Yichun said it as a matter of course, without even considering whether Yun Xijin was willing to do so. Oh, I think it's more worrying to be responsible for you. Manager Wang, if there is no problem with the contract, please sign it. You are the property management of the community, and you know our community better than other companies. I feel more at ease leaving the house rental to you. Yun Xijin was afraid that Wang Zhongxin might feel uneasy, so she turned around and gave him a reassurance. With Yun Xijin's words, Wang Zhongxin felt much more relieved. He happily signed his name and stamped his handprint at the end of the contract, and also stamped the official seal of the property company. Yun Xijin also picked up the pen and prepared to sign his name. No! I told you not to sign it! Zhang Yichun snatched the pen from Yun Xijin's hand and even tried to take the contract signed by Wang Zhongxin on the table. Fortunately, Wang Zhongxin acted quickly and took the contract away and held it in his arms. 01. Yun Xijin also called for bodyguards, and Lingy quickly ran in from the office door and controlled Zhang Yichun in an instant. Who are you? Let Mom go! Sister, how could you do this to Mom? Although Xia Jiaojiu said that she cared about Zhang Yichun and scolded Yun Xijin for her, she was secretly happy in her heart, and even called Yun Xijin a fool. The more presumptuous Yun Xijin is, the more her mother will dislike her. This way, the identity of the eldest daughter of the Xia family will only be hers. So she just said a few perfunctory words but did nothing practical. Yun Xijin ignored them and quickly signed her name on the contract and stamped her handprint. Okay, make 3 copies of the contract, 1 for each of us, and I'll take the other copy to Hinchuan law firm for filing tomorrow. After signing the contract, Lingy released Zhang Yichun, but he kept someone by Yun Xijin's side to prevent Zhang Yichun from going crazy again. Zhang Yichun also knew that with this bodyguard around, she couldn't do anything to Yun Xijin, so she could only give up. Yun Xijin pushed one of the contracts in front of Wang Zhongxin. Looking at the signed contract, Wang Zhongxin was still a little dazed. Is this what it feels like to be hit by overwhelming wealth? It's so cool. He seemed to have seen the pink tickets coming towards him, in an endless stream with no end in sight. Yun Xijin! You actually signed the contract! You ungrateful bastard! I should have strangled you to death when I gave birth to you! The rental business of Fatesui Lakeside community was actually handed over to an outsider by Yun Xijin, this damn girl. Does she still have her mother in her eyes? Or the Xia family? I was replaced when I was born. If you try to pinch me, you'll probably hurt someone by mistake. Yun Xijin said this and glanced at Xia Jiaojiao. Xia Jiaojiao felt a chill down her spine, and there was a moment of fear in her eyes when she looked at Zhang Yichun. Obviously, Yun Zijin's seemingly unintentional words left an indelible mark in Xia Jiaojiao's heart, which was shallow but stubborn. Jiaojiao, I'm not saying I want to strangle you to death, I want to strangle her to death. Don't you know how Mom treats you? Zhang Yichun also realized that what she said was not right, and quickly explained to Xia Jiaojiao. Mom, I know, you've always been very good to me. Don't blame my sister, she didn't mean it. What do you mean she didn't do it on purpose? I think she did it on purpose. We won't rent this house anymore. Mom will find you a better one. Just buy it, and you can live in it whenever you want. Some people may not know what she has lost by being willful for a moment. Yun Zijin. Sometimes I am speechless. A house and a community, what do you think I lost? If you don't want to rent it, please leave. If you stay here all the time, you won't be afraid of affecting other people's work and being disliked. After saying that, Yun Zijin looked at the two of them with disdain. Wang Zhongxin sat in his seat, his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, sitting upright, trying to minimize his presence. What do you mean? Do you still despise me? You really let your heart become wild in the orphanage. Is this the right attitude to have towards your biological mother? I really dislike it. I can't even understand what people are saying. She has said many times that she will not return to the Xia family, and her attitude has always been very clear and firm, but they still firmly believe that the Xia family allowed her to return to her roots, and she should be grateful. You! Yun Zijin just looked at her like that. Zhang Yiqin, who was about to say something to reprimand her, couldn't say any more. Jiaojiao, let's go! Mom will buy you a house. Goodbye. No matter what house you buy, her house will be given by the system. Wang Zhongxin heaved a sigh of relief only after the mother and daughter left. It was really challenging to deal with these two acting geeks. It's a pity that Miss Yun could win the argument against both of them by herself. She is so strong. However, seeing Yun Zijin's indifferent expression, Wang Zhongxin's gossipy spirit couldn't help but burn. Miss Yun, are you really the long-lost daughter of the Xia family? The one following that lady is. Yun Zijin glanced at Wang Zhongxin, and Wang Zhongxin became too timid to continue speaking. Do you think I recognize them? If you meet someone from the Xia family in the future, just treat them as normal customers. You don't have to consider my face. Yun Zijin didn't want the Xia family to take advantage of him at all. Clear! After hearing what Yun Zijin said, Wang Zhongxin knew what he should do. Anyway, the Xia family can't give any preferential treatment. Okay, now that the contract has been signed and the troublemakers have left, I won't delay your work any longer. I'll leave first. Yun Zijin has not forgotten that she has a spending task of 3 million to complete today. However, when Yun Zijin saw that there were no requirements mentioned above, his mind was suddenly opened. Yun Zijin drove out of the Feitsui Lakeside community and headed straight to the imperial capital First People's Hospital. When they arrived at the First People's Hospital of Tokyo and got off the car, Yun Zijin had already put on a mask and sunglasses, and asked Lingy to follow him. After entering the First People's Hospital, Yun Zijin quickly looked at the terrain, chose a rest area closest to the payment window, and sat down on a chair. Ding ding ding! Spend as you like. Can you help me check the family situation of the person who pays the fee? Is it worth my free help? Since it's a consumption task, then it's the same if she spends on others, right? The money was withdrawn from the card, so even if it was spent, the money would never come back to her. Adhering to the principle of providing the best service to the host at any time, we can provide this service to the host. Please pay attention to receiving information. Okay. Yun Zijin was sitting on a chair right opposite the payment window, and Lingy was sitting next to Yun Zijin, with an upright posture, looking like a dedicated and responsible bodyguard. Soon, someone came to the payment window. A virtual screen that only Yun Zijin could see appeared in front of her, and on it was the relevant information that Manhwa had prepared for her. Chapter 32 Swipe Card. Yun Zijin was wearing sunglasses, so even if he looked at the virtual screen in front of him very attentively, no one would be able to spot the clues. The comments on the virtual screen are very concise and clear. Wang Minli, the mother of leukemia patient Shen Tongtong, her husband died of a sudden cerebral infarction due to the high cost of surgery while working several jobs. Already owed the hospital 206,471 yen and 68 sinyuan. Surgery fee, 200,000 unpaid. The information above made Yun Zijin feel heartbroken. After raising his hand to push his sunglasses to make sure they were securely put on, Yun Zijin stood up and walked towards the payment window, followed closely by Ling Yi. Ms. Wang, you already owe 200,000 yuan in medical expenses. Considering that you are really in difficulty, the hospital is willing to give you some leniency, but the amount is really too much. The shareholders above have already asked, please pay the fees and settle the outstanding balance as soon as possible. The hospital has also helped you find volunteers who are willing to donate bone marrow, but the surgery can only be arranged after you pay the fee. We hope you can prepare this fee as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we delay any further, something unexpected will happen. A volunteer may be willing to donate bone marrow today, but he may change his mind tomorrow. This kind of thing has happened in the hospital before. I know, I'm very grateful for the hospital's tolerance towards us, but I really can't get that much money together. Here is the 50,000 yuan I just collected today. I will definitely get the money together as soon as possible. Don't stop my daughter's treatment, we need to cure her. Wang Minli hurriedly took out the tightly wrapped cloth bag in her arms, opened it, and handed the money inside to the staff in charge of payment. Wait a moment! Yun Xijin's voice made Wang Minli pause for a moment, and the person paying the fee inside also looked in Yun Xijin's direction. Seeing Yun Xijin covered tightly with a mask and sunglasses, both of them were confused. But when they saw Ling Yi behind her, either of them dared to speak, and their bodies even froze. How much does she owe the hospital? Including the cost of the surgery and follow-up treatment, how much will it cost in total? Yun Xijin walked to the payment window, and Ling Yi stood behind her with an expressionless face. All should cost about 500,000. I don't know the exact amount. Swipe the card. Yun Xijin handed in her black gold card. What? The person paying the fee didn't quite understand what Yun Xijin meant at first. I said, swipe the card. Just swipe as much as she needs to pay, or swipe a little more, and return the remaining amount to her as my follow-up nutrition fee for treatment. Yun Xijin moved her outstretched hand, signaling the payment staff to hurry up. You! Wang Minli didn't know what to say. Although Yun Xijin was wrapped tightly, she felt like an angel. Madam, we need facial recognition to pay here. Can you take off your mask and sunglasses? When the person paying the fee saw that Yun Xijin was wrapped so tightly, he immediately became alert. Yun Xijin. I wrapped myself so tightly just to avoid being recognized. But it seems that she can help people pay the bills without taking off her mask. Yun Xijin took off his sunglasses and mask. Is this okay? Hurry up and swipe the card, swipe more, or you won't have enough money when the time comes. Okay. Please wait a moment. When the cashier saw Yun Xijin's school beauty, he understood why she was wrapped so tightly. Miss, you can put it back on. Just one facial recognition will be enough. Yun Xijin. This is the first time I've seen someone who did good things being suspected of being a bad person. Because Yun Xijin asked the person to swipe more, the person paying the bill directly swiped 600,000 yuan, which not only paid off the outstanding balance, but also paid for the surgery. In the end, there was still about 200,000 yuan left, which was enough to cover the subsequent expenses. Yun Xijin and Wang Minli left the payment window and gave their seats to the people who came to pay behind. There were still people queuing up behind, and they all looked at Yun Xijin with expectant eyes, hoping that she could also swipe their cards to pay for them like she did just now. It's a pity that Yun Xijin had no intention of paying for them. Thank you so much. This is the 50,000 yuan I collected today. I'll give it to you first. Please leave me your contact information and I will return the money to you as soon as possible. Wang Minli really didn't expect that she would be so lucky. At this time, Yun Xijin had put on his sunglasses and mask again. But Yun Xijin still felt a little overwhelmed by Wang Minli's thanks. No, I'm spending this money on myself. I went to the temple yesterday to have my fortune told, and the abbot told me that I'm about to have a bloody disaster, and the way to get rid of it is to do more good deeds. I'm not paying for you, I'm spending money to avoid disaster for myself. Give me back the money. I can't get out of this disaster. I can't give it back. If you give it back, I'll be angry with you. Yun Xijin suddenly had an idea and made up a reason. The more he spoke, the more he felt that this reason was powerful and sufficient. Spending money to avoid disaster is a good reason. This time it was Wang Minli's turn to be conflicted. She felt that she couldn't accept favors from others for nothing, and how could she not pay the money back? But according to her benefactor, she spent the money to ward off disaster. If she pays it back, what if the benefactor really fails to ward off disaster? But if I don't pay you back, I'll feel really bad. Please let me do something for you, such as washing clothes and cooking. I can do it all. Yun Xijin was so pestered by Wang Minli that she finally gave in. If you want to repay me, that's fine. My family is still in need of a housekeeper, but this requires strong coordination skills. Can you do it? The bodyguards at home all have special skills, but they are all macho men with more masculine than feminine qualities. Xijin has wanted to find an aunt for a long time, but he has never had time to do so. I can. You may not know that before my daughter got sick, I was a live-in nanny in those rich families' homes. I was the one who took care of the housekeeper when he had something to do. When talking about her previous work, Wang Minli's face was full of energy. It's great that you have experience. Come back to me after your daughter has finished the surgery and has rested. I will keep the position of housekeeper for you. Xijin glanced at Lingyi, and Lingyi took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Minli. Here's my business card. Call me when you can come to work. Xijin got this business card after attending the Lu's charity auction. The golden card is shiny and eye-catching. If he runs out of money, he can melt it down and sell it. It should be worth some money. Thank you, Miss Yun. Wang Minli saw Xijin's name on the business card. Go find your daughter quickly. The payment has been delayed for so long, she must be worried. Xijin also found a second person who met her requirements. Okay. Thank you, Miss Yun, I will go to work soon. Xijin waved at Wang Minli, then turned and walked towards the payment window. The second eligible person. Xing, the father of Qinxi, a patient who suffered 75% severe burns on his body in an accidental fire. His wife divorced him because it cost too much money to treat their daughter. Currently, he and his parents are jointly bearing the cost of his daughter's treatment. Currently owed to the hospital 75,684 yen and 36 sen. Estimated cost of comprehensive treatment, 250,000 yuan. Chapter 33. Let's brush 5 million lightly. When the toll payer saw Xijin again, his eyes lit up. Could it be that this sister wants to help someone pay the bill again? Nurse, I'll pay the bill. Xing took out a savings card from his worn wallet and handed it to the payee. However much he wants to pay, just swipe it for me. Xing turned his head subconsciously, but found that the person who was speaking was wearing a mask and sunglasses, and he could not see the other person's appearance at all. Thank you, but no thanks, I can do it myself. Xing smiled at Xijin. Although his expression was simple, his smile was sincere. Brother, I went to the temple yesterday to have my fortune told. The abbot told me to do more good deeds so that I can get rid of the bad luck. I have just helped a leukemia patient pay off his medical expenses. You are such a good person, you probably don't want me to fail to avoid disaster because I didn't succeed in making money, right? If you want to do this for my own good, please let the nurse swipe my card. The second time, Xijin was obviously very familiar with it, and even spoke in a dramatic manner. You! Xing didn't expect that there would be people who actually believed in these fortune tellers and actually put them into action. But I can't let you pay for me for nothing. Give me your bank account number. I have collected 70,000 yuan this time, so I will pay you back some of it first. No! If you repay my loss and fail to remedy the disaster, I will hold you responsible. Big brother, please have pity on me and let me pay the bill for you, so that I can do some good deeds to accumulate merit and avoid disaster, okay? This little money is nothing to me, but I am happy that it can help those in need and help me avoid disaster. Sister, swipe the card quickly. Just like last time, swipe more. Xijin waved her black gold card and urged the payee to swipe the card quickly. Immediately! The payer's favorite thing is those who pay the fees in one lump sum and still have tens of thousands of yuan left over. They even seem excited about swiping their cards. Seeing people with sad faces because of paying bills every day, she might become depressed that day. But I did meet an angel today, and I don't know if what she said about losing money to ward off disasters is true. After successfully paying the second bill, Xijin not only completed his consumption task but also helped others. He felt happy both physically and mentally. Brother! Thank you for helping me to spend money and avoid disaster. Leave the money in your card to buy some nutritional supplements for your patient, but you don't have to pay it back. After saying that, Xijin slipped away. Lingyi walked behind Xijin and successfully helped Xijin hold back Xing, who wanted to catch up. After making sure that Xing did not catch up, Xijin breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. These days, if you do something good, you're afraid of being chased. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. You are still so young, how could you? Don't be sad, this is too expensive. I won't treat it anymore. Please accompany me to travel. When Xijin heard this, she thought this was a ready-made goal for her to complete her consumption task. Treat it. Why not? There are always more solutions than problems. Tell me and I'll give you some advice. Xijin suddenly walked out from behind the two of them, and what he said left the couple stunned. Manhwa had already sent her the information of these two people in the form of a virtual screen. Xijin knew at a glance that these two people met her criteria for help. Sorry, I heard a little bit of what you said just now. I just happened to pass by and didn't mean to eavesdrop. Yun Xijin smiled shyly at the two of them, but she was wearing a mask, so the couple couldn't see her smile. It's okay. This is a public place. Anyone can come here. The woman forced a smile, but it really wasn't a pretty smile. I just heard from you that this sister is sick. Is this illness very expensive? Yes, cancer is expensive. A chemotherapy session costs several thousand yuan, which is unaffordable unless you are a very wealthy family. Then you should. Yun Xijin couldn't continue. It's okay, I know the result. Maybe. I can help you. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Yun Xijin pulled the woman and walked towards the hospital entrance, and the woman's husband hurriedly followed. Well, no need. I don't even plan to treat myself. Your money is also the hard-earned money of my parents. How can you treat a stranger like me? As the woman spoke, she tried to break free from Yun Xijin's hand. I grew up in an orphanage, so I don't have any parents. Don't worry, my money is mine, and I'm an adult, so I have the right to control my own finances. I didn't say how much I can help you. I will just do the best I can. At least I can help you buy some time, right? Also, I came to the hospital today to do good deeds and avoid disasters. You are the third patient I decided to help today. I have a feeling that after I help you today, my bloody disaster will be gone. So sister, can you bear to let a poor little girl like me, who wants to spend money to avoid disaster in order to survive, die because of failure? You're reluctant, right? Woman. You have said all the good and bad things, what can I say? Are you the angel sister who is being talked about in the hospital today and generously donates money to the hospital to ward off disasters? When the woman's husband heard Yun Xijin say that losing money can ward off disaster, he suddenly remembered that when he was waiting for his wife's checkup today, he heard passers-by talking about the strange incident at the payment window. Yun Xijin, degree. So why is it an angel sister and not a fairy sister? That's right. It's me. So you don't have to worry. I've helped you pay the bills, and my plan to accumulate virtue, do good deeds, and eliminate financial disasters today will be a complete success. You won't let my plan fail, right? Yun Xijin turned around and looked at them seriously. The couple quickly shook their heads. It seemed too cruel for them to refuse now that things had come to this. Yun Xijin took the woman's hand and ran to the payment window. She took out her black gold card and handed it to the payment person inside. Sister, swipe the card. Nurse. You're here again. Who are you paying for this time? Those who come to the hospital today are really lucky. She is a patient, and this is the patient's family. Give me your ID card. The woman took out her ID card from her bag and handed it to her. Yang Jingfang, we just did the examination today. Have you decided to hospitalize him? The bill payer did not say what her condition was. Of course. We'll use the best. Just spend 5 million. This should last for a while. I'll come back and take a look later. Yun Xijin originally wanted to say 2.1 million, but when the words came to his mouth, he changed it to 5 million. The extra 2 million can be considered as a gift from her today. I have so much savings, so it wouldn't be a big deal to help more people in need. This is too much. I can't do that. Nurse, please stop brushing. When the woman heard Yun Xijin say the price was 5 million, she was so scared that she almost had a heart attack and quickly stopped him. When the payer heard the amount was 5 million, he didn't dare to swipe his card. It was too much. Before, she had been using the money to pay for the outstanding debt, surgery fees, and some follow-up treatment costs, so of course she would not be lenient. But when she had to spend 5 million at once, her hands went soft. Chapter 34 Whitening and Moisturizing Rose Essential Oil Formula. I don't feel bad about spending my own money, so why should you be afraid? Swipe your card quickly, I'm in a hurry to go home for dinner. Yun Xijin handed the card to the pay again. Seeing that she insisted, I picked up the card and followed the steps carefully. This is too much, we can't afford it. Miss, you should take it back. Yang Jingfang originally thought that Yun Xijin would pay them a few tens of thousands of yuan at most, or 100,000 yuan at most, but she didn't expect him to ask for 5 million yuan. This was totally different from the amount she estimated. Although the 5 million could indeed allow her to stay in the hospital for a long time, they really didn't deserve it. What kind of disaster could cause her to lose 5 million in one go? Yun Xijin didn't care about that, and asked the payer to swipe the card without worry. If the consumption target is not met, the system will directly deduct the amount from her savings card. In any case, it will not be impossible to swipe the money. Yun Xijin finally spent the 5 million successfully. After the payment was completed, the payment staff handed the black gold card to Yun Xijin with trembling hands. Okay, the money has been paid, you can rest assured and get the treatment. But I have to make one thing clear first. I used this money for this sister's medical treatment. As long as she is still alive, your hospital cannot take out the money and give it to anyone else. Anyone who dares to touch this money, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xijin gave a sweet date and did not forget to tap it. After all, money is a very tempting thing, and 5 million is quite tempting for some ordinary families. Don't worry, Miss Yun. The hospital will help you supervise the work. 5 million is indeed a large sum of money, and the person paying the bill does not want Xijin's kindness to be taken advantage of. Don't worry! I will also supervise my family members and won't let them do anything reckless. Yang Jingfang's husband also knew that this angel sister would help them because their wife was sick and had no money for treatment. If someone wanted to take advantage of the money, and she knew about it, they might be in trouble. After all, the methods used by those powerful people are never something that ordinary people like them can imagine. Xijin nodded. Although this verbal assurance was useless, no matter what he thought now, he might change his mind in a few days. But at least his intentions are still right now. Xijin is not afraid that they will covet the 5 million. As long as they spend it casually, she can find him even if he hides to the ends of the earth. The 3 million consumption task had been completed, and Xijin had no intention of continuing. He said goodbye to the couple and walked towards the hospital entrance. But I didn't expect to see Lu Yunk at the hospital gate, followed by an assistant carrying a fruit basket. Lu Yunk also saw Xijin. He was surprised at first, then he came over to greet her. Miss Yun, I didn't expect to see you in the hospital. Are you feeling unwell? No, come and do something nice. Lu Yunk was puzzled by what Xijin said. Come to the hospital to do good deeds. Don't talk about me. Why did Mr. Lu come to the hospital? Xijin pointed at the fruit basket in Qinsheng's hand. An elder I know is in the hospital, so I came to visit him. Lu Yunk said this very frankly. Xijin suddenly realized and said he understood. I've finished my work, so I'll leave now. Xijin waved at Lu Yunk and walked towards the hospital entrance. The two met by chance, and the place was the hospital. Lu Yunk did not call Xijin and continued to walk into the hospital. After leaving the hospital, Xijin drove directly back to Villa No. 1 in Xinyu. Only at this time did Xijin have time to read the task completion notification just sent by the system. Consumption task, please spend 3 million yen before midnight tonight. No requirements. Completed. Mission reward, trigger 5 times reward, 15 million yen has been issued to the host savings card. Giving roses to others will leave a lingering fragrance. Reward the host with whitening and moisturizing rose essential oil formula and samples *100 bottles. It was the first time that Xijin saw rewards other than real estate. When he opened the system backpack, he saw the rose essential oil formula and samples. Xijin first took out the recipe. The ingredients needed were basically some common medicinal materials that could be bought in Chinese medicine stores at a reasonable price. But now is not the time to study this. Xijin took out a bottle of rose essence sample from the system backpack. I looked at it carefully for a while, opened it, and smelled it. The scent of rose was not very strong, but I knew it was the scent of rose as soon as I smelled it. After taking a shower in the evening, Xijin cleaned her face, and then when doing skincare, she deliberately only used rose essential oil and no other skincare products. Since it is said to have the effect of whitening and moisturizing, let her try it out to see if it is true. Lying in bed, Xijin fell asleep faster than usual, and when she woke up the next day, she didn't feel tired at all. She was in great shape. However, Xijin didn't think too much about it. She just thought it was because she slept well yesterday. However, Xijin did not forget to check the condition of her skin. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, Xijin felt that her face no longer had the tight feeling she had after using facial cleanser, but was still moisturized. I re-evaluated the effects of rose essential oil in my mind. After using rose essential oil to do skincare, Xijin opened today's system tasks. Consumption task, please spend 5 million yen before midnight tonight. Requirements, sharing joy is worse than enjoying it alone. The host must have an audience to see him spend money. Reward to be unlocked. What kind of request is this? Does she have to shout when she spends money, watch out? This woman is going to spend money. Manhwa disappeared after he had distributed the task, and he did not respond to Xijin's questions. However, Xijin soon stopped worrying about it. It was pointless for her to worry about what happened before midnight tonight. When Xijin came out of the room, Lingqi had already prepared a delicious breakfast, and was waiting for her to sit down and enjoy the food. Although it was not the first time that Xijin had eaten Lingqi's cooking, she always felt amazed every time she ate it. Maybe it's because Lingqi was originally from the gourmet plane. Although he used blue star ingredients when cooking, the cooking methods were still from the gourmet plane? After breakfast, Xijin went out as usual to find new ways to spend money. As the car drove on, they arrived at the entrance of a museum in Tokyo. She had been studying and interning in Tokyo for so many years, but had never been here before. Today, she happened to come across it, and Xijin wanted to go in and take a look. Probably because today is a weekday, there weren't many people around, and Xijin, Lingy and the others quickly found a parking space. However, even on weekdays, there are still many people queuing up to buy tickets in front of this museum. Xijin walked straight to the front. The first person was already buying tickets. Xijin then negotiated with the second to ninth people. She gave them 5,000 yuan each and asked them to give up their seats to her and her 7 bodyguards. Then they lined up again at the back. The number of people is the same, just a group of people has been replaced. It does not affect the people behind. Chapter 35. A big order is about to land. Most people agreed to receive 5,000 yuan just for giving up their seat, but the fourth person started to raise the price. I've been waiting in line for more than half an hour. 5,000 yuan is not enough. 10,000 yuan. If you transfer it to me, I'll give it to you. While speaking, he looked at Xijin from beginning to end meaningfully. Xijin's face suddenly turned cold. He ignored him and asked the 10th person. Hello, I'll charge you 5,000 yuan to change my seat. Could you please go to the back and queue up again? Sure. Of course. He can earn 5,000 yuan in less than an hour by waiting in line. Isn't that better than the 7,000 or 8,000 yuan he can earn in a month by working? Look at the guy who raised the price, he must be regretting it now. Xijin didn't waste any time and asked the boy to show his payment code, and she scanned it to transfer the money directly. Hey! You asked me first. I don't want 10,000 yuan. Although 5,000 yuan is a little less, I reluctantly agreed. Xijin was too lazy to pay attention to him, and walked straight to the second person's seat. Then Lingy to Lingqi lined up behind Xijin. The man in front and behind were Xijin's bodyguards. After being glanced at by Ling Er, they suddenly became quiet. When the staff signaled that they could go in, Xijin paid the ticket money for the 7 bodyguards. However, Xijin did not expect that the 5,000 yuan and ticket money she had just transferred to others were actually confirmed by the system as having completed the consumption task. But these tens of thousands of dollars seem insignificant compared to the balance of 5 million. However, once it was confirmed that as long as someone saw her spending money, it could be considered as an audience, and it would be counted towards the consumption task amount, Xijin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they weren't the kind of audience that needed her to call out to them to come over. When Xijin entered the museum and saw the cultural relics on display, he felt like he was in a historical scene. However, not long after Xijin left, he discovered that someone was filming and broadcasting live inside. Xijin had heard that some museums did not allow taking photos, but this was the first time she had seen live streaming or video recording in a museum. However, judging from their attire, they should be museum staff. This should be a live broadcast done by the museum itself? Xijin listened to their introduction and unconsciously followed their footsteps, listening to the explanation while visiting. Xijin's group of 8 people were still very conspicuous. The people in charge of the live broadcast had already discovered that Xijin had been following them. Judging from his expression, he must have listened carefully to their explanation and did not use his mobile phone to take any photos the whole time. The anchor winked at the assistant anchor next to him, who understood immediately, said something to the audience, and left the camera. Then, he walked towards Xijin. Xijin was still following the host's explanation and visiting the cultural relics, but when she looked up she unexpectedly saw the deputy host walking towards her with a smile. She didn't do anything illegal, did she? Xijin immediately looked for the reason in himself. Hello, I just saw you following our staff and listening to their explanation. Do you mind appearing on camera? Our anchor wants to ask a random question on the spot. Let me put on a mask. Xijin took out her mask and sunglasses again. Deputy anchor. What a pretty girl. Why doesn't she want to show her face? Then get ready, our anchor will be here soon. Xijin nodded, and 01 and 02 stood on Xijin's left and right. Deputy anchor, do young people nowadays need to bring bodyguards when traveling? Hello? Hello, I am the deputy director of the Imperial Capital Museum. May I ask your name, young lady? No need to worry about your surname. Ms. Yun, may I ask why we came to the museum today? Just passing by. Deputy Director. Well, it can be seen that Miss Yun has a very casual personality. Just now, I saw Miss Yun has been listening to our explanation carefully. Did she gain anything? The Deputy Director looked at Xijin with some anticipation in his eyes. I learned some knowledge that I don't usually come into contact with. I just passed by a place where some silk was displayed, and I really want to buy the same one. It has to be said that Xijin has a deep love for Chinese culture. When she saw the silk, she thought it was very beautiful. She couldn't buy the original, but she could always buy a similar one, right? Wow! It seems that Miss Yun likes silk very much. Our museum has a cooperation with the silk workshop. If Miss Yun likes it, we can chat offline. When the deputy director heard that Xijin wanted to buy silk, his eyes lit up. Nowadays, few young people buy traditional handicrafts. The silk workshop that their museum cooperates with has had very bleak business in recent years. Okay, you go live first. Xijin was actually not used to the feeling of being followed by the camera. It felt quite awkward. He seemed a little stiff when answering. The deputy curator winked at the deputy anchor again, and then continued her live broadcast of the museum. Ms. Yun, you just mentioned that you want to buy silk, you can tell me. Whatever you want, we have ready-made products and customized ones as well. Where is your silk workshop? Do you have any samples you can show me? Although Xijin was quite interested in the silk displayed in the museum, she didn't want to spend a lot of money only to buy an inferior product that was not what she had ordered. You can rest assured. Our museum has been cooperating with this silk workshop for many years, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed. We have samples too, please wait a moment, and I will get them for you. After finally finding a potential customer, the deputy anchor ignored the live broadcast room and went straight to find silk samples for Xijin. Afraid that Xijin would leave directly after the tour, she almost ran there and ran back. Miss Yun, this is the sample. Except that it was made recently, the craftsmanship is absolutely the same as those in the museum. The deputy anchor took a long breath before finally recovering. When I opened the box, I saw that there were indeed many silk samples inside. However, because the deputy anchor was running too fast, the silk inside was mixed into a ball. Xijin picked one out of the box and took it out. It was very smooth in her hand and slipped away without her noticing. I want to make a custom one. Can I just ask you? Xijin did not forget that she still had a spending task of 5 million to complete today. If I can spend the 5 million here, that's not impossible. The deputy anchor doesn't know yet that a big order is about to fall on her head. Sure. Are you still interested? If you want to customize it, we need to go to the office inside to discuss the details. Xijin had been following the live broadcast and listening to the explanations. The deputy host was afraid that if she asked Xijin to leave directly, she would be unhappy. It's okay. Come over whenever you want to listen to me. I'll talk to you about custom-made silk first. Although Xijin enjoyed listening to the explanation, he still thought the task of spending money was more important. Then please come this way, let's go to the office to talk. Chapter 36 Reasons for Poor Business. The deputy anchor took Xijin to the office usually used by museum staff, quickly found the relevant contract, and handed it to Xijin to read. Ms. Yun, this is the contract for your purchase in our museum. You can take a look, and if you think there is no problem, you can sign the contract at any time. Xijin took the contract and opened it to read its contents. However, when Xijin saw that the client was a museum, he felt it was not very reliable. After all, Xijin wanted to buy authentic silk from that silk workshop. If she signed a contract with a museum, who knows whether the silk the museum gave her was authentic? Well, I think it would be better for me to talk to the people at the silk workshop in person. Give me their contact information and I'll contact them myself. The deputy anchor looked somewhat reluctant. After all, if Xijin signed a contract with her, the real commission would be given to her. If Xijin went to talk to the people in the silk workshop herself, the commission would have nothing to do with her at all. Why, did you just lie to me? There is no such silk workshop at all? Xijin could more or less see through the deputy anchor's little thoughts, but although Xijin had a lot of money, she was not stupid. If she signed this kind of contract and ended up getting cheated, she would have to bear the consequences herself and would not be able to protect her rights at all. Of course not, it's just that no one is here at the silk workshop. If you contact them now, there may not be anyone coming today. The deputy anchor still wanted Xijin to sign a contract with him. I'm not in a hurry. Everyone buys it. It's not necessary to buy it. Xijin picked up her bag and prepared to go out. This deputy anchor seemed quite enthusiastic, but she was too thoughtful. Xijin did not have a very good impression of her. If she had told her the contact information of the people in the silk workshop at the beginning, Xijin would have had a better impression of her. Ms. Yun, it's the same when you sign a contract with a museum. Please think about it again. The deputy anchor followed closely behind Xijin, trying to persuade her. No, I think you handled this matter very unprofessionally. Even if there really was a cooperating workshop, when you signed the contract, at least the name of the silk workshop should be mentioned. She didn't see the name of the silk workshop from beginning to end. It only wrote that the customer ordered souvenirs from the museum. Souvenir? Who would sign a purchase contract just to buy a souvenir? Do you really think she is young and easy to fool? After this incident, Xijin probably understood why the silk workshop's business was so bad. If he didn't change this kind of partner, would he be able to keep it for the new year? After coming out of the office, Xijin was no longer in the mood to continue sightseeing. She walked in front of Lingy and the others and quickly headed towards the exit on the other side of the museum. The deputy director, who was explaining something to the audience in the live broadcast room, saw Xijin coming out of the office with a bad look on his face. The deputy director's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Xiao Pan failed to reach a deal for cooperation again this time? What happened recently? I haven't signed a single order from the silk workshop. Xijin had no intention of explaining and simply left the Imperial Capital Museum and drove aimlessly around the city of Imperial Capital. Finally, I found myself outside a large agricultural product wholesale market. If we can't buy silk, we can buy some things and send them to the disaster area. Is that okay? Xijin thought so. Xijin did what he said. He found a place to park the car, got out and walked towards the agricultural product wholesale market. Xijin first took a look around to make sure that everything was fresh, and then asked who was in charge of the market. Upon hearing that someone was looking for the person in charge, many shop owners gave Xijin directions, and he soon found the person. Deng Yi didn't expect that when he received a call saying someone was looking for him and rushed over, he would see such a young and beautiful girl. You want to buy supplies in bulk? Whatever you need, I'll see if I can get you some. Deng Yi has been able to reach the position of marketing manager, which shows that he has good vision. Although Xijin looked out of place in this wholesale market, Deng Yi didn't think the girl in front of him would joke about such a thing. It has been raining heavily in the south recently, and many places have been flooded. I'm so worried. After thinking it over, I decided to donate a batch of supplies. Boss Deng, please help me choose the ones that can be transported and stored easily. There are also trucks needed to transport the supplies. I would also like to trouble Boss Deng to help contact them. I will give you the money you need when the time comes. Including the transportation costs, we need to prepare about 5 million worth of supplies. Boss Deng, can you transfer the supplies? When Deng Yi heard Xijin asking for 5 million worth of supplies, he felt deeply moved. Young people nowadays are really rich. However, thinking that these were supplies donated to the disaster-stricken areas in the south, Deng Yi secretly decided in his heart that he would give Miss Yun the lowest price later. Yes. I admire your kindness very much. Since the donation is for the disaster area, I will not make money from you, Miss Yun. I will give you the lowest price for all the supplies. It is impossible not to make money. After all, this market does not belong to him alone. He can only give Xijin a lowest price within his authority. Then I would like to thank Mr. Deng for his generosity on behalf of the people in the disaster area. Oh no, this is all my job. I'll have someone transfer the goods first. The truck will be here soon after I contact them. Those who work in the wholesale market do have some connections in the truck industry. After Deng Yi and Xijin finished talking, they walked aside and made a few phone calls. Sure enough, not long after, they saw several trucks driving over. Because the supplies were to be sent to the disaster area, vegetables that were difficult to preserve and transport were almost eliminated. Deng Yi gave Xijin a list, which listed all the supplies he planned for Xijin. The unit price and final total price are indicated behind each item. Including transportation fees, Xijin had to pay Deng Yi a total of 5,016,812.63 yuan. Deng Yi was very generous and gave Xijin a discount, so he only had to pay 5 million and the order was completed. Xijin didn't mind it. To her, more than 10,000 yuan was no different from 1 cent. You took out the black gold card from your bag and handed it to Deng Yi. Swipe the card. When Deng Yi saw the black gold card in Xijin's hand, he was surprised and wondered, could this be the legendary black card? Deng Yi took the bank card from Xijin and inserted it into the POS machine. Ms. Yun, please enter the password. Xijin picked up the POS machine and quickly entered the password. Soon Deng Yi's payment was successful and the POS machine automatically spit out a receipt. Task: spend 5 million yen before midnight tonight. Requirement: there needs to be an audience when spending money. Completed. Mission reward: trigger 2 times rebate. 10 million yen has been issued to the host savings card, and a free-to-play off-road vehicle has been issued to the system backpack. Please check it carefully. Ms. Yun, please take your card and receipt. After paying 5 million in one lump sum, Deng Yi assessed Xijin's financial resources. After paying the money, Xijin looked at the reward and suddenly had the idea of following the truck to the disaster area. Chapter 37 Xingyang Calls. She grew up in an orphanage. Although she didn't suffer much, sometimes when she encountered problems and couldn't find anyone to talk to or support her, she longed for someone to stand up and give her the warmth she needed. It's a pity that before she bound herself to Manhwa, her life was not a lucky one. But now, she wants to be someone who can give warmth to others. She has consumption tasks assigned by the system to complete every day. Even if she doesn't donate supplies, there is no problem in donating money directly. She might not be able to help much when she arrives at the scene, but with the Manhwa SUV there, she should be able to do her bit. Why don't we drive there together? I have a pretty good off-road vehicle that might be able to help in the disaster area. It's just that it didn't come out today, so I have to go back and get it. No, don't worry, Miss Yun, these are the trucks I've worked with for many years, and they will definitely deliver the supplies safely. You have thin arms and legs. If you go to the disaster area, someone might need to be sent to take care of you. Don't go and cause trouble. Deng Yi is a man who sometimes speaks very directly. But he also wanted to dissuade Yun Xijin from the idea. If a person wearing all luxury brands and carrying a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars goes to the disaster area, who knows who will take care of whom? Yun Xijin. Does she look so untrustworthy? Miss, you are indeed not suitable to go. If you are worried, just send one of us. You don't need to go in person. Yun Xijin is now delicate and tender-skinned by the flowers. If she gets a little bump, her skin will turn red. If she goes to the disaster area, she will become the favorite blood-sucking target of mosquitoes. That's fine, but who of you is more suitable to go? Go home and drive my car over. It's better than yours. Yun Xijin still hasn't figured out what hidden abilities her 7 bodyguards have. 05 has survived in the wild for a long time, so it is most appropriate for him to go. Ling Wu has the strongest ability to survive in the wild. Even if something unexpected happens, he is able to be self-reliant and wait for rescue, although the possibility of this is very small. Then go 05, go back and drive now, maybe you can catch up with the truck. Yun Xijin was thinking of releasing the off-road vehicle that Manhwa had just given him from the system backpack in a place where there was no surveillance, and let Ling Wu drive directly to chase the truck. Don't worry, Miss Yun. The loading is not finished yet. I'll ask them to wait for you and we can leave together when the time comes. Seeing Yun Xijin listen to the advice, Deng Yi breathed a sigh of relief and enthusiastically began to help Yun Xijin coordinate the departure time of the truck. Okay then, we'll be back as soon as possible. Yun Xijin winked at the 017 members and walked quickly towards where they parked. After getting away from the wholesale market, Yun Xijin began to observe the surrounding cameras again. However, Ling Er said that he used to be a hacker and could help Yun Xijin adjust the surveillance camera footage so that she could release the car without worry. This gave Yun Xijin another surprise. She always felt like she was opening a blind box. Each bodyguard had hidden skills, and when they were needed, she could successfully open a blind box. I don't know how long it will take to open all 7. Yun Xijin probably never thought that the bodyguards might have one or more hidden skills. After Ling Er was ready, Yun Xijin took out the Manhwa brand off-road vehicle that Manhwa had just given him from the system backpack. 05, although my fundamental purpose is to allow you to help more people, the most important thing is your own safety. No matter what you do, always consider yourself first. I don't need you to sacrifice yourself for anyone. Of course, we will help as much as we can within our ability. Here. This is my bank card. There is 50 million in it. The password is my birthday. If you need anything, just swipe the card. If you don't have enough money, just call me. I don't have anything else, but I have enough money. There are hundreds of billions of dollars in the card. Yun Xijin really doesn't care much about money now. If she can spend it on meaningful things, she is certainly willing to contribute her own strength. Ling Wu solemnly took the bank card given by Yun Xijin and nodded. Don't worry, Mississippi. I will complete the task you give me seriously. Ling Wu still had a serious expression on his face, but Yun Xijin knew that this was an occupational disease for bodyguards, so he didn't make things difficult for him. Go ahead, and be safe. It was the first time for Yun Xijin to send someone out to complete a mission, and he still found it quite new. Ling Wu drove the Manhwa brand SUV that Yun Xijin took out and headed towards the wholesale market, while Yun Xijin and the remaining bodyguards returned the same way. After returning to Xinhuafu, Yun Xijin remembered that she had not yet gone to the Chinese medicine store to buy the herbs needed to make rose essential oil. But once a person lies down, he doesn't want to get up. Or how about buying it when I go out to do my shopping task tomorrow? Yun Xijin successfully convinced herself and fell asleep on the sofa in the living room without knowing when. Just like when the clouds are low it rains, when you sing softly I am moved. Yun Xijin's cell phone rang shortly after she lay down. Yun Xijin reached out his hand to fumble for his cell phone in annoyance, then decisively hung up the call. After being out and about all day, she really didn't want to move anymore and even found it difficult to answer the phone. But the person who called obviously didn't give up so easily. After Yun Xijin hung up one call, he called again. Yun Xijin sat up irritably and swiped the answer button heavily. "You'd better be busy. Otherwise." Yun Xijin first roared, then gritted his teeth. "Sister Yun? Sister Yun? Did I disturb you?" On the other side of the phone, Xing Yang's voice sounded weak and a little cautious. From the day of the auction, Sheng Yang found his position in front of Yun Xijin. "What do you think? If you have something to say, just say it." Yun Xijin is in a really bad temper right now. "Sister Yun, I want to start a small business, but my brother won't give me money. I'm calling to ask if Sister Yun is interested in investing." "Business? What kind of business do you want to do?" She is rich, but she is not willing to invest in every business. "Bar." Yun Xijin. "It does fit your image as young Master Sheng, but how much does it cost to open a bar? You don't have any money now?" How come the Sheng family is an old and famous family in the capital? As the only son of the current generation of the Sheng Group's chairman, how could Xing Yang's pocket money be too little? Just take out 2 months' pocket money and you have it, right? "I've spent all my money." You win millions at a racetrack today, and then go to a club for a night of partying tomorrow, and all the money will be gone in a flash. Yun Xijin fell silent again. "I have money to invest in you, but if you want to open a bar, what if your brother finds out that I invested in you and comes to trouble me? I won't invest." "Stop it, Sister Yun. I've already boasted about this. If I can't open a bar, how can I stay in the circle of imperial capital?" Chapter 38, Buying Rose Essential Oil Raw Materials. "Did I ask you to brag?" Yun Xijin blocked all the words that Xing Yang wanted to say with just one sentence. Indeed, he wanted to brag, but he didn't have the capital to open a store, so he could only find someone to clean up his mess. "Sister Yun, please have pity on me. I don't want much, 2 or 3 million will be enough. Sister Yun, you don't have to worry about anything, I will just give you 50% of the shares." Xing Yang is still a college student, but he will start his internship next year as a senior. He doesn't want to go to those crappy companies assigned by the school, nor does he want to go to the company at home, so he wants to start his own business. He didn't know how to do anything else, so he finally chose the bar industry, which he was more familiar with. When he excitedly took his business plan to his brother, he unexpectedly received a veto. He also said that his main task now is to study and not think about going to bars and picking up girls all day. When Xing Yang, a dandy young man, opened a bar, Xing Hao's first reaction was that he wanted to use the reputation of entrepreneurship for fun. Of so many industries, why did you choose bar? At least opening a grocery store would seem much more reliable than opening a bar. Do you think I look like someone who is short of that 50% stake? Xing Yang is dead. We are about the same age, so why is there such a big gap between people? Sister Yun, what do you want in exchange for investment? You have to give me a military order, tell me how much money you can make for me in a year, and if you can't do it, return all my funds according to the bank's interest rate of the day. Yun Xijin could agree to invest in him, but the prerequisite was that he was really serious about starting a business, and not just doing it for fun, as Xing Hao said. Okay. When will the funds arrive? Let's make an appointment to meet tomorrow and talk about it. Bye. After saying that, Yun Xijin hung up the phone without hesitation. Yun Xijin now really wants someone to give her a shoulder massage to relieve the fatigue from excessive exercise during the day. The next day. Consumption task, please spend 4 million yen before midnight tonight. No requirements, reward, to be unlocked. Yun Xijin has now become immune to the system's daily task release notification sound and can remain calm. Because Xing Yang couldn't get up, Yun Xijin and Xing Yang made an appointment to meet at a dessert shop near Takeo University at 1 o'clock this afternoon. It wasn't a flirtatious date, it was simply because Yun Xijin suddenly wanted to eat dessert. After breakfast, Ling came to report the situation at Lingwu to Yun Xijin. 05 and the supply truck arrived safely at the destination early this morning. 05 joined the rescue team this morning, but the signal in the disaster area is currently poor, so many situations may not be reported in time. However, Lingwu's strength should be able to handle 99% of possible unexpected situations, so you can rest assured, young lady. Yun Xijin nodded. She had great confidence in the strength of the bodyguards assigned by the system. Saving people is important, but remember to remind him that his own safety is more important. He should not risk his own life to save others. Yun Xijin was afraid of Lingwu's stubborn temper, because she said that if she wanted to save more people, she would risk her own life. Okay miss, I'll pass it on. Lingy nodded slightly to show that he understood. The tone of his speech was also very serious. Let's go to the Chinese medicine store today. Since the system has given the recipe, Xijin doesn't want to waste it. It just so happened that she had nothing else to do except worrying about how to spend money every day, so making rose essential oil was a way for her to pass the time. If the effect is good, she can also start a small business of her own. You can't just give up and spend money every day just because the system gives you money. Problems will easily arise over time. Xijin didn't want to drive today, so Lingqi was pushed out by others to be Xijin's driver. Not everyone can open Bingmei powder, and Lingqi, after all, he ranks 7th in martial arts strength. There are quite a lot of Chinese medicine stores in the capital. Xijin searched on the map and saw several of them. Xijin chose the one closest to Xinhuafu, which was about 20 minutes drive away. Xijin, who didn't need to drive, walked straight to the entrance of the Chinese medicine store after getting out of the car. The two people in the nanny car, 0102, got out of the car behind Xijin. The name of the Chinese medicine store is Lishan Tang. The store is not big, but there are many people inside. It looks like it should be a Chinese medicine store with a good reputation. Hello, are you here to buy medicine or see a doctor? As soon as Xijin and 0102 walked into the store, someone came to greet them. To buy medicinal herbs, please take some from the list. Give me 5 taels of each herb. That's about it. Xijin didn't want to buy too much at once, she just wanted to try it first. Whether it would work or not was another matter. There are several expensive herbs here. Are you sure you want them all? The clerk looked at the list and noticed that there were several expensive herbs on it. He reminded her out loud, fearing that she would be scared when she took the herbs and calculated the prices. It's okay, just take it, I'll pay you whatever it is. Xijin certainly doesn't care about the price of the medicinal materials. No matter how expensive it is, it can't be more than 10 billion. If so, she can still afford it. Okay, please sit here and wait for a moment. I'll get it. When the clerk left, he glanced at Lingyi and lingered behind Xijin. Do people nowadays have to bring bodyguards with them when they go out? Xijin did not sit on the chairs in the store. There were already people sitting there. Most of them were elderly people, so she did not try to take up a seat. While the clerk went to get the herbs, Xijin began to observe the decoration of the store and the patients who were seeing doctors here. The people queuing inside that small door have all gone outside. The traditional Chinese medicine technology here must be quite good. Hello, I have all the herbs you requested. Can you check to see if the number is correct? While Xijin was still observing, the clerk called Xijin from inside the counter. Xijin walked forward and watched the clerk weigh the items for her bit by bit. After confirming that the weight was correct, Xijin nodded. After all the herbs were weighed, the clerk began to pack them. I don't know how she managed it, but she packed a package very quickly. The list that Xijin brought contained 15 kinds of medicinal herbs in total, most of which were common ones, with 1 or 2 occasionally being rarely used and with very limited stock in the store. All the herbs cost 16,347.63 in total. Because they are all Chinese herbs, they cannot be paid with the medical insurance card. At this point, the clerk looked at Xijin cautiously. Seeing that Xijin's expression did not change, he finally felt relieved and continued. Do you want to pay by card or cash? Zifurbo or WeChat are also acceptable. Xijin did not pay, and the clerk did not hand the herbs to Xijin. After all, these packages were worth more than 10,000 yuan. If the order was run away, her salary for this month wouldn't be enough to compensate her. Swipe the card. Xijin handed over his black gold card. The clerk took the black gold card and quickly processed the payment. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the payment was successful. Okay, here are your receipt and bank card. I look forward to seeing you next time. 01 and 02 stepped forward and picked up the herbs in their hands. Chapter 39 Sterile Production Room. After buying the herbs, Xijin returned to Xingyu Mansion and picked out an empty room to use as his own pharmacy, asking Lingyi and Linger to put all the herbs he bought today in it. However, medicinal materials alone are not enough, some tools needed to make essential oils also need to be purchased. There is a sterile production room in the system. Does the host want to spend 10 million yen to unlock it? Yes/no. Xijin was just about to buy tools on the online shopping app on her phone, but she didn't expect to make a sound when she spent money casually. It can actually be operated like this. 10 million was not too much for Xijin now, so he agreed without much hesitation. Ding! The random flower card sterile production room has been unlocked. The host can open it and use it at any time from the system virtual screen. Xijin opened the system virtual screen and quickly found the sterile production room next to the system backpack. After clicking it, Xijin appeared in a very professional-looking laboratory. I have to say that this 10 million is well worth it. With Sibianhua's sterile production room, Yun Xijin no longer needs to buy tools from outside. Considering that she had an appointment with Xingyang today, Yun Xijin did not start making the essential oil. Otherwise, she was afraid that if she immersed herself in it all at once, she might miss the time to meet Xingyang. In the afternoon, Yun Xijin showed up at the dessert shop where Xingyang had made an appointment 10 minutes early. Xingyang arrived earlier than Yun Xijin. He probably really wanted Yun Xijin to invest in him, otherwise he wouldn't be so proactive. Sister Yun! When he saw Yun Xijin, Xingyang's eyes lit up. Yun Xijin also saw Xingyang and walked towards his seat. You're here quite early. Xingyang is usually a carefree person, so Yun Xijin was a little surprised that he was so active this time. Isn't this just to let Sister Yun see my sincerity? Xingyang is serious about starting his own business this time. Although a bar does not sound very serious, it does not prevent it from being a business. Now it seems that you are quite sincere, but I don't know if you are just a flash in the pan. In Yun Xijin's opinion, this possibility is still very high. Absolutely not. Sister Yun, just wait and see. If I am really just a flash in the pan, I will definitely return every penny of the money you invested in me. Yun Xijin is the only person he can find now who might invest in him, and Xingyang is really afraid that Yun Xijin will suddenly change his mind. Okay, since you're still serious now. But I can't give you the money now. We need to sign an agreement first. Do you want to find a lawyer to draw up the contract, or should I? Yun Xijin looked at Xingyang. Sister Yun, you should find a lawyer. Yun Xijin hired her own lawyer to draw up the contract, so she wouldn't be afraid that he would set a trap for her. Yun Xijin raised an eyebrow. Okay. Then why not wait for a better day? Let's go now. Yun Xijin was quite satisfied with Henchuan law firm, with which he cooperated last time. This time, Yun Xijin also planned to ask people from Henchuan law firm to help draft the contract. This is just a small matter and the people from Henchuan law firm should be able to complete it quickly. Walk. By the way, I just ordered a serving of snow meringue for you, but it hasn't been served yet. I'll go ask. The two of them just stood up from their seats when Xingyang remembered that he had asked Yun Xijin yesterday what dessert she wanted to eat. He ordered it for Yun Xijin when he arrived today. Unexpectedly, they were about to leave and no one brought it to the table. Tell them to pack it up. It's too late to eat it now. Yun Xijin didn't expect that Xingyang had ordered dessert for her in advance. There was nothing in front of him, not even a drink. Xingyang nodded. Of course, he would listen to Yun Xijin as he ordered for her. Hello, is the snow meringue ordered by table 5 ready? We'll take it away. Chapter 40, Invincible, Lawyer Tang will win in court. Sorry, there are too many people today, so the food is slow to come out. It will be ready in a minute. The chef is already finishing the dishes. I'll get you some takeaway boxes now. The clerk at the front desk was a little embarrassed when asked. She just noticed that the boy had been sitting here for about 20 minutes. He seemed to be waiting for someone, and no one urged him to leave. She didn't expect him to leave as soon as the girl came. Please hurry up, we have something to do and need to leave. Yun Xijin looked at the clerk and said calmly. I'll go help you guys urge them. As he said that, the clerk walked into the production room and brought out a portion of snow meringue in a few moments. This is the snow meringue you ordered. I'll pack it for you now. There are a lot of people today, sorry to bother you to wait so long. Here are some cookies made by our chef for you to try. The clerk packed up the snow meringues and took a box of cookies from the counter and put it in a small bag to pack up as a small compensation for them. It's okay. How much is it? Xingyang took the 2 bags in his hands, turned on his phone and asked the clerk. 98 yuan. Today I gave you 2 a bad shopping experience. I will give you a 10% discount, and it will be 88 yuan. The price is still as expensive as before, but their food is really delicious. Let's go. I just contacted Henchuan law firm. Their lawyer Tang Yu happens to be at the law firm today. Let's hurry over there. Maybe we can run into him. Lawyers are really busy, and if you are not careful, they may no longer be in the capital. Xingyang nodded. He now wished he could go to the law firm immediately and ask them to draft the contract and sign it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he was afraid that Yun Xijin would regret it the next second. It took less than an hour to get from the dessert shop to Dingxi building. Yun Xijin took Xingyang and used the Dingxi building's special elevator to go directly to the floor where Henchuan law firm was located. Ms. Yun, you are here! Tang Lu is still in the office. Please go to the conference room with this gentleman and wait for a while. When the front desk clerk at the law firm saw Yun Xijin, she immediately greeted her with a smile. She remembered that Yun Xijin was brought here by President Su last time. Regardless of Yun Xijin's identity, Su Yuanfu is now the only landlord and the only spokesperson in Dingxi building, so they have to be polite to Su Yuanfu. The same applies to the customers brought by Su Yuanfu. That's good. I was afraid that if I came too late, Tang Lu would be busy. It's not impossible. The receptionist smiled. Although it was possible, she couldn't say that. No, Miss Yun, your order will definitely be given priority. The receptionist poured a cup of hot tea for each of them and said, Wait a moment, I'll go get Tang Lu to come over for you. Yun Xijin nodded, then picked up the tea and took a sip. Tang Lu? Isn't that the Tang Lu I know? Xinyan thought of the Tang Lu in his memory, wondering if it was really such a coincidence. What do you mean? Yun Xijin didn't know much about the legal profession and didn't know what the Tang law that Xinyan mentioned meant. He's the golden lawyer who always wins in court. But I only know that everyone calls him Tang Lu. I don't know his real name, nor do I know which law firm he is from. But it could be the same surname. Tang is not rare. Have you ever seen this Tang Lu? When Yun Xijin heard Xinyan mention the star lawyers in the legal profession, her gossipy spirit suddenly ignited. I've only seen it on video, never in person. Xinyan would know that most of it was due to his 5G internet speed. TSK, it turns out that there are outstanding people in every industry. That's right. I heard that several companies wanted to recruit him as a legal officer, including the 4 major families in the imperial capital. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded in the end. When it came to gossip, both of them were a bit talkative. Chapter 41 Agreement signed. When Tang Yu arrived at the door of the conference room, he heard people inside seem to be discussing him, so he stopped to listen to the content. Unexpectedly, he also heard the comments of outsiders about himself. This evaluation is very high. For Tang Yu, it is both pressure and motivation. Tang Yu knocked on the door, and when he heard silence inside, he opened the door and entered the meeting room. There was an assistant behind him who was responsible for recording the meeting content. I just overheard your conversation. I didn't expect I'm quite famous. As soon as Tang Yu entered the room, he tried his best to make his tone of voice more casual. The people below may not know, but as one of the partner lawyers in the law firm, he knows it very well. The Ms. Yun in front of me is currently the only landlord of Dingxi Building. Being able to buy the entire Dingxi Building at such a young age has already proved Yun Zijin's ability, and it also shows that Yun Zijin is not simple. Tang Yu walked to the seat opposite the two of them and sat down. Hello, my name is Tang Yu. I am a lawyer at Henchuan Law Firm, and this is my assistant. He will record the entire conversation we have later. Hello, my name is Zhou Lin. You can call me Xiao Lin or Xiao Zhou. Zhou Lin opened the notebook in his hand and placed the recorder in the middle of the 4 people to ensure that everyone's voice could be recorded clearly. Hello, I'm Yun Zijin. My name is Xinyan, and we would like you to help us draft an investment cooperation agreement. After hearing Xinyan's words, Tang Yu roughly knew what preparations he needed to make. Sure, please tell me the details and I will draft a contract for you based on the actual situation. Tang Yu, Yun Zijin and Xinyan discussed in the conference room for about an hour and finally decided on the final version of the agreement. Zhou Lin took the USB flash drive that Tang Yu copied and printed out the agreement. Yun Zijin, Xinyan and Tang Yu, representing Henchuan Law Firm, all signed and stamped the agreement. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Xinyan held the agreement that belonged to him in his hand, and his eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. Okay, stop grinning. When you can get your license, I'll transfer the money to you. Now you're still that poor second-generation rich kid. She hasn't completed today's 4 million consumption task yet. That's different. I've found a reliable investor like you, Sister Yun. The license is a piece of cake. It can be done in minutes. Even if Xingyang is not the heir of the Xing family this generation, he is still Xing Hao's younger brother. Most people in the capital will still give Xingyang some face when facing him. Then go and get it done. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. She had to finish the spending task quickly, otherwise she would face a bigger spending task tomorrow. No hurry, Sister Yun. We have a party at Yun Palace No. 1 tonight. Do you want to come? I'll introduce you to my friends. They heard that you snatched a piece of land from Brother Liu and his men, but many people want to meet you. His brother did not go that day because he had something to do, but Li Weqing, Fu Zhe and Lu Yonk were all present. With 3 princes in charge and an important piece of land for the project being robbed, this incident became a hot topic among insiders in the circle. And the smart people are already inquiring about Yun Zijin's identity. It's a pity that apart from the superficial information that Yun Zijin is the real daughter of the Xia family who was recently found and grew up in an orphanage, nothing else was found. I don't even know your friend. It's not good to come uninvited like this, right? Yun Zijin has now realized the limitations of her vision. With a consumption task of several million a day, she can no longer find any new ways to spend money. You can't always go to Jinxing shopping mall and buy a bunch of luxury goods, right? No matter how many luxury goods there are, she has to pick out all the styles every day. She can't end up buying duplicate items just to fulfill her consumption goals. This is not how you spend money even if you have it. Don't worry, Sister Yun, I will greet them in advance. Besides, I brought you here, so even if others have any objections, they have to keep it to themselves. Only at this time did Xingyang reveal a little bit of his playboy side. As the core figure of the Pleiades, Xingyang always had the final say among his circle of friends. Alright, when do you guys start? I'll watch the time go by. Yun Xijin was still thinking about her consumption task. We usually arrive at 7 o'clock, but Sister Yun, you don't have to worry about the time. It's okay to arrive later. Xingyang himself was often late, and sometimes he would just leave after staying for a while, but no one dared to say anything to him anyway. That's not right. Didn't you say you had no money? Why are you still going out to party? Yun Xijin just realized now, if Xingyang has no money, how is he going to pay for the party? You can't let others treat you every time. Once or twice is okay, but if you do it too often, you'll start to feel resentful. I've invited them so many times, I can't refuse to ask them to pay occasionally. Xingyang didn't think that not having money was something shameful. If he hadn't treated everyone every time they went out, his pocket money wouldn't have been spent so quickly. Yun Xijin raised an eyebrow. Doesn't this kid treat everyone every time he goes out? Don't let others treat you as a scapegoat. Okay, 7 o'clock, right? I'll be there on time. I'm really busy right now, so you can have fun by yourself. Yun Xijin turned around and got into his car, and Lingqi also sat in Bing Meifan's driver's seat. Xingyang always felt that there was something wrong with the last look Yun Xijin gave him, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Finally, he scratched his head, got into his car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away from Bingxi building. Yun Xijin searched for Yungong number 1 in the car, and when she saw that a plate of smashed cucumbers cost 28.88, she had a preliminary understanding of the consumption at Yungong number 1. This is also a way to spend money. Lingqi, go to Yungong number 1. Yun Xijin thought it would be better to go to Yungong number 1 to check things out first, so that he could complete today's consumption task. Yes, miss. Lingqi didn't even need to look at the navigation and changed the route directly, and the nanny car behind him also caught up in time. At the gate of Yun Palace number 1. Excuse me, please show me your membership card. Just as Yun Xijin was about to go in, he was stopped by the people at the door. It's still a membership system. This is my first time here and I don't have a membership card, but I can get one on the spot. What are the requirements? The guard took a look at the 6 bodyguards following Yun Xijin, and finally chose to follow his heart. He took Yun Xijin to the front desk and explained the situation. The receptionist was stunned for a moment. Their club's membership has always been based on an invitation and referral system, and this was the first time someone came to apply for a membership card uninvited. However, the club did not have any explicit regulations prohibiting people from coming here to apply for membership cards by themselves, so the front desk clerk still explained the requirements to Yun Xijin. Only ordinary membership cards are available for the first time, and a one-time top-up of 1 million is required. No problem, swipe the card. Yun Xijin took out the black gold card that she had given to Siyue from her bag. Chapter 42, This overwhelming wealth is finally my turn. The receptionist was a little confused when she saw the black gold card in Yun Xijin's hand. She has been working as the cashier at Yungong number 1 for several years. She has seen many black cards, but this type of black card is the first time she has seen one. However, she did not deny that Yun Xijin's card was fake. She took the black gold card from Yun Xijin very professionally and started to apply for a membership card. After entering the membership information and seeing that the recharge was successful, the receptionist was very glad that she did not do anything irrational just because she had never seen such a black card. However, it is also because Yun Xijin is now pampered by the system, and her whole body reveals a sense of confidence. Even if her clothes and accessories are not conspicuous, people will only think that she is noble and reserved rather than poor and penniless. I have already processed your membership card. You are currently an ordinary member. You can use your membership card to reserve a private room on the 1st to 3rd floors. This is the reservation number. You can call directly if you need it. Here are your membership and bank cards. Please keep them. Is there anything else I can help you with? I successfully recruited a new member through my own efforts, and the receptionist's smile is now obviously much more sincere than before. Tell me about your club's membership upgrade requirements. Although she may not come here often, it is okay to learn about the upgrade system. The club has 5 levels: ordinary members, silver members, gold members, diamond members, and purple gold members. Ordinary members only need to top up 1 million yuan at once, silver members need to have accumulated spending of 10 million yuan in the club within the past year, gold members need to have assets with a market value of more than 1 billion yuan, and have accumulated spending of 50 million yuan in the club within 1 year. Diamond members need to have assets with a market value of more than 5 billion yuan and have accumulated spending of more than 50 million yuan in the club within 1 year. And Purple Gold members can only be invited by our boss, and the specific requirements are unclear. Currently, there are only 10 Purple Gold membership card holders in the club. After hearing the membership card system introduced by the front desk, Xijin felt that she seemed to have found a good place where she could continue to complete her consumption tasks. A total of 50 million yuan in consumption will do. Please help me get a private room. Xijin handed the membership card she had just held in her hand back to the front desk. Receptionist, is it finally my turn to enjoy this overwhelming wealth? Okay. She can get commissions from new members she recruits when they spend money in the club. Although ordinary members only get 1,000th of the commission, it does not stop her from dreaming that this young lady will become a gold member one day. Before, she had always helped other colleagues to open membership cards for their clients, and now it was finally her turn. Taking Xijin's membership card, he immediately helped Xijin pick a very auspicious box 66. Ms. Yun, we have opened room 66 for you. Someone will take you there. Enjoy your meal. Omega. Xijin took out her membership card and a waiter came over to show her the way. Not long after, the waiter stopped at the door of a private room. Miss Yun, this is private room number 66. Xijin took out the door card that the front desk had just given her and swiped it, and the door opened. Miss Yun, would you like to order now? Xijin nodded and said of course, now. She had a second round and couldn't eat too much, but Lingy and the others didn't eat much. Xijin didn't even look at the price and just ordered whatever she liked. During the meal, she also asked Lingy and the others about their tastes. There were 7 people, and in the end the total amount was exactly 4 million. Xijin couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Although the mission would only be considered successful after finishing the meal and paying the bill, today's consumption had already reached the target, and Xijin couldn't help but feel happy. As expected, she still needs to learn from these rich second generations. They spend millions on a casual meal. Isn't this what she needs? Eat whatever you want. Today is my treat. It's just 4 million, just spend some money. Lingy and the others expressed their gratitude very humbly, but when they sat down, they still kept a certain distance from Xijin. Although Xijin may not care, they must recognize their own identities. Xijin didn't say anything about this. She was still very relaxed about the usual behavioral standards of Lingy and the others. As long as they didn't let down at the critical moment, it was fine. Just like when the clouds are low it rains, when you sing softly I am moved. While waiting for the food to be served, Xijin's phone rang and she picked it up casually. I have a dinner party with a few friends at Tianhe Mansion today. I wonder if I would be honored to have Miss Yun do me the honor? On the other end of the phone, Lu Young's clear and elegant voice was heard, and Xijin realized for the first time that she might be a voice control person. Although she was screaming inside, Xijin looked very calm. That's really unfortunate. I just promised Xingyang today to play at Yugong number 1 at 7 o'clock in the evening. Although she and Lu Yong were friends who had met several times, this was not a first-come first-served basis, and his invitation came too late. Xingyang? Yugong number 1? Lu Yong obviously didn't think that Xijin and Xingyang also had an appointment. Yes, he said that he was very curious about me, a strange woman who was able to grab the land under the siege of Master Lu and several princes. It happened that Xingyang and I had something to discuss today, so we made an appointment. After all, it was not his home court, so Xijin did not invite Lu Yong. Okay, I understand. Since Miss Yun has an appointment, I won't bother you anymore. Not long after hanging up the phone, a waiter knocked on the door and Lingqi went to open it. The waiter brought over some snacks that Xijin ordered for herself, including sliced fruits, desserts, drinks, and so on. On the other side, after Lu Yong hung up the phone, he looked at Xinghao. Your brother invited me first, and we plan to hang out at Yugong number 1 tonight. When Xinghao heard Lu Yong's words, he narrowed his eyes. He has already spent all his pocket money this month. How can he afford to go to Yugong number 1? His group of friends won't pay for it. Xingyang was overprotected by them. He was simple-minded and easily trusted others. Because he knew that there were always a group of people around Xingyang who took advantage of him, Xinghao stopped giving Xingyang extra pocket money. It's a fixed amount every month. After spending it, just go home and eat and live at home every day. As long as you don't starve to death, it's fine. Who knows? You can't ask Miss Yun to pay, right? Who takes a girl out nowadays and lets her pay? Well, Xingyang can't pay, so it's Miss Yun who will pay, Li Yuqing said with a smile. Xinghao. Go to Cloud Palace number 1. Fu Zhe shrugged. The second young master of the Xing family was truly his brother's nemesis. Having achieved his goal, Lu Yong curled his lips, took the coat behind him, put it in his arm, and followed Xinghao away. Fu Zhe and Li Yueqing looked at each other and thought, well, we can't have this meal today. Let's go to Cloud Palace number 1. Chapter 43 Spend Money. When Lu Yong and his companions arrived at Yangong number 1, it was not yet 7 o'clock in the evening, so Xinghao used his membership card to book a private room. No, we're just going to wait for them here. Li Yueqing looked at the drink in front of him and really didn't want to move. We had originally planned to have a proper meal at Tianhe Mansion today, but we didn't expect to end up at the club. He has been out for social events every day these days because of company matters. He drinks to the point of vomiting and really doesn't want to drink anymore in the short term. If you want to catch them in the act, you have to wait. Xinghao wanted Xingyang to see the true faces of his bad friends, otherwise he would suffer a greater loss sooner or later. It's just a loss of pocket money, but if these people dare to have other ideas, don't blame him for being rude. Neither Li Yueqing nor Fu Zhe said anything. Xinghao, their younger brother, was indeed quite annoying sometimes. Then don't order all these drinks. I want to eat something normal. Give me the menu. I'll order some. Li Yueqing took the tablet for ordering food and quickly ordered several main dishes. Fu Zhe ordered several of his favorite dishes without hesitation. Brother Lu, why don't you ask Miss Yun when she will arrive? Li Yueqing looked at Lu Yong. The fact that he and Yun Xijin had met in private could not be hidden from them. Although Lu Yong always made the excuse that it was because of work, they all grew up together and knew each other well. Considering Lu Yong's personality of wanting to stay 10 meters away from every woman, the fact that he took the initiative to meet Yun Xijin and even go out to dinner with her was enough to show how special Lu Yong was to Yun Xijin. In a family like theirs, marriage is not something they can decide on their own, but Lu Yong and Yun Xijin seem to be a good match for the moment. Li Yueqing strongly supports Lu Yong's pursuit of Yun Xijin. It would be good if one of them could finally get married. Lu Yong ignored Li Yueqing. He had just told him not to disturb him. If he called him now, it would seem like he was meddling too much. Yun Xijin didn't know that Lu Yong had also come to Yun Palace number 1. After drinking the cocktail she ordered out of curiosity, her head began to feel a little dizzy. However, Yun Xijin himself did not notice it, and because he behaved so normally, Lingyi and others did not notice it either. The only change was probably 2 blushes on Yun Xijin's face. Before she knew it, Yun Xijin had finished the cocktail in her hand. 01, why do you have 2 heads? As soon as Yun Xijin said this, all 016 people raised their heads and looked at Yun Xijin with serious expressions. Miss? 01. Drunk. Miss, your mission is not yet complete. Although Lingyi and the others didn't know the specific content of Yun Xijin's mission, they knew that except for weekends, Yun Xijin had tasks to complete every day. Yes. Mission. I want money. After saying that, Yun Xijin stood up, opened the door of the box, and went out in a flash. Lingyi and others hurriedly followed. The 6 big men carefully surrounded Yun Xijin and let her walk forward on her own. Although Yun Xijin was drunk, his walking posture was not crooked, and he even walked very straight. If you ignore her dazed look at this moment, no one would notice that she is drunk. Many people passing by showed surprise when they saw Yun Xijin, but before they could make any move, they were stared at with cold eyes by Lingyi and others. As long as they dared to say anything teasing to Yun Xijin, they would be beaten. Because there were bodyguards escorting her all the way, even though many people were interested in Yun Xijin, they all chose to give up in the end. The people who always follow him are obviously martial arts bodyguards, and not just anyone can mess with him. I don't know how Yun Xijin found her way, but she finally arrived at the front desk. When she was about to look for her bag, she found that she had nothing on her, even her cell phone was gone. While Yun Xijin was still full of questions, Lingyi put the bag in his hand in front of Yun Xijin. Fortunately, he was sharp-eyed and saw it, otherwise the people at Yangong number 1 might have thought they were here to dine and eat for free. Oh! My bag! Yun Xijin found his black gold card inside with great difficulty, and handed it to the front desk. Spend money! Front desk. Although I just opened your card, when you handed me the card and asked me to spend money, I had no idea what you were going to do. Check out box 66 on the 3rd floor. Lingyi quickly explained the purpose of his visit. The receptionist suddenly realized and said, I understand now you say that. Hold on. The receptionist carefully took the black gold card from Yun Xijin's hand and started the checkout process. Fortunately, Manhwa is a system that keeps pace with the times. Yun Xijin no longer needs to enter a password and can complete the payment by scanning her face. When the receptionist saw the amount of Yun Xijin's checkout, he was shocked for a moment. The beautiful young lady who she helped to open a card turned out to be a low-key rich woman. It cost more than 4 million at the beginning, which is at least the consumption level of 10 people. However, a mature front desk clerk would not question the amount of money spent by the customer. The front desk clerk quickly checked out, and Yun Xijin successfully paid by scanning his face. Consumption task: spend 4 million yen before midnight tonight. No requirements, completed. Mission reward: triggering 2x rebate. 8 million yen has been issued to the host savings card. Yudong number 1 full ownership. Relevant certificates and information have been issued to the system backpack. Please check it carefully. Yun Zijin's brain was still a little slow at the moment, but when he heard the system's announcement that the task had been completed, a smile appeared on his face. After putting away his black gold card, he turned around and went back to continue drinking. Lu Yunk originally wanted to come down to see if Yun Zijin had arrived, but as soon as he walked out of the first floor lobby, he saw Yun Zijin, who had a dazed look in her eyes and was obviously drunk, walking in front of her with unsteady steps, accompanied by her 6 bodyguards. Lu Yunk was sure that if Yun Zijin didn't have these bodyguards by his side, he would have been taken away by some bastard today. What's going on? Lu Yunk walked over and asked Lingy. Seeing Lu Yunk, Lingy breathed a sigh of relief. He finally met someone who knew the eldest lady. As bodyguards, their only responsibility is to protect Yun Zijin, but they have no right to interfere with anything Yun Zijin does. Now that Lu Yunk is here, maybe he can bring Yun Zijin back to the box, and it will be fine after the alcohol has worn off and she is sober. Mr. Lu, the young lady accidentally drank too much. Please persuade her to go back to the private room. How much did she drink? Why didn't you guys keep an eye on her? Lu Yunk walked closer to Yun Zijin and wanted to reach out to help her, but his hand stopped just before touching Yun Zijin. Is this considered taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Ms. Yun? Hearing someone calling her, Yun Zijin was able to give a very normal response, but the voice was much softer than her normal voice. Lu Yunk took a deep breath and tried his best to ignore the strangeness in his heart. Chapter 44. Let your friend fight with my bodyguard. You're drunk, shall I take you back to the box? Although he didn't understand why Yun Zijin opened the private room by herself, Lu Yunk also knew that now was not the time to worry about it. Drunk? Who's drunk? I'm not drunk! Yun Zijin said this with confidence, totally unaware of how easy it was to deceive herself. This is completely intoxicating and can't be more intoxicating. Lu Yunk looked at Lingy. Where is your box? For the sake of Yun Zijin's reputation, Lu Yunk carefully grabbed Yun Zijin's arm and pulled her to follow behind Lingy. Back in box 66, looking at the things on the table, I knew that nothing was missing. However, when he saw the tall and strong bodyguards of 01, Lu Yunk felt that these things were very reasonable. No one can measure how big the appetites of these grown men are. Because he was worried, Lu Yunk sent a message to Li Yueqing and the others, and then stayed in box 66 to watch over Yun Zijin. Lest she go out again, these bodyguards dare not touch her, nor can they stop her. A drunk person cannot sit still. Not long after sitting down, Yun Zijin began to rummage through the decanter on the table, which contained already decanted red wine. Lu Yunk was quick to take the decanter from Yun Zijin's hand and poured her a glass of fresh orange juice. That one doesn't taste good, drink this one. This one is prettier than that one. In his effort to coax Yun Zijin, Lu Yunk didn't even realize how childish what he had just said was. If Yun Zijin had a little clarity of mind now, he would not be fooled. Unfortunately, Yun Zijin, who was not sober, was still fooled by Lu Yunk and obediently drank the orange juice. Seeing that it was already 7 o'clock, Sheng Yang and the others were about to arrive at Yun Palace No. 1. Yun Zijin was still in the state of a drunkard, and Lu Yunk held his forehead with his hand. Sure enough, at 7 o'clock, Sheng Yang called. Yun Zijin is definitely not in a good condition to answer the phone, and if Lu Yunk answers it, it will only cause Sheng Yang to misunderstand and think too much. 01 and 6 refused to answer the phone on the grounds that bodyguards should not excessively interfere with their employers' private lives. Lu Yunk thought for a long time, and finally saw the steaming ice cola on the table. He took a cup of ice cola with his slender hands and placed it on Yun Zijin's red cheek. Yun Zijin! Instantly, I was startled and woke up completely. Lu Yunk quickly threw the ice cola in his hand back onto the table, trying to cover up the criminal evidence. Mr. Lu, why are you here? Li Yueqing and the others heard that you and Xing Yang were coming to play, so they changed the place temporarily. This is a fact. Then I just... Nothing, you had a cocktail and got drunk. I'm not drunk. I'm sober now. I also have to thank that bottle of ice coke. What time is it? 7 o'clock. Xing Yang called me just now, but I didn't answer. Lu Yunk told the truth. That's great. Let's go now. Mr. Lu, are you coming with me or going back to find your friend? Yun Zijin asked politely. Let's go together. Xing Yang's brother is here too. He should go to find Xingyang. So the two of them left the box together. When Yun Xijin walked out of the box, a light bulb went off in her head. What she had done when she was drunk just now played quickly in her mind like a video. Yun Xijin, people can die in many ways, but please don't let me die socially. As soon as Lu Yonk saw Yun Xijin's expression, he knew that she was remembering the drunk scene and couldn't help laughing out loud. Why does it feel so funny to watch other people suffer from social malfunction? Mr. Lu, if you laugh again, I can't guarantee whether the rent will increase next year. The Lu family has already paid this year's rent, but they haven't started discussing next year's rent yet. Okay. I won't laugh. Although he was no longer smiling, the corners of Lu Yonk's mouth were curved upwards, showing that he was in a good mood. Yun Xijin was just about to go to the front desk to pay the bill. Then she remembered that she had already paid the bill for box 66. What's wrong? Seeing Yun Xijin take 2 steps and turn back, Lu Yonk asked in a natural tone. Oh, I suddenly remembered that I have already paid the bill. I'll call Xingyang and ask which box they are in. Yun Xijin took out his cell phone and opened the address book. No need, my friend has already sent it to me. Box 688, let's go together. Box 688 is on the 6th floor, and only members with gold or higher membership cards are eligible to reserve it. When he arrived at the door of the box, Lu Yonk called Li Weqing, and soon someone came to open the door. Seeing Yun Xijin beside Lu Yonk, Li Weqing looked at Lu Yonk meaningfully. But his face remained calm. You are here! Hurry up, I'm waiting for you. This is a friend's party, and Yun Xijin can't bring bodyguards in, otherwise people will think she is on guard against them, which is not good. Although the 0 to 16 were somewhat reluctant, they finally compromised and stood guard at the door of the box. As long as Yun Xijin has something to do, they can rush into the box to solve it immediately. As for things like soundproofing the box, it was almost useless to them. Sister Yun! You're finally here. I called you just now but no one answered. I thought you weren't coming. The person who was most happy to see Yun Xijin was Xingyang. He stood up to greet her without even trying to hide the surprised expression on his face. Yun Xijin smiled and said nothing. Most of the people in the box were Xingyang's friends, both men and women, and Yun Xijin didn't know any of them. Sister Yun, would you like me to introduce you to her? In order to avoid embarrassing Yun Xijin, Xingyang has already started to learn how to cue the process himself. Yun Xijin nodded. This was a good idea. It would also be a way of getting to know each other, so that we could avoid conflicts when we met next time. That's right. As soon as Yun Xijin entered the box and saw Xingyang's friends, he knew how fake these friends were to Xingyang. That was Xingyang. If it were anyone else, their poor acting skills would have been seen through countless times. This is my best buddy, Huang Yorui. Once when I was returning to school, I was surrounded and robbed by thugs from the neighborhood. It was Yorui who helped me fight them off. Then your friend should be very skilled, right? Yun Xijin asked in an innocent manner. Xingyang was stuck when asked this question. He didn't know this because Huang Yorui had never told him these things before. However, if he can beat off a group of thugs by himself, his skills should be pretty good, right? Xingyang nodded. Of course, otherwise how could he help me beat those thugs away? You have to know that his martial arts skills are not bad, at least he has learned a little, but there were too many people at the time, and he knew that he could not win by himself, so he kept thinking of countermeasures. Unexpectedly, he was rescued by Huang Yorui who passed by. Yun Xijin nodded suddenly and said, Martial artist, why don't you fight with my bodyguard when you have time? To be honest, I'm not too sure about my bodyguard's abilities. Why don't you ask your friends to help me test their skills? Don't take it too seriously, just stop when you're ready. Yun Xijin looked serious. Chapter 45 Exposed. When Lu Yonk and the other 3 heard Yun Xijin's proposal, they all smiled meaningfully. Yes, if Xingyang hadn't told us, we wouldn't have known that you, Xiao Rui, had this skill. It just so happens that Miss Yun's bodyguard is just outside the door. Why not do it now? Come on. Let's give up the venue and let them have some fun. Fu Zhe was eager to watch the fun, and Yun Xijin's suggestion was a very good opportunity to test the waters. If Huang Yorui's skills are not as good as he boasts, then the fact that he saved Xingyang alone is questionable. No problem, I'll call them in right away. Huang Yorui really wanted to refuse, but there were 4 great masters sitting in the box, and a girl whose identity was completely unknown, so he didn't dare to say a word of refusal. Those who knew Huang Yorui's situation looked at him worriedly. It was a one-on-many situation, and this was no joke. Besides, he didn't have any special skills at all. It was just a long-planned plot. Only Xingyang was naive and easy to deceive. If it were someone else, Huang Yorui's poor acting skills would have been exposed long ago. No matter how dumb Xingyang was, he could tell that something was wrong. Based on his understanding of Yun Xijin, she was not the type of person who would deliberately target others, but what she did today was obviously aimed at Huang Yorui. Could it be that Huang Yorui had offended Sister Yun without his knowledge? Xing Yang's eyes wandered between Yun Xijin and Huang Yorui, and he didn't know how many bloody plots he imagined in his mind. Yun Xijin opened the door of the box and called all 016 people into the box. Xing Yang, was it one-on-one with Mr. Huang last time? Yun Xijin asked very seriously. If Xing Yang didn't know that she did it on purpose, he would have thought that Yun Xijin was serious. Last time, there seemed to be about 7 or 8 people. But those guys were just hooligans, and their skills weren't very good. They're definitely no match for your bodyguards, Sister Yun. That's perfect. There's one less person this time, so the number is about the same as last time. Mr. Huang won't refuse, right? When Yun Xijin said the last sentence, there was still a smile in her eyes, but Huang Yorui felt cold all over. Of course not, it's just a sparring match. Of course there's no problem. Xing Hao and the others were all looking at him. Huang Yorui knew that he had no choice but to agree today. His mind was racing, trying to find a way to resolve the situation. Lingyi and the others glanced at Huang Yorui, and everyone else took a step back, leaving only Lingqi still standing in front. Fighting against him with a body hollowed out by alcohol and sex would be an insult to them, let alone 6 people coming together. But they had no choice but to comply with Yun Xijin's request, so Lingqi, who had the worst fighting ability, was pushed out. Yun Xijin could more or less understand what Lingyi and the others were thinking, and he didn't say anything about their actions. If he couldn't win in a one-on-one fight, then Huang Yorui's lies would seem even more false. Huang Yorui, who was unaware of the situation, lit up his eyes when he saw Lingyi and the others retreat one step and only one person was left. If there is only one person, then he has a certain degree of confidence in winning. Everyone stepped aside consciously, leaving an open space in the middle for them to compete. The 2 men stood face to face. Lingqi was completely disdainful of making the first move. He just stood there motionless, waiting for Huang Yorui to make the first move. Huang Yorui lost his patience after standing for a while, and used what he thought was his strongest attack on Lingqi, but was quickly and easily countered by Lingqi. Lingqi was afraid that he would not be able to control his strength and hurt someone, so he just restrained the person and then let go. Unexpectedly, Huang Yorui suddenly launched a sneak attack the moment Lingqi let go of him. A hint of coldness flashed in Lingqi's eyes, and he knocked the man to the ground with one move. You! Huang Yorui didn't expect that the bodyguard brought by Yun Xijin was so skilled. Although his skills are not as good as he claims, it's not like he knows nothing at all. After all, he has learned some basic skills. But he just now clearly felt a hint of murderous aura emanating from this person. What kind of person would have murderous aura? Oh my! How come he was knocked down by Lingqi in 2 consecutive moves? Isn't Mr. Huang very skilled? From this perspective it seems. Yun Xijin didn't finish her words, but everyone present knew what she was going to say. Huang Yorui had a gloomy expression, which was completely inconsistent with the sunny and loyal personality he usually showed in front of Xing Yang. Xiaoyang, did you see it clearly? Xing Hao sat next to Xing Yang at some point and said something out of the blue. Huang Yorui suddenly looked at Xing Yang, trying to see something from his face, but Xing Yang lowered his eyes and he couldn't tell what he was thinking. Xing Yang still couldn't accept everything that happened today. He didn't expect that the person he had always admired in his heart was actually performing for him from beginning to end. He looked at the others, and everyone avoided his gaze guiltily, not daring to look him in the eye. Xing Yang only now realized that the friends he had worked so hard to build were actually all wearing masks when interacting with him. For what? He is not his elder brother, and cannot make decisions on even a project. If you want to get benefits, wouldn't it be better to go to his brother? Why did you go to him? Brother, I want to go home. Unable to figure it out, Xing Yang didn't want to stay here anymore. He had to go home and calm down to sort out everything. Okay, let's go home. Xing Hao looked at Xing Yang's shocked expression. Although he felt a little distressed, he was more relieved. It is better to see these people's true colors now than to discover it later when you have been deceived even more deeply. If someone leads him astray when he is not paying attention, he will regret it deeply. Xing Yang! Don't forget who saved you! Huang Yorui didn't want to lose Xing Yang, the fat sheep, so when he saw Xing Yang was about to leave the box, he hurriedly shouted something. Are you sure that it was you who saved my brother? Xing Hao didn't let Xing Yang speak. He turned around and looked at Huang Yorui. Compared to Xing Yang, Xing Hao is not so easy to fool. Right. Who else could it be if not me? If it weren't for me, your brother would have been beaten up by them. Look here, the evidence of you saving my brother. Xing Hao took out his cell phone, clicked on something, and put the phone in front of Huang Yorui. Huang Yorui's pupils shrank when he saw the contents of the phone. He did it so secretly, how could anyone find out? Brother, what are you talking about? Xingyang just felt sad that he had misjudged the person, but he had never doubted that Huang Yorui had saved him until just now. But after seeing the conversation between his brother and Huang Yorui, Xingyang became uncertain. Silly boy, why haven't you figured it out yet? If he is really good enough to be invincible in a one-on-one situation, then he wouldn't have been unable to survive a single move by Miss Yun's bodyguard just now. If he can't even win in a one-on-one match, how can you expect him to win in a one-on-many match? Don't dream on that. Yun Xijin just smiled and said nothing. How could she tell them that even if he could really fight one against many, he might not be able to survive Lingqi's move? Chapter 46. Is she the boss of Yungong No. 1? But Yun Xijin certainly wouldn't say it at this time. This misunderstanding would just happen unexpectedly. If she didn't say it, Huang Yorui wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Anyway, he was just a fake savior, so there was no need to care about these details. After the show was over, Yun Xijin didn't want to stay here any longer. Hey, today's meal is so difficult! Li Yueqing's face was full of resentment. He just wanted to have a normal meal today. Why was it so difficult? It's the same for everyone, Brother Lu. Please help reserve a table at Lucian Pavilion. We'll go over and eat now. For one dinner, we went to 3 places. Today was really a tiring day. Lu Yunk looked at Yun Xijin and said, Miss Yun, do you want to go eat? I know Yun Xijin had already eaten a meal in advance, so he might not be very hungry now. The food in Lucian Pavilion is mostly hard dishes. I wonder if Yun Xijin still wants to eat. I can do anything. Yun Xijin is not picky about food, so if she has to, she can just go home and ask Lingqi to cook 2 dishes for her. Then let's go. It's my treat. Xinghao took Xingyang home, Lu Yong took Yun Xijin and the other 2 to Lucian Pavilion, and the remaining group of people looked at each other in bewilderment. No, did they pay the bill? I don't have any money to pay. The group of people standing there realized that if Xingyang didn't pay the bill, the money they had combined might not be enough to pay for today's meal. Moreover, they could already imagine what would happen to them if they ate at Yungong No. 1 without paying. Xingyang always pays the bill, so he should pay it this time, right? Well, my mom asked me to go home for dinner, so I'm leaving first. My sister asked me to go home for dinner, so I left first. My gas tank is not turned off yet, I'll go back and turn it off. Because they were afraid that Xingyang would not pay the bill, they ran away faster than rabbits. Huang Yorui's expression became increasingly gloomy. If he had known this would happen, he should not have urged Xingyang to come to Yungong No. 1 for dinner today. No, Xingyang shouldn't have called Yun Xijin over. If she hadn't brought bodyguards and asked him to spar with her, he would still be the chivalrous big brother in front of Xingyang. It's all because of Yun Xijin. Huang Yorui didn't know what kind of ideological preparation he had done for himself, but in the end he pushed all the mistakes onto Yun Xijin and successfully pointed the finger at Yun Xijin. Yun Xijin didn't know that she was hated because she just pushed others casually. At this time, she had already arrived at Lucian Pavilion with Lu Yunk and others. Ling Yi and a few others had already eaten at Yun Palace No. 1. This time, they were still guarding the door of the box diligently to ensure that no irrelevant people would disturb Yun Xijin's meal. Last time we had Buddha jumps over the wall, how about we order a dish of boiled Chinese cabbage this time? There are many dishes on the menu of Lucian Pavilion, and several of them are very famous. Give me some more meat dishes. I can't live without meat. Order for yourself. Lu Yunk said rudely. Oh, by the way, I heard that Miss Yun, you rented the land for the auction to the Lu group. Is this true? This kind of cooperation was the first time for Li Yueqing and Fu Zhe. I originally wanted to cooperate with Lu's company in purchasing the land, but I didn't expect that Yun Xijin would snatch it away in the end. Until now, Li Yueqing and Fu Zhe had to admire that Yun Xijin had so much money. How do you know? Yun Xijin himself did not tell anyone about this matter, and he believed that Lu Yunk was not the kind of person who would talk too much. So who could be so well informed about this? We have always been paying close attention to Lu's resort project in the western suburbs. If Yun Xijin hadn't appeared last time and won the bid for that piece of land, it would most likely have been one of these 3 people. Oh, I just felt that buying shares was not cost-effective, so I chose the leasing method. It's stable and worry-free, which is perfect for a layman like me. Yun Xijin admitted it very generously. There was nothing wrong with admitting it. Li Yueqing gave Yun Xijin a thumbs up. It has to be you. When have they ever seen Lu Yunk paying rent to others? After living for more than 20 years, they were really enlightened. What do you mean? She likes collecting rent, so there shouldn't be any problem with that, right? It has always been Brother Lu who collects rent from others, but this is the first time we have seen others collect rent from Brother Lu. We really admire Miss Yun. Fu Zhe explained the reason. Yun Xijin. I don't understand, but I respect it. After the meal, Yun Xijin and Lu Yunk and the others became much more familiar with each other. At least they no longer addressed each other Mr. or Miss. However, Yun Xijin rejected Li Yueqing's proposal for a midnight show as she still needed to get some beauty sleep. Beauty comes at a price, and quitting the habit of staying up late is of utmost importance. Yun Xijin didn't want to go, and Lu Yunk certainly didn't agree, because he had to get up early to go to work the next day. Li Yueqing, I don't know who it is, but after working all night, he can still get up at 6 o'clock to run. In the end, only Li Yueqing and Fu Zhe went to the bar they often went to, arm in arm, and partied all night long. Consumption task: please spend 3 million yen before midnight tonight. Requirement: not transferable. Task reward: to be unlocked. The consumption task of 3 million was already a piece of cake for Yun Xijin. After getting himself ready, Yun Xijin walked out slowly. Because the requirement is that the gift cannot be transferred, it is impossible to go to the hospital to swipe the card to pay for other people's medical expenses, or to buy supplies to send to the disaster area. Yun Xijin came to Yun Palace No. 1 again. The receptionist's eyes lit up when she saw Yun Xijin. Good morning, Miss Yun. Morning, help me get a private room. Okay, no problem. Opening a private room means ordering dishes, and ordering dishes means she gets commission, which is all money. The front desk opened box number 66 for Yun Xijin again. Boss Yun! Just as Yun Xijin was about to raise her hand to take the membership card handed back by the front desk, she heard a voice calling, Mr. Yun. Yun Xijin didn't think that this was calling her, so she didn't move. But unexpectedly, the owner of that voice finally appeared in front of her. Boss Yun! I didn't know you were coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Who are you? Call her Ms. Yun, but it seems like she doesn't have any company under her name? I forgot to introduce myself, Mr. Yun. I'm Kreichi, the person in charge of Yun Palace No. 1. Of course, you can also call me Shuchi. The person in charge of Yungong No. 1? Host, have you forgotten? Yungong No. 1 is the reward for yesterday's consumption task. Yesterday, she was drunk yesterday. No wonder, before going to bed yesterday, I always felt like there was something I hadn't done, but I didn't expect it was this thing. It's you! Sorry, I didn't recognize you just now. She can't say that before you came. I didn't realize that I was the boss of Yungong No. 1. It's okay. You're here this time. Have a meal. Yun Xijin waved his ordinary membership card. She just opened it yesterday. I will immediately help Mr. Yun prepare all the membership cards for our Yun Palace No. 1, including the purple gold card. There is also a black card specially for you. Chapter 47, Rolls-Royce Phantom is now available for pickup. Yun Xijin. But she didn't refuse. This way she can use whichever one she wants in the future, and there's nothing wrong with that. But since this is her property, wouldn't it be inappropriate to use the consumption task here? Yun Xijin asked Manhwa in her mind, but got no response. This number 66 is just an ordinary box. I'm afraid someone might bump into you accidentally. Shall I take you to your exclusive box? The previous boss prepared an exclusive box for himself. Now that Yungong No. 1 has changed hands, the exclusive box has of course also changed hands. Krek still has some insight. After knowing that Yungong No. 1 was a property under his name, Yun Xijin no longer had any idea of spending money here. This is just the principle of taking money out of the left pocket and putting it into the right pocket. The system is likely to determine that these consumptions do not fall within the scope of consumption tasks. But since we're here, it won't be too late to have a meal before leaving. Okay, take me there. This was Yun Xijin's second time here today, and he really had no idea where the boss's exclusive box was. Krek walked in front of Yun Xijin, leading the way for her. Along the way, people who knew Kreichi were surprised to see him leading a young girl. You know, Yungong No. 1 is a famous den of wealth and fame in the capital, and its background is extremely strong. As the official person in charge of Yungong No. 1, many wealthy people have to consider Krek's face. The only person they could think of who could ask Krek to lead the way was the owner of the purple gold membership card of Yungong No. 1. Yun Xijin certainly knew that those people were guessing her identity, but in the short term, Yun Xijin did not want to reveal her identity in front of the public. The best time will be when she has truly established herself in the capital. Now, let them use their imagination. With Krek making arrangements downstairs, Yun Xijin didn't even have to order any food. She just had to wait to eat. Although Yun Xijin was the boss, in order not to embarrass the finance department, after dinner, Yun Xijin still paid the bill with the black card that Krek gave her for bosses. The breakfast for 7 people cost more than 3 million in total. As expected, I didn't hear any notification that Manhwa's mission was completed. Krek respectfully saw Yun Xijin off, and only heaved a sigh of relief after he could no longer see her. Fortunately, Mr. Yun was not the type of new official who would make 3 big moves upon taking office. From beginning to end, he had no intention of interfering with the operation of Yun Palace No. 1. It seemed as if he had simply come here with his bodyguards to have a meal. Be more alert next time. Notify me as soon as Boss Yun comes. Krek has already asked the finance department to sort out the bills and transfer all the dividend income that should be transferred to Yun Xijin's account. After Yun Xijin left Yugong No. 1, she received a call from Hui, the Rolls-Royce salesperson at Nanjiao Auto Expo City. The Rolls-Royce Phantom she ordered had finally arrived. The procedures such as license plate and insurance have been handled for her. Yun Xijin only needs to go and pick up the car. Upon hearing the news, Yun Xijin's eyes lit up. In that case, she might as well go and have a look and buy another car. Go to Nanjiao Auto Expo City. Yun Xijin looked at Lingqi, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Yes, miss. Lingqi quickly changed lanes and drove towards the Nanjiao Auto Expo City, with the nanny car behind following closely. Nanjiao Auto Expo City. After Hui called Yun Xijin, he kept looking towards the store entrance, fearing that he would accidentally miss Yun Xijin coming in. It was almost 2 hours later when Yun Xijin arrived at Nanjiao Auto Expo City. Only when he saw Yun Xijin step into the store did Hui finally feel relieved and quickly stepped forward to greet her. Ms. Yun, your car is ready. This way, please. Behind Hui, there was another salesperson who wanted to move forward, but she was not as fast as Hui and was overtaken by Hui. Oh no, it should be Hui who kept the guest who originally belonged to him. Yun Xijin spent a lot of money, so she could get a lot of commission. Yun Xijin nodded and followed Hui to the place where the Rolls-Royce Phantom she ordered was placed. Ms. Yun, can you check it? If there is no problem, please sign here to confirm receipt. Yun Xijin walked around the car and didn't find any problems for the time being. However, she will have to wait until she tries the car herself before she can make a final conclusion. Ding dong! After our system scan, this car is brand new and unused. Yun Xijin was almost frightened again when she heard Subianhua's voice out of the blue. However, when she heard Subianhua confirm that the car was brand new and unused, Yun Xijin felt relieved a little. After a test drive, there were basically no problems, so Yun Xijin signed the receipt confirmation. Okay, there's nothing wrong with the car. Can I drive on the road now? On the phone, Hui said that she had already completed all the procedures and even got the license plate for her. Of course, you can always drive up the road. Now that all the formalities have been completed, you can of course drive on the road. Yun Xijin nodded. Put it here first, I'll go check out the other things, and then drive away when I come back. Since you are here, you might as well buy a car to complete your consumption task. Miss Yun, do you want to see other models? Do you have a model you like, or would you like me to recommend one to you? When Hui heard Yun Xijin say that she would go and have a look at other things, she keenly felt that this was her chance to open an order. Yun Xijin, how should I tell her that I want to look at other brands of cars and am not planning to buy a Rolls-Royce for the time being? Seeing Yun Xijin's hesitant expression, Hui realized that Miss Yun might not want to look at cars in their store. That's fine. If we don't have the model you want to buy, can I introduce you to an experienced salesperson for other brands? Hui's words gave Yun Xijin a way out. No, I'll just take a look, but I won't necessarily buy anything. Yun Xijin really hadn't decided what car to buy, but she estimated in her mind that 3 million was enough for her to buy a car of any brand. I won't consider more affordable brands for now. How about taking a look at sports cars? Coming out of the Rolls-Royce 4S store, Yun Xijin immediately saw the Lamborghini opposite. Yun Xijin and a few others walked in, and someone came up to greet them immediately. Hello, ma'am. I'm Wu Lin, a sales consultant for Lamborghini. You can call me Xiao Wu or Xiao Lin. Yun Xijin nodded and stated his request directly. The budget is 3 million, and it cannot be less than 3 million. If it's less than 3 million, her spending task will not be completed. When Wu Lin heard Yun Xijin's request, a car immediately popped up in his mind, and he took Yun Xijin to the Neo exhibition area. Do you like this model? The price is about the same as your budget. The displacement is 5.2 L and the fuel consumption is 11.9 L 15.1 L. Wu Lin talked to her a lot, but Yun Xijin didn't understand a lot of it. She only understood that the price was far from her budget. However, this car also needs to be ordered and is not available in stock. Yun Xijin doesn't care about this. She just needs to spend 3 million today. This is it. I want the white one. I'll get the highest configuration for everything else. It doesn't matter how much it costs. Please help me with the license plate, insurance, etc., and then call me to pick up the car. Chapter 48 Racing Technology. Okay, you take a rest here, I'll go prepare the contract. It was the first time that Wu Lin met such a straightforward customer. After listening to his introduction, he decided to buy it. If Yun Xijin knew what Wu Lin was thinking, she would definitely tell him that she was also trying to complete the mission. Having to figure out how to spend millions every day can get a bit tiresome after a while. Yun Xijin sat down in the rest area. Wu Lin poured her a cup of hot tea and went to prepare the contract. Yun Xijin casually picked up a car magazine from the small bookshelf next to the lounge area, and when he opened it, he saw the famous Lamborghini Veneno. A car alone costs tens of millions. Even Yun Xijin feels a little reluctant to part with it. After all, strictly speaking, sports cars are not as comfortable as everyday cars. After all, its manufacturers are almost all pursuing speed, so comfort can only be a secondary consideration. Those who like to buy these models are generally rich kids with nothing to do. Oh, for example, someone like her who doesn't go to work, does nothing every day, and just waits for the rent to be collected. Of course, Yun Xijin isn't that fond of sports cars, she just thinks they look cool, but she probably wouldn't drive them often. Hey! Isn't this the famous Sister Yun? Yun Xijin was watching intently when she heard someone chattering beside her. The voice sounded familiar, and I raised my head subconsciously. Then I saw Huang Yorue, this pretentious guy. Why, haven't you been beaten enough yet? You want to do it again? Yun Xijin glanced at the bodyguards around her. When you go out, it is very useful to have a bodyguard with you. Just like now, Huang Yorue only dared to talk to her verbally when facing her, and didn't even dare to get close to her, let alone take action. You! Huang Yorue's sore spot was hit by Yun Xijin, and his expression turned pale and blue. You'd better not fall into my hands otherwise. What else? Even if you have to cheat others to pay for a meal at Lianyun Palace No. 1, how dare you come to Lamborghini to look at cars? Could it be that you have found another sucker and asked him to help you buy a car? Let me guess, who is this unlucky person? Yun Xijin cast his gaze towards the person behind Huang Yorue, and the scrutiny in his eyes was not too obvious. Sure enough, as soon as Yun Xijin finished speaking, there was indeed someone behind Huang Yorue with an expression that looked a little strange, and Yun Xijin's lips curled slightly. Poor child, don't believe everything others say. Yun Xijin didn't know who he was talking to. After he finished speaking, he continued reading his car magazine. Humph! How good can you be? You're sitting here reading a magazine and pretending to be nice. Are you here to pick up a rich man? Xingyang didn't buy you a car? That's right, he himself has no money. How could he be willing to buy you a car? Please make way, Miss Yun. The contract is ready. Please take a look. As soon as Huang Yorue finished speaking, Wu Lin came over with the contract. Huang Yorue, who had just ridiculed Yun Xijin for being a prankster, was slapped in the face and didn't know if it hurt. Yun Xijin couldn't hide the smile on her face and gave Wu Lin an appreciative look. Well done, I'll give you a red envelope after the contract is signed. Some people, if they can't afford a car, don't buy one, lest they try to look good and end up getting slapped in the face. It hurts, doesn't it? Wu Lin was a little confused. She just went to get a contract. What happened? Obviously, no one would give him an answer, but that didn't stop Yun Xijin from happily giving him a red envelope. The contract was signed and the money was paid in one go. Huang Yorue watched Yun Xijin take the contract, enter the Rolls-Royce store, and drive away leisurely in a phantom. Brother Rui, she seems to be really rich. Although Xingyang is rich, he only has one Porsche 911, which he drives around like a treasure. They wanted to borrow it several times but he refused. But this Yun Xijin, who used to drive a pink ice plum car, now drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and just now he clearly signed a car purchase contract at a Lamborghini. The total value of these cars must be at least 10 million. Do I need to tell you? Even if Huang Yorue wanted to regret it now, there was nothing he could do. If he had known that this woman was so rich, he should have been more patient. If he could trick her into getting her, wouldn't it be better than staying with Xingyang? Not only can you cheat people, but you can also cheat them of their money. But it's too late to say anything now. Yun Xijin has such a bad impression of him, and he doesn't know if there is any chance to redeem the relationship. From an angle that Huang Yorue couldn't see, the boy who had a strange expression on his face just now heard the conversation between Huang Yorue and his younger brother, and his doubts deepened. The original plan to buy a car was shelved because of this doubt. Although Huang Yorue was cursing in his heart, he could only smile. There's nothing he can do. He's not the one spending the money, and he can't force others to buy if they don't want to. Huang Yorue felt even more disgusted with Yun Xijin, who ruined his good deeds. Star Rain, Washington. Yun Xijin opened the system virtual panel. Consumption task, spend 3 million yen before midnight tonight. Requirement, not transferable, completed. Mission reward, triggering 3 times rebate, 9 million yen has been issued to the host savings card, rewarding the host with world-class racing skills. Please collect it in a relatively safe place. She actually has the skills, but it seems like this racing skill is of no use to her? But Yun Xijin just thought so. It was good enough to get a reward, and she was not picky about what reward it was. People should know how to be content. Yun Xijin opened the system backpack, found the world-class racing technology, and clicked to receive it. The next second, Yun Xijin felt that a lot of knowledge suddenly flooded into his mind. Because he took in too much at once, his head felt a little dizzy. No wonder the system reminded her to collect it in a relatively safe place. If she collected it outside, people would think she had a sudden illness. The dizzy feeling in the head lasted for about 5 minutes before Yun Xijin finally recovered. After she recovered, Yun Xijin felt that she had gained a lot of knowledge about driving skills in her mind. However, she only had theoretical knowledge at present, and it had not been verified in practice. She didn't know what the effect would be when she actually operated it. But Yun Xijin didn't want to go out today because she hadn't made her rose essential oil yet. It was rare that she came back early today, so Yun Xijin decided to go to the pharmacy to practice making rose essential oil. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the virtuous Lingqi came and knocked on the door. Yun Xijin's confidence increased as she looked at the rose essential oil that had already taken shape. I cleaned up the messy tools in the sterile production room and washed my hands carefully before leaving the pharmacy. Miss, it's time for dinner. After hearing Lingqi's words, Yun Xijin quickly looked at the time and found that it was already 6 o'clock. Sure enough, when you work hard, time always passes especially quickly. Got it, I'll go right away. Yun Xijin returned to her room, changed her clothes, and then went to the restaurant. Lingyi and a few others were already seated at the other end of the restaurant, waiting for her to take a seat and start eating. Don't wait for me anymore, let's get started now! Yun Xijin picked up the chopsticks and reached for the sweet and sour fish first. Chapter 49 Encounter with Xia Jiajiao. After dinner, Yun Xijin opened his phone and found that Lu Yonk had sent him several messages. The general content is that the old lady of the Lu family is holding a birthday party and wants to invite Yun Xijin to attend. Yun Xijin was somewhat surprised by this invitation. After all, she has only recently emerged in the circle, and many people are probably checking her identity and background. Compared with the Lu family, her assets may not even be the tip of the iceberg. She didn't expect that Lu Yonk would personally invite her. If Yun Xijin wanted to step into the upper-class society of the imperial capital, attending the Lu family's banquet would undoubtedly be a very good shortcut. However, although Yun Xijin had no idea about stepping into the upper-class society of the imperial capital, since Lu Yonk had invited her, it would not be good for her to refuse. I replied to Lu Yonk and gave a positive answer. In this case, she needs to start preparing her dress and jewelry. Yun Xijin was quite satisfied with the styling she got from Chili Woman last time, and this time she planned to ask them to help her with styling. Make an appointment in advance so that you don't have to rush like last time. Dress and jewelry. Yun Xijin plans to consult the stylist of Chili Woman tomorrow. It would be even better if they can help her get a suitable dress and jewelry. It doesn't matter how much it costs, the most important thing is to help her style it. Yun Xijin went to the pharmacy and readjusted and refined the rose essential oil. Unexpectedly, she actually succeeded. The scent of rose was not very strong, but it was impossible to ignore it. The color of the essential oil was clear and bright, and Yun Xijin knew that she had succeeded. I just don't know how the effect compares to the samples rewarded by the system. Yun Xijin has been using the rose essential oil samples rewarded by the system for facial skincare during this period, and many minor blemishes on her face have been improved to the greatest extent. She even felt that she had become whiter and her skin condition was more than twice as good as before. Tonight Yun Xijin decided to use the rose essential oil she made to try out its effects. After completing the maintenance, Yun Xijin climbed onto the bed contentedly and fell into a sweet dream. Consumption task. Please spend 2 million yen before midnight tonight. Requirements. None. Task reward. To be unlocked. Subianhua's early morning call service is still very punctual. Seeing that he only needed to spend 2 million today, Yun Xijin breathed a sigh of relief. She spent the 2 million just to buy some accessories at Hermes, leaving enough money for a better bag. Yun Xijin quickly made plans for the 2 million. After breakfast, he went out like a happy bird. When she came to Jinxing shopping mall again, Yun Xijin did not rush to buy things, but went to Chili Women's Beauty Salon and found the stylist who helped her with her hair last time. When the stylist heard that Yun Xijin wanted her to be responsible for the styling of the old lady at the Lu family's birthday party, her breathing became a little rapid. If this deal goes through, this styling will definitely be the highlight on her resume. Ms. Yun, I am very willing to be your stylist. You can tell me what you want, and I will start preparing today. As long as she does a good job of styling this time, she won't have to worry about no one asking her for styling in the future. You have to know that this is Lu's banquet, where many celebrities gather. If someone notices Yun Zijin's look, it will bring her not only money, but also fame. Please keep an eye out for the dress jewelry. I want brand new ones. Call me and I'll pay for them myself. Yun Zijin is not afraid that the stylist will extort money from her, because her money is not so easy to take. When the stylist heard that Yun Zijin gave her full control over the dress and jewelry, her eyes lit up. Moreover, Yun Zijin also promised that she could reimburse all the expenses for clothes and jewelry, so the stylist was already considering whether to go for a big deal. Although her measurements have been taken last time, in case Yun Zijin gains or loses weight, she can still ask someone to change the size. Yun Zijin had no objection to this, as he would have to measure it sooner or later anyway. After chatting with the stylist about the styling for the banquet, Yun Zijin did a complete skincare spa before leaving the beautiful woman. Because today's plan was to go to Hermes to pick up goods, Yun Zijin brought her Birkin 25 black and silver. The person who greeted her was the same salesgirl from last time, named Yen Xia. When she saw Yun Zijin, her eyes were almost curved with smiles. Ms. Yun, you haven't been here for a few days. What would you like to see today? Just take a look. Yun Zijin walked into the store and stopped where various accessories were displayed. To be honest, many of these Hermes accessories are of good quality and style. Yun Zijin bought all the things in no time, and spent all the 2 million. If the spending limit had not been used up, Yun Zijin might have continued buying. Ms. Yun, our store recently got a Birkin 25 diamond buckle golden brown. Would you like to take a look? When Yen Xia saw that Yun Zijin bought so many accessories, she felt embarrassed if she didn't give Yun Zijin a bag. Let's not watch it today and wait until next time. Yun Zijin didn't want to buy a bag today, so she declined. Her target is the alligator Himalaya. Yen Xia, this is the first time a customer only buys accessories but doesn't want a bag. However, the customer is God, and Yen Xia just felt sorry for it. She would not force the customer to take the bag if he did not want it. He helped Yun Zijin pack up the things with quick movements, and Ling Yi and a few others stepped forward to help carry the bag. Unexpectedly, as soon as I walked to the door, I ran into Xia Jiaojiao, who was shopping with her sisters. When Xia Jiaojiao saw Yun Zijin, she was stunned for a moment, but she regained control of her expression the next second. Why is my sister here? But soon Xia Jiaojiao saw the packaging boxes in the hands of Ling Yi and others, which added up to at least millions. Then she thought of the last time at Emerald Lake, when Yun Zijin said that the entire Emerald Lake community was her property, and jealousy flashed in Xia Jiaojiao's eyes. Thinking about the fact that the two of them had exchanged identities, Xia Jiaojiao naturally believed that if it weren't for the identity exchange, everything Yun Zijin had now should have been hers. Anyway, I don't know what Xia Jiaojiao's train of thought was, but in the end she successfully convinced herself that what Yun Zijin owned should have been hers. Yun Zijin can spend money so lavishly now, he should thank her. Yun Zijin didn't want to pay attention to Xia Jiaojiao, so he ignored Xia Jiaojiao's questions and prepared to walk around the two of them and leave. Hey! Jiaojiao is talking to you, why are you ignoring me? Yun Zijin had never seen the girl who came in with Xia Jiaojiao before, but her sarcastic and mean look made her look exactly the same as Xia Jiaojiao. Do I have to pay attention to her just because she talks to me? Why do I have to cooperate with her just because she is a high-ranking official? Yun Zijin looked at the girl who was accusing him. She really couldn't tell right from wrong. She was being used as a gun, but she was still happily counting money for her. You grew up in an orphanage and were born by your mother but not raised by her. No wonder the Xia family doesn't recognize you. Chapter 50. What kind of family is this? Going out with a bodyguard. Then ask the person next to you, do I want the Xia family to accept me? I didn't even get into the Xia family's old man's birthday party. What gave you the illusion that I wanted to go back to the Xia family? Is this the psychological hint that Miss Xia gives you every day? As Yun Zijin spoke, he glanced at Xia Jiaojiao. The teasing in his eyes made Xia Jiaojiao turn pale. Sister, you misunderstood. That's enough, stop crying. People who don't know will think I did something to you. Don't try to show off in front of me. I don't like you. I've been very clear since the first time we met. After Yun Zijin finished speaking, Xia Jiaojiao burst into tears. People who didn't know would think that Yun Zijin had done something unforgivable to her. Jiaojiao, why are you crying? You are invited by the Lu family to attend the birthday banquet of Mr. Lu. Don't worry about other people's opinions. I think it might be Mr. Lu who specially sent you an invitation to attend. The Mr. Lu mentioned by the girl is the current president of Lu Corporation, Lu Yunk. Well, Brother Yunk did give me an invitation. I will go to Grandpa Lu's birthday party with my parents and brother. As he said this, he glanced at Yun Zijin out of the corner of his eye, his provocation too obvious. Yun Zijin. As if someone didn't receive an invitation. Not wanting to watch these two people's pretentious showing off, Xijin took Ling Yi and the others away. Humph, I think she is just jealous of you. She clearly wanted to go back to the Xia family, but she insisted on saying she didn't want to go back for the sake of face. Now there is no way she can go back. The Lu family birthday banquet is not an ordinary banquet. Jiao Jiao, you will definitely be the most beautiful girl at the banquet and win the favor of President Lu. By then, let's see if Xijin, that bumpkin, dares to act so arrogantly again. The girl held Xia Jiao's arm and spoke with confidence, not noticing that there was something wrong with Xia Jiao's expression. Because of the unclear matter she had been entangled with last time, Brother Young had a misunderstanding about her. This time, Xia Jiao didn't know if she could restore her image in Lu Yong's heart and occupy a place in Lu Yong's heart again. On the other side, Xijin sat in the car, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. It is normal for the Lu family to send an invitation letter to the Xia family, but according to Xia Jiao, the Lu family also sent an invitation letter to her separately? Could it be that Lu Yong really did that to Xia Jiao? Mr. Lu's vision shouldn't be that bad, right? When Xijin thought of Xia Jiao following Lu Yong, with the two of them holding hands, she got goosebumps. These two people, no matter how you think about it, don't seem to be a good match. Miss, where are we going now? Xijin didn't tell the destination after getting in the car, so Lingqi didn't drive. Let's go, to Takeo University. Xijin took out a bottle of rose essential oil that she had successfully made today, mainly because she wanted someone to help her test it. The purpose is to prove that her 3-No product is absolutely natural and pollution-free and has good whitening and moisturizing effects. This way, if she uses it as a gift to others in the future, she will have a basis for reference when others ask about it, and it will reassure them. She is a student at Takeo University, so she has some connections here. After getting Xijin's answer, Lingqi stepped on the accelerator and set off. On the way, Xijin sent a message to a senior from the chemistry department whom he had known before, and only felt relieved after confirming that the senior was in school. July was the summer vacation for students, but because she was too outstanding, she was drafted by her tutor. Anyway, there are many graduate students who don't go home during the winter and summer vacations, so one senior won't make a difference. If not for this, Xijin wouldn't be able to find anyone to do the test for him now. Takeo University. You look like a pervert. Why is there a junior high school girl looking for you? When Xijin heard someone teasing him, his face turned even redder. Wow! Did I really guess it right? Zhou didn't expect that his casual remark would hit the nail on the head for his junior. Who is it? Tell me. Maybe I can give you some advice and help you win the girl. It's a girl I met in the club when I was a sophomore. She should be out doing an internship now. He sent me a message yesterday, saying he needed my help and was on his way here now. Xijin actually knew that Xijin only had respect for him as a senior, without any mixed feelings between men and women. But people always have some fantasies. You haven't won in 3 years? Zhou was shocked. They knew each other in sophomore year, which meant they knew each other when her junior sister joined the club in her freshman year. Now her junior sister is out for internship, so it has been 3 years. Next year, in the 4th year, my junior high school sister will graduate from college. My schoolmate, she is a bit slow in coming to the fore. It's not just that he is slow to realize it, it's that he simply doesn't realize it at all. Xijin didn't want to do that, but things just turned out this way and there was nothing he could do. Then you're in trouble. Zhou didn't know what to say. He couldn't force the two to be together. It would be unfair to his junior. By the way, what does junior sister want you to help her with? Zhou thought that this was a good starting point. My junior high school girl said that she made a rose essential oil, but she didn't get a production license. She wanted me to do a test and produce a test report. It only needs to prove that it is a natural, pollution-free, green product. This is a small thing that anyone in the lab can do. Rose essential oil? He did it himself, which made Zhou confused. However, this was indeed a trivial matter, and Zhou did not ask any more questions. Soon, Xijin's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Xijin. Xijin quickly answered the phone. Hello? Yun, you're at school? Okay, I'll wait for you at the door of the laboratory. After saying that, Xijin hung up the phone. That's it. Zhou wanted to listen more, but he hung up after just 2 sentences. My junior sister drove here. She drove directly to the lab. I just need to go out and get the sample. Isn't she an intern? And she has a car? Is she a local of Takeo? Otherwise, Zhou couldn't figure out what kind of person could afford to buy a car during his internship. After all, internship wages are low, the work is extensive and tedious, and there is a possibility of exploitation. You don't seem to be a local, stop asking so many questions. Senior, have you finished recording your data? The instructor will come over to check it this afternoon. Jolie. Even if you don't tell me the experimental data, we can still be good friends. On the other side, Xijin negotiated with the security guard at the school gate for a long time. She also took out her student ID and confirmed that she was a student of the school, but was currently on an internship outside. Only then was she finally allowed to pass. What kind of family is this? You bring bodyguards with you when you go out? The security guard looked at the bodyguards in the nanny car behind and muttered to himself. Xijin had studied at Tokyo University for 3 years after all, and when Xijin was recruited into the laboratory by his supervisor, he talked to her about it. With his excellent memory, Xijin successfully directed Lingqi to drive the car to the parking lot near Professor Xijin's laboratory. Chapter 51 Invite Xijin to dinner. When Xijin saw Xijin getting out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, he was completely stunned. Didn't junior sister Yun grow up in an orphanage? How come she can afford a Rolls-Royce after just doing internship? Even if this model is not particularly expensive among Rolls-Royce models, it still costs several million, right? What kind of job can earn millions just by doing internship? Yun. Sister Yun, your car. Xijin pointed at Xijin's car and glanced at Lingqi, who got out of the car with Xijin. And this bodyguard, is Xueme Yun show so grand when she goes out now? He always feels that the current Xijin and the Xijin in his memory are like two different people. I just bought it casually. This is a sample I brought over. Thank you for troubling me, senior. Just tell me how much it costs, and I'll transfer it to you. Xijin didn't want to say too much about himself, and just said a few perfunctory words. Hearing Xijin's tone, knowing that she didn't want to say too much, Xijin didn't ask any more questions. Taking the rose essential oil sample handed over by Xijin, he said, No need to pay, it's just a test, it won't take much time. I will do the test for you when I am free, and I will inform you as soon as the result comes out. Xijin really thought that this was not a big deal. They were all friends, and it would be too polite to charge money for doing some tests. You still have to pay. After all, it's not your own lab. It's normal to pay for using lab resources. Just charge according to normal circumstances. When your supervisor asks about it, you will have an explanation. Xijin didn't want Xijin to be scolded by the tutor because of her. But Xijin refused to accept it no matter what, and said that other people in the laboratory also helped friends and classmates do some tests, and no one had ever charged for it, and the tutor had always turned a blind eye. Xijin couldn't resist and had to give up. However, Xijin always felt uncomfortable letting her take advantage of him for no reason. How about this? To thank you for your help, I'll treat you to a meal. You decide the time and place, I'm available anytime. If you can't give money, then treating me to a meal should be fine. Hearing that Xijin wanted to have dinner with him, Xijin's eyes lit up. Then I will obey your order. It just so happens that today's meal ends early. Xueme, wait a minute. I'll come out after I put my things away. Rose essential oil is a sample, and Xijin thinks it is safer to keep it in the laboratory. Anyway, under normal circumstances, no one would move. Xijin moved quickly. Soon he put his things away and walked out. Is it the same place? The old place refers to the restaurant they often go to for team building. It's a private restaurant near the school. The price per person is 200 yuan, which is a relatively affordable price for college students. It is the preferred restaurant for many clubs and dormitory gatherings in their school. Xijin really wanted to say that you can choose something more expensive, but when she thought that Xijin didn't know her current financial situation, she didn't say it. Okay, it's my treat, senior, you can't make excuses to pay the bill early. In the past, when the club had dinner together, Xijin, as the president, often did this kind of thing. Although it is a happy thing to be treated to a meal by someone, Xijin feels it is not so good if it happens too often. We are all students, there's no reason to always take advantage of someone. Okay, I'll listen to you. Xijin was so happy to be able to go out for dinner alone with Xijin that he didn't know what to do. Of course, he would do whatever Xijin said. Get in the car. Lingqi had already opened the back door of the car in advance. Xijin got in first, and Xijin did not hesitate to get in behind Xijin. The private restaurant is not far from Tokyo University and can be reached in a short drive. Seeing Xijin and Xijin, the boss hurried forward to greet them. The two were regular customers of the restaurant, and the boss recognized them as soon as he saw them. Sister Yun, brother He, I haven't seen you for a while. Do you want to eat in the lobby or in a private room? It's just the two of us today, so let's eat in the lobby. What do you think, senior? Xijin is treating us today, so we still need to see what the guests think. Let's eat in the lobby. It costs money to rent a private room, and Xijin didn't want Xijin to waste the money. Okay. I'll pick a quiet seat for you. The boss took them to a window seat in the corner and said, Do you think this seat is okay? It was not yet dinner time, so there were not many people in the restaurant, so there was room for the two of them to choose a seat. Neither of them was too picky, and they were seated quickly. You guys take a look first, and see what you want to order. Call me when you're sure. The boss handed the menus to the two of them, and then went to greet other customers. Because of the club, the two had eaten together many times and were familiar with each other's tastes, so they each ordered 2 dishes. After the boss came over to confirm the menu with them, he went to ask the kitchen to cook. I've never asked, where is Sister Yun doing her internship now? Yun Xijin. How could she say this? I went to a company for an internship before, but now I've resigned and am currently unemployed at home. Yun Xijin didn't want to lie, but he also didn't want to reveal all of his situation so bluntly. I can only say half and keep half. Xijin Wen was a little surprised when he heard Yun Xijin say that she had resigned. Hadn't Yun Xijin always been looking forward to graduating from college so that she could go out to work and earn money? I finally got the internship now. If I stick with it for a while, maybe I can get a full-time job. Why did you suddenly resign? Xijin Wen was puzzled. Resign? Is the previous internship company not good? If you need, I can help you ask if there are any companies hiring interns now. No. I have my own plans. No need to trouble you, senior. Just kidding, she quit her job because it prevented her from completing her system tasks, and she wouldn't be able to stay in another job for long. Anyway, there is already 10 billion yuan lying around in the card, so it's not a bad idea to just lie down and do nothing. Okay, as long as you have a plan. If you need help, just come to me. Xijin Wen's expression was serious and sincere. Thank you, senior, but I really don't need it. You too, the food is here. The boss brought the dishes over on a tray, and Xijin Wen quickly stood up to help bring the dishes to the table. Have a good meal, and feel free to contact me if you have any questions. After saying that, he turned around and greeted other guests. Let's eat first. The food won't taste good if it gets cold. Xijin Wen nodded and stopped talking about internship. We chatted idly, and before I knew it, the plate was empty. Just like when the clouds are low it rains, when you sing softly I am moved. Yun Xijin was just about to call the waiter to come over for the bill when her cell phone rang unexpectedly. The caller ID showed Xingyang. Yun Xijin raised her eyebrows and pressed the answer button. Hello? Sister Yun! I think I saw you near Takeo University, in a private restaurant. Can I go find you? Hearing Xingyang's words, Yun Xijin raised his eyebrows. How could this happen? Chapter 52 Wang Minli takes office. I'm having dinner with friends. I'm afraid it's not convenient. Maybe next time. Xingyang and Xijin Wen are two completely different people, and Yun Xijin has no intention of introducing them to each other. No! I just happened to be here for a field trip today, maybe you can give me some advice. Sister Yun, I'll be there right now, don't leave. Xingyang is a person who likes to show off and doesn't mind at all that there are other people around Yun Xijin. What's wrong? Do you have friends coming over? Xijin Wen originally wanted to pay the bill first, but he didn't take any action when he remembered that he had just promised Yun Xijin that he would not pay in advance. I vaguely heard Yun Xijin's friend on the phone say that he was coming over, and I was wondering whether I should order 2 more dishes. Otherwise, the leftovers on the table would not be useful for entertaining friends. Well, he said he was here for a field trip. What Xingyang cares about most recently is his bar. Yun Xijin can't think of any other projects that require Xingyang to personally inspect them on site. Xingyang said he would be there soon, and sure enough he arrived soon, wearing a floral shirt, a perfect playboy look. Sister Yun! I didn't expect to meet you here. I just looked around and found several suitable places. Sister Yun, do you want to go with me? Yun Xijin is an investor after all, and taking a look at the future workplace can be considered as an explanation for the money she spent. I don't understand these things, just watch it yourself. Do you want to eat? If you do, I'll have someone add 2 more dishes for you. Xingyang arrived at a bad time, as she and her senior had already finished eating. No, I'm not hungry yet. I just wanted to come and see you, Sister Yun. As the only person in the entire imperial capital who is willing to invest in him, Xingyang's admiration for Yun Xijin is like a surging river, endless. If you're not hungry, then let's go. We've finished eating, the senior has to go back to school, and I have to go home too. Yun Xijin was also thinking about returning to Xingyuhuafu to practice making more rose essential oils, so that if she couldn't use it all, she could give it to others. Sister Yun, you have invested in this bar, why don't you go and take a look? Xingyang was just undecided and wanted Yun Xijin to go and take a look and give some advice. It's only a few million. I can afford the loss. You should go home early. You've been staying up all night and your eyes are so dark that you look like a panda. Xingyang. It's because I stayed up late to work on the opening plan. Xijin did not go on the field trip with Xingyang, but chose to send Xijin back to school. After all, she was the one who drove the people out, so of course she had to ensure that they were sent back to school safely. After making sure that Xijin had returned to the dormitory safely, Xijin opened the reward for completing today's consumption task. Consumption task: spend 2 million yen before midnight tonight, no requirements, completed. Reward: trigger 4 times reward, 8 million yen has been issued to the host savings card, Lingwu Tea * 10 cans. Lingwu Tea? This seemed to be the first time Xijin heard the name, and she couldn't help but feel curious. After returning to Xinyu, Xijin immediately took out a can of Lingwu tea from the system backpack. As soon as he opened it, he smelled the very rich tea fragrance. Even though Xijin did not have a deep understanding of the tea ceremony, he could feel that the taste of Lingwu tea was incomparable to ordinary tea. Arriving at the tea room, Xijin began to make tea according to the procedure that Li Bingjin had taught her last time at Jubiozai on Antique Street. Although the movement was a bit slow at times, it finally came out. Let's not talk about its effects first, but Lingwu tea is definitely the best tea Xijin has ever tasted, no doubt about it. Could it be the work of the spirit mist tea? Xijin took a look at the Lingwu tea in his hand and felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Miss, someone is looking for you at the gate of the community. Xijin was still studying Lingwu tea in the tea room when Lingy walked in. Someone's looking for you. Did you say who it was? Xijin couldn't imagine that someone would come to see her at this time. It was last time in the hospital. You promised to let her come over as a housekeeper. Housekeeper? Xijin remembered what happened. It was Wang Minli, whose daughter had leukemia. Her daughter had the surgery and recovered so quickly? Let her in. Since he has already promised, Xijin is not the kind of person who does not keep his word. But if the performance is not good, she will not keep the person. The opportunity has been given, whether she can seize it depends on herself. Yes, miss. Lingy left the tea room and went to call the community security guard. Xijin also put away the Lingwu tea and poured himself a cup from the brewed pot of tea. Lingwu tea really made Xijin, who was not a tea lover, fall in love with drinking tea. Wang Minli was brought here by the patrol car sent by the security guard. When Wang Minli saw Villa No. 1 in Xinyu, even though she had worked as a servant in a rich family for many years, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart that Miss Yun was really rich. In Daijing, such a big house in such a good location would definitely cost you hundreds of millions. When Wang Minli walked in, Xijin was sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at something on a tablet. Ms. Yun, good afternoon. I'm here to report. When Wang Minli saw Villa No. 1, she was already thinking about finding a servant. Auntie Wang, you're here. You must be tired from the ride here. Hurry up and sit down and have some fruit. After all, it was her first visit, so Xijin couldn't assign her any work right away. Instead, she politely treated Wang Minli to some fruit. No, I'm here today to fulfill my promise. You covered my daughter's medical expenses and I became your steward. If you are dissatisfied with anything during my tenure, you can always raise it and I will definitely change it. Wang Minli was not sure whether she could satisfy Xijin. She just wanted to do her best and try her best without leaving any regrets. That's fine too. You've seen the situation here now, so if there's anything that needs to be improved, you can tell me. If you need money, feel free to come to me. Anyway, she is now worrying about how to spend money every day. If Wang Minli can help her find more places to spend money, she will thank her. I just observed that only you and your bodyguard live in the villa. The flowers and plants in the garden have not been trimmed for a long time and look a bit messy. There is also the issue of cleanliness and sanitation in the villa. Although it looks clean, when you touch it, you will find dust on the cabinets and stair railings. As soon as Wang Minli arrived, she pointed out a lot of problems, and Xijin was stunned. He also reaffirmed Wang Minli's ability. Auntie Wang, you can recruit people boldly. The salary will be 10% higher than the market price. I personally pay for all the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. I get triple salary for working on holidays. It's best if I can live at home. If I can't live at home, my salary won't be that high. There is a small villa behind Villa No. 1. When we hire servants, they can all live in the small villa behind Villa No. 1. Chapter 53 Recruiting. Miss Yun, you trust me. I will do my best to help you manage everything in the villa. I was previously a registered employee of a housekeeping company and hired quite a few housekeepers. I will help you recruit people now. Nowadays, there are not only old ladies of her age doing housekeeping. Many young people have also come to take up these jobs. Many of them have even received professional training and are much more professional than them, the old ones who can only rely on experience. Yun Zijin nodded. Of course she had no objection. Go ahead, Aunt Wang, you can recruit people first, and bring them to me before you take office. The probation period is 1 week. Those who pass the test after 1 week can stay, while those who fail the test or do not want to continue working can leave. The salary will be calculated at 80% of that of regular employees. I have to explain all this to them, so that they won't say I underpaid them in the end. Many places do not pay for the probation period. She is a very conscientious employer, as she pays 80% of the probation period salary. Don't worry, Miss Yun. I will explain it clearly to them. If you tell them in advance and they still gossip about you behind your back, then it's a character issue, and you can't blame them for not hiring you. Wang Minli is a person who does what she says. Within 2 days, she recruited the person and brought her to Yun Zijin for the final round of interview. Miss, here are their resumes. If you have any questions, you can ask them. Wang Minli took a stack of resumes and handed it to Yun Zijin. Yun Zijin sat on the sofa, took the resume from Wang Minli, glanced through it, and roughly matched it. Chao Hui, your resume says that you graduated from Xijin University. Why did you want to apply for a job as a housekeeper? Compared with Xijin University and Takeo University, it is actually not much worse. Yun Zijin was very surprised to see someone with this academic qualification among those applying for the housekeeping job. It's hard to find a job. I think I can meet the recruitment requirements written by Sister Wang, so I came here. It's about making money, there's nothing shameful about it. Yun Zijin raised her eyebrows. It was indeed possible that it was difficult to find a job. Yun Zijin nodded to show that he understood. I didn't say much. Aunt Wang is the housekeeper. Your work is arranged by Aunt Wang. Whether you can do it well depends on you. I hope you can still be here in a week. Since these people have been screened by Wang Minli, Yun Zijin will certainly not reject them directly. 1 week is enough time for her to see clearly who is qualified and who is not. If there are no problems, just follow the work that Aunt Wang has assigned to you. My requirements are very strict. After saying that, Yun Zijin returned the resume in her hand to Wang Minli. These things were not her concern. After sending those people to do their work, Yun Zijin took Ling Yi and a few others out. Xijin sent her a message saying that the test report had come out and that the ingredients of the rose essential oil were confirmed to be natural and additive-free. What was certain was that this rose essential oil had very good moisturizing and whitening effects on human skin. Yun Zijin was still very excited when Xijin told her the result. She doesn't use any other skincare products now. She only applies a layer of rose essential oil every day. She has dry skin. After cleaning her face, she feels her face is dry and tight. But after using rose essential oil, I won't have this feeling, which proves that the moisturizing effect is really good. However, as for the whitening effect, Yun Zijin has cold, fair skin, so the effect cannot be seen from it. Yun Zijin began to search in her mind for anyone with yellowish or darker skin. She could provide a bottle of rose essential oil for trial. At the end of the search, the image of Sanging emerged in Yun Zijin's mind. Because Sanging has yellowish skin, she wears makeup to work every day, so she needs to get up at least an hour earlier every day. If rose essential oil really has a whitening effect, then Sanging will definitely become her loyal customer. Seeing Yun Zijin leaving, Chao Hui quickly came to Wang Minli's side and said, Sister Wang, how much do you know about the identity of our employer? I think this villa is the best villa in Xinyu Huafu. Even if I only pay the down payment, it should cost a lot of money, right? The expression on Chao Hui's face was very gossipy. She kept talking and didn't even notice that Wang Minli's expression had darkened. Chao, do you know what is the most taboo in housework? Wang Minli originally thought that Chao Hui was still young and had a more lively personality, so it was okay for her to be a little talkative. However, she did not expect that as soon as Miss Yun left, she started gossiping behind people's backs. Although he didn't say anything slanderous, it was really too much to want to dig out the person's household registration booklet. It seems that she should be more careful about this when looking for someone next time. Sister Wang, what do you mean by this? When you work in someone else's home, it's important to treat yourself as a deaf-mute or blind person. No matter what the host does, you just need to not listen, not watch, and not say anything, and that is the best behavior. A wealthy family like Miss Yun's is not something that ordinary people like them can afford to offend. Hearing Wang Minli's words, Chao Hui curled her lips. She knew, of course, that she shouldn't talk about the host family, but this was at home and they were all family. It was just a casual talk and it wouldn't spread out, so what was the big deal? She lives in such a big villa at such a young age. Who knows who gave her the money to buy the house? I see she doesn't work, and doesn't have a company, so maybe. Chao Hui, I don't think it's suitable for you to stay here. Go away, leave now. Although you have only started working for less than 2 hours, I will pay you today's wages. Pack up and leave. Wang Minli really didn't know that she had sworn during the interview that she would never do anything harmful to the employer's family, but she couldn't hold it back just after starting the job. I've seen idiots, but I've never seen anyone so stupid. Ms. Yun didn't say anything. You are just a housekeeper. You have no right to fire me. The salary Yun Xijin offers is higher than the market price, and he also pays the 5 insurances and 1 fund in full. This treatment is not much different from that in the system. Although her job was to serve others, Chao Hui knew very well what her purpose was. If she was fired on her first day at work, it would not be easy for her to apply for a similar job in the future, and her salary would not be as high as it is now. No matter what, Chao Hui didn't want to leave. Wang Minli looked at Chao Hui with a sullen face. She had never expected that she would bring disaster upon herself just by being soft-hearted. It's okay if you don't leave. When Miss comes back in the evening, I will tell her the truth about your performance today. Whether to go or stay is entirely up to the young lady. It was just a probation period and it was her first day at work, and she hadn't even signed a contract. It would be useless even if Chao Hui went to labor arbitration. After hearing what Wang Minli said, Chao Hui became anxious. Sister Wang, it's my fault. I shouldn't have asked about Miss Yun's affairs and gossiped about her behind her back. I really need this job, you know my mom. Wang Minli ignored Chao Hui. She only recruited her because she knew about Chao Hui's mother's situation and she was soft-hearted. She would never dare to let such a person stay, no matter how difficult her family's situation was. Chapter 54 Sister Yun. I have a friend. Yun Xijin currently has no idea what happened in Villa No. 1 of Xingyu Huafu. She is now on her way to Taikyo University. Xingyang's bar is located near Taikyo University and is currently under renovation. When he knew Yun Xijin was coming to Taikyo University today, he called her. Now his daily routine is to inspect the location of the bar, and he hopes that once the decoration is completed, he can choose an auspicious day to open the business. As the only investor in the bar besides himself, Xingyang reminds Yun Xijin every day to attend the bar's opening ribbon-cutting ceremony. Because he opened the bar without relying on his family, Xingyang now makes the fact that his bar is about to open known to everyone. The purpose was to irritate Xinghao, who tried to stop his bar business, and let him see that without him, he could find someone to invest in his business. When Xingyang went to Yun Xijin to show off, Yun Xijin could imagine Xinghao's expression at that time. This brother really couldn't be kept anymore. Sister Yun! What a coincidence that you are coming to Taikyo University as well. Today is a friend's birthday, and he is holding a party in his own villa, which is near Taikyo University. Sister Yun, do you want to come? Xingyang now really treats Yun Xijin as a sister. He wants to call Yun Xijin for everything and has gradually developed into a sister con. Friend? Are you sure it's not a trap? Huan Yorui from last time, and that group of people who ate and drank for free, also claimed to be his friends, but it turned out they were all jerk. Now another friend has appeared. Yun Xijin is almost PSDD. This time it's really different. Wu Zicheng is a friend I grew up with, and he is definitely different from Huang Yorui. Hearing Yun Xijin's suspicious tone, Xingyang was also very helpless. In this matter, Huang Yorui really did not judge people well. He will definitely keep his eyes open when making friends in the future. But Wu Zicheng is his best friend who had gone back to the old house with him before, so there would definitely be no mistakes. If this is a problem, he might really be autistic. Okay, I'll trust you for once. But is it not nice for me to show up uninvited to your friend's birthday party? Yun Xijin's name has begun to spread in the imperial capital circle, and the main topic of conversation is the fact that Yun Xijin snatched land in the western suburbs from the hands of several princes. However, Lu's resort is still developing in an orderly manner, and many people are wondering whether the land under Yun Xijin's hands has been privately acquired by Lu. Those who know the inside story won't say anything, and those who don't know the inside story are just making wild guesses, all sorts of guesses. What's the big deal? I can just tell old Wu. Last time he asked me to help him get to know you. It's a pity that he was out of town last time and I didn't get to see you. If he knew I was taking you to this birthday party, he would definitely be happy. This person is someone who can snatch land from several princes. They don't expect to be able to snatch the land, but it's okay to share in the good fortune. Maybe I can even get a chance to cooperate with the 4 major families. That's fine. I'll go to Taikyo University first and call you after I'm done with my business. Today is Saturday, and Yun Xijin has no spending tasks, but she doesn't have to worry about not having time to go out and spend money to complete the tasks. This time when entering Taikyo University, Yun Xijin was not stopped by the security guard, and the car quickly drove to the vicinity of Professor He Jingwen's laboratory. Yun Xijin took out her cell phone and called He Jingwen. Not long after, she saw He Jingwen coming out with a document. Senior! Yun Xijin got out of the car and trotted to Xijin Wen. The test report you requested was made by me personally for you. It only has my signature on it, without the laboratory seal or the teacher's signature. It may not be credible enough. If you want to produce and sell it, I suggest you get the relevant certificates and find some authoritative testing agencies to issue a test report. Xijin Wen didn't know what Yun Zijin's original intention was in making rose essential oil, but he still reminded her. Yun Zijin nodded. I know, but I don't have any idea of commercializing it at the moment. If I have such a plan in the future, I will pay attention to these issues. Thank you for your reminder. Yun Zijin took the test report and responded with a smile. Seeing that Yun Zijin had listened, Xijin Wen stopped talking. I still have some experimental data that I haven't recorded yet. I'll treat you to a meal next time I'm free. After saying that, Xijin Wen turned and went into the laboratory, and Yun Zijin didn't even have time to say anything. However, Yun Zijin was quite happy to see Xijin Wen working hard for his studies. Everyone is working hard for their future, so it seems like she shouldn't continue to be so idle. Yun Zijin fell into deep thought. Wu Zicheng's birthday party was held at Xingshi Jiangnan Community, which is said to be very close to Taikyo University, but the drive still takes 20 minutes, and it is not as close as Emerald Lakeside. However, Yun Zijin was just complaining in his heart, and did not mean to say anything bad about Xingshi Jiangnan Community. Yun Zijin and Xing Yang agreed to meet at the Emerald Lake. Because today's party is themed on a masquerade, Xing Yang took the responsibility, and said that he had hired a professional team, and would bring the team to do his styling. Yun Zijin doesn't really care about these things. She is happy to have some free time since someone has hired a team of stylists for her. There are already quite a few houses rented out near Emerald Lake. When Yun Zijin entered the community, he could see quite a few people walking around inside. The appearance of the Rolls-Royce Phantom caused many people to stop, but it did not attract any onlookers. After all, only those who can afford to rent at Emerald Lakeside can afford it. The smallest apartment costs 150,000 yuan a month, and the first month's deposit and 3 months' payment means a one-time payment of 900,000 yuan. This is no longer a price that ordinary families can afford. Not long after, Xing Yang arrived with the professional team he hired. Yun Zijin asked Xing Yang to go directly to Unit 1. After she authorized the elevator, they could take the elevator up. When Xing Yang heard Yun Zijin's words, a guess in his mind slowly surfaced, but he felt it was both reasonable and outrageous. When they reached the top floor of Unit 1 and Yun Zijin opened the door for them to come in, Xing Yang couldn't help himself. Sister Yun, do you rent a house at Emerald Lakeside, or do you buy one? As far as he knew, the house by Emerald Lake was bought in full at one time by a mysterious tycoon. The developer couldn't even keep 1 or 2 units for himself, he insisted on buying all of them. Do you think I look like someone who would pay rent? Yun Zijin's answer was irrelevant, but Xing Yang already had the answer in his mind. When Xing Yang found out that Yun Zijin had a house by Emerald Lake, his eyes widened. Sister Yun, you are my only sister. Yun Zijin, duck, no need. Isn't it said that there will be a masquerade tonight? It will take quite a while to dress up, so let's get them started. Yun Zijin didn't want to say much about the house, for fear of being accused of showing off his wealth. Chapter 55. My sister Yun, isn't she beautiful? There's no rush. It's okay to go there later. Xing Yang was obviously much more relaxed and casual with Wu Zicheng than he was with Huang Yourui. Yun Zijin didn't say anything either. After all, she was his friend and she was just going there to eat and drink for free. Speaking of which, Sister Yun, did you really buy all the houses along Emerald Lake? According to the housing purchase policy of Daijing, if Yun Zijin wants to buy so many houses, he can only pay in full. But in the entire Emerald Lakeside, there are a total of 20 buildings, and the price of the smallest unit is no less than 10 million. Which big family dropped the bomb from Sister Yun? This move directly shocked these rich second generations. How could this be false? Just go to the housing authority and check? Yun Zijin looked indifferent, and Xing Yang admired him even more. She is indeed worthy of being the one he is willing to call sister. An expert can tell the quality of this work at a glance. The team of stylists brought by Xing Yang heard the conversation between the two. The stylist who was doing contouring on Yun Zijin almost dropped the contouring brush in her hand out of surprise. Fortunately, with many years of experience as a makeup artist, I have steady hands and have mastered this skill to perfection. But he still couldn't help but feel jealous. There are so many rich people in this world, why can't there be one more? It's not just the makeup artists who have this idea. Other costume designers and assistants all have the same thoughts. But he remained expressionless. Just today's order was equivalent to the amount they spent on putting on makeup for the actors in the film and television city for a month. So when we came in just now, were all the people in the community renting houses here? There were several people who looked familiar to him. If they looked familiar to him, their families must have some assets, and they could afford to buy an apartment in Daijing. Unexpectedly, he ended up becoming his sister Yun's tenant. Yes, Takeo University is close to here, and the new semester is about to start. It's the peak season now. Because she thought it was too troublesome to transfer the rent to her one by one, Yun Xijin asked Wang Zhongxin to transfer the rent for the next quarter to her bank card before the 5th of the first month of each quarter. As for the tax payment issue, Ling Lu has always been serious and responsible, so Yun Xijin is not worried about whether to pay the tax or not. After hearing Yun Xijin's words, Xingyang couldn't help but feel envious. Some people can earn hundreds of billions of yuan a year from rent at a young age, but he can only live on that little pocket money. Sure enough, people's joys and sorrows are not shared. Xingyang decisively stopped talking, for he was afraid that if he continued talking, he would commit a crime because of his hatred of the rich. Xingyang didn't say anything, and Yun Zijin was also silent. She closed her eyes and let the makeup artist do whatever he wanted on her face. On the way, Lingqi returned to Xingyu Huafu to help Yun Zijin get some things and pack them up as a birthday gift for Wu Ziqing. At 5:30, Yun Zijin's styling was finally completed. Xingyang stood behind Yun Zijin and looked at her after she had put on her makeup, with amazement in his eyes beyond words. I'm sure that you, Sister Yun, will definitely outshine all the other girls today. Stop making fun of me and let's go. This is my first time attending someone's birthday party. It would be rude to be late. Xingyang walked beside Yun Zijin, raised his arm like a gentleman, and let Yun Zijin hold his hand while walking. Although Xingyang is dressed as a prince, when walking next to Yun Zijin, he feels more like a butler. There is really no sense of a couple at all. Yun Zijin was wearing a dress, and the Phantom was a bit too short, so Lingyi and the others picked 4 people to ride in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and the remaining 2 people, one is the driver and the other sitting in the passenger seat of the nanny car. Xingyang was leading the way in his Porsche 911. In order to prevent accidents from happening during the party, a team of stylists also drove behind the nanny car, so that if the 2 of them needed anything during the party, they could help touch up their makeup at any time. The distance between Xingshi Jiangnan Community and Feitsui Lakeside Community is not far, and it takes less than 20 minutes to drive there. Lingyi and others got out of the car first, and stood guard on both sides of the door of the nanny car. On each side were 3 bodyguards in suits, which immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. At this time, Xingyang got off the car. Almost everyone who came to the party today knew Xingyang. After all, he and Wu Ziqing were only wearing the same pair of pants. It's second young Master Xing. Xingyang's identity can be said to be the most dazzling one except for the heirs of the 4 major families. This means that no matter where he is, he will instantly become the focus of the crowd. After getting off the car, Xingyang did not go to greet Wu Ziqing immediately. Instead, he came to the nanny car behind him, stretched out his hand and waited for the person in the nanny car to come over. Yun Zijin stretched out her hand, used Xingyang's hand as a point of force, and slowly stepped out of the car. Who is this? I've never seen him before. I don't know, but since young Master Xing treats him so carefully, his identity must be extraordinary. Mr. Xing's girlfriend? Many people were guessing Yun Zijin's identity, but they were all communicating secretly, and no one dared to speak in front of the real owner. Wu Ziqing was standing at the door of the villa to welcome guests. When he saw Xingyang getting out of the car, he wanted to go over and say hello, but Xingyang ignored him and turned around to pick up someone from the car. When people saw Yun Zijin dressed as Princess Elsa, there was a moment of silence at the scene. Princess Elsa's silver hair and shiny blue princess dress could easily turn her into a village head cosplayer. But Yun Zijin's already glowing white skin, dressed as Princess Elsa, looks like an anime character cut out of the screen, stunning at first sight, making people unable to take their eyes off for a long time. Lao Xing, this is... My sister Yun, how is she? Pretty, isn't she? Xingyang proudly introduced Yun Zijin's identity to Wu Ziqing, but it was the same as not saying it. I know that person is your sister Yun, but you have to introduce her specific identity, right? If nothing else, you have to mention the name, right? Hello, I'm Yun Zijin. As soon as Yun Zijin said this name, almost everyone present knew her identity. Isn't this the name of the real daughter among the real and fake daughters that have been causing a lot of trouble in the Xia family recently? But it is said that the real daughter grew up in an orphanage, which is very different from the image they imagined. Hello, I'm Wu Ziqing, and Xingyang and I grew up together. You guys go in first, there are still some people who haven't come yet, I'll wait here for a while. Yun Zijin nodded. She hadn't eaten since noon, so she wanted to go in and eat something to fill her stomach. Sister Yun, let's go in quickly. The macarons made by the chef in Old Wu's house are amazing. You must try them later. Ever since Xingyang had eaten the macarons made by Wu Ziqing's chef at his home, he felt that the macarons eaten outside didn't taste right anymore. Another reason why he was so active in attending Wu Zicheng's birthday party was that he was craving macarons. As for whether a grown man who likes to eat macarons would be considered effeminate, Xinjiang doesn't care at all. Whoever wants to say what they want can say it, he just wants to enjoy his meal. Chapter 56 Sumengyao, I'm going. Yun Xijin and Xinjiang entered the villa together. As soon as they entered, they saw people toasting on the lawn, and people dressed in all kinds of styles. Second Master Xing. Good evening. As soon as Xinjiang and Yun Xijin entered the villa, Xinjiang was about to take Yun Xijin to the place where macarons were placed, but he was stopped by someone unexpectedly. Xinjiang frowned slightly. Can't this guy see that they still have something to do? Well, good evening. In fact, he didn't remember who this person was. There are so many people who come to him at various banquets, but he can only remember a few of them. You may have forgotten, but we saw it last time at the Nanjiao Panshan road racing competition. When talking about that car race, Xinjiang's face didn't look very good. Oh, there are too many people. Maybe I didn't notice you. Is there anything else? Xinjiang didn't say that he didn't remember, but his words and actions were saying, I don't know you. Yun Zijin was not a person who liked socializing. Seeing that Xinjiang was being entangled by someone, she consciously walked around and went towards the place where Xinjiang said the macarons were placed. After Yun Zijin left Xinjiang, someone soon noticed her and several girls gathered around her. Yun Zijin had just taken a pink macaron and put it in her mouth when someone walked up to her and looked her up and down like a commodity. Are you the woman that second young Master Xing brought here? Yun Zijin. What era is this? Female competition is no longer popular. Can you please not act like she has stolen their boyfriends? Besides, she and Xinjiang have a pure sister-brother friendship, so why would anyone think that she and Xinjiang are in a relationship? We came here together, why do you have any objections? Yun Zijin is not the kind of person who would just accept being bullied by others. Second young Master Xing is only temporarily dazzled by your coquettish appearance. In the future, he will definitely marry a well-matched lady from a prestigious family. I advise you to stop before it's too late, otherwise you will be the only one who gets hurt in the end. A well-matched lady? Are you referring to you? Xinjiang is the second son of the current chairman of the Xing family, one of the 4 major families in the imperial capital. If you want to talk about being well-matched, then it can only be the other 3 of the 4 major families. May I ask which of the other 3 families are you the daughter of? After saying that, Yun Zijin pinched an orange macaron with her hand and took a small bite. It tasted like mango, and she liked it. Woman. If she was the daughter of one of the 4 major families, how could she have set her sights on Xinjiang? She would have already turned to the other 3 heirs. But she was still somewhat self-aware of her own status, knowing that she was out of her league to be the heir, so she could only choose Xinjiang as the second best option. Although I am not the daughter of one of the 4 great families, I am Su Mengyao, the eldest daughter of the Su family, one of the 8 small families second only to the 4 great families. I am not comparable to a woman like you who came out of nowhere. As Su Mengyao spoke, she unconsciously raised her head, with her nostrils pointing to the sky. Obviously, Su Mengyao didn't hear Yun Zijin's self-introduction at the door just now. However, even if she heard it, it probably wouldn't change her opinion. After all, there is really no comparison between the Xia family and the Su family. Su Mengyao had the self-awareness to compromise and focus on Xinjiang, but Xia Jiaojiao dared to focus on Lu Yonk. I really don't know whether to say that Xia Jiaojiao is confident or that she doesn't have a clear understanding of her own positioning. Xinjiang and I are not in a relationship, you can rest assured. Yun Zijin didn't want to be regarded as an imaginary enemy by Su Mengyao because of Xinjiang, and she didn't want to pick a fight with her every time she met her in the future. This makes people go out and spend money. Humph! Who knows if you are lying to me? I am not that easy to fool. Yun Zijin was speechless again. This didn't make sense. Yun Zijin didn't want to care about it anymore since Xinjiang had caused the romantic debt herself, so why should she pay for it? Instead of trying to make your presence felt with me, you might as well hang around Xinjiang a little more. See, Xinjiang is getting impatient with those people. If you go over to help him out and bring him over to eat macarons, it will definitely leave a deep impression on him. Yun Zijin pointed to Xinjiang's location from a distance, and many people spoke to Xinjiang. Yun Zijin could tell at a glance from Xinjiang's current expression that his patience had almost reached its limit. Real? Su Mengyao was skeptical. Why was she so unconvinced? Believe it or not, I'm just giving you a suggestion. If you do well, you may leave a good impression in Xinjiang's heart. If you don't do well, you don't have to be bad now, right? Yun Zijin started to fool people. Yao, I think what she said seems to make sense. A little follower beside Su Mengyao heard Yun Zijin's words, thought for a while, and then began to lobby in Su Mengyao's ear. When Su Mingyao heard what her little follower said, she was still a little skeptical about Yun Xijin, but after her little follower confirmed it, she became eager to make a move. Hey! If it doesn't work, come find me again and I'll introduce you to each other, how about that? Yun Xijin felt that Su Mingyao was not that annoying. What I said at the beginning may be a bit offensive, but it is undeniable that most of what Su Mingyao said is true. Except for the problem that her identity does not match, everything else is true. There is a reason why the concept of marrying someone of equal social status has been passed down from ancient times to the present day. Cinderella's father is a duke, and a girl of ordinary status is not even qualified to attend the prince's banquet. Hearing Yun Zijin's words, Su Mingyao's heart was shamefully moved. Just now, Xingyang was willing to let Yun Zijin walk all the way with his hand like a princess, which proved that Yun Zijin's position in Xingyang's heart was definitely extraordinary. With Yun Zijin's assurance, Su Mingyao made up her mind immediately. You can't regret it. A woman's word is as good as hers, Yun Zijin assured. I'm going. Su Mingyao ignored her little follower and walked straight towards Xingyang. Yun Zijin stretched his neck and watched Su Mingyao approach Xingyang step by step without blinking. Aren't you afraid that young Master Xing will find out what you did and get angry and come after you? Su Mingyao's little follower sat down next to Yun Zijin at some point and looked at Su Mingyao with an obscure look. The tone of voice when speaking to Yun Zijin was also a little strange. Yun Zijin glanced at Su Mingyao's little follower and said, I'm not worried, so what are you worried about? Yun Zijin looked at her with an expression that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. The girl felt as if Yun Zijin had seen through her soul, and her eyes began to wander from side to side. Yun Zijin sneered in her heart. The abacus beads were even hitting her face, and she was still afraid that she could see through her thoughts. If she were to say, Su Mingyao must have been cheated countless times during the time they were friends. Second, young Master Xing is not the kind of person who would look up to someone for these small favors. I don't know if she was saying this to Yun Zijin or to herself. At this time, Su Mingyao had already broken into the encirclement of a group of men. Chapter 57 Follow and Call Sister. From Yun Zijin's perspective, what he saw was Su Mingyao breaking into the encirclement of a group of men very forcefully, holding Xingyang's arm directly, saying something unknown, and taking the man away, and walking towards Yun Zijin's direction. Only a group of men who wanted to get close to Xingyang were left looking at each other. Xingyang was confused by Su Mingyao's sudden appearance. After escaping from the encirclement of those people, he pulled his hand back from Su Mingyao's hand. When he looked up at Yun Zijin, who was not far away, Xingyang's eyes lit up. Sister Yun, why did you come here without waiting for me? Xingyang called her Sister Yun, which made Su Mingyao and her little follower full of questions. Didn't they come together to attend Wu Zicheng's birthday party? Many people thought that Yun Zijin was the female companion brought by Xingyang. Now you call me Sister Yun, what is this? You! Su Mingyao looked at Yun Zijin, her face full of questions. Didn't I tell you that we are not a couple? These days, no one believes the truth. Do you know each other? Xingyang obviously still doesn't understand the current relationships between the characters. I don't know him. Certainly. Yun Zijin and Su Mingyao answered almost at the same time, but their answers could not be said to be exactly the same, they could only be said to be completely unrelated. The former is Yun Zijin and the latter is Su Mingyao. We were just talking together, how come we don't recognize each other? Su Mingyao was very dissatisfied with Yun Zijin, allying NVIDIA. We just met for the first time today. If we can say we know each other just by knowing each other's names and identities, then I and many netizens also know each other. Yun Zijin didn't think that the two sentences they just said could be considered as knowing each other. At most, he is a stranger who I have some impression of. Su Mingyao. Then let's add each other on WeChat now, and arrange dinner and shopping together more often in the future. Then we will know each other, right? As she spoke, Su Mingyao took out her cell phone from her handbag and looked at Yun Zijin proudly. Where's your cell phone? Yun Zijin. Hurry up, so many people want to add me on WeChat but I haven't given them any. You're the lucky one! Yun Zijin took out his mobile phone, opened his WeChat QR code, and handed it to Su Mingyao. As for Su Mingyao's follower, Yun Zijin had no intention of asking her about it the whole time. Yun Zijin believes that she doesn't need a friend like this who is full of scheming people. Su Mingyao was a carefree person and did not notice Yun Zijin's actions at all. In a very good mood, she added Yun Zijin as a WeChat friend and urged Yun Zijin to agree quickly. As for Xingyang, Su Mingyao felt that girls should be more reserved. When we meet next time, we can arrange to add each other as WeChat friends. Anyway, she has already added Yun Zijin as her friend. If she wants to know about Xingyang's situation, it's the same thing to ask Yun Zijin. Old Xing! Yun Zijin and Su Mingyao had just added each other as friends not long ago when they saw Wu Zicheng walking over. As the protagonist of today's party, Wu Ziqing is really busy, but he still makes time to come and see Xingyang. It can be said that he really values him very much. Xingyang took a sip of the champagne on the table, swallowed the macaron in his mouth, and then spoke. Why do you come to me instead of entertaining the guests? Xingyang didn't expect Wu Ziqing to be free to entertain him today. Anyway, he didn't need Wu Ziqing to invite him. He could just find a place to eat and drink when he arrived. We've already exchanged pleasantries, so I took some time to come and see you guys. You are so lucky! Wu Ziqing glanced at Yun Xijin and Su Mingyao, who were sitting in the rest area, and teased them in a joking tone. What nonsense are you talking about? This is my sister Yun. You have to follow me and call me sister. This is the only investor in his bar business, and he must not offend him. Wu Ziqing looked at Yun Xijin. In fact, he was quite surprised when he heard Xingyang call Yun Xijin Sister Yun. After all, Xingyang is a well-known devil in the entire imperial capital. Many people would rather offend the heirs of the 4 major families than offend Xingyang. The devil of the world does not just talk. Miss Yun, why did you ask young Master Xing to call you sister? If others heard this, it would cause unnecessary misunderstandings, which would be bad. Su Mingyao's follower, Yang Jiaqian, suddenly said something vicious. After hearing this, not only Yun Xijin felt uncomfortable, but Xingyang also felt awkward. I'm just expressing my respect for Sister Yun. If you can think of this in a wrong way, then you can go to the hospital and see a doctor for brain disease. Xingyang retorted very rudely. Who can teach him how to do things? Yang Jiaqian, if you don't know how to talk, don't talk. If I had known you were like this, I shouldn't have agreed to bring you in. He got in by relying on her invitation, and he still behaves like a fool. He is so stupid. Why did she agree to bring her in? Su Mingyao doubted her own train of thought at that time. Before Yun Xijin even said a word, someone helped her fight back. She was in such a good mood. The look he gave Yang Jiaqian was filled with a hint of sarcasm. It's a good thing to be thoughtful, but it's not very pleasing when you use your thoughtfulness to slander others. Wu Ziqing and Xingyang also frowned. Where did this idiot come from? If he can't speak, he can donate his mouth. When Yang Jiaqian saw that Xingyang and Wu Ziqing were both protecting Yun Xijin, her expression suddenly fell and tears filled her eyes, looking so pitiful. But she had seen all kinds of scenes before, and her trick couldn't fool anyone. That's enough. Don't think that shedding a few tears can soften people's hearts. If you don't want to stay here anymore, just tell me and I'll have someone take you home. Su Mingyao felt that Yang Jiaqian was simply embarrassing her. What kind of white lotus was she? She was not even as pretty as her, yet she dared to use the tricks of a white lotus. She had absolutely no self-awareness at all. I think you really are not suitable for this place. Su Mingyao, please ask someone to pick her up. The fact that Yun Xijin could make Xingyang call her sister has already proved her status in Xingyang's heart. If he can't even handle this matter, Wu Ziqing feels that after this birthday party, he will have to go to Xingyang to apologize. Yun Xijin herself didn't really care, but Wu Ziqing was standing up for her, so she certainly wouldn't speak out to undermine Wu Ziqing at this time. Of course, Su Mingyao knew that this was a good opportunity to show her goodwill to Yun Xijin, so she immediately took out her cell phone to contact the driver who had brought them here today. The driver had already driven away and would drive back to pick her and Yang Jiaqian when the party was almost over. But now, because of Yang Jiaqian, the driver had to make an extra trip. Su Mingyao secretly decided that when she returned she would ask the housekeeper to give the driver a bonus this month. No matter how Yang Jiaqian apologized and begged Yun Xijin, and even asked Xingyang and Wu Ziqing for help, she did not get any sympathy from anyone. As soon as the Su family's driver arrived, Su Mingyao supervised her and got into the car. Back in the villa, Su Mingyao found Yun Xijin and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know she would say those words. I will break up with her when I go back. Chapter 58. I'm in love. It doesn't matter. She is she and you are you. I won't vent my anger on innocent people. Yun Xijin certainly knew that this matter had nothing to do with Su Mingyao, and it was all Yang Jiaqian's own fault. Besides, everyone had been driven away, and Yun Xijin didn't want to mention her all the time. They are just irrelevant people, no need to care about them. Sister Yun is so generous. To make it up to you, I decided to spend a huge amount of money to buy you a gift. Are you free tomorrow? Let's go shopping together. Su Mingyao made an invitation to go shopping at the right time. Tomorrow? I'm fine, but are you sure you can get up tomorrow? I don't know when today's birthday party will end. A group of young people are having so much fun that the birthday party might turn into a disco. If I get in the mood, I'll drink a little wine, and I won't be able to get up until noon the next day. Su Mingyao. She hadn't considered this. It's okay. If tomorrow doesn't work, then the day after tomorrow. Anyway, I haven't gone out to work since I graduated, so I have a lot of free time. She has nothing but money and free time. Xijin, it should be said that she has a lot of free time. That's fine. If you haven't changed your mind the day after tomorrow, you can call me to make an appointment. It was the first time that Xijin went shopping with the daughter of a wealthy family in the capital. He didn't know what the difference was between shopping for a daughter and for ordinary people like them. No problem. It's time to open the presents over there. Shall we go over and take a look? Every birthday party for young people in their circle involves opening gifts. Everyone comes in and puts their gifts on the table specially for gifts. Then when it is time to open the gifts, the birthday person chooses a few gifts and opens them on the spot. It's just like opening a blind box. You might get an ordinary little gift, or you might get a surprise worth millions. It was Xijin's first time attending a birthday party, and she didn't expect there would be a gift opening segment. At that time, she just let Lingy put the gift she prepared on the table, and now she didn't know where it was squeezed to. Su Mingyao pulled Xijin to a crowded place. When Xingyang saw Xijin coming, he immediately asked someone to make room for Xijin. Thanks to Xijin, Su Mingyao also got a front row seat. Wu Ziqing stood next to the pile of gifts that looked like a small mountain. He walked around for a long time before picking out a very large gift box and taking it to the empty table next to him. Wu Ziqing opened the gift violently, tearing the outer wrapping paper into pieces, and took out a half-human-high blue fat man plush toy from the gift box. Wu Ziqing. The scene immediately burst into laughter. Wu Ziqing had never expected that even after graduating from college, he would still receive a blue fat man plush toy. I have to say, the person who gave the gift really still has a childlike heart. That's great! You know I liked the blue fat man when I was a kid, so you hope I can still have a childlike innocence. That's great. Wu Ziqing put the blue fat man aside and continued to pick out gift boxes. This time he didn't choose the big one. He walked to the small gift box and took out a gift box that was about 1,000 cubic centimeters in size. He still opened the gift violently, and soon the watch inside was revealed. Blue Water Ghost! Those who know the goods will recognize it immediately. The Rolex Blue Submariner case continues the classic elements of the Rolex Submariner series watches, but most importantly, it uses an eye-catching blue dial, and Rolex's traditional oyster case is perfectly displayed on it. The price was not expensive, but this gift completely touched Wu Ziqing's heart. He personally likes watches very much, and there are no less than 20 watches in his home cloakroom. However, the Blue Submariner happened to be a model he had never bought before, so it seemed that the person who gave the gift put a lot of thought into it. When Xijin saw the gift, she was somewhat glad that she had finally rejected the decision to give a watch and instead gave another gift. Xijin's gift box is also very small. I wonder if Wu Ziqing will pick it. This Blue Submariner is pretty good, but the one I gave you isn't bad either. When Su Mingyao saw Wu Ziqing opening the Blue Submariner, she made a casual comment, and did not forget to praise the gift she had given him. From what you said, the gift you gave is no worse than the Blue Water Ghost? Tell me, what did you give? I don't know when a man stood next to Su Mingyao. His hair was so tight that flies could do splits on it. When Su Mingyao turned around, she was almost poisoned in the eyes. She quickly turned around and looked at Xingyang and Xijin to wash her eyes. Who on earth did Wu Ziqing invite? How come such a weird person appeared? Beauty, I'm talking to you. It would be rude not to answer. Su Mingyao, my politeness is targeted at you. I am not very polite to you. You're not talking. Are you bragging? In fact, your gift is not as good as this Blue Water Ghost. Su Mingyao really wanted to escape. Can you please stop talking? Do you know that you are annoying? What gift I give you has nothing to do with you. You keep asking me. I won't change the gift I give you even if I tell you. Su Mingyao didn't want to pay attention to him at first, but this guy was just like a sparrow, chirping all the time, and it was so annoying. Xijin and Xingyang also noticed the situation on Su Mingyao's side, and were speechless when they saw the greasy man next to her. Why do I always encounter some weird things today? Su Mingyao, let's switch places. Xingyang couldn't stand it anymore, and Xijin was also winking at him, so he suggested that they change seats. Su Mingyao's eyes suddenly became bright. Was she rescued by the hero Xingyang? Okay. Su Mingyao felt like her head was a little confused. Why did she feel so warm and sweet in her heart? Xingyang had no idea that Su Mingyao was in love at the moment. He pushed Su Mingyao to his seat, walked around Xijin, and went to Su Mingyao's seat. Xing, second young master Xing. Xingyang's reputation is well known throughout the capital. The greasy man has two different faces when facing Su Mingyao and Xingyang. Su Mingyao rolled her eyes when she saw the greasy man's expression changing as fast as turning the pages of a book. Okay, you are having double standards, huh? Is he getting too proud, or does he feel that the Su family is no longer able to afford a knife? Don't be angry, Wu Ziqing has already opened the last gift. However, when Yun Zijin saw a familiar gift box, he suddenly had a bad feeling. This gift packaging seems quite unique. Let's open this as the last gift. What Wu Ziqing took was Yun Zijin's gift box. Yun Zijin, isn't this such a coincidence? In fact, there was nothing special about Yun Zijin's gift box. It was just that when wrapping it, I don't know why Lingqi chose a red and green wrapping paper. No matter where it was, you could see it at a glance, as if it was a conspicuous bag in the gift world. Sure enough, Wu Ziqing finally extended his claws to the gift box that Yun Zijin placed there. The gift box was about the size of an adult male's fist. Wu Ziqing is already opening his presents. Soon, the outer wrapping paper was torn into pieces, revealing the branded gift box inside. Chapter 59. Such an expensive gift is easy to be targeted. Wu Ziqing opened the gift box and revealed the gift inside. Oh! A jade guanyin pendant. The quality of the jade seems pretty good. Let me take a look. Wu Ziqing picked up the jade guanyin and brought it close to himself for a closer look. I knew it was real once I got it. The water level should be icy and the color should be bright green. Wow! I won the grand prize. I don't know which friend gave it to me. Would you mind telling me the name? Wu Ziqing was really surprised. When they held birthday parties, the gifts they received every year were not very cheap, but except for a few close friends, the maximum price of the gifts was 100,000 yuan. However, based on his own experience, Wu Ziqing estimated that the value of this icy green jade guanyin pendant would definitely be no less than 500,000. Who is it that is so generous to give such a gift? First, let's rule out a few enemies. The gifts they gave him were worth more than 100,000 yuan, and he didn't know how many times they had to whisper them in his ears. How could there be no movement at all for a pendant worth 500,000 yuan? Secondly, he excluded some familiar faces who were not very familiar with him but were present at every party. He knew what gifts these people could give him, and they would not exceed 50,000 yuan at most. Then, let's exclude those people from small families who came to the party for free. Their monthly pocket money probably doesn't even reach 1 million. They won't spend 500,000 just to buy him a gift. That's simply insane. Finally, Wu Ziqing set his sights on Yun Zijin and Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao, a familiar face, but she doesn't come to every party. She is the eldest daughter of the Su family, one of the 8 small families. She is arrogant and willful, and she is rich. Yun Zijin, the person who can make Xingyang call her sister, is not a simple person. Although it is not clear what Yun Zijin's financial situation is, the watch on her wrist is estimated to be worth no less than 1 million. These 2 sisters are the most likely ones. Xingyang also had the same idea as Wu Ziqing. Xingyang approached Yun Zijin and said, Sister Yun, this isn't a gift from you, is it? Old Wu, what kind of incredible luck does he have, to have Sister Yun give him such an expensive gift? He felt that 100,000 yuan was a bargain for him. This ice-type young green jade guanyin pendant was the best deal in the market. Well, I didn't go back to Xingyang Mansion and ask my bodyguard to go back and pick it. It shouldn't be out of line, right? This was Yun Zijin's first time attending a rich second-generation birthday party, and also her first time giving a gift to a rich second generation. At that time, she wanted to pick something that was not cheap but not expensive either. 500,000 is relatively within her price range, and Lingqi is good at choosing. Moreover, men wear guanyin and women wear Buddha. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that. Sister Yun, you've really let this kid get a great deal. He has a birthday every year and he holds a party every year. They give out hundreds of thousands of dollars every time. We live on pocket money, so how can we afford to take advantage of these people? 100,000 is the most. Sister Yun, don't give me such expensive gifts next time. It's easy for people to target me. Knowing that Sister Yun is generous, everyone who has a birthday today or an anniversary tomorrow comes to send Sister Yun an invitation letter. I've received the invitation, so even if I don't go, I'll at least get a gift, right? They have caught the wool. Well, I don't live on pocket money. She lives on collecting rent. Yun Zijin's words completely broke Xingyang's defense. Does she know what a huge hurt this is to a 1.8-meter tall rich second generation who has never earned a penny with her own hands? TT. Su Mengyao and Xingyang felt the same at this moment. She also lives on pocket money. Now looking at the gifts Yun Zijin gave and the gifts they gave, the difference between them and Yun Zijin is reflected. They would feel bad about spending 500,000 on a gift, but Yun Zijin just thought it was a normal gift-giving standard. Wu Ziqing was still looking for the person who had sent the jade guanyin. In order to avoid being exposed, Yun Zijin asked Xingyang to block Wu Ziqing's sight. After a long time without anyone claiming the body, Wu Ziqing finally had to give up. However, He also noticed the little tricks of Xingyang and Yun Xijin, but he did not expose them. He couldn't bring Yun Xijin over with him tied up to claim her. After opening the gifts, tonight's birthday party officially entered carnival mode. Wu Ziqing turned on the audio system that had been installed at great expense in the villa, turned the volume up to the maximum, and the specially invited lighting engineer began to work, and the birthday party instantly turned into a disco scene. Yun Xijin originally wanted to go back to the macaron rest area, but was pulled into the dance floor by Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao had obviously forgotten her original intention of coming to the birthday party today, and only wanted to be friends with Yun Xijin. Xingyang looked at the empty space around him, his face full of question marks. When did these two become so familiar with each other? Is he the superfluous one? Hey, what's wrong with our second master Xing? He looks unhappy. Wu Ziqing came to Xingyang with a glass of champagne without knowing when. Perhaps only he could turn his birthday party into a disco. Do you think girls' friendship comes too fast? Sister Yun clearly came here with him, but in the end she ended up making things difficult for Su Mengyao. Wu Ziqing had no way to answer Xingyang's question about this. After all, he was also a man. Yun Xijin didn't know that he had a good relationship with Su Mengyao, which made Xingyang feel a sense of crisis. By the way, how's your bar going? First of all, I'd like to make it clear that it's not that I don't support you, but you also know that I don't dare to offend your brother. Xinghao had called them personally and expressly forbade them to lend money to Xingyang to open a bar. Not only did he call them, he also called their parents. If anyone disobeyed, they would forget about getting pocket money. Since Xinghao had spoken, the parents of course agreed and gave their instructions to the parents when they got home. Humph! I have already found new investors. You are afraid of my brother, but my sister Yun is not. Sister Yun was able to snatch the land from Lu Yunk and others, so of course she would not be afraid of offending her brother. You mean you asked Yun Xijin to invest in you? How much can she invest in you? 3 million, this is just the initial investment. If I succeed, Sister Yun will definitely make additional investments. Xingyang is very confident in his bar. 3 million? That sounds good. Although I can't lend you the money, I will definitely come to support your bar when it opens. Then you can hold a carnival party in your bar. It will definitely liven up the place. Apart from anything else, he is absolutely professional when it comes to clubbing. Okay, you pay for the drinks. It's impossible for it to be free. Even brothers have to settle accounts. So brothers who are not related by blood also have to settle accounts. Wu Ziqing rolled his eyes at Xingyang. Listen to what he was saying. Is he the kind of person who likes to drink king's wine? I know. Why are you so stingy now? Wu Ziqing couldn't understand when Xingyang became like this. It's just some money for drinks, could he be short of that? It costs money to run a bar. I can't even get back the cost after inviting you to drink. Isn't that a loss? You can't run a business at a loss. I still hope to make money from the bar so that I can become a second-generation rich man who can be financially independent without pocket money. What Xingyang said was natural, and Wu Ziqing even felt it made sense. Chapter 60 Discussion in the Bathroom. Listen to what you said, or should I find something to do? After listening to what Xingyang said, Wu Ziqing also started to think about starting his own business. His situation is similar to Xingyang's. With an older brother to support him at home, he didn't expect to inherit the company. Originally he wanted to be a rich second-generation young man who just ate and waited for death every day, but now after listening to what Xingyang said, he always felt that he was just wasting his time and there was nothing else to do all day except eating, drinking and having fun. If Xingyang focuses on the bar in the future, he won't be able to find anyone to play with him. You can do it if you want, but before you do it you should think about how to tell your brother. Xingyang was not sure whether Wu Ziqing's brother would be as determined as his brother Xinghao to lure him into the company to help. I think that even if he just sits in the office every day and does nothing, being a mascot is better than eating, drinking and having fun outside. Speaking of this, Wu Ziqing fell silent. His brother and Xinghao were indeed different. Forget it. I'm afraid my plan will be aborted before it's even implemented. It's not that he doesn't want to do business, but his family's situation doesn't allow it. He is still suitable to be a playboy who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun. Yun Xijin and Su Mengyao were tired of dancing, so they left the dance floor. They were a little surprised to see Xingyang and Wu Ziqing sitting on the sofa drinking. Aren't you two famous little princes of the dance floor and the circle? Why are you being so low-key today? Although Su Mengyao was not very familiar with the two of them, she had heard a lot of rumors about them. If we go on stage, what will happen to the others? We should give them some face. Can you try the puffs made by the chef at home? Wu Ziqing picked up a plate of puffs and pushed it in front of Yun Xijin and Su Mengyao. I'm going to wash my hands. Just coming out of the dance floor, Yun Xijin felt that she was covered in sweat, so she went to wash her hands before eating. Go to the bathroom on the second floor. The bathroom on the first floor should be quite busy. If you can't find it, ask the servants. Wu Ziqing gave Yun Xijin some suggestions. Most of them were girls who went to the bathroom to touch up their makeup, and they were all gathered together. I'm with you. There were so many strange things happening in the bathroom that Su Mingyao was worried about Yun Xijin going alone, so she hurried to follow. Yun Xijin followed Wu Ziqing's advice and went up the stairs to the second floor. She thought there was no one there, but she and Su Mingyao heard someone talking when they reached the stairs to the second floor. Hey! Do you know the identity of the woman who came with second young Master Xing? Hearing this, Yun Xijin and Su Mingyao stopped and said nothing. I haven't seen him before. Is he not from our circle? But young Master Xing seems to be quite polite to her. Is it because some rich girl is a bit more low-key and we haven't met her before? This is possible, but the probability is very small. They are all in the same circle. How is it possible that there is no trace of their existence in the past 20 years? I think it's possible that this is just a female companion that young Master Xing brought along on a whim. He was being polite to her just because he's a gentleman. People we haven't met are most likely not from our circle. Yes, she is pretty, but men are just fresh and new. Just wait and see, she will be dumped by young Master Xing soon. Probably because there was no one on the second floor and they were all in the bathroom, they became more and more out of control as they talked. Su Mingyao tried to go over and argue with them several times, but was stopped by Yun Xijin. What's the point of arguing with them in the past? They will still think what they want to think. Don't you think that Xingyang will dump her after a while? Then just wait and see whether Xingyang will dump her after a while. Yun Xijin and Su Mingyao were standing at the stairs, waiting for those girls to come out of the bathroom. When they saw Yun Xijin and Su Mingyao standing at the stairs, a trace of guilt flashed across their faces. I just said something bad about someone, and then I ran into him/herself. They were still wondering whether Yun Xijin and Su Mingyao heard what they had just said. But thinking about it, this is Wu Ziqing's villa after all, it must be soundproofed. They had closed the door in the bathroom just now, so people outside should not be able to hear what they said. After giving myself a psychological hint, I gradually took it for granted. Miss Su, are you here to touch up your makeup too? We just finished it, so we'll go down first. The few of them ignored Yun Xijin's presence the entire time, and only looked at Su Mingyao when they spoke. Yun Xijin didn't care about these people's attitude towards him, since they would not have any contact in the future anyway. Su Mingyao ignored them and waited for everyone to go down. She was angry and said, They are clearly targeting you. Xingyang and you are not in that kind of relationship at all. They don't know anything, so how can they say anything nonsense? And just now you and I were standing next to each other, but they only greeted me and didn't even look at you the whole time. This is clearly ignoring you. This is too much. Su Mingyao didn't expect to encounter such a weird thing when going to the bathroom. Don't be angry, no matter what you say to them, they will only believe what they want to believe, and there is no way you can explain it to them. Besides, I don't have much in common with them, so there's no need to make myself bad because of these irrelevant people. Besides, when they find out that I am an investor in Xingyang Bar, they will realize how ridiculous their current thoughts are. Yun Xijin really didn't care, but seeing Su Mingyao's angry face, he just said a few more words of comfort. You are so open-minded. If I were you, I would have argued with them 800 times and even pulled each other's hair. One of the most classic moves among girls in a fight, pulling hair. The more you care, the more those people will think it's outrageous, so don't pay too much attention to it. Wash your hands quickly and go downstairs. It's not good to delay for too long. Yun Xijin didn't want to waste time on such a small matter. Okay, as long as you don't mind. I'll put on some makeup. As she spoke, Su Mingyao took out a mini version of liquid foundation from her bag and began to touch up her makeup. Yun Xijin's hands couldn't hold too many things, and after searching through everything, she only found one lipstick of the same color as the one she was wearing today. Can I give this to you? Su Mingyao handed her mini version of liquid foundation to Yun Xijin. No, I'll just put on some lipstick. I don't know what kind of cosmetics the makeup artist used today, but Yun Xijin's makeup today is very long-lasting. She danced on the dance floor for so long just now, but her makeup didn't come off at all. She put on lipstick because some of it was wiped off when she ate. Su Mingyao didn't force it. After finishing her makeup, she put away the mini version of foundation. As soon as I turned around, I saw Yun Xijin's profile close at hand. I couldn't help but poke her with my hand. Honestly, I was just about to ask you, how do you maintain such good skin? Even from such a close distance, I can't see any flaws. It's as perfect and delicate as porcelain. Su Mingyao was envious. She spent no less than 1 million on her face every month, but if she looked closely, she could still see many minor blemishes. Closed comedones and blackheads are troubles that she can never get rid of. Chapter 61 The Woman Who Snatched a Piece of Land from Liyunk. This is made with rose essential oil that I made myself. It's not available on the market. Yun Xijin had no intention of hiding anything. Although the recipe was given to her by Manhwa, she had indeed made it herself. Although a large part of it is due to the sterile production room, from material selection to processing, she did everything by herself, which cannot be faked. You made your own rose oil? Nothing else works? Su Mingyao felt that Yun Xijin might be talking about a fairy tale. How could she maintain such a perfect face with just a bottle of rose essential oil? Does it count if I clean my face before using rose essential oil? Oh, I occasionally go to a beauty salon for some facial treatments, but not often. According to Yun Xijin's own experience, a visit to a beauty salon might not be as effective as using rose essential oil. However, Yun Xijin would not say this. If people really knew about the miraculous effects of the rose essential oil she made, and everyone came to her to buy it, then she would just stay at home making rose essential oil every day and not have to go out to complete the system tasks. Really? Which beauty salon did you get the card from? I want to get one too. Su Mingyao naturally gave the credit to the beauty salon. There is a beauty salon with such good results, why hasn't she discovered it yet? Su Mingyao just felt that all the money she spent over the years was wasted. It's the Chile Women's Beauty Salon above the Xijin Shopping Center. I recharged several million there. Yun Xijin was telling the truth. But Su Mingyao was a little skeptical. Of course, she had been to the Chile Women's Beauty Salon, but the results were similar to those of other beauty salons, and could not reach the flawless level of Yun Xijin. As the two were talking, they soon went down to the first floor of the villa. There were already several people sitting next to Wu Zicheng and Xin Yang. Yun Xijin and Su Mingyao were considering whether to find another place when the sharp-eyed Wu Zicheng waved in their direction. Sister Yun! Su Mingyao, this way! Hearing Wu Zicheng's call, everyone else sitting on the sofa stretched their necks to look over. Su Mingyao and the others had met her many times at various banquets, but this was the first time that Yun Xijin and the others met her. Behave yourself, this is my sister Yun! As soon as Xingyang saw the expressions of these people, he knew what they were thinking. Sister Yun is a woman whom he dares not touch, so no one else is worthy of her. I know. He's the only investor in your bar. We all understand. Regardless of whether they understood what Xingyang wanted to express, they at least restrained their facial expressions, and did not show anything unusual in front of Yun Xijin. When Yun Xijin and Su Mingyao came over, several people actively made room for them. After everyone was seated, Xingyang began to introduce the identities of these people to them, mainly to Yun Xijin. Sister Yun, this is Brother Lu's cousin Lu Yufeng, this is Brother Li's cousin Li Weixian, and this is Brother Fu's cousin Fu Yang. Hearing Xingyang's introduction, Yun Xijin raised his eyebrows. Isn't this just another small circle of the four major families? However, there is an additional Wu Zicheng here, and only Xingyang is Xinghao's biological brother, so his social status is immediately reflected. Hello, I'm Yun Xijin. I don't need to introduce myself. We'll see each other sooner or later, Su Mingyao said with a smile. Hello, Sister Yun! They shouted in unison, and the ceiling of the entire villa was almost shaken down by them. Yun Xijin was very upset, but since the other person greeted him so sincerely, he couldn't just not respond. Yun Xijin nodded slightly towards them, which counted as a greeting. I'll go greet the others first, you guys eat and drink well. After all, Wu Zicheng is the protagonist of today, and there are other people at the birthday party. It is impossible for him to chat with them here all the time. Lu Yufeng and the others looked at Yun Xijin with some inquiry in their eyes. After all, they had heard from others that Yun Xijin had single-handedly snatched a piece of land from their respective cousins. I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but never had the chance. Among the people he knew, only Xingyang knew Yun Xijin, but he had never found an opportunity to arrange a meeting with her before. Unexpectedly, I met him at Wu Zicheng's birthday party. I've heard about Sister Yun a long time ago, and I've always wanted Xingyang to ask Sister Yun out to meet her. I didn't expect to see her at old Wu's birthday party today. Ask me a meeting? Yun Xijin was a little surprised. She shouldn't have done anything famous in the capital, right? Hey! It's all about the Lu's charity auction last time. Sister Yun, you haven't forgotten about that piece of land, right? The land was originally released by Lu's company to build popularity for the Shijiao Resort project, but unexpectedly, it was snatched away by Yun Xijin halfway. Among the people present, Yun Xijin is probably the only one who is so fierce. However, the Lu family did not attack Yun Xijin because of this incident, which was unexpected by Xingyang and others. Speaking of the western suburbs land, Yun Xijin was upset. It was indeed because she did not understand the situation and raised the sign a little too quickly. But these are all small matters. In the end, she rented the land to the Lu family. The final result is still the same. Blame me. Yun Xijin spread his hands and said proudly. If Xingyang hadn't told her about the land at that time, she wouldn't have been interested. Wait a minute. You mean Yun Xijin stole Lu's land at the auction? Su Mingyao was a little confused at first, but she realized after hearing what happened later. What they were talking about was that Yun Xijin snatched a piece of land that Lu had set his eyes on in front of Lu Yunk. This time, the look in Su Mingyao's eyes when she looked at Yun Xijin was different. Sister, you can do it! This is something that many people in the capital wanted to do but did not dare to do and could not do, yet Yun Xijin managed to do it. She asked why Yun Xijin could make Xingyang call her sister, and the children from the 4 major families also looked at Yun Xijin with admiration. So it's because Yun Xijin defeated Lu Yunk fairly? Lu Yunk is the nightmare of the younger generation in the imperial capital circle. The words, other people's children, cannot be used to describe Lu Yunk as a pervert. I didn't expect that one day I would fall into Yun Xijin's hands. This is a historic moment worth commemorating. Su Mingyao felt very regretful. Why didn't she pester her brother to attend the auction together? What's wrong? Do you have a grudge against Lu Yunk? Are you so excited to hear that I beat him? Yun Xijin was a little confused by Su Mingyao's big reaction. Does Lu Yunk have any special identity? Why do everyone look at her strangely after knowing that she snatched the land from Lu Yunk? Although she admitted that Lu Yunk was able to sit firmly in the position of president of Lu Corporation at such a young age, it was indeed a remarkable move, but it shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Not really, but Lu Yunk. He is what our parents call the child of other people's family. Ever since I can remember, my parents have been telling me how good Lu Yunk is and when he achieved what results. The first time I heard that he lost, I was a little excited. Chapter 62 Sister Yun hasn't graduated yet. Hearing Su Mingyao's evaluation of Lu Yunk, Yun Xijin blinked his eyes. It seemed that he was indeed a very outstanding person. But in the end, he still became her defeated opponent. Then go home today and tell your parents that it was useless for Lu Yunk to work so hard to achieve so many achievements. But in the end he still lost to a girl who hasn't even graduated from college yet. Yun Xijin is currently still in the internship stage and will not receive her graduation certificate until June next year. Sister Yun, you haven't graduated yet? Xingyang didn't hear anything except the words that Yun Xijin had not graduated yet. Yun Xijin nodded. She indeed hadn't graduated yet. She will have to go back to school when school starts in September. Although the seniors are out for internships, they still have to attend 1 or 2 classes occasionally. Xingyang and the others looked at each other in surprise. They never expected that they kept calling Yun Xijin, Sister Yun, but in the end she was the youngest among them all. This group of people are all college graduates. It's just because their family gives them pocket money every month and they don't want to go to work, so they have nothing to do every day and always want to go out to eat, drink and have fun. The life of the rich second generation who do not have to inherit the family business is so simple. Sister Yun, how old are you now? I will be a senior in September, and I had found an internship at a company, but I quit a while ago. These can all be checked. Instead of asking them to check, it would be better for her to say it herself. Sister Yun, now that school has started, why don't you bring a few classmates to our bar to show your support? It is now mid to late July, and the bar's renovation will definitely be completed in September. The business license has been obtained, and it will be open for business in just a matter of minutes. My classmates are all good students. What if I bring them to your bar and corrupt them? Instead of counting on me, you might as well let them go more often to generate income for you. Yun Xijin pointed at Lu Yufeng and a few others. As for Su Mingyao, Yun Xijin felt that it was better not to let girls go to places like bars where all kinds of people mix together. Unless Su Mingyao can be like her, carrying a group of bodyguards wherever she goes. Don't I have you? When the store opens, I'll bring my sisters to show my support for you. Su Mingyao did not forget the ultimate purpose of her trying so hard to get into Wu Zicheng's birthday party. Because of Yun Xijin, she has now gotten into the inner circle, but if she wants to achieve her ultimate goal, she still needs to work hard. Yun Xijin could reject Xingyang's request without any burden, but she couldn't. No matter from the perspective of family background or her personal aspect, she cannot refuse, and even has to try her best to cater to him. But Su Mingyao is not the kind of person who would put herself in a difficult position. It's not like she hasn't been to places like bars before. And the bar was opened by Xingyang, so she felt more at ease. At least with Xingyang around, she doesn't have to worry about those messy people coming to bother her. Forget it. I have to distract myself from taking care of you when you come. The reason why he was called Yun Xijin was because Xingyang knew that Yun Xijin had a bodyguard team, so even if he might be negligent, nothing would happen. But Su Mingyao looked like a typical brainless person, and Xingyang was really afraid that something might happen to her in his bar. Although the Su family cannot compare with the Xing family, if they really go all out, they can still tear off a piece of fat from the Xing family. Xingyang does not want to bring trouble to the Xing family because of himself. Then I'm just worried that your bar isn't doing well, so I'm going to give you a spot to increase your revenue, right? If your bar can't be opened, Xijin's 3 million will be wasted. Su Mingyao was immediately dissatisfied when Xingyang said this. What did he mean by that? He still had to take care of her? It's not like she has been to a bar before, so it's not that easy for something to happen to her. If all else fails, why not get a private room and have a drink with her girlfriends? Xingyang. The bar hasn't even opened yet. Why do so many people think his bar won't be able to survive? He will also run the business well and strive to open bars across the country. Okay, if you want to go, go ahead. But if anything happens, don't come and ask me to take responsibility. After that, Xingyang picked up the champagne on the table and drank it all. While Xingyang and Su Mingyao were bickering, Yun Xijin had already exchanged WeChat messages with Liu Yufeng and others. Like Xingyang, they also want to start their own business, but have never found a suitable investor. Now that they knew Yun Xijin and Xingyang had invested in a bar, everyone became more interested. However, since this was only the first time they met Yun Xijin, no one was so impatient to bring it up. Although Yun Xijin could see that they all had their own little thoughts, he did not sense any malice and did not pay too much attention to them. After adding WeChat friends, there is nothing to talk about. Fortunately, the birthday party was coming to an end at this time, and many people had already started to leave. Yun Xijin looked at the time. It was already 1 a.m. Young people can still endure. Xingyang and his friends planned to sleep in Wu Zicheng's villa tonight. Now they were waiting for the Su family's car outside Wu Zicheng's villa with Yun Xijin and Su Mingyao. In fact, Lingy and the others had been on standby in the villa the whole time, but Yun Xijin did not leave first. Instead, he stood in front of Wu Zicheng's villa and waited for the car with Su Mingyao. When will your driver arrive? How about you get in my car and I'll take you back? She has bodyguards here, so it must be much safer than for her to go back alone. It's almost there. It's not rush hour yet, so there's no traffic jam and it will be fast. Why don't you go first? You don't have to wait here with me. Su Mingyao didn't expect that she would be able to make friends with Yun Xijin by attending a birthday party for Xingyang. She was really happy. Thinking of Yang Jieqian, Su Mingyao felt that maybe her forehead was squeezed before, so why did she feel that she and she were good friends? It seems that I still need to keep my eyes open when making friends in the future. Where's your home? Maybe we can go there on the way. Yun Xijin felt that since the Su family was one of the 8 small families in the capital, the place they lived in should not be too bad, and maybe they could even live in the same place as her. I live in Yujin Garden, which is not on the way to Xingyu Huafu. Just now, Su Mingyao heard Yun Xijin and Xingyang mention that she lived in Xingyu Huafu, and she remembered it. She knew about Xingyu Huafu. At that time, she wanted her father to buy her villa number 1 in Xingyu Huafu. The environment was not much worse than that of Yujinjiwen. Unfortunately, she was a step too late, and villa number 1 was occupied by someone else. Oh, it was all her fault that she was discouraged by the price for a few hours, otherwise she would have definitely bought it. Yun Xijin didn't know that villa number 1 where she lived was the house that Su Mingyao wanted to buy but didn't buy. After seeing Su Mingyao get into the Su family's private car, she got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom surrounded by Lingy and a few others. Let's go back to Xingyu Mansion. Lingy didn't say much, started the engine, and stepped on the accelerator in one go. Seeing Yun Xijin's bodyguards again, Xingyang couldn't help but sigh in his heart, they are so handsome. Chapter 63, Dismissal of Chao Hui. Yun Xijin came back too late at night. The servants had all gone to bed, and she had no intention of waking them up to serve her in the middle of the night, so she didn't know what happened in the villa after she left during the day. However, after Yun Xijin got up the next day, Wang Minli told Yun Xijin about Chao Hui's affairs. Yun Xijin still trusted Wang Minli's character, and believed that since she was the one who hired her, there was no possibility that she would make things difficult for others out of jealousy. That is, Chao Hui was indeed as Wang Minli said, her true colors were revealed after she left. As for Wang Minli's attempt to fire Chao Hui yesterday, but Chao Hui refused, Yun Xijin looked at Chao Hui, who was standing aside with her head down and not saying a word. Chao Hui, what do you want to say about what Aunt Wang said? If Chao Hui was really as Wang Minli said, she would never let her continue working here. Whatever her purpose, she would not let herself be used as a stepping stone to climb up. Ms. Yun, I am innocent. Aunt Wang is the housekeeper, so of course what she says is the truth. I. Chao Hui stopped talking halfway through, but this trick that Bai Lianhua usually uses was useless to Yun Xijin. Some public areas in the villa are monitored by surveillance cameras. If you know what happened after I left, I can just check the surveillance cameras and find out the whole story. Xiao Hui, I hope you don't lie. Otherwise, I will remember this. If you want to interview at another company, the background check may not be very good for you. Of course, her own resume would not have these stains, but the files in the housekeeping company she was affiliated with were not so easy to fool around with. I just casually expressed my concern for Miss Yun in front of Aunt Wang. If you want to fire me for such a small matter, then I have nothing to say. Is this a mockery of her being stingy? What a scheming girl. I'm a very stingy person. I see that you are not very happy working for me. From yesterday to today, I will treat it as if you have worked for 2 days. I will have someone transfer these 2 days' salary to your bank card. You can pack up and leave now. If you refuse to leave, don't blame me for calling the police to report you for trespassing. You don't want to have a criminal record added to your file, do you? Yun Xijin did not give Xiao Hui the chance to stay any longer. Having such a person around was like a time bomb. It would be better to defuse the bomb and throw it away right from the start. At this point, Xiao Hui knew that there was no way she could stay any longer. She could refuse Wang Minli's request to resign because they were from similar social classes and Wang Minli could not do anything to her in the end. But Yun Xijin was different. If she completely offended Yun Xijin, she might not be able to survive in Daijing. No matter what, she didn't want to leave Daijing. Just go! I don't believe you can stay so high and mighty forever. Before leaving, Xiao Hui did not forget to curse Yun Xijin. She gave Yun Xijin a fierce look, turned around with an arrogant expression, and went to the small villa at the back to pack her things. Yun Xijin, there are strange things every year, but there are especially many this year. Look at how many unreasonable and weird things she has encountered in just less than a month. After Xiao Hui left, Wang Minli stood up and said, Miss, it's my fault. If I hadn't been soft-hearted and had recruited Xiao Hui, today's incident wouldn't have happened. Please punish me. Whether it was a salary deduction or something else, Wang Minli felt that she deserved it. Okay, since this is your first offense, I won't deduct your salary, but this is only this time, and it won't happen again. Be more careful when recruiting people in the future, and don't recruit people with such big ideas. What I want is to complete my work peacefully, not to rely on me to catch rich men. This Xiao Hui was so ambitious that she even asked about her news. She said she didn't want to rely on her to get to know some rich second generations, but Yun Xijin didn't believe it. If her requirements were lower, she might choose to be the third. If word gets out that the maid in Yun Xijin's house is the mistress of someone, then she will lose her reputation. When Yun Xijin thought of that possibility, he felt a little scared. She almost lost her reputation. Thank you, miss. I will be more careful when hiring people next time, and this incident will never happen again. Wang Minli was also a little scared. Luckily Xiao Hui was a person who could not keep his temper, otherwise who knows how much trouble she would cause for the young lady in the future. The annoying people had been cleared away, and Yun Xijin felt that he needed to do something to calm himself down. Just like when the clouds are low it rains, when you sing softly I am moved. Just as he thought of this, Yun Xijin's cell phone rang. Yun Xijin swiped the answer button. Hello? Xijin. I'm awake. We agreed yesterday that we would go shopping together when we are free. Are you free today? Let's go out together. Su Mingyao's excited voice rang in her ears, dispelling the haze left by Yun Xijin because of Xiao Hui's incident. Okay, where do we meet? When I'm in a bad mood I just want to shop. Yun Xijin and Su Mingyao agreed on the time and place, and Yun Xijin became sunny again. Auntie Wang, I'm going out with my friends today and may not be back for dinner. If I'm not back by 6, don't ask the chef to prepare dinner. Now that we are out, of course we have to play for the whole day. When going out, Yun Xijin also put a new bottle of rose essential oil in her bag. Yun Xijin could feel that Su Mingyao really wanted to make friends with her, so she was not stingy in sharing good things with her. The two agreed to meet at the entrance of Guangyuan shopping mall owned by Su's company at 11 o'clock. According to Su Mingyao, shopping is most comfortable in one's own shopping mall. She would never contribute her money to other families' businesses. Well, actually it was because Guangyuan shopping mall was almost close to where they both lived, so if they both left home at the same time they could arrive at about the same time. The shops in the mall are there to pay rent, so any money spent goes into other people's pockets and never into their own pockets. Of course, it's a different story if the stores in the mall have their own stores. The two arrived at almost the same time, but seeing the 0 and 1 people following Yun Xijin closely in broad daylight, Su Mingyao began to doubt her life. No way, do you have to bring bodyguards with you every day when you go out? Although these rich kids are indeed in danger of being kidnapped, there is no need to protect them so tightly, right? It's okay. With 01 and the others here, they can not only guarantee our safety at all times, but they can also act as bag carriers for free when there's no danger. Isn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Just pretend they don't exist, and unless something unexpected happens, they won't do anything to interfere with us. Xijin was not used to it at first, but after a while she felt it was nothing. If one day Lingy and the others didn't go out with her, she might not be used to it. Chapter 64 Whose pocket money is so much? After hearing Xijin's words, Su Mingyao felt that it made a lot of sense. This tall and strong man is indeed good at carrying bags. Su Mingyao looked around carefully and found that 01 to 07 had expressionless faces from beginning to end, as if they were not the ones being watched. You have chosen these bodyguards very well. Their psychological quality is too high, isn't it? She looked at them so closely and so blatantly, but they didn't react at all. Which security company's bodyguards are they from? I'll ask my dad to hire 2 for me. Even if it is not used normally, it is pleasing to the eye to look at it next to you. Oh, it's not a bodyguard from a security company on the market. It was left to me by an uncle I rescued before. When you are away from home, your identity is given by yourself. Even if someone wants to check, they won't find any useful information if they leave it alone. After Xijin said this, Su Mingyao stopped asking. Since it was left to her by someone else, it must have been cultivated by some family. This kind of bodyguard who has been trained since childhood is not comparable to the ordinary bodyguards trained by security companies in terms of skills or loyalty. No more talking, our goal today is to buy. The fact that Su Mingyao was the daughter of the Su group was no secret in Guanyuan shopping mall, so as soon as she entered the mall, many people came to greet her. The eldest lady is here, and with luck, today's performance will be absolutely off the charts. We agreed that since you helped me see through that scheming bitch Yang Jiaqian yesterday, I would spend a huge amount of money to buy you a gift. Tell me if you see something you like. I especially asked my parents and my brother for pocket money today, so my wallet is very full today. Hearing Su Mingyao's words, Xijin couldn't help laughing. Who would ask everyone in the family to give a share of pocket money? Perhaps only Su Mingyao could do that. Look at Xingyang, he has spent all his pocket money this month and has to rely on going home for meals every day to survive. What are you laughing at? This is how we give out pocket money. Don't you think this is how other people give out their pocket money? Oh, then why don't you ask Xingyang how he gets his pocket money? After she spent all her money, she could go back and act coquettishly to get new pocket money. However, if Xingyang dared to act coquettishly, he might have an extra horn on his head and get beaten swollen the next day. Speaking of Xingyang, Su Mingyao felt a little embarrassed. How could she have the nerve to ask? Then do you know why Xingyang asked me to invest in his bar? Isn't that because he has no money? Su Mingyao then remembered that at Wu Zicheng's birthday party yesterday, Xingyang had been calling Xijin, Sister Yun, and said that his bar was only open because of Xijin's investment. He has to find someone to invest in opening a bar, isn't it just because he has no money? I've used up my pocket money, so I'll just ask my family for it. Su Mingyao muttered in a low voice. My silly girl! Do you want to think about what your position is at home, and then think about what Xingyang's position is at home? The reason why Su Mingyao was able to develop such a personality is that she was spoiled by her family. Although Xingyang was also spoiled by his family, this kind of spoiling was different from Su Mingyao's. Oh, okay. At worst, I can ask a few more girls to go to his bar and increase his sales. It doesn't matter if Xingyang has no money, she has money. Su Mingyao's thoughts were very simple. She just liked Xingyang, so it was okay to spend a little money on him. That's fine, but no matter how strictly the bar is managed, there are still all kinds of people there. When you go there, remember to ask a few boys to accompany you. If it really doesn't work, tell me when you're going, I'll be with you when I'm free. Xijin still felt that no one was as reliable as her bodyguard team. Su Mingyao nodded. She knew that the most important thing when going to a bar was to ensure her own safety. The two walked and talked, and casually walked into a jade shop. Hello, Miss Su. We have just received 2 new high-quality bracelets today. Would you like to take a look? Su Mingyao nodded coldly. This is my friend, his last name is Yun. What kind of bracelet did you receive today? Bring it here so I can see it. When facing other people, he maintained a very cold and aloof demeanor, and was completely different from the way he appeared in front of Xijin. Xijin didn't think there was anything wrong with this. We're going to keep all the good stuff for you, you can't see it outside. What this means is that you need to go to the little dark room in the store. Xijin, do you want to see it? Su Mingyao didn't know whether Xijin liked jade bracelets or not. She personally likes to buy jade bracelets. Even if she doesn't wear them normally, she still finds it pleasing to the eye when she puts them in the jewelry cabinet at home. Moreover, many dresses cannot be matched with exaggerated diamond jewelry, but wearing some jade accessories can make the two complement each other. Take a look. Didn't they say there were 2? If they are really good material, It would be just right for each of us to buy one. Although Su Mingyao asked to buy her a gift, Yun Xijin didn't plan to let Su Mingyao buy her something too expensive. Although the clerk had never seen Yun Xijin, he thought that since she could walk with Su Mingyao, she must be rich. This way, both of you. Jade shops like theirs usually display jades of average quality. The really good materials are ordered before they are even finished products. These two were originally ordered by someone, but for some reason they were no longer wanted. Although it was ordered by someone else and then run away, it is definitely a new product that no one has worn before. As long as the ring size is suitable, there is no problem in buying it. Of course, this kind of thing only needs to be known to their internal employees, and customers only need to confirm whether they want to buy it. The clerk took the two of them into the small dark room and poured them 2 cups of hot tea before taking out the 2 jade bracelets she mentioned. The clerk placed the 2 boxes in his hands on the table and put a tray in the middle of the table. After putting on gloves, he opened the 2 boxes separately, carefully picked up the 2 bracelets, and placed them on the tray in the middle. These are 2 red and purple bracelets made from the same raw stone. The color saturation is very high and the water quality is very good. The daughter of the Xia family came to see it last time and wanted to buy it, but unfortunately. Xia family? Could it be Xia Jiaojiao? Xia family? Is it Xia Jiaojiao? Doesn't she always claim to be the most famous lady in the capital? Why didn't she buy it? Given Xia Jiaojiao's personality, how could she give up something she set her eyes on? From what Su Mingyao said, she also knew Xia Jiaojiao. But it seemed that their relationship was not very good. We sell them for 2 million each, but Miss Xia thinks it's too expensive and wants to buy them for 1 million. Even if I ask the store manager for this price, I won't be able to get it. TSK. As expected of her, she is still as shameless as ever. 2 million each, I'll take them all. When the time comes, she will wear it and walk around in front of Xia Jiaojiao. She will then look at Xia Jiaojiao, who looks like she wants to swallow her up but can't get rid of her. Thinking about that scene, Su Mingyao felt like she would laugh twice before going to bed at night. Chapter 65 Su Jingyun, Racing. When the clerk heard Su Mingyao's words, his eyes lit up. They are both daughters of wealthy families. Why is there such a big difference between the two from the Su family and the Xia family? Okay, Miss Su, I'll pack it for you right away. Do you want it all together or separately? Just now, when she observed the interaction between Su Mingyao and Yun Xijin, she guessed that Su Mingyao bought 2 because she wanted to give one of them to Miss Yun. The clerk was envious and wondered why she didn't have a wealthy friend who could spend millions on her without blinking an eye. Separate, we'll each take 1. Sure enough, Su Mingyao did not hesitate at all. The purpose of going shopping today was to buy a gift for Yun Xijin. Su Mingyao felt that these 2 red and purple jade bracelets were perfect. Okay. As long as the payment is confirmed, the clerk will of course pack the goods however the customer asks. After looking at the bracelets, Yun Xijin and Su Mingyao followed the clerk out of the small dark room. Su Mingyao couldn't wait to pay, and Yun Xijin hurried to follow. I'll pay for it myself. I don't want to receive anything without merit. I'm embarrassed to accept such an expensive gift from you for no reason. Yun Xijin took out the black gold card from her bag and handed it to the cashier. Pay separately. Yun Xijin had no intention of helping Su Mingyao pay for the other one. The fact that she had decided to take both just now showed that Su Mingyao was fully capable of paying the 2 million. No, I already said I would buy you a gift today as a thank you. What's the point of asking you to pay for it yourself? Don't worry, I have money. As soon as Su Mingyao got up this morning, she told her family what happened yesterday, from Yang Jiaqian to Yun Xijin, every detail. So when she said she was going out shopping with Yun Xijin today, the 3 people in her family transferred some money to her card, saying that she couldn't let her friends think she was not hospitable enough when they were away from home. Although she didn't check it, she initially estimated that the balance in the card would not be less than 10 million. I refuse your offer to buy a gift, but this is really too expensive, so I'll pay for it myself. If you find something suitable later, you can buy it for me. It will be the same. If it was just something worth a few 100,000, Yun Xijin might have accepted it calmly, but this bracelet cost 2 million, and Yun Xijin was not so thick-skinned. Seeing Yun Xijin's serious and firm tone, Su Mingyao finally compromised. Okay, you pay for it yourself this time, but you can't snatch it from me next time. I won't compete with you for it. Yun Xijin continued to hand the black gold card in his hand to the cashier. Swipe the card. Seeing that the two had finally reached an agreement, the cashier began to process the payment for them quickly. The payment process went very smoothly for both of them, and when they left the house, they both had a small and exquisite custom packaging bag in their hands. When women start shopping, it really can be endless. The two of them spent 2 hours shopping in Guanyuan shopping mall alone, and they didn't show any signs of fatigue. Finally, After satisfying their shopping urges, the two of them made an appointment to go to the Chile Women's Beauty Salon for a full set of massage services, and the fatigue of the whole day disappeared without a trace. Hey! My brother and his friends went to play car racing. They went to play something exciting without even asking me. Xijin, don't you think this is too much? Su Mingyao opened the circle of friends she came across and handed it to Yun Xijin. The content of the circle of friends was a photo of a man sitting in a supercar with his side facing the camera. Because the distance is a bit far, I can't see the person in the photo clearly. It's probably because you said you wanted to go shopping with me today that your brother didn't call you, right? Yun Xijin also didn't want to say anything that would hurt Su Mingyao. Humph! We can go shopping any day, but my brother and his friends don't often go to the club to play racing. No. I have to ask which club they are in, and then we will rush over immediately. Yun Xijin. Well, she has never watched a car race, so she might as well just follow along to see the world. I don't know who Su Mingyao asked, but she said, "Done!" soon after, and interrupted the massage halfway. She pulled Yun Xijin up, washed her, changed into clean clothes, and left. The masseuses of Chile women watched helplessly as the two people left the beauty salon under their hands. Fortunately, the money has been deducted in advance, so even if the massage is not completed, it doesn't matter, because it's not their money that is being spent. Popular Club. Su Mingyao pulled Yun Xijin along with Sparks and Lightning, and quickly arrived at the track where Su Jingyun and the others were. Elder brother! Su Jingyun felt as if he heard his sister's voice, but when he thought that Su Mingyao should still be shopping with her new friends today, he felt that he must have heard it wrongly. Su Mingyao called out, but didn't get a response from Su Jingyun, and felt a little annoyed. Su Jingyun! She must call her by her full name. This time Su Jingyun really heard it. He looked in the direction where the sound came from and saw his pretty sister. Su Jingyun's eyes lit up and he walked towards Su Mingyao. Yun Xijin was a little surprised when he saw Su Jingyun. She had seen this person at the Lu's charity auction that day. At that time, the two of them even fought over a set of headgear, but in the end she won. I didn't expect it to be Su Mingyao's brother. As he got closer, Su Jingyun realized that there was a group of people beside his sister. No, a group of people. Sister, this is... Su Jingyun observed Yun Xijin calmly. It seemed that he was not an ordinary person as he could bring a bodyguard with him into Fengxing Club. Brother, this is my new friend Yun Xijin that I told you about. I saw Zhang's circle of friends and then I knew that you guys came to the Fengxing Club to race. Brother, why didn't you tell me earlier? If I knew you were coming to race today, I would definitely come here as soon as possible. Of course, she would not abandon Yun Xijin. She would explain the situation to Yun Xijin temporarily, and go to Fengxing Club with Yun Xijin. Xijin, this is my brother Su Jingyun. As she spoke, Su Mingyao also winked at Yun Xijin. Looking at it this way, why does it feel like her brother and Xijin are a good match? Su Jingyun knew at a glance that Su Mingyao was thinking about something irrelevant. He felt helpless, but still stretched out his hand to greet Yun Xijin. Hello, I am Yao's brother Su Jingyun. Hello, Mingyao's friend Yun Xijin. Yun Xijin readily extended his hand to shake hands with Su Jingyun, and left immediately after the touch. Brother, who are you competing with today? What's the prize? In their circle, the younger generation of each family has their own circle, and when racing, they form their own teams to compete with each other. The prize is whatever they take out that day. Sometimes it's cash, sometimes it's a supercar, sometimes it's a house. There are all kinds of options, and sometimes when you meet someone with unique ideas, they may even bet on their own company's project cooperation opportunities. Nor do they ask others if they want this opportunity to cooperate. A motorcade led by Xijin of the Xia family, the prize is 20 million in cash. Chapter 66 Must Win. Hearing Xijin's name, Yun Xijin raised his eyebrows. She hadn't met anyone from the Xia family during this period of time, and she thought they knew she was unwilling to return to the Xia family, so they were avoiding her. I didn't expect this encounter to be so sudden. Su Jingyun noticed the change in Yun Xijin's expression, but he just thought that Yun Xijin had heard of Xijin's name, and did not think about the bloody plot. And since Yun Xijin didn't ask, he didn't want to say more. I'll have someone reserve 2 seats for you in the audience. You can sit in the audience and watch before the game starts. Although the car was far away and they knew to watch the video on the electronic screen, the audience seats were at least safer than other places. Yun Xijin and Su Mingyao had no objection. They came to watch the game for the atmosphere. As for the course of the game, it was not very important. Yun Xijin? Why are you here? Xijin appeared beside them with his team members at some point, and his face was filled with surprise when he saw Yun Xijin. It can be said that Xijin's brows have never relaxed since he saw Yun Xijin. Hey! This girl looks unfamiliar. When did Master Xia find such a famous sister? Can you introduce her to us? The person who was speaking had dyed blonde hair and looked uncouth. While he was speaking, someone behind Xijin's motorcade was whistling. The way the yellow-haired man looked at Xijin was full of lust from beginning to end, which made Xijin feel very uncomfortable, and she almost vomited the food she had eaten the night before. Lingy came to the side of the yellow-haired man at some point, bent his hands back, kicked one of his feet, and made him kneel on one knee. Apologize to the young lady. Lingy increased the strength of his grip on the yellow-haired wrist. If you listened carefully, you could hear the sound of bones rubbing against each other. If it was a little more severe, Huama would have broken his bones, but Lingy knew how to deal with it very well. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Let me go. The yellow-haired man was suddenly attacked by Lingy. It was already painful when his arm was bent backwards, and then Lingy increased the strength of his grip on his wrist, causing veins to pop out in pain. Apologize. Lingy turned the yellow-haired boy's head and made him look in the direction of Xijin. Xijin, look at who you brought with you. He actually started fighting over a disagreement. Let him release him now. The people he brought with him were subdued by a bodyguard who suddenly appeared. Xijin felt like he was slapped in the face, and his tone when speaking to Xijin became tough. Of course Lingy couldn't listen to Xijin's words, and he bent Huang Mao's hand back a little harder, causing Huang Mao's veins to pop out from the pain. Sorry! Huang Mao was really in pain. Even though he was unwilling, he compromised. However, he spoke incoherently because of the pain. After Huang Mao apologized, Xijin felt that it was meaningless and waved his hand to let Lingy let the man go. Huang Mao quickly rolled and crawled to hide behind Xijin and others. But Su Mingyao on the side couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Was Xijin deaf and blind? Hey! Can't you see the way that yellow-haired guy is looking at Xijin with lustful eyes? And what he just said shows no respect for Xijin at all. Xijin's bodyguard couldn't stand it anymore, so what's wrong with asking him to apologize to Xijin? Su Mingyao, who has a bad temper, was about to rush up to argue with Huang Mao when she heard him ask Xijin to introduce Xijin to him, but she didn't expect Lingy to take action first. Xijin recalled what Huang Mao had just said. He didn't think it was wrong at first, but after Su Mingyao said that, the more Xijin thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Finally, he looked at Xijin with an apologetic look. I didn't think that much. Xijin didn't know what words to use to describe his feelings at the moment. This was obviously his biological sister, but how come in the end, their relationship became worse than that of strangers? It's not that you haven't thought about it that much, you just subconsciously feel that my life is worthless, and I'm grateful to have met you, so how can I expect to get the respect I deserve? Why are you silent? Am I wrong? My biological brother. When Xijin said, "My biological brother," everyone present felt like their heads exploded. What is this about? I remember now. Wasn't it rumored a while ago that the daughter the Xia family had raised for 20 years was not their biological daughter, and that their biological daughter grew up in an orphanage? Someone in the crowd shouted something, and everyone present looked between Xijin and Xijin with gossipy eyes. This bloody plot from a TV drama actually happened to them in real life. That's not right. Last time at the birthday party of Mr. Xia, Madame Xia personally brought Xia Jiaojiao to tell many people that Xia Jiaojiao was their biological daughter. They also said that the biological daughter who grew up in an orphanage was actually Xia Jiaojiao's adopted daughter because she saw that the girl was having a hard time and couldn't bear it, so she begged them to adopt her. Many of the people present had attended Mr. Xia's birthday party last time. Although there was no open microphone on the stage to announce it, Zhang Yichun and Xia Jiaojiao said the same thing to almost everyone that day. Xijin looked at Xijin, wanting to see her reaction. It's a pity that Xijin still had a slight smile on his face, and there was no trace of sadness at not being recognized by his mother. Su Mingyao didn't expect that Xijin had such a bloody story about a wealthy family. When Su Mingyao thought of Xia Jiaojiao and the fact that Xijin grew up in an orphanage, she felt angry. What kind of vision does the Xia family have? They actually like a breastless and brainless idiot like Xia Jiaojiao. No matter how she looks at it, she thinks Xijin is much better and prettier than Xia Jiaojiao. Brother, we must win today's game! Su Mingyao usually didn't care so much about winning or losing. After all, they were just teaming up for fun, and it wasn't a formal competition. But today she wants Su Jingyun to defeat Xijin. Although Xijin seemed to care about Xijin, Su Mingyao felt it was fake. If you really cared, you wouldn't have delayed giving Xijin a good name for so long. Moreover, Xia Jiaojiao is an impostor who is still using the identity of the Xia family's daughter to cheat people outside, saying that the Xia family is not responsible for this, and her name, Su Mingyao, is written backwards. Su Jingyun was also shocked by this bloody plot of a wealthy family today. Although he didn't know Yun Xijin, his younger sister had already spoken, so it would seem a bit bad if he didn't win today. Got it. If you lose today, I'll buy you the bag you wanted. Su Mengyao. This puts her in a difficult position, as she wants to win and also wants the bag. What bag? Yun Xijin appeared behind Su Mengyao at some point and startled her with his sudden voice. It's a two-tone crocodile leather bag from Hermes. I'm not at the level to buy it, but my brother buys a lot of bags for me and my mother, so he's at the level to buy it. I begged my brother for that bag for a long time, but he still didn't buy it for me. It's not a matter of money. Su Jingyun was just afraid that he would take the bag for his sister and his mother wouldn't have it. Then he would be the one who would be beaten. Su Jingyun always tries to avoid such things that are difficult to handle. Is it hard to get? Yun Xijin had never thought about this problem. She was not very picky about the brand and style of bags. She just wanted to carry any bag. Very difficult. She really wanted to spend money, but she lived on pocket money. Even if she could go home and ask, she couldn't go too far. It's okay, I'll go with you when we have time, maybe there's a way. Now let's go back to the stands and prepare to watch the game. Yun Xijin pushed Su Mengyao into the audience seats. Su Jingyun had already arranged for someone to help them occupy a position with a very good view. At the starting point of the track, Su Jingyun and Xijin's teams had already started their engines and were ready to go. Chapter 67 Winning the Game. Everyone in the audience was screaming wildly. Yun Xijin and Su Mengyao were also infected by the atmosphere and joined the crazy screaming team. At the start of the track, the referee blew the whistle, raised the chess piece in his hand high, and then swung it down quickly accompanied by a high-pitched whistle. Su Jingyun and Xijin's cars drove forward at the same time, and the acceleration performance of the supercar played a very critical role at this time. Xijin was left behind by Su Jingyun with a slight advantage, and then Su Jingyun quickly occupied the inner lane and turned quickly. Xijin looked at the Porsche 918 Spider that was at least 20 meters ahead of him, frowned slightly, and unconsciously stepped on the accelerator. What is Xijin doing? He accelerated instead of slowing down on the curve. Is he trying to save his life? Su Mengyao often follows Su Jingyun to watch racing. Although she doesn't participate in the racing, she can still comment on many racing operations. Xijin not only did not slow down but accelerated when turning the corner, which was undoubtedly a risk of his life to get out of the position. After hearing Su Mengyao's words, Yun Xijin also turned his attention to Xijin's car, and sure enough, he saw the Lamborghini Bull accelerating on the curve. Thinking of what Su Mengyao had just said, Yun Xijin frowned slightly. Is it worth risking your life just for a 20 million bet? The Xia family is now short of money to this extent. Phew! Fortunately nothing happened. Xijin is lucky. Xijin's car was driving very fast, and it only took a moment for him to turn the corner. Although Su Mengyao didn't like Xijin very much, she didn't want him to get into an accident because of racing. What's more, the one competing with him is her brother. If something goes wrong, their family will also be to blame. Who knows how people will frame them? Yun Xijin didn't say anything. In her opinion, it was extremely childish for Xijin to work so hard for a casual game. The track they chose was not very long, and the race was almost over soon. The Lamborghini Aventador and the Porsche 918 Spider were competing very closely, and until the last moment, no one knew who the final winner would be. Su Mengyao excitedly pulled Yun Xijin down from the audience seats, came to the best viewing position at the finish line, and took out her mobile phone to record the video. Ah! Come on, brother! Su Mengyao's scream rang directly in Yun Xijin's ears, and Yun Xijin almost wondered if she was practicing her high notes. This sound is enough to shatter one's eardrums. Be careful, the car is going too fast, don't get too close. Yun Xijin grabbed Su Mengyao, who was excited and wanted to run forward. It was already a very unwise decision to come down from the audience seats, and running towards the finish line could easily lead to accidents. Su Mengyao obediently stopped running forward, but the screaming continued. Two supercars, one red and one white, appeared almost simultaneously on the last straight track, and the ranking between the two cars was extremely tense. The last two cars crossed the finish line almost at the same time, and the referee waved the flag down quickly. When judging the ranking, it is determined by slowing down the video. At the last second, the front of the white Porsche 918 Spider was further forward than the front of the red Lamborghini. The result speaks for itself. Ah! Bro, you win! Su Mengyao finally couldn't help it, and ran towards Su Jingyun, and pounced directly into Su Jingyun's arms. Yun Xijin also walked towards Su Jingyun. Congratulations. Thank you. Don't leave tonight, Yungong #1, it's my treat. Su Jingyun said thank you to Yun Xijin, then held his head high and announced loudly to the other people in the convoy behind him. The people in Su Jingyun's convoy cheered instantly. Yugong number 1 was a place many of them only went to once in a long time. On the other hand, Xijin's convoy was not so excited. Because he lost the game, Xijin looked very bad, especially when he saw Xijin congratulating Su Jingyun. His expression became even gloomier, and everyone else didn't dare to speak. If they spoke at this time, they would inevitably be criticized, and they didn't want to get into trouble. Brother! I'm in a good mood after winning the game. So, my bag. Although he just said that he would buy her a bag if she lost the game, Su Mingyao felt that her brother was happy now and might just buy it for her with a wave of his hand. As long as she can get the bag, she can pay for it herself. She just borrowed his account to confirm her eligibility to get the bag. Buy it! Go talk to SA yourself and I'll buy it for you if we agree. After winning the game, Su Jingyun was in a good mood and agreed to everything Su Mingyao said. Yeah! Long live my brother! Su Mingyao was so excited, as if she was the winner. After Xijin calmed down, he walked towards Su Jingyun. Congratulations, today's 20 million prize is yours. After saying that, Xijin glanced at Xijin and said nothing more. He knew that Xijin didn't like him. Instead of saying something that Xijin didn't like to hear and getting scolded, it was better to remain silent. This was the first time that Xijin saw Xijin so silent, and she was a little surprised. But the fact that he didn't say anything was just what she wanted. They weren't the kind of people who could greet each other and say goodbye when they met. After the race, Su Jingyun led his men off the track. The person in charge of Xijin Club also appeared at this time and asked someone to transfer the prize money for today's race from the club's account to Su Jingyun's account. This is the rule of Xijin Club. As long as the competition is held in the club, regardless of whether it is cash prizes, physical prizes or other prizes, the prizes will be kept by the club before the competition begins, and after the competition, the club will give the prizes to the winning party. The cost of using the venue and the club to store the prize money shall be paid by the losing party. In other words, Xijin not only lost 10 million today, each side prepared 10 million, a total of 20 million, but also had to pay the use fee of today's racing venue and the storage fee of the prize. How can we not say that we lost both the lady and the army? After leaving Xijin Club, Su Jingyun led a group of people to Yungong number 1. As soon as he entered gate number 1 of Yun Palace, he met Krek who happened to pass by. Su Jingyun stepped forward and greeted him very naturally. Manager Krek! Oh, Mr. Su! What brings you here? Krek originally wanted to go up and say hello to Xijin, but Xijin stopped him with a look. Then he heard Su Jingyun greet him, and he responded enthusiastically. The boss doesn't want to reveal his identity, so as a subordinate, of course I have to keep this secret for him. I was lucky today and won a game at Xijin Club, so I'm going to hold a celebration party here. This is my sister, and the others are my friends. Su Jingyun took the opportunity to introduce Su Mingyao to Kreichi. After all, it was good to become familiar to Kreichi. Yugong number 1 has been able to stand firm in Imperial Capital, a place where everyone is rich and powerful, and no one dares to cause trouble. One can imagine the power behind it. Although Krek is only the person in charge in public, his words almost represent the attitude of the boss behind Yugong number 1. Anyway, there is absolutely no harm in making friends. Chapter 68 Attempt. Really? It's our honor. I'll have someone book a box with an auspicious number for Mr. Su. With Xijin around, even if Su Jingyun wanted to rent a private room on the rooftop, there would be no problem. However, since Xijin wanted to conceal his identity, Krek did not bother to do it. However, he was still able to do the small task of choosing a box with a lucky number. Xijin was very satisfied with what Krek did and secretly gave him a look of appreciation. Encouraged, Krek felt better and became more enthusiastic about choosing a box. Finally, Krek chose a box numbered 888 for Su Jingyun. As soon as you see this number, you know it is very auspicious. This was the first time that Su Jingyun received such special treatment. In the past, he was always assigned to a random box and had no choice at all. Su Jingyun was wondering in his heart whether today happened to be a time when Krek was in a particularly good mood. Otherwise, how could he be so easy to talk to and even take the initiative to let them choose the box number? Okay, I still have things to do upstairs. Mr. Su, have fun today! Krek was afraid that if he stayed any longer, his poor acting skills would be exposed, so after choosing the box number, he planned to slip away. It doesn't feel good to have the boss staring at you all the time. Although Su Jingyun felt a little strange, he finally suppressed the doubts in his heart. Let's go to the box first. Su Jingyun has been to Yungong number 1 many times. 60% of his social events with clients are held at Yungong number 1. Otherwise, Kreichi wouldn't have known him. With someone leading the way in front of me, I took the elevator to the 8th floor. After getting out of the elevator and walking forward for a while, I arrived. Box 888 is a large box. The decoration inside does not look like a club box at all. When taking photos and posting them on WeChat Moments, people who don't know might think this is their own living room. Except for Xijin, who was meeting for the first time, everyone was very familiar with Su Mengyao and Su Jingyun's convoy. Everyone quickly ordered what they wanted to eat, and only left the box after the waiter confirmed that everything was correct. It wasn't long before the drinks were served, along with a few new desserts that were said to be gifts from the chef. The boys all said they didn't want to eat dessert. There were only 2 girls present, Xijin and Su Mengyao, so the dessert finally belonged to them too. Eat less, and don't let me take you to the hospital next time you have a toothache in the middle of the night. Su Jingyun knocked Su Mengyao on the head. There were 4 desserts in total, 2 for each of them. She was really not afraid of getting fat. Su Mengyao glared at Su Jingyun and said, "I'll just eat. I just have a toothache occasionally, not every day. At most, I'll go find Uncle Chin, not you. Uncle Chin is old, you might as well torment me." Su Jingyun was helpless. Don't you think about how old Uncle Chin is? How dare she call for help in the middle of the night? He didn't even dare to let Uncle Chin take her out. 1 or 2 of them are both a cause for concern. Su Mengyao stopped talking. Anyway, if she really had a toothache, could he just ignore her? Su Mengyao thought so, a typical example of someone who is favored and feels fearless. While the brother and sister were bickering, Xijin was quietly eating her food beside them, not noticing that many people in the convoy were secretly looking at her. Xijin is undoubtedly beautiful, and being able to know Su Mengyao means that her financial conditions are at least good. Although they are members of Su Jingyun's racing team, not every one of them has a good family background. A bigger reason for joining this team is because the salary is high and the work content is simple. Even when Su Jingyun is busy and has no time to compete, their time is completely at their own disposal, which is no different from paid vacation. But people are always unsatisfied. Su Mengyao and the others don't dare to make any plans, but Su Mengyao's friends can give it a try. Xijin finished a dessert and was about to pour herself a drink when a hand suddenly reached out from the side, helped her open the bottle cap, and poured the drink into the clean cup in front of her. "I saw you wanted a drink, so I poured you a glass." Xijin raised her eyes and glanced at the boy who poured her a drink. He was quite handsome, had a nice voice, and looked very youthful. It's a pity, it's not her cup of tea. Xijin, who grew up in an orphanage, has an independent personality, and can live well on her own. But her criteria for choosing a partner is definitely not a younger brother. She is already tired of taking care of herself, and of course she won't find a younger brother to cause trouble for herself. "Thanks." Xijin did not refuse the drink poured by the boy, but her tone of thank you was polite and distant. Anyone who is sensible should understand that this is a very obvious rejection. However, some people just won't cry until they see the coffin. As if they were unaware of Xijin's alienation, they took the opportunity to move their buttocks, trying to get closer to Xijin. Xijin pursed her lips and her expression turned cold. Lingqi appeared behind Xijin at some point, and then quickly sat between Xijin and the boy. Even when he sat down, in order not to squeeze Xijin, Lingqi picked up the boy like a chicken and placed him farther away from Xijin. The place where he sat was 20 centimeters away from Xijin. "Sir, please respect yourself." There was no emotion in Lingqi's tone, but the boys just felt embarrassed when they heard it. The commotion here finally attracted the attention of Su Mengyao and Su Jingyun. When Su Mengyao saw Lingqi, her heart skipped a beat. "Xijin, why is your bodyguard here? Are you okay?" She had just had an argument with her brother, and hadn't noticed Xijin for a few minutes. Why was she so confused about the situation in the box when she turned around? "Fine." Xijin did not explain the specific situation. After all, this person was from Su Jingyun's motorcade, and she did not want to embarrass Su Jingyun because of such a small matter. Su Mengyao looked at Xijin suspiciously for a while, and finally felt relieved after making sure that she was really fine. Lingqi sat on the sofa. The boy knew that he would not be able to find Xijin again today, so he had to sit farther away from Xijin and did not come over to disturb Xijin again. Su Mengyao glanced at the boy. He was not a member of the team she was familiar with. He should be new. But for some reason, she always felt that this person looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him. Su Mengyao looked at the boy several times with doubt on her face, and only gave up reluctantly after she was sure that he couldn't remember. Although she couldn't remember it now, she would ask her brother when she went back today. Maybe he could find some clues that would make her remember it. The celebration banquet lasted until 11:30 in the evening. When Xijin came out of the box, his steps seemed unsteady. At the door of the box, Lingy felt overwhelmed when he saw Yun Zijin's condition. Looking inside the box again, Su Mingyao was even drunker than Yun Zijin. She was now hanging on Su Jingyun's body, completely unable to think for herself. 01 gave 02 a look and asked him to find a waitress. They are all men, and they are not related by blood like Su Mingyao and Su Jingyun. So they should keep a safe distance in public. In a place that Lingy couldn't see, there was a pair of eyes staring at Yun Zijin's direction with a somewhat gloomy expression. Chapter 69, Call After a Hangover. The next day, Yun Zijin woke up from a hangover at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's a new week again. Please spend 1 million yen before midnight tonight. Mission reward, to be unlocked. Hearing Subianhua's mission notification sound, Yun Zijin felt hopeless. Fortunately, she only has a spending task of 1 million today. She can just find an SA to order some things and spend it all without even leaving the house. Yun Zijin took out her cell phone and started looking for the WeChat of the person she had added recently. After comparing many times, Yun Zijin finally found the SA of Hermes. She first asked her to help pack a few pairs of slippers, dishes, etc. We just hired a maid, so we need to prepare a few more pairs of slippers and buy some bowls and plates for eating, otherwise there won't be enough for as many people as we have. Oh, and also prepare various pillows and blankets. You can use it in your own room. If you don't need it, you can take it home to give to your family, relatives and friends. Yun Zijin bought all kinds of things according to the number of servants and bodyguards in her house. In the end, various miscellaneous items cost almost 800,000 yuan. SA enthusiastically recommended a Birkin 25 gauze and Swift Sand Yellow to Yun Zijin, and today's 1 million consumption task was successfully completed. It will be delivered to your home before 12 o'clock today. Yun Zijin didn't care when the goods would be delivered to her home. She was looking at the reward for today's task. Consumption task. Consume 1 million yen before midnight tonight, completed. Mission reward. Trigger 5 times consumption rebate. 5 million yen has been issued to the host's savings card, and the host is rewarded with a luxury car gift package *1. Please check it in time. When Yun Zijin saw today's reward, he felt it was extraordinary. When you click on the luxury car gift package, 5D real-life pictures of several luxury cars will appear on the virtual screen in front of you. Yun Zijin saw a white Silby car at first glance, which was simply fascinating. The luxury car gift package will be delivered within 24 hours after the host opens the gift package. Please check it carefully. Subianhua's slightly mechanical voice sounded in Yun Zijin's mind. However, Yun Zijin had already gotten used to it, and did not show any emotion because of Subianhua's sudden voice. Knock, knock, knock. Miss, it's already past 10 o'clock. Do you want to get up and have breakfast? Yun Zijin hasn't gotten up yet. Wang Minli is actually a little anxious outside. How can she skip breakfast? If she continues like this for a long time, her health will be damaged. Although she knew that as a servant she couldn't interfere too much in her master's affairs, Yun Zijin was her daughter's savior after all, so Wang Minli couldn't help but pay more attention to Yun Zijin. If it were her previous master's house, she wouldn't say anything even if she didn't get up at 12 o'clock. Got it. Have someone prepare it. I'll be up right away. This was the first time for Yun Zijin to sleep until 10 o'clock the next day. Because I drank yesterday, my head is still a little dizzy, but it's not serious. Anyway, she has already completed today's consumption task. At worst, she can just stay at home and rest. Hearing Yun Zijin's response, Wang Minli finally breathed a sigh of relief, went into the kitchen, and asked the chef to make a light breakfast for Yun Zijin. After all, I drank some wine yesterday, so I should take care of my stomach today. Su family. When Su Mingyao woke up, there was no one else in the house except the servants. Although she was hungover, she did not forget that Su Jingyun had promised to buy her a bag yesterday. After finishing my late breakfast, I was going to the company to find Su Jingyun to fulfill my promise. But while eating, Su Mingyao somehow had a flash of inspiration and suddenly remembered the boy who wanted to chat up Yun Zijin yesterday but failed. Why did she feel that he looked familiar? No! I have to call Xijin and tell her about this. Su Mingyao didn't even bother to eat. She picked up the phone beside her and called Yun Zijin. On the other side, Yun Zijin, like Su Mingyao, was eating. When she heard the incoming phone ring, she quickly swallowed the porridge in her mouth and then pressed the answer button. Hello? Xijin, do you still remember the person who wanted to chat with you yesterday? The call was connected, and Su Mingyao's energetic voice came over. Well, wasn't he stopped by my bodyguard? What's the problem? After all, he was a member of Su Jingyun's team, and Yun Zijin didn't want to think badly of him. Let me tell you, I met him when I attended Xia Jiaojiao's birthday party this year. Yun Zijin raised his eyebrows when he heard Su Mingyao's words. Do you know Xia Jiaojiao? It's not a Yandra personality that means I love you and I will give you everything, including helping you clear away obstacles, right? He knows Xia Jiaojiao? Do you know what their relationship is? This still needs to be made clear, otherwise she won't know who the culprit is if she is tricked. This? I'm not sure. She just suddenly remembered this matter, and as for the relationship between the two, she really didn't know. But she remembered that the boy's family was from an ordinary working-class family, and given the Xia family's style, they would definitely not invite him. But a boy from an ordinary family happened to show up at Xia Jiaojiao's birthday party, and it was obvious that the two knew each other. But that doesn't make sense. Since she knew Xia Jiaojiao, why didn't she go to Xia Xian's motorcade but quietly joined her brother's motorcade? Su Mingyao just felt that her brain was burning with confusion. Her few brain cells could not sort out the twists and turns. Then do you know his name? As long as you know the name, you have a direction for investigation. It's hard to check if you don't know anything. Hee. I don't quite remember either, but don't worry, I'm going to go find my brother to fulfill his promise to buy me a bag yesterday, and I'll ask for you while I'm at it. Su Mingyao scratched her hair awkwardly. She knew nothing about the question, which really wasted her identity as Su Jingyun's sister. He couldn't even recognize all the names of the members of Su Jingyun's team. However, Su Jingyun's team has formal procedures, and each team member will fill in relevant basic information when joining the team. If nothing else, the name is definitely there. It's okay, if you can ask, then ask. If it's inconvenient, then don't ask. Anyway, nothing is wrong now, so just relax. If there is a real problem, it is directed at me, so I will pay attention to it. Yun Xijin herself was not worried. After all, she would always have bodyguards with her wherever she went. With Lingy and the others around, Yun Xijin is very confident about his safety. It's not inconvenient. I just don't care enough about my brother. Today I will ask him for information about his team members. Whether it's useful or not, I will send it to you. I'll eat first, keep in touch by phone. Bye. Well, bye. After hanging up the phone, Su Mingyao turned her grief and anger into appetite and finished all the breakfast in front of her. Star Rain, Washington. After hanging up the phone, Yun Xijin recalled everything that happened yesterday from Finishing Club to Yunggong No. 1 as if playing a movie in his mind. However, I still couldn't remember what was wrong with the boy's behavior. Xia Jiaojiao, what role did you play in this? Chapter 70, Unlocking New Skills for Bodyguards. Miss, if you need to look up the information about that person from yesterday, I might be able to help. After Yun Xijin hung up the phone, Ling Er came over. It wasn't that he eavesdropped on Yun Xijin's phone call, but Yun Xijin was making the call openly at the dining table and they had no choice but to hear it. In fact, each of them has this ability, but Ling Er is more outstanding in this aspect. Can you check the boy who poured me a drink yesterday? If Ling Er can investigate, then Su Mingyao doesn't need to take any action, in order to avoid being noticed by that person and alerting the enemy. Okay. What Ling Er didn't say was that with his abilities, he could come and go freely anywhere on the entire blue planet with an internet connection without anyone being able to trace him. Then check it out and send me the information you find. Don't act rashly. If it really is related to Xia Jiaojiao, then she would have to reconsider her attitude towards Xia Jiaojiao. Yes, miss! Ling Er returned to his room and took the computer that Yun Xijin had given him. His bony hands began to move rapidly across the keyboard, but Yun Xijin had no idea what he was doing. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Yun Xijin sent a message to Su Mingyao, asking her not to inquire about the boy for the time being, as she had channels to check. As for who checked, there was no need to tell her. Yun Xijin did not go out today, and unexpectedly received an invitation from Lu Yunk. It is a private auction, generally not open to the public, but only to insiders in the circle. The items in this auction are mostly treasures brought out by collectors, and if you are lucky, you may even come across some unique pieces. Considering that Lu Yunk's grandfather's birthday party would be in 2 days, did he want to buy something at this auction as a birthday present for the old man? Although she didn't understand why Lu Yunk invited her to the auction, after all, she had robbed a piece of land from him last time, but Yun Xijin agreed without much hesitation. Yun Xijin understood that since this was an internal auction within the circle, those who could participate must be well-known people in the capital. Although she was rich, her roots in the imperial capital were still shallow. If she didn't bring it with her, she wouldn't be able to get an admission ticket to this kind of auction. And Lu Yunk's invitation just helped Yun Xijin get the admission ticket. When she makes a big splash at the auction, Yun Xijin doesn't believe that these important people will not remember her. Lu Yunk, what a good person. It was too late to go out and do her hair and makeup, so Yun Xijin found the newly hired maid to help her with her hair and makeup. That's right, the new maid is so talented, smart, and dexterous. Sister June, please give me a hairstyle and makeup that will be suitable for the auction. I should be able to leave at 5 o'clock tonight. Shouldn't that be enough time? There's still time. Miss, you have great skin and can put on makeup quickly, so it won't take long. When Xijin heard Yun Xijin ask her to do her makeup and hair, her eyes lit up. She likes to put on makeup, but not for herself. She likes to put on makeup for others. But nowadays, it is difficult to find a good makeup artist who is not famous. She tried for 3 years but still failed. In order to make a living, she had to give up. She had originally applied for this position because it offered high pay, little work, and included food and lodging. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to do makeup and hair for the host girl, which involves her area of expertise. Moreover, the lady's face, figure, and even her shiny black hair were so perfect that she doubted whether she was real. But the fact is, for some people, God has opened doors and windows for them. You can't be jealous of them, you just envy them. Lu Yunk originally wanted to take Yun Xijin outside to do her hair styling, but Yun Xijin refused and just asked him to pick her up at the appointed time. After all, she was attending the auction as Lu Yunk's female companion, and it wouldn't make sense for the two of them to ride in 2 cars. At 4:30, Lu Yunk drove to Xingyu Huafu. At this time, Xingjun was doing Yun Xijin's hair and couldn't go out to pick someone up, so he had to ask Wang Minli to do it for him. Lu Yunk drove the car into the temporary parking space in the yard outside the villa. After he got out of the car, Wang Minli walked in front to lead the way. The moment he walked into the villa, Lu Yunk suddenly felt a little nervous. This was the first time he came to a girl's place alone. He knew Yun Xijin's background and also knew that Yun Xijin lived here alone. Bodyguards and maids are not included. The two can only be considered an employment relationship. Yun Xijin was doing her makeup and hair in the room, and she hadn't come out yet. Lu Yunk was not in a hurry and found a sofa in the living room to sit and wait. "Tea, sir." Wang Minli took a sterilized cup from the tea room and made a cup of tea for Lu Yunk. The tea used was bought by Yun Xijin outside. The Lingwu tea rewarded by the system was not enough for Yun Xijin himself to drink. Under normal circumstances, Wang Minli would not use Lingwu tea to entertain guests without Yun Xijin's instructions. Lu Yunk picked up the teacup and took a sip, then stopped drinking. Xingjun is indeed an experienced makeup artist, and she knows how to plan her time very well. She said she would go out at 5 o'clock and she would finish her makeup and hair at 5 o'clock. When Yun Xijin opened the door and walked out, Lu Yunk could hardly hide the surprise in his eyes. From the first time they met, he knew that Yun Xijin was a beauty, but at that time they had just met, and he didn't want to keep staring at a younger girl. Now the person was standing not far away from him, and he could even hear the sound of his own heartbeat. "What are you looking at? Didn't we say we'd leave at 5 o'clock? It's time!" Yun Xijin raised his hand and pointed at the watch on his wrist. The entire watch is covered with sparkling diamonds. It is more like a piece of jewelry in the form of a watch than a watch. However, even such a dazzling jewelry watch could not completely conceal the radiance emanating from Yun Xijin. Lu Yunk smiled slightly. "You are very beautiful today. I was stunned just now." When facing a girl you like, you should admit your excitement generously. If you don't say anything and the other person doesn't have the ability to read your mind, how can he know what you are thinking? Such an unknown person can only become the second male lead, but he wants to be the male lead. Yun Xijin raised his eyes also filled with smiles. "Thank you, you look handsome today too." Lu Yunk curled the corners of his lips slightly, very happy with Yun Xijin's compliment. Knowing that Yun Xijin had trouble walking in high heels, she raised her hand and asked Yun Xijin to hold her arm. "Let's go, the car is parked outside the villa, we need to walk for a while." Yun Xijin was not pretentious and generously put his hand on Lu Yunk's arm, helping him move forward. When the two were about to reach the car, a man got out of the car and opened the door for them. Lu Yunk helped Yun Xijin get into the car and sat in the back seat. After the driver helped close the door, he walked around the front of the car and got in. After the Rolls-Royce Phantom drove away from Yun Xijin's Villa No. 1, the Subianhua brand nanny car followed closely behind. Chapter 71 Huaxing Auction 1. This auction was jointly organized by the 4 major families in Daijing and named Huaxing Auction. To this end, the 4 major families also worked hard to create an auction house exclusively for Huaxing auctions. It is only open when a Huaxing auction is held, and is closed to visitors at other times. The Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped in front of the auction house. Without the driver getting out of the car, someone came to help open the door. As the heir of this generation of the Lu family, Lu Yunk attracts attention wherever he goes. As soon as his car appeared and he got out in front of them, those who had not yet entered the auction house couldn't help but stop to watch. Lu Yunk ignored all of this, got out of the car, turned around and stretched out his hand to the people in the car. I saw a white and slender hand resting on Lu Yunk's hand, and the wrist was as white as cream. It wasn't until Yun Xijin got out of the car that everyone finally came to their senses and their minds exploded. "What? Mr. Lu, who is known for making all female mosquitoes retreat within a 5-meter radius, actually held a woman's hand. Surprise! Mr. Lu, who is always known as the cold-faced devil, actually smiled. 3 seconds. I want to know all the information about that woman. However, no matter what other people were thinking, the two parties involved didn't care. Yun Xijin ignored Lu Yonk and took his hand, then slowly walked into Huaxing auction house. As one of the organizers of this auction, the Lu family has its own exclusive box. However, Lu Yonk didn't want to take Yun Xijin and other members of the Lu family to the same box, so he arranged one for himself. Although it cannot be compared with the Lu family's exclusive box, it is much better than the location in the lobby on the first floor. Huaxing auction house has always put service first. As soon as the two entered the box, someone brought them tea, drinks, fruit platters and desserts. This is standard. If you need anything else, just tell the staff and someone will deliver it to you, all free of charge. Here is the list of items for this auction. You can take a look. Lu Yonk took the notebook from the table and handed it to Yun Xijin. Yun Xijin took it and began to look through the auction items inside. The first page is a natural night shining pearl with a diameter of 5 centimeters. This was the first time I saw Yun Xijin, and I couldn't help but look at her for a long time. The second page has 7 diamonds, in colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo and purple, each as big as a pigeon egg. The more Yun Xijin read on, the brighter his eyes became. It was indeed an internal auction, as the items on this list were basically not available on the market. How about it, is there anything you like? Lu Yonk knew from Yun Xijin's expression that she liked her, but he still asked. That's great. If there's an auction like this next time, remember to call me. Yun Xijin gave Lu Yonk a look that said, You are a very sensible boy. If it weren't for Lu Yonk, she wouldn't have known that there was such an internal auction in Daijing. Okay, I won't forget you. Lu Yonk chuckled. It seemed that he had made the right move today. The two of them arrived almost at the same time, and after talking for a while, the auctioneer came out. Welcome everyone to today's Huaxing auction. I am today's auctioneer Wan Li. Without further ado, let's start the auction of today's first lot. This is a natural night shining pearl provided by an old customer of our auction. The whole night shining pearl is 5 centimeters in diameter, and its shape is round and smooth, infinitely close to a perfect circle. After the auctioneer finished speaking, the lights in the venue dimmed, but the night pearl still radiated light. But it was only 2 or 3 seconds before the lights on the scene lit up again. The starting price is 500,000, and each bid must not be less than 50,000. Start bidding! 600,000! 800,000! As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the people sitting in the hall on the first floor began bidding against each other. It was not until the bidding on the first floor was almost over that the people in the box on the second floor began to move. 3 million! This is the price quoted by the box next to Yun Xijin and Lu Yonk. 5 million! Yun Xijin didn't wait any longer and directly added 2 million. 5.1 million! 6 million! 6.1 million! 7 million! No matter what price the other party offered, Yun Xijin would increase it to 1 million without hesitation. 7.1 million! 8 million! Yun Xijin was calm and composed, but the people in the box next to him paused for a long time without making any offer. Okay. Our bid for box 5 is 8 million. Is there anyone with a higher price? At this time, the role of the auctioneer comes into play. 8 million at a time. 8.1 million. 9 million. 9 million once. 9 million twice. 9.5 million. 10 million. Yun Xijin still entered his offer slowly and methodically. The guest in box 5 has offered 10 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 10 million once. 10 million twice. 10 million 3 times. Deal. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in box 5, this night shining pearl belongs to you. When Yun Xijin heard the auctioneer's final word, a smile appeared on his face. Seeing Yun Xijin happy, Lu Yonk also smiled. However, before Yun Xijin could get excited, the auctioneer below had already begun introducing the second auction item. Next, we will start the auction of the second item of today. This is a set of natural colored diamonds with all the colors of the rainbow. Each one is the size of a pigeon egg, and it is still provided by our old customers. The starting price is 800,000, and each increase in price must not be less than 50,000. The auction begins. 1 million! 1.5 million! It was still the people in the lobby on the first floor who started the bidding, and no one in the box made any movement. Yun Xijin also sat firmly in his seat, waiting for the people below to finish bidding. Knock, knock, knock! At this time, there was a knock on the door. Yun Zijin looked at Lu Yunk and asked, "Did you order something?" She had been so immersed in the atmosphere of the auction that she didn't even have time to eat, let alone order anything. "No, maybe it's a staff member. I'll go check it out." After saying that, Lu Yunk stood up from his seat, walked to the door of the box, and looked at the situation outside through the peephole. As soon as I got closer to the cat's eye, I saw Xingyang's big face. Lu Yunk. Although I was speechless, I still opened the door. "Xingyang, Xinghao, Li Yuecheng, Fu Zhe, all of them are here. Why are you here instead of staying in your own box?" The time alone between the two of them that he had fought so hard for was ruined by these people. "Brother Lu, why didn't you tell me earlier that you invited Sister Yun? If I had known, I would have come here right away. It's really boring to be with the elders at home," Xingyang said as he walked into the box. Yun Zijin recognized Xingyang's voice as soon as she heard it, and raised her eyebrows slightly. She thought Xingyang would be with his family. Lu Yunk had just told her that the Huaxing auction was jointly initiated by their 4 major families. Chapter 72, You think 100 million is just a decoration? Li Yuecheng and the other 2 also walked into the box with smiles on their eyes, and looked at Lu Yunk with some meaningful eyes. It is really unexpected that Lu, not interested in women Yun women are trouble K, actually fell into the hands of a little girl who has not even graduated yet. Lu Yunk, sometimes I really want to chop some people with a knife. You all are here, do the elders at home have any objections? He was allowed to move freely because he told his grandfather that he wanted to find a granddaughter-in-law for the Lu family. What's going on with these people? As long as you tell them that you are here to see me, they will be eager to give their full support. Li Yuecheng made a light joke. Lu Yunk, it's up to you whether I believe it or not. On the other side, Xingyang jumped towards Yun Zijin as soon as he entered the box. Sister Yun, if I had known you wanted to come to the auction, I would have brought you here. I'm also bothering Brother Lu. After saying that, Xingyang moved closer to Yun Zijin and lowered his voice. Did Brother Lu blackmail you for a lot of things? In Xingyang's eyes, Lu Yunk is just a workaholic who only cares about work. In his eyes, love between men and women is just a joke. Yun Zijin really couldn't think of how to answer for a moment. Should she say that it was Lu Yunk who took the initiative to invite her? Doesn't seem believable? But this is the truth. Xingyang! If you don't know how to talk, you don't have to. I invited Miss Yun here. What blackmail are you talking about? What kind of messed up soap opera are you watching recently? As soon as Lu Yunk came back, he heard Xingyang saying bad things about him in front of Yun Zijin. He simply dragged the man away from Yun Zijin and sat on the seat himself. No! Brother Lu, when did you become so familiar with Sister Yun? Among us, aren't Sister Yun and I the closest? Xingyang's face was full of question marks, and he felt that something must have happened that he didn't know about. After Yun Zijin greeted a few people, he focused his attention on the auction. When the auction was nearing the end, Yun Zijin decisively joined the competition. The first prize centered was 5 million. Why is it you, Sister Yun, who is bidding? Were you the one bidding just now? Xingyang saw Yun Zijin skillfully input the bidding price and thought of the night pearl that had just been auctioned for 10 million yuan. In fact, according to his idea, the night pearl should be worth at most 8 million. After all, its diameter is still a little small. Yes, I took the photo. Yun Zijin didn't look at Xingyang. He entered the bidding price and answered subconsciously. Brother Lu, this is your fault. How can you ask a girl to pay when you are out? Li Yuecheng is a person who likes to watch the fun, and no matter how big the event. Yun Zijin didn't think so and retorted. I was able to attend the auction only because of Mr. Lu's invitation. I can just bid for what I want myself. Logically, I should also take a picture of a gift to give to Mr. Lu to express my gratitude. This is a good idea, Mr. Lu. Is there anything you want on the list? Otherwise, I will take a picture of it and give it to you. Yun Zijin's eyes lit up, and then she looked at Lu Yunk with her big eyes that seemed to be filled with stars. Li Yuecheng, I didn't need to say anything. Old Lu got a gift for nothing. No, I only liked one item today, and I want to give it to my grandfather as a birthday present. Do you want to thank me by treating me to a meal? This way, he would have a reason to meet her again. Whoever sees it gets a share. Xingyang, a poor man, acted reflexively when he heard about being treated to a meal. In order to avoid starving to death, he now goes home to eat every day. Being able to eat out is something he has been dreaming of for some time. Xinghao. This stupid brother probably can't be kept anymore. Okay, all of you come. Since you're invited, you can choose the place. After Yun Zijin finished speaking, he lowered his head and quickly entered 30 million. He really didn't forget to bid even when he was talking. Xingyang watched Yun Zijin input the price. Every time he saw Yun Zijin at a zero, his heart would beat. After Yun Zijin entered the price, Xingyang turned his eyes to the high-definition screen in the box, where the auctioneer was speaking passionately. 20 million! The guest in box 5 bid 20 million! 21 million! The guest in box 3 bid 21 million! 30 million! The distinguished guest in box 5 bid 30 million. The auctioneer's face turned red with excitement. Box number 5 was truly the surprise of today's auction. Every time he bids, he does it slowly, but his bid increase is always the highest. No one can guess what his upper limit is. These are just the first 2 lots. He couldn't even imagine the lots that would come after that. 30 million once! Is there a higher price? 30 million twice! The auctioneer paused for a long time before finally striking the hammer for the 3rd time. 30 million 3 times! Deal! Congratulations again to the distinguished guest in box 5. This set of rainbow natural diamonds is yours. Box number 5. Xingyang was sitting not far from Yun Zijin, completely numb. Sister Yun, a girl who hasn't even graduated from college yet, can spend a lot of money at auctions, but he can only go home for dinner every day. There are so many rich people in the world, why can't there be one more? Hey! What's with that expression on your face? Last time I auctioned off the land, I didn't see you react so strongly. Yun Zijin was speechless. It was less than 100 million. Why make a fuss about it? This is different. The land is originally worth that much, and it can make money through subsequent development. Anything that can pay back is an investment. But things like night pearls and diamonds are completely a matter of mutual consent. As long as you don't like them, night pearls and diamonds will be worthless in your eyes. It may not be sold at such a high price. What's the difference? We all pay for things, and night pearls and diamonds are even cheaper. I have not yet visited the land in person, but I can still put the night pearls and diamonds at home as ornaments. Every day when I go home and look at them, I feel relaxed and happy. Gather 7 dove egg diamonds to summon a rainbow. Ornaments? Xingyang felt that his hearing might not be very good today, and he seemed to have heard some big talk. Yeah, it's pretty nice, isn't it? It would be a shame if it wasn't just a decoration. Sister Yun, how is your family's security? Xingyang felt that if Yun Zijin insisted on doing so, the place where she lived would likely be robbed. Not to mention, he even wants to be a thief. Why don't you go out of the box and take a look? Xingyang thought of the group of 017 he had just seen outside and silently chose to shut up. When it comes to hiring bodyguards, Sister Yun is really good at it. This is not necessary. Xingyang laughed dryly twice, trying to cover up his embarrassment. The auction below is still in full swing, and what is being auctioned now is a set of custom-made phoenix crown and bridal gown. Although the style was exquisite and beautiful, Yun Zijin did not participate in the auction. The auctioneer introduced that it was provided by an old customer, but Lu Yang told her that it was a custom-made wedding dress for someone else. But later the wedding was cancelled for some unknown reason, so the dress was put on hold. Regardless of whether she had worn it before, she didn't really want a wedding dress that was custom-made for someone else. Chapter 73 Two Big Enemies. The phoenix coronet and bridal gown was finally bought by someone in the lobby on the first floor for 5 million yuan. After all, it was purely handmade, so 5 million yuan was a normal price. Yun Zijin and his companions did not participate in the bidding for many items that followed. It was not until a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain vase was introduced that Lu Yang and his companions straightened their backs. Needless to say, these people all wanted this blue and white porcelain vase. The starting price is 2 million, and each bid increase must not be less than 50,000. The bidding begins. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, people started bidding. 3 million! 3.5 million! The competition among people on the first floor was fierce. Although Lu Yang and his companions were paying close attention, they had not started bidding yet. From the looks of you all want to take a picture of this Yuan blue and white porcelain. How about I join in the fun? Yun Zijin suddenly said something, and the Yueqing quickly tried to persuade her. No! Sister Yun, can I call you Sister Yun? This is something my old man specifically told me to take the photo of. When the Yueqing thought of Yun Zijin's bidding style at the last auction, he felt the fear of being dominated. This is also what my old man specifically requested. I hope Miss Yun will give me some space. Fu Zhe also explained his situation to Yun Zijin. Lu Yang didn't say anything. He was confident that he was financially capable and didn't need Yun Zijin to show mercy. You can ask me not to participate, but what's in it for me? Yun Zijin put her hand on the quote machine and looked at Fu Zhe and Li Yueqing. This is our national chain supermarket 50% discount card, no time limit. Li Yueqing took out a card directly from his wallet and handed it to Yun Zijin. His supermarket is in the high-end market, and the prices are much higher than those in ordinary supermarkets. This 50% discount can save you a lot of money over the years. This is a Western restaurant I own. If you take this card, you can get a free meal. Fu Zhe also took out a card. Yun Xijin raised her eyebrows. She was just joking and didn't expect to get such benefits. Okay, I accept your kindness, but I will not bid for this yuan blue and white porcelain. Yun Xijin put the 2 cards into her purse. Lu Yunk has already started entering the first amount. No! Brother Lu, you want to take a photo too? When the Yueqing and Fu Zhe saw Lu Yunk's actions, the whole Bungbu was shocked. If Lu Yunk wanted to take the photo, then wouldn't their action of ceding land and paying compensation to Yun Xijin just now seem redundant and a bit unfair? I never said I wouldn't shoot. Lu Yunk did not feel embarrassed at all. They all came to participate in the auction, and the decision whether to bid or not was in their hands. No, since we all want to shoot, why are Fu Zhe and I the only ones who received benefits from Miss Yun? Li Yueqing only now finally realized that he and Fu Zhe were making things difficult for Lu Yunk and Xing Hao. Yun Xijin shrugged. It wasn't her fault. They did everything voluntarily. Xing Yang sat next to him, watching his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose, trying to minimize his presence. If you don't bid, this yuan blue and white porcelain will be bought by Mr. Lu. Seeing that the two were still in a daze, Yun Xijin kindly reminded them that they had received benefits after all. Lu Yunk raised his eyes and glanced in the direction of Yun Xijin, and the slightly upward curve of his eyes straightened a little. It seemed a bit too much effort when entering the quote. Li Yueqing and Fu Zhe also quickly entered their quotations on their quotation machines. The bid for box number 5 is 8 million. The bid for box number 5 is 10 million. It seems like the competition for box 5 is quite fierce. Is there a higher price? Is there a higher price? The auctioneer was in high spirits throughout the day, and by this time, his voice was a little hoarse. Box number 1 offers 12 million. 12 million. Is there a higher price? Is there any higher price? 12 million at a time. The guest in box 5 bid 15 million. Is there a higher price? 20 million. The guest in box 5 bid 20 million. 20 million at a time. In box number 5, Lu Yunk, Fu Zhe, Li Yueqing and Xing Hao had almost entered the white-hot stage of bidding. Because he was not participating in the bidding, Yun Xijin sat leisurely in his seat and ate fruit. Why don't you just raise the price to 50 million? This way, other boxes should withdraw from the competition, and then they can compete among themselves. According to Yun Xijin's idea, the goal is to shock the other party with the price. Although the color of this yuan blue and white porcelain is very bright, it is not well preserved. 50 million is a bit expensive. Although Lu Yunk and his companions are rich, they don't want to be taken advantage of. Every penny they earn is earned through their own hard work. They can spend as much as they want, but they will never be taken advantage of. Lu Yunk thought about it for a while and finally entered an amount of 30 million on the quote machine. This is his bottom price. Anything above this is not worth it. Fu Zhe and others also quickly entered the price. They all had their own reserve price, and it depended on who had the highest reserve price. Fu Zhe contributed 28 million, Li Yueqing contributed 25 million, and Xing Hao contributed 26 million. Lu Yunk ended this war without gunpowder at a price of 30 million. The auctioneer below was bidding excitedly. When the hammer struck for the third time, the yuan blue and white porcelain officially belonged to Lu Yunk. Among them, Li Yueqing and Fu Zhe suffered the most. Not only did they not film anything, but they also gave Yun Xijin benefits for nothing. It's no different from losing both the wife and the soldiers. How about I return the car to you? She really didn't need this little money, and seeing that they looked quite sad, she returned the card as a consolation. No! What's given to you is yours. We won't be sad about this little card. What's important is that they didn't get the yuan blue and white porcelain, not the card that was given away. Otherwise, what else do you guys like later, and I'll let you have it. Don't worry about them. Xing Hao and I participated in the exhibition because our grandfather asked us to take photos of yuan blue and white porcelain. They had anticipated this result, and they were all pretending. You don't need to be influenced by them. Lu Yunk was unceremoniously sabotaging them. With just a few discount cards and free-of-charge cards, he still expected Yun Xijin to give in to them at the normal auction. What a wishful thinking. Fu Zhe and Li Yueqing touched their noses and gave Yun Xijin 2 dry laughs. Aren't they shocked by Yun Xijin's financial resources? Since they can't win, can't they just take shortcuts? Is that so? Then I won't be polite from now on. Yun Xijin first gave a few people a shot of prevention. When she looked at the auction list, she saw a lot of things she liked. Go ahead and shoot. If you can't win, it just means they are not as skilled as you. Don't take it too seriously. Yun Xijin nodded. She wanted to take pictures of everything she saw today. Her savings are increasing now, but she doesn't spend much. Yun Xijin always feels uneasy if she doesn't spend anything. Chapter 74 Silences Cambridge Tonight. With Lu Yong's reassurance, Yun Xijin acted like a cheat during the following auction and never held back on bidding. Others would raise the price by hundreds of thousands, but she would raise the price by millions or even tens of millions. At today's auction, everyone present from the major families in the imperial capital fully felt the fear of being dominated by the distinguished guest in box number 5. Sister Yun, you've spent almost 2 billion today, and you really didn't even blink an eye. Xingyang swallowed. He knew Yun Xijin was rich, but he didn't know she was so rich. It hasn't been long since she spent 6 billion last time, and she can still come up with 2 billion. If she doesn't have 10 billion in cash, she wouldn't dare to do this. I didn't calculate this. Is it 2 billion? After Yun Xijin sent out the quotation, he looked up and responded to Xingyang's words. Of course he has. That piece of Fu Lu Shou jade cost him 200 million. The basketball-sized jades were all opened without any artificial carving. The red, purple and green colors were almost evenly distributed. It is truly a rare treasure. I don't know which family actually puts such a rare treasure up for auction. It can definitely be considered a family heirloom. That's his sister Yun. She spends 200 million as if it were 200 yuan, without even blinking an eye. It's okay. I think the jade is beautiful. I think it would look very nice as a decoration at home. Sister Yun, please don't keep everything in your home as decorations. This makes it very difficult for him to maintain his Taoism. It's really bold to spend 200 million on ornaments. Yun Xijin came here to purchase goods today. She thought many of the items could be placed at home as decorations. Xingyang was stunned, but Yun Xijin's words, "I like it," directly blocked his words. Li Yueqing glanced at Lu Yong. Judging from the way Yun Xijin spent money like water, Mr. Lu from their family had to work harder to make money, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to support his wife. He, Lu Yong, has not yet fallen to such a state that he cannot even support his wife. The last lot is here. Xinghao said one of the few words he spoke today. The last lot to be auctioned is an imperial green jadeite the size of an adult man's fist. However, only half of the raw stone has been opened. The open part is full green, and those who know the business can tell at a glance that this is an old pit glass type imperial green jadeite. But only half of it is opened, and the remaining half has an element of gambling. One knife makes you poor, another knife makes you rich, that's what it means. Are you interested? Yun Xijin also liked it very much, but she had already taken enough photos today. If Lu Yong and the others wanted it, she would not fight for it. If we're interested, you won't shoot it? Li Yueqing looked at Yun Xijin expectantly. Even without Yun Xijin, they could still compete. Well, I already have that piece of Fu Lu Shou, so it doesn't matter if you take a picture of this one or not. According to Yun Xijin's own aesthetic taste, red jade is more to her liking, but unfortunately this is a piece of green jade. Then let's compete. I won't show any mercy. Li Yueqing has already started gearing up. Fu Zhe had been waiting in front of his quotation machine for a long time, and he would make a bid as soon as the time came. Xinghao and Lu Yong were also on high alert. In terms of financial resources, the four of them are actually about the same. They have competed in many auctions, and there have been winners and losers. Only Xingyang sat next to Yun Xijin. Sister Yun, are you out of money? Imperial Green and Fu Lu Shou are not in the same league. Even if the Imperial Green is a little smaller in size, its price is incomparable to that of Fu Lu Shou. Yun Xijin glanced at Xingyang and said, How do you know I have no money? Imperial Green! Look at those people on the first floor. Even though they know they have no chance of winning, they still want to fight for it. I don't mind this little money. I've already taken pictures of Fu Lu Shou today, so let's forget about this one. You can say anything about her, but you can't say she has no money. Xingyang touched her nose. She felt that Yun Xijin had bid without blinking an eye before, but suddenly stopped participating in the bidding. That meant he had no money. If he had money, he would have participated in it. Unfortunately, he has no money. The final competition was very intense. Yun Xijin heard that the auctioneer was already very tired, but people kept bidding and did not give him any time to breathe. Yun Xijin looked at the auctioneer's increasingly excited emotions on the large high-definition screen in the box, and realized that the bidding had now reached a white-hot stage. Now the price has soared to 180 million. Lu Yong paused and entered a price of 200 million into the quote machine. Box number 5 is offered at 200 million. Box number 5 is offered at 205 million. 210 million. Box number 5 again. Wow. Today's Box 5 is simply amazing. Box 2 is offered at 220 million. Box 5. Box 5 is offered at 250 million. Is there a higher price? 300 million. It is still our legendary box today, box number 5. Is there a higher price? 300 million once. 300 million twice. 300 million 10 million. It's box 3. Let's see if anyone can offer a higher price. 300 million 50 million. Box 5. Box number 5, are you planning to buy all our lots today? Is there a higher price? Is there a higher price? 350 million at a time. 350 million twice. 350 million 3 times. Deal. Congratulations to our legendary box today. The distinguished guest in box 5, this piece of Imperial Green Jade belongs to you. Box number 5. Lu Yunk raised his lips slightly. Thank you. Li Weiqing. Fu Zhe, I don't want to talk. Xinghao, silence is Cambridge tonight. Congratulations, here's a glass of orange juice for you. Yun Xijin picked up the orange juice in front of her and took a big sip with great sincerity. Thanks. Lu Yunk picked up the red wine in front of him, gestured to Yun Xijin, and then drank it all in one gulp. Let's go! I don't want to see you these days. Li Weiqing picked up his wine glass and drank it all, then said to Lu Yunk in a frustrated manner. Fu Zhe finished the wine in front of him, then left in silence. Xinghao chuckled and dragged Xingyang away. Today, 4 people participated in the auction together twice, and lost to Lu Yunk both times. Li Weiqing and the other 3 were not convinced, but they also knew that they were not well prepared today. They did not mean to blame Lu Yunk, they just needed to calm down. Are they okay? Yun Xijin glanced at the backs of several people with some worry, then turned around and asked Lu Yunk. Don't worry, they just feel embarrassed about losing to me. It will be fine in a couple of days. Lu Yunk won twice today and was in a good mood. His eyes were smiling when he spoke. Then why didn't they feel bad when they lost to me? She snatched things from them quite a bit today. This is different. We all know your financial strength. It's not shameful to lose to you. Chapter 75 Miss, someone is here to deliver a car. Haha, I don't believe that you can't be better than me if you really try your best. Master Lu is being modest. Yun Xijin is very aware of the little assets he has. The 4 major families of the imperial capital have occupied the imperial capital for many years, and their assets are innumerable. If they were not low-key, many people on the rich list would have been squeezed out. Lu Yunk smiled and did not refute. Come on, let's go pay the money and I'll take you home. The 2 of them left the box, and Ling Yi and a few others followed closely behind Yun Xijin, acting as if to protect him. Hey! 2 money-giving boys are here. Li Weiqing had just paid the money and completed the formalities when he turned around and saw Yun Xijin and Lu Yunk coming. Those who happened to see the scene quieted down and reduced their presence. Yun Xijin was speechless. How come she was also brought down? Some people don't have as much money as we do, so they can only say sour words. Lu Yunk would not let Li Weiqing tease him and do nothing. Mr. Lu, who is this little beauty? I don't think I've seen her before. Although the tug-of-war between the princes was very interesting to watch, many people noticed Yun Xijin who had been standing next to Lu Yunk. Lu Yunk glanced at the man and said, My friend's surname is Yun. This is the eldest son of the chairman of Hengsen Real Estate. His surname is Zhou. Lu Yunk briefly introduced the 2 of them. Hello? My name is Zhou Qingqing. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. Hello, Yun Xijin. Yun Xijin saw no malice in Zhou Qingqing's eyes, so he extended his hand to shake it back. We still have to pay the bill. Excuse me now. Lu Yunk glanced at the 2 people's clasped hands and interrupted them. Well, I won't bother you 2 anymore. This is my business card. Miss Yun, if you have any questions about the house in the future, please feel free to contact me. Zhou Qingqing took out a business card from his wallet and handed it to Yun Xijin. Yun Xijin took it and glanced at Ling Yi behind him. Ling Yi understood, took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Qingqing. Zhou Qingqing's eyes lit up when he got Yun Xijin's business card, and he quickly thanked Ling Yi. The checkout process was very fast, but the items they took pictures of were difficult to move. Fortunately, the auction house has a dedicated delivery team. As long as they pay the delivery fee and guarantee that the items can be delivered to your home, the auction house will compensate you according to the price if there is any damage to the items. Yun Xijin was also afraid that she would cause trouble if she acted recklessly, so she simply followed Lu Yunk's advice and entrusted the auction house's delivery team to help with the transportation. Because Lu Yunk also had to send Yun Xijin home, the team responsible for transporting the items that Lu Yunk had photographed took a separate route to deliver the items to where Lu Yunk lived. Asterisk. Star Rain, Washington. Wang Minli looked at the row of luxury cars in front of her, and was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Before the young lady went out, she didn't tell anyone that someone would send a car over. Besides, what time is it now? Aren't the people in these car dealerships off work yet? The lady didn't tell me, so I definitely can't sign for it. Please wait a moment, I will call the lady. Wang Minli took out her cell phone and called Xijin. The call was quickly connected, and Wang Minli immediately started to cry. Miss, someone in our family sent a lot of cars that I don't recognize, saying that they were ordered by you. Is this true? Looking at these cars that cost tens of millions, Wang Minli's voice trembled as she spoke. In the rich families she visited before, their sons would think twice before buying a car worth millions, and usually acted like it was only worth 2.5 or 8 million, which made their daughters look even more low-key. Xijin, who was sitting in the back seat of Lu Yong's Rolls-Royce Phantom at this time, heard Wang Minli's words and then remembered that she had forgotten the luxury car gift package that she had received as a reward when she came out today. But it's already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and they have just delivered the car. Isn't it a bit late? But Manhwa reminded us at that time that the car would be delivered within 24 hours. Doesn't it seem reasonable to deliver it at this time? Oh, this is the car I ordered. Aunt Wang, please sign for it. Since it was sent by the system, Xijin didn't worry about the quality. If something really goes wrong, she will ask Manhwa for compensation. Lu Yong was sitting next to Xijin, and was a little curious when he heard what Xijin said. It's a pity that he couldn't hear what the person on the other end of the phone was saying. On the other side of the phone, Wang Minli breathed a sigh of relief when she got Xijin's affirmative answer. Since she was sure that it was the lady who ordered it, she felt relieved and started to take action after hanging up the phone. I just called the lady to confirm that it was indeed the car she ordered. But I'll check it before I sign for it. If these people send a car with quality problems, the lady will be the one who suffers. Wang Minli would never allow this to happen. The person responsible for delivering the car will certainly not refuse. No matter to whom the car is delivered, it is an essential procedure to check it before signing for it. Wang Minli had been a maid in rich families for so many years. In the past, people in those rich families often bought cars, and she would say a word or two at home. She had some experience and theories on how to check the quality of a car. On the other hand, fearing that Wang Minli could not cope with it, Xijin asked Lu Yong's driver to drive faster. Why did you think of ordering a car? Lu Yong had seen the car that Xijin usually drove. To be honest, in his opinion, it was a bit too low-key. An elder ordered it. The car had already been booked when I found out about it, and it happened to be delivered today. Xijin started talking nonsense. It is very easy to check her life trajectory during this period, and you can find out whether she has ordered a car by just checking. But when it comes to elders, no one knows. As everyone knows, she is the real daughter of the Xia family who grew up in an orphanage. She had lived in an orphanage for more than 20 years, so it wasn't easy to find out. Moreover, Xijin believed that Manhwa would clean up the mess for her. Hearing Xijin's words, Lu Yong raised his eyebrows. This elder couldn't be from the Xia family, so it must be someone else. So your elder is very good to you? Since he is an elder who is good to her, she will have to try to improve her favorability towards him when she meets him in the future. Of course. Everything I have now was given by him. No one has ever treated me better than him. An elder who gives her millions every day and gives her rewards after she spends the money is really being very good to her. Lu Yong nodded at Xijin's words, silently thinking in his heart how to leave a good impression in front of this elder in the future. At this time, the car had already arrived at Xinghuafu, but because the car had been here once today and the guard knew that the car was a friend of Xijin, the owner of Villa No. 1, the guard did not stop him and let him pass. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped at the door of Villa No. 1, and the driver got out and opened the door. Lu Yong did not get out of the car, but he held out his hand and asked Xijin to help him get out. I'm here. Thank you for sending me home today. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. In the villa, after hearing the sound of a car, Wang Minli trotted over to open the door. Chapter 76. This is an outrageous thing. Only their young lady can do it. After the other 0 or 1 people at the back got off the car, one person was left to drive the car to the underground parking garage, while the others went to the back to help the transport team move the things that Xijin had taken today into the villa. Wang Minli came to the front and opened the door. Miss, you are back. Mr. Lu is here too. Would you like to come in and have a cup of tea? No, it's too late today, maybe next time. Lu Yong wanted to stay, but it was too late today, and it was not appropriate. It was not until Xijin entered the yard that Wang Minli noticed that Lingy and a group of people were moving things into the villa. Hey! What did you buy? There are some beautiful ornaments from today's auction. Aunt Wang will take a look and see where to put them. Yun Xijin was not joking when he said he wanted to take pictures of those things and use them as display items. Decorations? We have a lot of decorations at home. Miss, are you planning to change some? Considering that Yun Xijin spends several $1,000,000 almost every day, there are really too many decorations in her home. It's up to you. They're just for display anyway. You can change them out every once in a while. If there's no room, just store them in the warehouse. In fact, there's room for everything. The whole villa is so big that you just need to spend some time choosing the decorations. Yes, miss! Wang Minli never had any objection to Yun Zijin's decision. After the delivery team has put the stuff out, Andy Wang, please give them some red envelopes. They must have worked hard to come and deliver stuff to me so late at night. Yun Zijin herself was a little tired and now all she wanted to do was wash up and go to bed. Okay, I'll get ready. Wang Minli quickly walked to the TV cabinet in the living room, opened it with the key, and took out a red envelope and a stack of red cash. These were the things she had prepared at home just in case, and now they came in handy. Wang Minli didn't give too much, just 200 yuan per person was enough. After putting the things away, Lingy and his companions followed the transport team until they were all sent out of Villa Number 1. Come here, this is the red envelope our young lady gave to everyone. The money is not much, but it is a token of my appreciation. I hope you don't mind it. It's dark at night, drive safely and get home safely. The people in the delivery team didn't expect that they could get tips, and their eyes lit up. Oh, this is what we should do. Miss Yun is so polite. That being said, everyone was quicker than the other in taking the red envelopes. Wang Minli smiled brightly, and it turned out that she was a very nice lady. After seeing off the delivery team, Wang Minli returned to the villa and went into the warehouse to see what ornaments Yun Zijin had bought today. This is really something you either don't watch or you'll be shocked once you see it. What's wrong? Wang Minli's scream attracted all the other servants. 01, 02, come here. Looking at these decorations in front of her, Wang Minli felt that her blood pressure was about to rise. The servants who were bombed over also saw the new decorations that had been moved into the warehouse. Of course they knew that Yun Zijin would not buy fakes, so it was the real thing. Thinking of what the young lady said when she first came in, the servants understood Wang Minli's scream very well. When Lingy and Linger heard Wang Minli calling them, they walked over without knowing why. Are these the decorations you just moved in? Wang Minli pointed at the night pearl, the basketball-sized Fulu showed jade, and the 7-colored diamonds. That's right, that's what the lady said. Lingy nodded. Of course they would do whatever Yun Zijin said and there would be no room for mistakes. Do you know what these are? Miss, is she sure she wants to use these as decorations? These things are so valuable. What if the servants at home bump into them while cleaning or working? If these things are broken, we won't be able to afford the compensation even if we lose everything we have. Besides, if these things are left outside, they are easy to be stolen. Wang Minli just felt that she was worrying too much about this family. This is the young lady's decision. What this means is that they only care about what Yun Zijin says and nothing else. If Wang Minli feels it is inappropriate, she can go and discuss it with Yun Zijin herself. Wang Minli, for all, sigh. I understand. You guys go and do your own thing. I'll go talk to the lady myself. Wang Minli also knew that if Yun Zijin hadn't instructed this matter, Lingy and the others would not have made such an outrageous decision. The other servants looked back at the pile of decorations and laughed, covering their mouths. Using such jade and diamonds as ornaments, probably only the young lady in their family could have done it. As expected, he is the richest man with the highest salary in the industry, and he is extremely wealthy. Yun Zijin, who was taking a shower in the room, had no idea that there was a commotion outside because of the decorations. When she came out of the shower, there was no movement outside. Wang Minli saw that it was too late, so she did not bother Yun Zijin anymore and planned to discuss the matter with Yun Zijin the next day. Consumption task, please spend 3 million yen before midnight today, task reward, to be unlocked. As soon as the sky turned pale, the reminder for Subianhua's task came. Yun Zijin opened her eyes with difficulty, then got up from the bed and washed up. Today's breakfast was steamed dumplings and soy milk, made by the newly hired chef of Wang Minli. It tasted very good. Yun Zijin ate 10 steamed dumplings by herself. After Yun Zijin finished breakfast, Wang Minli came over. Miss, I have something to ask you. What's up? Yun Zijin put down the tablet in his hand and sat up straight. I think the ornaments you mentioned yesterday that you bought from the auction are not suitable. Hearing Wang Minli's words, Yun Zijin tilted his head, a little confused. What's the problem? There shouldn't be any fakes, right? This auction is held by the 4 major families in the imperial capital, and the possibility of fakes appearing is almost non-existent. If fakes continue to appear, the reputation of the 4 major families will be ruined. No, I just think that these things are too valuable. If you put them at home as decorations, if someone touches them or breaks them, you will be the one who feels sad. Moreover, the servants would be hesitant when working with these ornaments, which would definitely reduce their efficiency. It has to be said that Wang Minli's concerns are reasonable. Don't worry, these aren't that expensive. If you think that placing it in the living room where people come and go will cause it to bump into you, then put it in my study and replace all the ornaments in the study. It's always okay to pick some non-breakable items and put them in the living room. Don't be afraid that I will compensate you if it breaks. As long as you make sure it's not intentional, work hard and don't be ungrateful. I won't ask you to pay for it. Okay. Then I'll go take a look and find a good place to put them. Yun Xijin's words gave Wang Minli a reassurance. Chapter 77 Buying a Dress. With the reassurance given by Yun Xijin, Wang Minli felt more confident when arranging the decorations. First, put the expensive ones in the ladies' study or room, and the relatively cheap and non-fragile ones in the guest room or living room. The Fu-Lu Shou jadeite that Yun Xijin bought was selected as an ornament in Yun Xijin's study. Just having decorations is not enough. Wang Minli also picked out 2 calligraphy and paintings for Yun Xijin to hang on the wall of the study. The birthday party of Mr. Lu will be held in 2 days, and Yun Xijin plans to go out and look for dresses or gifts. Although there were suitable items among the ones bought at the auction yesterday, Yun Xijin still wanted to make preparations for both scenarios. It just so happened that Su Mingyao was also worrying about dresses and gifts, so the two of them made an appointment to go shopping together. After experiencing the joy of having a driver drive, Yun Xijin no longer wanted to drive by herself. Yesterday, there was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan in the system's luxury car gift package, and Yun Xijin chose it immediately. In fact, she also saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom of the same model as Lu Yong's, but Yun Xijin was afraid that people would misunderstand that Lu Yong was giving the car to her, so she did not choose it. Ling Er was driving, Ling Yi was sitting in the passenger seat, and Yun Xijin was sitting alone in the back seat. Su Mingyao and Yun Xijin met at Xijin Shopping Mall. Although Guangyuan Shopping Mall, where Su Mingyao lives, is also good, if you want to buy a dress, there are more choices in Xijin Shopping Mall. Su Mingyao and Yun Xijin arrived almost at the same time. Seeing Yun Xijin changed another car, Su Mingyao couldn't help but complain. As expected, the woman who was able to snatch the land from Mr. Lu must be rich. It was a Phantom before, but in just a few days it was replaced by a Cullinan. Although either of these 2 cars is the most expensive model of Rolls-Royce, the total cost is not cheap. You're talking like you don't have any money. Go away now. Today is not the weekend, so there are relatively fewer people in Xijin Shopping Mall. Plus, they went straight to the dress area when they arrived, so the flow of people was even smaller. Yun Xijin is the most talked about rich man in Xijin Shopping Mall recently. Su Mingyao is a frequent visitor to Xijin Shopping Mall, and almost all the SAs here know her. Ms. Yun, Ms. Su. Welcome. Pick out some dresses for us to attend our elder's birthday party. Su Mingyao spoke with familiarity, obviously coming here often. Okay, please wait here for a moment. SA invited the 2 to sit down on the sofa nearby for guests to rest, then glanced at another SA next to him and left. The SA who was being looked at came over with 2 cups of hot tea soon. You too, please have some tea. Thanks. Su Mingyao just nodded with a cold expression, and Yun Xijin thanked her. Su Mingyao is not impolite, but she has been exposed to these things since she was a child, and she is habitually not showing any emotion when facing these services. Yun Xijin had only recently become rich, and had not yet developed the habits of someone like Su Mingyao, who came from a wealthy family. The SA who had left came back shortly afterwards with a row of hangers with several dresses hanging on them. Ms. Yun, Ms. Su, this is the latest designer model in the store. SA began to introduce the design concept, materials and cutting of the dress to Yun Xijin and Su Mingyao. There were a lot of jargon in it, and Yun Xijin only half understood it, but this did not affect her aesthetic appreciation of the dress. Although it was Mr. Lu's birthday party and she had to dress formally to show her importance, Yun Xijin didn't want to dress too exaggeratedly, otherwise it would be inconvenient for her to walk. The skirt is too big, it would be embarrassing if someone stepped on it. The pieces that SA brought all had large skirts, and one person could occupy an area of 2 meters in diameter. Is there anything simpler? The skirt is too big and I'm afraid it will be inconvenient for me to walk. This isn't a red carpet beauty contest in the entertainment industry. Yun Xijin just wants to make herself as comfortable as possible. Su Mingyao liked it very much at first, but when she heard Yun Xijin say that, she imagined herself wearing a dress with a big skirt and walking in a crowded banquet hall, and suddenly felt that she was not worthy of it. Yes! Let's take a look at some simple and elegant designs, without any big skirts. Su Mingyao was glad that she had made an appointment with Yun Xijin today, otherwise if she came alone, she would probably have to choose one from the pile of big skirts. A big skirt is beautiful, but it is also really inconvenient. She also wanted to go to the dessert area to feast during the banquet, but she couldn't even touch the desserts in her big skirt. Faced with the two people's pickiness, SA did not show any displeasure, and agreed with a smile. Okay, I'll change it right away. SA left pushing the clothes rack, and soon came back with a row of simply designed dresses. Yun Xijin didn't want to attract too much attention, so she simply chose a one-shoulder white fishtail skirt. However, in order to make the dress fit properly, SA measured Yun Xijin's measurements and asked the designer to change the size. Someone will deliver the dress to Xingyu Huafu tomorrow. Su Mingyao became a little anxious when she saw Yun Xijin finish choosing so quickly. Xijin, please help me choose. I really don't know which one is better. Su Mingyao is a typical person with choice phobia. She thinks this one looks good, but she also thinks that one has a better color. Anyway, there are all kinds of reasons for hesitation. How about you imagine if there is any jewelry you would like to wear that day, and match the dress according to the style of the jewelry? Yun Xijin couldn't make a decision directly for Su Mingyao. If her choice turned out to be unsuccessful, it would be difficult for her not to be blamed. Yes. My mom prepared a pink diamond necklace and earrings for me. Pink seems to go better with white? No, you've already chosen white, and if our dresses are the same color, people will compare us. Su Mingyao is self-aware. She can choose any color, but she cannot wear the same clothes or the same color as Yun Xijin, otherwise she will be the clown. What do you think of this one? Yun Xijin looked around and pointed at a pink strapless dress that was very light in color, almost white. The hem of the skirt has an irregular design, but it fits Su Mingyao's lively personality very well. Su Mingyao looked in the direction Yun Xijin pointed, and sure enough, she saw the pink and white strapless dress with the regular hem on the mannequin placed in the corner. Her eyes lit up instantly. It looks great! Whose work is this? Why didn't you recommend it to us? If you want to wear clothes designed by others, you should at least know the designer of the dress. This is the work of a new intern designer at our brand. This designer doesn't have many works, and there are only 3 in the store. Do you want me to show them all? SA didn't expect Su Mingyao and Yun Xijin to be interested in the works of the brand's intern designers, but he didn't show any bad emotions. Designers should be happy if customers like their work at first sight. Okay, bring them all here for me to see. Su Mingyao felt like she had discovered a treasure designer. She could save a lot of money by buying clothes designed by this designer before she became famous. Yun Xijin was also a little surprised. She didn't expect that she could select the work of a new designer just by pointing casually. Chapter 78: A Strange Man and a Strange Woman. SA quickly took out the 3 samples of clothing that the new designer had left in the store and placed them in front of Yun Xijin and Su Mingyao. Everything seems good? Su Mingyao started to suffer from her fear of making choices again. I think the one just now is better. After all, it's the birthday party for Mr. Liu. A black dress is not very polite, and green doesn't match your pink diamond. I have to say that the styles of these 3 dresses are very different. If it weren't for SA, who was sure that they were made by one designer, Yun Xijin would have thought that they were the work of 3 people. You're right. Let's take this one. You have my size. You can alter it and send it to Yujin Garden tomorrow. Su Mingyao has bought dresses here more than once and is very familiar with the process. Don't worry, Miss Su, we will definitely deliver the dress as soon as possible. Knowing that Yun Xijin and Su Mingyao were going to attend the birthday party of Mr. Liu, SA knew that he would have to urge the designers to work overtime on these 2 dresses. Because they choose the styles directly, the designer only needs to make some size adjustments based on the original ones, which is not a difficult task. However, the dresses are purely handmade by their team of designers, so the price is a little bit more expensive. Yun Xijin's piece costs 1.2 million, while Su Mingyao's piece is relatively cheaper at only 500,000 because she is a new designer. After checking out, either of them wanted to leave just like that, so they held hands and started today's shopping trip. Let's go to Hermes first and buy my 2-tone. Su Mingyao has already obtained Su Jingyun's account from him, and she is determined to get the double color today. Yun Xijin had no problem with where she went, as her only goal was to spend money. When the SA of Hermes saw Yun Xijin and Su Mingyao appear, he knew that today's performance was stable. Ms. Yun! Ms. Su! Welcome! When seeing the rich young lady, the smile on Sa's face seemed especially sincere. Are there any new products recently? I want to see some new products. Su Mingyao took a look at the items in the store, almost all of which she had bought. Su Mingyao, who has bought it before, doesn't want to buy it again. Yes, but... SA hesitated to speak. If you have any questions, just ask directly. It's our business whether to buy or not. We just got a set of sofas. Are you interested? Sa brought the two to the sofa display area. Yun Xijin. This Hermes really has everything. Yun Xijin looked at Su Mengyao. After all, she had a bag she wanted to take, and it would be okay for her to give way to such an expensive item. How much is this set? Su Mengyao thought she might be crazy. Buying a sofa? She didn't have a house that was being renovated. The one you are looking at is worth 700,000. Sa smiled very enthusiastically. 700,000? That seems okay? Su Mengyao originally thought it would cost millions, but unexpectedly it was only 700,000. But do you have room for it? She can't just take down the sofa at home and put the Hermes in it, right? If they are not used, they will take up too much space just piling them up in the warehouse. Buy. If there's no place to put it, I'll ask my brother to buy me another house to put this sofa set in. Su Mengyao finally made up her mind. But when Sa heard Su Mengyao's words, he was so shocked that he almost stumbled. Is this the simple life of the rich, buying houses like buying groceries? It is poverty that limits my imagination. After hearing this, Yun Xijin also felt that Su Mengyao's idea was somewhat strange. However, since Su Mengyao was willing, Yun Xijin did not stop her. Ms. Su, our store received a... Stop! My target today is that two-tone gold buckle. Just tell me when you can get it. If hers isn't enough, I'll count the things I bought today into hers. Just let me know when there's stock. Although Yun Xijin didn't spend 700,000 yuan to buy a sofa like Su Mengyao, there were also a lot of things in the basket in her hand. Yun Xijin didn't care whether there were bags or not, but since she was already here, she would feel embarrassed if she didn't buy something. Okay. I'll let you guys know when I have the product. This is considered a consensus. Yun Xijin curled the corners of his mouth, but his hands kept moving. Xijin! You are so nice! Yun Xijin's words moved Su Mengyao so much that she wanted to cry. What kind of fairy sisters are these? Okay, stop dawdling and pick something quickly. At the end, Yun Xijin even asked Sa to help her get a globe. Ms. Su, I asked my supervisor, and the store just received a two-tone color. Do you want to take a look and see if you like it? Su Mengyao. I've been waiting for you to say this. Yes. Pay for these first, and I'll be there right away after that. Yun Xijin also laughed and handed his black gold card to Sa. Well, by the way, I also completed today's consumption task. After the payment was successful, Yun Xijin also received a task completion reminder from the system. Task: please spend 3 million yen before midnight tonight completed. Mission reward: triggering 3 times the reward, 9 million yen has been issued to the host savings card, and the host is rewarded with a random flower card Starlight Dress *1. Yun Xijin was a little surprised to hear about the reward for this mission. She didn't expect the system to reward her with a dress. Could it be that he thought the dress she bought today was too low-key? It shouldn't be that. However, the system usually does not make any sound, so even if Yun Xijin has questions in his mind, he will not get answers. Su Mengyao and Sa went to look at bags together, and Yun Xijin sat on the sofa in the rest area outside waiting. Not long after Yun Xijin sat down, someone brought her hot water and a small snack. Not knowing when Su Mengyao would come out, Yun Xijin took out his cell phone to kill time. Yun Xijin? Yun Xijin was playing with her mobile phone with her head down when she suddenly heard someone calling her name, and looked up subconsciously. Standing in front of her was a girl holding a boy's hand. However, Yun Xijin only felt that these two people looked familiar, but he did not know them. Who are you? No matter what, since someone came to say hello, Yun Xijin couldn't help but respond. You don't know me? The girl was obviously surprised by Yun Xijin's words. You are. It looks familiar, but we don't know each other. Yun Xijin's words not only made the girl's expression change, but the boy next to her also looked gloomy. How is it possible? How is it possible that you don't know me? And him? Don't you even know Zhao Wenwei? The girl's emotions were somewhat out of control. Yun Xijin frowned slightly. Seeing that something was wrong, Ling Yi and the others came in from outside the shop and stood guard beside Yun Xijin. As soon as the other party makes a move, they can stop it immediately. It looks familiar, but I don't know you. What do you want to say? Yun Xijin felt that these two people were a little weird. If she doesn't know him, then she doesn't know him. Could she possibly lie to them? You obviously. The girl said half of it but stopped talking. I clearly mean what I am saying. Please tell me clearly. Chapter 79, 2 women fighting for one man? The parties involved said they were unaware. If you lose, just pretend you don't know me. Yun Xijin, you are really deceiving yourself to the point that you even believe it yourself. What do you mean by losing? Have I ever had any competition with you guys? Yun Zijin always felt that there was something she didn't know. How could she, the person involved, not know when and in what competition she lost to them? Mr. Yun, it's nothing. She just misunderstood. But at this time, Zhao Wenwei stood up and tried to smooth things over. Yun Zijin could see a hint of guilt on his face. Yun Zijin looked at Zhao Wenwei. What's the misunderstanding? Can you elaborate? Zhao Wenwei didn't say anything, but his expression looked a little embarrassed. Humph! Everyone in school knows that you like Zhao Wenwei, but fortunately, Wenwei has good taste and didn't like you. Now he is my boyfriend. For this person, it's not enough to just have a face, what's important is family background. The girl looked at Yun Zijin with a very proud expression on her face. When Yun Zijin heard what the girl said, she was filled with question marks. When did she start to like someone? Who told you that? Yun Zijin was truly shocked. Are rumors in universities so outrageous now? The confessions are all over the school wall, and you haven't denied it. If you don't deny it, doesn't that mean you agree? The girl looked as if it was a matter of course. Is it possible that I have never seen the confession wall? During her time at school, she was either in class or on her way to a part-time job every day to pay for her tuition and living expenses. She didn't even know the people in her dormitory very well, let alone visiting the confession wall. With this time, she might as well find a part-time job. If she knew that people were spreading rumors about her like this, she would definitely not keep silent. There's also a picture of you deliberately following my boyfriend to class. And this, he is playing basketball on the court, and you are standing by the court holding the ball. Isn't this the angle where you are looking at him? The girl took out her cell phone, clicked on the school confession wall, and quickly found the relevant posts. Yun Zijin took it and took a look. To be honest, if she was not the person involved, she would probably misunderstand just by looking at the photo. Too bad she is the one involved. Who is the account that posted this message? Yun Zijin didn't want to care too much, but he had to find out the person who spread the rumor. For 3 whole years, she had no idea that she was actually one of the heroines in the classic plot of 2 girls competing for 1 boy on the school's confession wall. Why should I tell you? No, how come you, an orphan who earns your living by working part-time, are here? Looking at you like this, you are not, The girl was halfway through her words when Zhao Wenwei next to her covered her mouth. Yun Zijin glanced at Zhao Wenwei and said nothing more. On the other side, Su Mengyao, who went to the small black room with S.A. to look at bags, finally came out. Behind her, S.A. was holding an orange Hermes bag in his hand. Xijin! I bought it! Guan Xueding? Why are you here? Su Mengyao was only thinking about Yun Zijin just now, and it took her a while to notice Guan Xueding standing next to her. Hearing Su Mengyao calling Guan Xueding's name, Yun Zijin raised an eyebrow. Do they know each other? This is not your home. Do I need to ask you before I come here? The interaction between the two of them clearly shows that they dislike each other. You don't need to ask me, but I don't know how long it takes someone to save up for a bag, unlike me. It feels so good to get the bag on the spot. Su Mengyao made way and showed the packaging bag in S.A.'s hand. S.A. is holding it in his hand alone, so you don't have to think about what is inside. Guan Xueding was speechless for a moment after what Su Mengyao said. She glared at Yun Zijin, then grabbed Zhao Wenwei's arm and went to find S.A. to buy things. Her name is Guan Xueding? Just now, Guan Xueding came up and called her name without introducing herself, only saying Zhao Wenwei's name. I didn't expect that I knew Su Mengyao. Yes, Xijin, you must not be fooled by her appearance. If you are not careful, you might get cheated. It seems you have a lot of experience. If I hadn't been cheated so many times, I wouldn't be so vigilant. Su Mengyao glared at Yun Zijin. She saw through everything but didn't say anything. Do you understand? The two of them just thought that meeting Guan Xueding and Zhao Wenwei was a minor episode and it did not affect their mood of shopping at all. Time quickly came to the day of the Lu family's old man's birthday party. Knowing that Yun Zijin was going to attend a birthday party, Qing Jun had already used his connections with makeup artists to arrange for Han Chun, known as the Magic Hand, in the entertainment industry, and her team of makeup artists to come early in the morning to do Yun Zijin's makeup. With her limited connections, being able to contact Han Chun's team was already the limit, and she didn't hold out much hope. But unexpectedly, Han Chun's team finally agreed. Yun Zijin didn't know much about these, but after listening to Qing Jun's introduction of Han Chun, she also had a preliminary understanding of this said to be very famous stylist. From the moment he entered Villa No. 1 and saw Yun Zijin, Han Chun never concealed the amazement on his face. Because she is known as the Magic Hands, she has worked as a makeup artist for first-tier, second-tier, and even top-tier stars in the entire entertainment industry. She was not going to accept Qing Jun's invitation at first, but finally she came across the photo of Yun Xijin sent by Xijin. At first glance, Han Chun felt that this was her muse. Of course, it is my duty to do makeup and style the muse. So Xijin's invitation was successful. Meow. No, good morning, Miss Yun. Han Chun almost let the cat out of the bag. Hello, it's only 7 o'clock in the morning, you're here really early. I haven't had breakfast yet, have you guys had it? Do you want to eat something together? Yun Xijin greeted a few people. She had just washed up and hadn't had breakfast yet. Han Chun's team came so early that I don't know what time they got up. No! We all came here after having breakfast. As a team of stylists, they sometimes wake up earlier than the chickens and sometimes go to bed later than the dogs. It is common for them to reverse their day and night. Waking up at 5 or 6 in the evening is considered a rare normal routine. It's okay. It's not nice to have you watching me eat. Just take a couple more bites. It will help ease the embarrassment of eating breakfast by myself. Yun Xijin walked to the dining table and sat down, and soon a maid came out with breakfast. The kitchen has cooked a lot today, would you please sit down and eat together? Wang Minli had just heard Yun Xijin invite Han Chun's team. Seeing that Yun Xijin was rejected, she pretended to be unaware and invited him again. After the second invitation, the people in Han Chun's team were too embarrassed to refuse and sat down at the table awkwardly. There are many styles of breakfast on the table, both Chinese and Western. Several people said that they had already had breakfast, but once they sat down at the table and started eating, they couldn't stop. All I can say is that professionals are professionals. You can clearly taste the difference between the breakfast made by the private chef hired by a wealthy family and the breakfast bought at a breakfast shop outside. Chapter 80 Lu Family Banquet. After breakfast, Yun Xijin took Han Chun's team into her own cloakroom and asked them to find accessories that they could use today. As soon as he opened the door of the cloakroom, Han Chun was attracted by the azure starry sky dress worn by a mannequin. Miss Yun, are you planning to wear this to the banquet today? Even when speaking, Han Chun couldn't bear to take his eyes off the dress. How stunning is it? It's probably to the extent that there is no cloud except in Wushan. No, I bought a white set at Jinxing Shopping Center before, this is it. Yun Xijin took out the white fishtail dress she bought at Jinxing department store from her closet. After seeing the starry sky dress, Han Chun now feels that all the dresses she wears are not good enough. If she hadn't seen the starry sky dress, she would have admired this white fishtail dress very much. This starry sky dress was given to me by an elder. I want to keep it and wear it at my own birthday party. Teacher Han should understand. After all, she bought the dress with Su Mingyao, so it was not easy for her to change her mind at the last minute. Moreover, Yun Xijin herself liked the starry sky dress that Sui Bianhua gave her and didn't want to wear it at someone else's party. I understand. Miss Yun, when you decide to wear it, please be sure to contact me. I will come and style it for you for free. Even the fee was waived, it can be seen that Han Chun really likes the starry sky dress. Okay, I'll contact you. Although we didn't get to see Yun Xijin wearing a starry sky dress, the white fishtail dress was also very nice. Han Chun tried her best to get out of the starry sky dress and concentrate on making a suitable white fishtail dress for Yun Xijin. Yun Xijin's styling was done from 8 a.m. to almost 2 p.m. Wang Minli brought lunch into the room and Yun Xijin ate it on the dressing table. Looking at herself in the full-length mirror, Yun Xijin almost fainted at her own beauty. As expected, he is worthy of being called a magic hand in the circle. Compared with the previous ones, this set of styling really shows a big difference. Xijin also followed Han Chun today to help and learn from him, and he aspires to become the eldest lady's personal stylist in the future. In order to make it easier for Yun Xijin to get on and off the car, the casual flower brand nanny car that Ling Yi and the others usually rode in was requisitioned by Yun Xijin. Without the nanny car, the few of them drove out the Sibianhua brand SUV that Lin Wu had driven back. In the nanny car, Ling Er was the driver, Ling Yi was in the passenger seat, and everyone else was in the SUV. The banquet was held at the Lu family's villa in Yujing Garden, which took about 40 minutes to drive from Xinyu Huafu. Probably because they were going to hold a birthday party, the Lu family greeted the gate guard of Yujing Garden, and as long as the visitors showed the invitation letter, they could enter Yujing Garden smoothly. Lu Yunk invited her and did not forget to send her the invitation letter. The car arrived at the gate of Yujinjiwen community. Yun Xijin took out the invitation letter from her handbag and asked Ling Er to hand it to the guard for inspection. It wasn't long before the guard returned the invitation and let us in. Because Ling Er said that the SUV behind them was also in the same group, the guard did not stop them. The car followed the convoy in front, moving forward bit by bit. Because we don't know what's happening ahead, the lane will remain blocked. Finally, I saw the entrance of the Lu family villa, 10 minutes later. Ling Yi got out of the car first and opened the door for Yun Xijin. Lu Yunk, who was greeting guests at the door, knew that Yun Xijin had arrived when he saw Lingy. In the entire imperial capital, Yun Xijin is probably the only person whose number of bodyguards and faces remained the same every day. Lu Yunfeng, who was welcoming guests with Lu Yunk, noticed his change and looked in the direction Lu Yunk was looking. Eh? Isn't this Sister Yun? I last saw him at Wu Zicheng's birthday party and haven't seen him since. I didn't expect to see him at my grandfather's birthday party. Do you know each other? Lu Yunk was surprised that the two actually knew each other. Yes. I saw him once last time at Wu Zicheng's birthday party. But brother, I heard that Sister Yun had taken your land away from you. Lu Yunfeng's tone was somewhat teasing. Lu Yunk, we can't get over this joke? I see you don't want your pocket money anymore. Although he was not the one who gave Lu Yunfeng pocket money, it did not affect him from flattering Lu Yunfeng in front of his parents. Brother, I was wrong. The more gossipy you were when you were teasing, the faster you will fall to your knees now. Yun Xijin got out of the car and immediately saw Lu Yunk standing at the door welcoming guests. Good evening, Mr. Lu. Sister Yun, although my brother's brilliance is more dazzling, can you please not ignore my existence? Lu Yunfeng stood beside Lu Yunk and spoke with resentment. He is clearly there all the time, so why can't I see him? Yun Xijin then noticed Lu Yunfeng and said a little embarrassedly. Lu Yunfeng, right? Long time no see. After all, they had only met once, and it was good enough that Yun Xijin could remember his name. Long time no see, Sister Yun. Although Yun Xijin is younger than him, Lu Yunfeng finds it very easy to call her Sister Yun. Then I'll go in first, In order to avoid being too abrupt, Lingy and the others all wore suits today, all in white. Standing next to Yun Xijin, it wouldn't look out of place. Come in, I feel more at ease with your bodyguards here. Although he had never seen these bodyguards take action, Lu Yunk intuitively felt that the strength of these 7 people should not be underestimated. Otherwise, Yun Xijin wouldn't carry it with her every day. Thank you. Yun Xijin glanced at Lingy and motioned for them to follow. 7 bodyguards in white suits followed closely behind Yun Xijin, holding the birthday gifts that Yun Xijin had prepared for the old man of the Lu family. Xijin! As soon as Yun Xijin entered the gate of the villa, he heard Su Mengyao calling him. Sure enough, when Yun Xijin turned around, she saw Su Mengyao jogging towards her. Mengyao. Come on, come on. I just found a very delicious snack. I guarantee you'll want more of it after eating it. Su Mengyao pulled Yun Xijin and wanted to walk towards the place where she found the snacks. Wait a moment, I'll go put the present away first. Because it was a birthday party, the Lu family specially set up a place in the yard to place gifts. You just need to register and put a number on it. The main purpose of putting numbers on gifts is to better distinguish who gave what gift. I'll go with you. As soon as Su Mengyao arrived here, she wanted to wait for Yun Xijin. Now that she saw him, she didn't want to be separated from him for a moment. Shouldn't you be looking for Xingyang to cultivate your relationship? Why are you always with me? The fact that Su Mengyao likes Xingyang is already an open secret between them. Don't be in a hurry. Chasing someone also requires skills. Chasing too hard will be counterproductive. I have to find the right balance. Su Mengyao looked as if she understood me very well. After putting the gifts away and registering them, Su Mengyao took Yun Xijin to the treasure snacks she had just discovered. Yun Xijin? Why are you here? Chapter 81 Yun Xijin's Identity. Suddenly hearing someone calling her name, Yun Xijin turned her head subconsciously. Then I saw Xia Jiaojiao, who was dressed gorgeously, and Guan Xueting, who was with her. When Su Mengyao saw the two of them, she rolled her eyes. Xijin came here because she received an invitation. You don't think the Lu family would make a mistake with such a small matter, do you? Su Mengyao stood in front of Yun Xijin and retorted without any politeness. How is it possible? She is just an orphan who has to rely on part-time jobs to make a living. How could the Lu family give her an invitation? Su Mengyao, you might have been deceived by her, right? Because of what happened during school, Guan Xueting was still very concerned about Yun Xijin, so she knew that Yun Xijin would go out to work part-time when he had no classes. An orphan who relies on part-time jobs to make a living is definitely not worthy of receiving an invitation to the Lu family's banquet. Miss Xia should be very clear about my identity. Whether I have received an invitation letter is something that the Lu family should be concerned about, so you two don't need to worry about it. After saying that, Yun Xijin didn't care about their reactions and pulled Su Mengyao away. Guan Xueting looked at Xia Jiaojiao. Yun Xijin said that you know her identity best, so you don't have anything to say? The Xia family still cannot compare to the Guan family. Xia Jiaojiao's expression was a little stiff. She didn't expect Yun Xijin to say that. Didn't she always say that she didn't want to go back to the Xia family? Why is she bringing this up now? Want to see her make fun of you? Even if she is not her parents' biological daughter, she is the one living in the Xia family now. Yun Xijin tried her best, but in the end, she couldn't even step into the Xia family's door. Nothing. She's an orphan. Mom wants to adopt her as her daughter, but she... Adopting Yun Xijin as her adopted daughter? Then she is really lucky. Mom said she wasn't really willing, and then she didn't mention it anymore. Xia Jiajiao only said that she wanted to acknowledge her daughter, but she did not say that Yun Xijin was the real daughter of the Xia family, and that she, who had been occupying the nest for 21 years, was the fake daughter. Heh, it's exactly what she would do. She doesn't know what's good for her. Xia Jiajiao pursed her lips, not wanting to continue this topic. On the other side, Yun Xijin and Su Mingyao just walked to the table where the desserts were placed when they saw Xingyang coming over. My two young ladies, long time no see. As soon as Xingyang arrived, he sat next to the two of them without being polite at all. Why are you here? If you don't go out to socialize, maybe you can find an investor or two for your bar? Yun Xijin said jokingly. Sister Yun, please stop joking. In the entire imperial capital, no one else dares to invest in me except you. If Xinghao were released, except for the other three of the four major families, no other small families would dare to disobey. Yun Xijin could only be considered an exception among them. Yun Xijin made his fortune by collecting rent, so even if Xinghao wanted to impose commercial sanctions on him, there was nothing he could do. Not to mention, Yun Xijin knew them all, and even if Xinghao was a bad person, he would not do anything to Yun Xijin. So I'm the only one you tricked into getting on board? Hey. Xingyang laughed dryly twice. Sister Yun, you have to believe that I am serious. I will never let you lose money. So now that you've opened a bar, does your brother still give you pocket money? Su Mingyao asked a soul-searching question. Xinghao was so against it, but Xingyang still insisted. What if he had no pocket money in the future? Before the bar made any money, Xingyang would really become a pauper. Xingyang paused. He had never thought about this question. Thinking of this possibility, Xingyang suddenly felt like he had no desire to live. Sister Yun. If he really doesn't have pocket money, he will have to live on dirt next month. Don't look for me. I won't give you pocket money. As a friend, if he has no money, she can treat him to a meal, but she absolutely cannot give him pocket money. What pocket money? As soon as Yun Xijin finished speaking, Lu Yunfeng, who had come over at some point, asked the question. I have a lot of pocket money, Xingyang. If your brother stops giving you pocket money, I can reluctantly pay for your meals. But let me make it clear first, these are just 3 meals a day. If you spend money at a bar or club, I won't be responsible. Su Mingyao generously offered her help, but she was not so lovesick as to give away all her pocket money. You can lend a helping hand when a man is down, but you must know the limits and never let it affect your normal life. Xingyang, when did you fall to the point where you need help from others? Lu Yunfeng sat down next to Xingyang, and when he heard Su Mingyao's words, he felt unbelievable. Don't mention it. I'm just afraid that my brother won't give me pocket money next month. Without pocket money, he probably wouldn't be able to survive even a month. Brother Xinghao shouldn't be so cruel, right? Lu Yunfeng looked at Xingyang with pity and said, Why don't you do something else? Why do you have to open a bar? If not you, who else are you going to use the pocket money for? Take care of yourself. My pocket money is not as much as yours, so I can't help you. Xingyang. At this moment, the crowd in the villa garden suddenly became agitated, and several people looked in the direction of the crowd at the same time. It's the old man from the Lu family, Grandma Su. Next to them are Mr. Lu, his parents, and Lu Yunfeng's parents. It was Yun Xijin's first time to attend Lu's banquet, and Su Mingyao introduced Yun Xijin very considerately. The host is here, should we go over and greet him? I don't need to. My parents and my brother will go. Su Mingyao was not very interested in these social events. Every time she attended a banquet, she would find a quiet place to hide away. It's not her turn to worry about social engagements. As long as I have my brother at home, it doesn't matter whether I go or not. I have to go over there. If my dad sees me chatting here, he'll definitely say something again. Sister Yun, do you want to come with me? Su Mingyao and Xingyang didn't want to go and join in the fun, but Lu Yunfeng was a member of the Lu family, so he had to go. Yun Xijin was alone, so it was only a matter of courtesy to go over and say hello. Yun Xijin nodded. Let's go. Sister Yun, if you go over there, I'll accompany you. Add me one. When Su Mingyao and Xingyang heard that Yun Xijin was going over to say hello, they immediately changed their minds. You just said you didn't want to go. Lu Yunfeng glanced at the two of them, as if to say that human beings are really fickle. I want to go again now. No, hurry up and lead the way. There were so many people surrounding the two elders that they couldn't squeeze in without someone clearing the way. Lu Yunfeng is a member of the Lu family after all. Others can't stop the birthday boy's grandson from coming to celebrate his birthday. Lu Yufeng, I really made it clear for you. However, although Lu Yufeng was complaining in his heart, his actions were clear and decisive. Sure enough, when the others saw Lu Yufeng, they all consciously gave way, which benefited Yun Xijin and the other three who were following behind him. Grandpa, I'm here to wish you a happy birthday! In front of the old man of the Lu family, Lu Yufeng completely looks like a cheerful grandson. When he saw Lu Yufeng, the smile on Mr. Lu's face deepened significantly. Chapter 82 Birthday Celebration. The waiter is here, come over here quickly, we just mentioned you. As soon as Lu Jinghua saw his little grandson, his whole spirit and energy changed. They all say the eldest son is the grandson, and Lu Yufeng is that grandson. Grandpa, I wish you a happy birthday every year, on this day every year. These are my friends, they also want to celebrate Grandpa's birthday. After Lu Yufeng finished his speech, he pulled Xingyang and the other two out. Now that we are here, let's celebrate Grandfather's birthday together with him. No one can escape. Hello, Grandpa Lu. I am Xingyang, and I wish you a happy and wonderful year every year. Hello, Grandpa Lu. I am Su Mingyao. I wish you good fortune as vast as the East Sea and a long life as long as the southern mountains. Hello, Grandpa Lu. I am Yun Xijin. I wish you good fortune and a long life. Okay. You must be the boy from the Xing family, right? I held you in my arms when you were a child. When Lu Jinghua heard Xingyang's self-introduction, he guessed his identity. Grandpa Lu has a really good memory. Xingyang has no memory of it at all, so it must have happened when he was still without memories. Two little girls. Lu Jinghua thought for a long time but couldn't remember whose children they were. Grandpa Lu, my father is Su Yueqing, the chairman of the Su group. I grew up in an orphanage. Su Mingyao and Yun Xijin also introduced themselves respectively. Compared with Su Mingyao's identity as the daughter of the Su family, Yun Xijin's identity as an orphan was more eye-catching. Mr. Lu was also a little surprised. He had never thought of this answer. Kid, you are excellent. Su Suhua had been standing beside Lu Jinghua without saying anything, but when she heard Yun Xijin say that she was an orphan, she noticed the strange looks from the people around her and stood up without hesitation. Grandma, you have a good eye. Miss Yun is indeed very good. I was once defeated by her. Lu Yong supported the old lady and spoke with a smile. Oh? You know little Skylark too? Lu Yong's words were completely unexpected to Su Suhua. Their little Yong had always stayed away from the opposite sex except family members. What she and the old man were most worried about was the child's marriage. Unexpectedly, little Skylark would speak up for the girl today. Yes, I lost the auction of the land in the western suburbs to Miss Yun. This matter has always been a topic of conversation among everyone in private, but now that the real person has confirmed it, it really gave everyone present a critical blow. In the crowd, many girls who wanted to get to know Lu Yong at the banquet gritted their teeth when they heard Lu Yong's praise for Yun Xijin. The girl did a good job. He should have a taste of failure so that he can learn his lesson and not make the same mistake again. Lu Jinghua's cheerful voice sounded. He was not angry at all because Yun Xijin had snatched the land that Lu Yong had set his eyes on. Instead, he wanted to thank Yun Xijin. This happened a long time ago. I didn't expect Mr. Lu still remembered it. Yun Xijin felt a little embarrassed by the two elders' brainless flattery, and she didn't expect that Lu Yong still remembered the matter of the land in the western suburbs. The first time I fail in my life, I will remember it for the rest of my life. Okay, you young people go have fun by yourselves. Don't stand in front of us two old ladies and old men. We still need to chat with our old friends. As soon as the two elders saw Lu Yong's attitude towards Yun Xijin, they knew there was something fishy. The boy still wants to hide it from them, but he is too young. He has eaten more salt than this boy has eaten rice. Grandpa, let's go now. You can always come to us if you have any problem. Lu Yunfeng didn't understand Lu Jinghua's intention at all. He just wanted to have fun with Xingyang and the others after the birthday celebration. As long as a person is in the villa garden, no one can control him. Let's go, don't stand here and get in the way. Lu Jinghua couldn't bear to see this tactless person, so he started to chase him away. Lu Yong said hello to several elders and left. The 6 elders of the Lu family looked at Lu Yong's leading back, and they all felt that their guesses were almost right. Brother Lu, why are you here too? Shouldn't you be looking for my brother and the others? When Xingyang saw Lu Yong following behind him, he felt unwell. The young people were chatting about everything, and he would feel uncomfortable if Brother Lu followed them. I'm here to see Miss Yun, you guys just have fun. Yun Xijin paused and looked at Lu Yong. Mr. Lu, do you want to talk to me about something? They don't seem to have anything to talk about. Li Weqing and the others know you're here too, so they want to come over and say hello to you. Come whenever you want. This is your place, you have the final say. While several people were talking, the sound of piano was heard from the garden, and many people turned to look in the direction where the sound came from. Someone's playing the piano? Who is it? Sounds like a good guy. It's the Miss Xia's. There were people chatting next to them, and when they heard that it was Xia Jiaojiao who was playing the piano, their expressions immediately looked as if they had eaten shit. Is Xia Jiaojiao sick? When someone else's elders have a birthday, she goes up to them and plays the piano? It would be fine if this was the Xiao family's birthday party, but this is the birthday party for the old man of the Lu family. It's so shameless to blatantly use playing the piano to attract attention. Brother, is there such a part in Grandpa's birthday party? Lu Yifeng asked Lu Yunk. No. Lu Yunk's expression wasn't looking good either. As soon